Dragon God Supreme Chapter 160 to Chapter 211. The Shueiyue Empire must be dissatisfied with not being able to take first place in the genius ranking. In the past, it was always the Shueiyue Empire that took first place and was known as the leader of the four nations. Now that the first place was suddenly taken by the great commander, they're naturally dissatisfied. Mu Yunshan guessed. Otherwise, the Shueiyue Empire wouldn't have suddenly issued a challenge. The emperor of the Shueiyue Empire naturally won't admit defeat, Mu Tianyun said with a smile. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, since it's the Shueiyue Empire that issued the challenge, if I don't accept it, wouldn't it be embarrassing for our empire? The first prince of the Shueiyue Empire is very strong. Great commander, don't underestimate him, Mu Tianyun said. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at the Crimson Emperor. He said, Crimson Emperor, you go back first. I'll go to the imperial capital in a while. Yes, the Crimson Emperor replied respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Hiss, seeing the Crimson Emperor's terrifying movement technique, the disciples gasped in shock. They finally saw it with their own eyes. They had only heard of it before. So powerful. He disappeared in an instant. Is this the terrifying movement technique that eldest senior apprentice brother told us about? In the blink of an eye, even his aura disappeared. I can't believe it. Even a divine origin expert doesn't have such terrifying speed, right? The Xuantianzong disciples were in an uproar. They were frightened, envious, and excited. An expert who could teleport was beyond the imagination of all the Xuantianzong disciples. Old Sect Master Mu, according to my method, their strength will definitely increase greatly in 2 months. I'll take my leave now. Feng Wuchen looked at Mu Tianyun and said. He summoned the Qilin armor, and an extremely terrifying violent and bloodthirsty aura swept out. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen soared into the sky. His speed was so terrifying that he left a whirlwind behind him. The Xuantianzong disciples were frightened again. Their eyes widened. Farewell, great commander. Mu Tianyun and the others said respectfully. Boom, high up in the sky, the wings flapped once again. With a loud boom, Feng Wuchen instantly turned into a black line and shot out, disappearing in the sky in the blink of an eye. When he saw Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, the 9th level origin core stage Mu Tianyun couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Chu Wuhan and the Xuantianzong disciples were petrified on the spot. Their faces were filled with horror and shock. Great leader's speed is truly terrifying. Even a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't have such a terrifying speed, Mu Yunshan said in astonishment, and he secretly sighed at his inferiority. With Feng Wuchen's current terrifying speed, it wouldn't take much time to fly to the imperial capital. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the imperial capital. The imperial capital had a large area of densely packed buildings that interweaved together. The area was incomparably huge. Even 10,000 heavenly capitals could not compare to the size of the imperial capital. At the very center of the imperial capital, there was an incomparably huge palace. A pillar towered into the sky, and it was majestic and imposing. That place was the imperial family's palace. For the sake of avoiding his terrifying aura from scaring the numerous officials in the imperial capital, Feng Wuchen descended outside the imperial capital, then dashed into the imperial capital. If it wasn't for the matter of the Water Moon Empire's challenge, Feng Wuchen really didn't intend to come to the imperial capital. The imperial capital was densely packed with officials and disciples, and there were too many disputes and troubles. Feng Wuchen dashed all the way towards the imperial family. His speed was so swift that it was like a gust of wind, and his figure was utterly impossible to see. Dashing within the enormous imperial capital, he dashed in a straight line, and one city after another swiftly shrunk and moved behind him. On a spacious road, a group of people were coming out of a city. The man in the lead rode a horse, and his cultivation wasn't weak. Behind him followed a few tens of people, and there was also a gorgeous carriage. When this group of people came out of the city, the crowd outside the city gate all retreated to the sides of the street. The person sitting within the gorgeous carriage obviously had an extremely high status. Beside the gorgeous carriage, another man riding a horse said respectfully, "Sir, the imperial family's son-in-law selection this time, the young master will definitely come out on top." "Sir, there's no need to worry. Yes, apart from the imperial family's princes, only Lin is the most outstanding among the younger generation in the imperial capital. A faint laugh came from within the carriage. The young prince's actions are naturally for the princess's good. Although the young prince is the imperial family's #1 genius, the young master's strength won't lose to the young prince. After all, the young master is a few years older than the young prince. The man on the horse smiled. Whoosh! Just as they were chatting, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the left side of the city gate at an astonishing speed. How dare you? Who dares to be so impudent in the imperial capital? The man on the horse sensed something and immediately shouted angrily, wanting to stop it. However, the black shadow was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed past the man in the lead. The warhorse was so frightened that it panicked, and the gorgeous carriage behind it also came to an emergency stop. During the emergency stop, the lord in the carriage fell out of the carriage due to inertia. His head hit the horse's butt, and then he fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Sir! The guards were all shocked. How dare you? Stop! The man beside the carriage shouted. You actually dare frighten Lord Yang? The two of them circulated their true essence and pursued at full speed. The black shadow that flashed past suddenly stopped. This person was none other than Feng Wuchen, who was rushing towards the imperial family. Feng Wuchen's speed was shocking, and it was impossible for him to pass through the city, so he could only dash past the city gate. If he were to enter the city, it would probably be chaotic. Stinking kid! How audacious of you! Do you know who you're frightening? A man shouted angrily, and he glared angrily at Feng Wuchen. Don't you know the rules? You actually dare to run amok in the imperial capital. Another man shouted angrily, but he didn't dare directly make a move. They both had cultivations at the second level of the origin core stage, and Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed from before wasn't inferior to theirs. His strength was obviously stronger than theirs. However, this was the imperial capital, and no matter how strong one's strength was, no one dared be impudent in the imperial capital. As Lord Yang's subordinates, they naturally weren't afraid in the slightest. I'm truly sorry, Feng Wuchen smiled apologetically, as he never imagined that a group of people would suddenly appear within the city. You actually dare be so impudent in the imperial capital, you simply don't take this official seriously. Kill that stinking kid for me. Lord Yang, who was in pain from the fall, had just been helped up by the guards when he shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. Lord Yang's official hat had already fallen off when he suddenly fell off the carriage, hitting the ground head first, causing his head to bleed. He was in a sorry state, and coupled with there being so many people watching outside the city gate, it would be strange if Lord Yang wasn't enraged. Tens of guards rushed up one after another to surround Feng Wuchen, and even the guards of the imperial capital rushed down as well. Kill me? Feng Wuchen was slightly dazed. It wasn't to this extent, right? Wait. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Lord, I was rushing to the imperial capital and happened to pass by the imperial capital, so I didn't know that all of you just happened to come out. I didn't do it intentionally, and I've already apologized. I hope Lord can forgive me. Going to the imperial capital? One of the men frowned slightly. The imperial capital wasn't a place that anyone could enter. If Feng Wuchen said that he wanted to go to the imperial capital, it meant that he had some background. However, Feng Wuchen was an unfamiliar face, and they had never seen him before. Furthermore, among the younger generation of the empire, they didn't seem to have seen anyone with such shocking speed. What are all of you standing there for? Kill that stinking kid! Lord Yang shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's face sank slightly. The higher the rank, the worse the temper. Outside the city gate, more and more people gathered to watch, and they were all discussing in low voices. Isn't that Lord Yang? That old thing seems to have fallen off the carriage. Who's so daring? He even dares to offend that old thing. If he offends that old thing, he's most likely dead. Isn't that great Commander Feng Wuchen? This is bad. Let's hurry over. Wait. Don't interfere, let's just watch the show. If they want to die, let them do it. Don't implicate our Ni family. These young men were the younger generation of the Ni family, and the leader was Ni Han. The Ni family was within the imperial city, It was impossible for the Ni family to sit idly by when this incident occurred in the imperial city. If something were to happen to Lord Yang, the Ni family would have to take responsibility. The first to charge forward were the two men on horseback. They didn't dare disobey Lord Yang's orders, and the other guards all made their moves. Bang! 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 Pooh! Pooh! Feng Wuchen made his move. In the blink of an eye, two Origin Core stage men on horseback spat out blood as they flew out. He flashed again, and a few more guards spat out blood as they flew out. Feng Wuchen's speed was shocking, and his strength was terrifying. In less than 2 minutes, the several tens of guards all fell down and rolled on the ground. The surrounding crowd were all dumbstruck. In less than 2 minutes, 2 second-level Origin Core stage martial artists and several tens of guards were actually heavily injured on the ground. Lord Yang was dumbstruck as well. Where did this young junior come from, to actually have such a formidable strength? 2 second-level Origin Core stage martial artists were heavily injured by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. Sweeping his gaze towards Lord Yang, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You better think clearly if you want to kill me." Lord Yang's face was filled with rage, and he had already become savage as he shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. "Stinking kid! I don't care who you are, the Imperial City isn't a place for you to be presumptuous. If I want to kill you, I can do it at any time." Lord Yang had a high position in the Imperial City, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Feng Wuchen. As soon as Lord Yang finished speaking, a large group of guards came out from within the Imperial City, and in the end, the Imperial City's city lord and numerous experts rushed over. Obviously, someone had already gone to inform the Imperial City's city lord. The Imperial City's city lord and numerous experts had just come out, and the Ni family's experts followed them out from the city gate. The Ni family's experts were just about to walk towards Lord Yang, but were stopped by Ni Han. "It's the great leader, don't interfere," Ni Han said in a low voice. "What? Great leader?" The Ni family's experts' faces abruptly went pale, and their gazes swept over at the same time. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, their eyes were filled with fear and reverence, and the terrifying youth that floated above the Tianyun clan instantly appeared in their minds. Lord Yang. The city lord and numerous experts bowed respectfully. "Kill that kid." Lord Yang shouted angrily, and his fierce gaze stared fixedly at Feng Wuchen. "Stinking kid, who are you?" The Imperial City's city lord asked in a low voice. "If you want to stand up for him, then go ahead," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Force was still the best way to solve problems. A large group of Imperial City guards swarmed forward in an aggressive manner. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! 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 Ah! 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 Feng Wuchen swiftly flashed out, his figure transforming into numerous black shadows that flickered without end. Everywhere he passed, muffled sounds and shrill cries sounded out successively, and the guards were all sent flying. Feng Wuchen didn't even need to circulate his true essence to deal with these guards. In a short moment, there were already over 10 guards that were sent flying, and they didn't even know how they were sent flying. Of course, Feng Wuchen had restraint when he attacked, and he didn't kill a single one, only heavily injuring them. Humph. The city governor grunted coldly when he saw the guards being injured one by one, then he urged his true essence to charge out. The Imperial City's city governor's cultivation wasn't weak, and was already at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. He was only 10+ meters away from Feng Wuchen, and arrived in the blink of an eye before fiercely smashing onto Feng Wuchen's back with a fist. Bang! The city governor's fist descended and a muffled bang sounded out. At this moment, the entire scene instantly went silent, and terror and disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. The city governor was at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, yet such a formidable fist was actually unable to push Feng Wuchen back half a step. Feng Wuchen had noticed the city governor's attack since long ago, but he didn't take it seriously as he was busy attacking the guards. How could this be possible? The city governor was incomparably astonished and dumbstruck. Who the hell is that kid? His strength is so terrifying, the city governor is actually unable to move him. The strength of a 3rd-level Origin Core stage martial artist is actually unable to move that kid. How could this be possible? What cultivation is that kid at exactly? The surrounding crowd was filled with terror, and they looked at Feng Wuchen in terror. The guards that besieged Feng Wuchen were all frightened to the point of retreating in terror when they saw this scene. Even the city governor was helpless, let alone them. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and stared coldly and indifferently at the city governor, causing the city governor to be terrified to the point his entire body trembled. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen suddenly punched out, causing an explosion to sound out. The berserk power caused the city lord to cough up blood, and his body turned into a black line as he flew backwards. The city lord crashed into the city wall, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the city wall. With one punch, the Imperial City's city lord was seriously injured. City lord! The guards panicked. The crowd became more and more alarmed. A 17 or 18-year-old youth actually had such terrifying strength. Does this kid not want to live anymore? This is the Imperial City. He's bold and has such strength at such a young age. I'm afraid his background is not small. Why aren't the powerhouses of the Anai family making a move? Anai Han and the rest are here. The crowd was in an uproar again. Some people noticed the Anai family's powerhouse, but they were puzzled because the Anai family's powerhouse did not make a move. A 17 or 18-year-old youth dared to injure so many people in the Imperial City, and even in front of Lord Yang. If he wasn't an idiot, then he must have a great background. Lord Yang was not stupid. He could tell that Feng Wuchen had a great background. Otherwise, no one would dare to behave so atrociously in the Imperial City. However, Feng Wuchen had injured so many people, so how could Lord Yang let Feng Wuchen off so easily? Feng Wuchen coldly looked at Lord Yang and said, I have urgent matters to attend to. If you still want to pursue this matter, we can slowly settle it later. With that, Feng Wuchen planned to leave. He did not want to waste any more time, nor did he want to make a big deal out of it. After all, it was a small matter. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Wuchen to leave. Stinking brat, you offended Lord Yang and you want to leave just like that? Just as Feng Wuchen was about to leave, a cold voice was heard. On the street opposite the city gate, a man who seemed to be the Empire's general was leading a large group of soldiers. There were at least a few hundred of them. The soldiers surrounded Feng Wuchen from both sides, sealing off Feng Wuchen's escape route. Yang family's army. The Yang family's army is here. That brat is dead this time. Once General Yang is here, he won't be able to escape. The crowd at the city gate exclaimed when they saw the arrival of the soldiers. The Yang family's army was not the Empire's army, but the Yang family's private soldiers. Lord Yang, are you all right? I rushed over as soon as I heard that something happened to Lord Yang. General Yang, who was leading the group, quickly asked. I'm fine. Lord Yang was relieved when he saw the Yang family's army. Isn't Yang Yan making too much of a fuss? Why did he bring the entire Yang family's army over for such a small matter? A powerhouse from the Anai family frowned. Anai Han said coldly, we don't have to stop them if they want to die. The Yang family has been too arrogant all these years. It's a good opportunity for Lord Commander to teach them a lesson. The consequences of offending Lord Commander are severe. At the end of her sentence, a gloating smile appeared on Anai Han's face. Just as Anai Han finished her sentence, Yang Yan looked over and asked, Anai Han, can you give me a reason why the Anai family is not doing anything? If something happens to Lord Yang, can your Anai family bear the responsibility? Anai Han's expression was cold and she did not speak, completely ignoring Yang Yan. The Anai family's powerhouses did not answer either. Feng Wuchen had noticed Anai Han long ago, but Anai Han did not interfere. Feng Wuchen knew what Anai Han meant. Anai Han's disregard caused Yang Yan's face to darken, and a trace of undetectable killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yang Yan glanced at the heavily injured Imperial City's city governor and said coldly to Feng Wuchen, stinking brat, you're quite capable, but you won't be able to escape today. Yang Yan's strength was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. The reason he dared to say this was because there were more than 10 Origin Core stage powerhouses in the Yang family's army. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yang Yan coldly and did not speak. It seemed like Feng Wuchen would not be able to leave so easily. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all and was not afraid of making a big fuss. Since Lord Yang was so overbearing, Feng Wuchen would not be courteous. An Origin Core Stage Deputy General said, "Big brother, this kid is arrogant to the extreme, but his strength is not weak. Even the city governor is not a match for him." Yang Yan's face was gloomy. As a general of the Yang family's army, when had he ever been disregarded like this? Yang Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Kill him together." His eyes narrowed as a piercingly cold killing intent suffused out. "Attack!" A deputy general shouted, and the 10-plus Origin Core Stage powerhouses attacked together. Waves of powerful true essence were urged out with a majestic aura. Feng Wuchen grinned and laughed evilly as he clenched his fists. "If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Bang! Feng Wuchen stomped on the ground, and with a muffled bang, a large crater was blasted open on the ground. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already transformed into a black shadow that shot out with a terrifying speed. Bang! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion sounded out, and a deputy general spat out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground with heavy injuries and fainting. Bang! 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 Feng Wuchen's attacks were even heavier, and several deputies were sent flying with the same result, fainting on the spot. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered like a ghost, and those deputies did not even know where Feng Wuchen's position was. Before they could even see him, they were already sent flying. "Stinking brat! Don't be so arrogant!" Yang Yan roared. Powerful true essence condensed on his palm as he punched towards Feng Wuchen. Bang! Gotcha! Pooh! Feng Wuchen suddenly turned around and met the attack with a palm. Bang! Following that, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yang Yan's face twitched, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. With this palm strike, Yang Yan's arm could be considered crippled. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and Yang Yan could not endure it any longer. General Yang. The more the soldiers watched, the more afraid they became. One by one, the deputies were heavily injured. Even Yang Yan could not block a single palm strike from Feng Wuchen. Sir Yang panicked again. More than a dozen Yuandan experts were all killed by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. It was like beating tofu. Hundreds of soldiers dared not charge forward. Facing such a terrifying enemy, they did not want to throw their lives away. More than a dozen Yuandan experts were all defeated by Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. Yang Yan's arm was crippled, and the other deputies were all unconscious. They could not even withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over to Sir Yang. He sneered, "Is there anyone stronger? Call them over. I'll slowly play with you." Since Sir Yang did not want to stop here, Feng Wuchen would play with him to the end. Sir Yang's face was gloomy and even sinister. He roared furiously, "Call Lin over." "Yes, Sir Yang." A soldier replied respectfully and ran back in panic. Just as that soldier left, a group of people came from the street to the left of the city gate. There were quite a few of them. "That's Sir Lu. Sir Lu is here. And Elder Zhai Xing." The crowd and the Yang family army clamored, and everyone's gazes swept over. Feng Wuchen also turned his head to take a look, briefly sizing up Sir Lu, and finally his gaze fell on that Elder Zhai Xing, 5th level of the Yuandan stage. Feng Wuchen secretly said, "The imperial capital is really full of experts." In the great battle with the Tianyun clan, the emperor did not mobilize the experts under his officials. As a high official of the empire, who did not have some strength, Sir Lu wore an official's robe and looked to be in his 50s. His official position was not low. Although it could not be compared to Sir Yang, he was still a 7th-grade official. "Greetings, Sir Yang." Sir Lu bowed respectfully and then said, "Knowing that something happened to Sir Yang, I hurried over." "Stinking brat, the imperial city is absolutely not a place where you can come and go as you please." Sir Yang glared at Feng Wuchen. "With just them?" Feng Wuchen asked with a slight sneer, proudly sweeping a glance at Sir Yang. "Little kid, you're pretty arrogant. Injuring so many people, you do indeed have some strength, but you'll stop here." Elder Zhai Xing shouted coldly, and the terrifying aura of the 5th level of the Origin Core stage exploded out, extremely terrifying. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered with a fearless expression. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, He really didn't take the 5th level of the Origin Core stage seriously. The terrifying aura of the 5th level of the Origin Core stage exploded out, causing the ground to buzz and shake as numerous cracks spread out from beneath Elder Xianxia's feet, terrifying everyone to the point they trembled with fear and retreated in terror. Elder Xianxia, wait. Just when Elder Xianxia was about to make a move, a voice filled with icy cold killing intent sounded out. My father is being humiliated, is there a need for Elder Xianxia to make a move? Over 10 figures flew over swiftly from the street opposite the city gate. All of them had formidable auras, and one of them had already reached the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Over 10 figures flashed over and appeared by Lord Yang's side. The group of people was led by Yang Tianlin, and they were all men in their early 20s. They were obviously Yang Tianlin's best friends in the imperial capital. Yang Tianlin wore a luxurious black brocade, had a dignified appearance, and emitted the aura of an expert. Young Master Yang is here. The Yang clan's genius, Yang Tianlin. I heard young Master Yang is the genius with the highest chance of becoming the Empire's prince consort. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, and their gazes instantly looked towards Yang Tianlin. Elder Xianxia restrained his strength, then smiled lightly. Since it's young Master Yang, it's naturally inconvenient for old man to make a move. Lin, kill the stinking kid for me. Lord Yang shouted furiously. Yang Tianlin glanced at the heavily injured experts, then his icy cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen as he said coldly and arrogantly, being able to injure so many people, looks like your strength isn't weak. Big brother Yang, I can't see through this kid's cultivation. He concealed it deeply, don't be careless, a man said in a low voice. Ni Han and the others actually didn't make a move. They simply don't take Lord Yang seriously, another man said in a low voice. Yang Tianlin coldly swept Ni Han and the others with his gaze, then said, there's no need to care about them. Once I become the prince consort, the first thing I'll do is crush the Ni clan. Yang Tianlin was a genius of the Yang clan with a formidable strength, and he was the candidate with the highest chance of seizing first place and becoming the Empire's prince consort, but unfortunately, Yang Tianlin didn't know who he'd offended now, and his beautiful dream of becoming the prince consort would probably be ruined. Elder Xianxia, you seem to value this kid greatly. I've never seen you use your full strength against a kid, Lord Lu said in a low voice, and his gaze looked towards Elder Xianxia. Hearing this, Elder Xianxia said seriously, this kid isn't simple. Old man is unable to see through his cultivation, and even more unable to see through him. So many Origin Core stage experts were injured by him, yet he's still completely unharmed. His strength is extremely strong, perhaps not inferior to young Master Yang. I've never seen such a junior in the imperial capital, so this kid is probably not from the imperial capital. Unfortunately, he's offended Lord Yang. Lord Lu nodded and didn't speak any further. Yang Tianlin abruptly shouted out loudly as he madly urged his true essence, and the strength of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage completely exploded out. His entire body flashed with a resplendent azure light, and the ground shook as spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Yang Tianlin's aura was extremely terrifying. It swept out like a gale, causing the surrounding crowd and soldiers to retreat in fear. As expected of the Yang family's genius, young Master Yang's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder so many people think highly of young Master Yang. With such great strength, he will definitely become the prince consort. Such formidable strength, an ordinary 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist is absolutely not a match for young Master Yang. The crowd cried out in alarm. They were all shocked by the power that Yang Tianlin had erupted with. Young Master Yang's strength is indeed not weak, Elder Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Yang Tianlin asked coldly, have you thought about the consequences of offending my father? Feng Wuchen sneered, then tell me what the consequences will be. Bang, Yang Tianlin's eyes darkened and he suddenly stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, he rushed out with a majestic aura at an astonishing speed. Middle grade profound rank martial skill. Vajra Divinity Fist. Yang Tianlin had exploded out with his full strength since the beginning. Moreover, he executed a formidable martial skill, and at the instant he charged towards Feng Wuchen, he fiercely smashed his fist towards him. An azure light flashed explosively on his fist, and it contained an extremely terrifying strength. Looking at that ferocious posture, if he was hit, Feng Wuchen would absolutely spit blood on the spot. When faced with such a ferocious attack from Yang Tianlin, Feng Wuchen's expression was still calm, without the slightest panic or fear. "You're overestimating your ability." Anai Han shook her head. Bang, OM. OM, Yang Tianlin's fist smashed down. Feng Wuchen stretched out his right hand and grabbed onto Yang Tianlin's fist with an explosive bang. The terrifying strength shook the ground to the point it buzzed and vibrated, and cracks that were as thick as an arm exploded out beneath their feet. Yang Tianlin's face abruptly went ghastly pale, and his eyes instantly dilated to the limit as he looked at Feng Wuchen with incomparable astonishment. "What?" Hiss. The numerous spectating crowd and soldiers were terrified to the point they couldn't help but gasp. Yang Tianlin had exerted his full strength and executed a formidable martial skill, yet he was actually unable to shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Feng Wuchen blocked Yang Tianlin's ferocious attack without frowning in the slightest. How is this possible? Yang Tianlin was extremely shocked, and he utterly didn't dare believe that Feng Wuchen actually blocked his full-strength attack so easily. What caused Yang Tianlin to be even more in disbelief was that Feng Wuchen utterly didn't circulate his true essence, and completely relied on the strength of his fleshly body to block all of his strength. Lord Lu's face was dumbstruck as he said in astonishment, I really don't dare believe it. This kid's strength is really above young Master Yang. He's probably already at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Who exactly is this kid? Elder Xianxia said in shock, and his old face was extremely moved. Elder Xianxia finally understood why Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. It was because Feng Wuchen had this strength. The surrounding crowd was already terrified to the point they couldn't speak, and their stiff faces seemed as if they were frozen. Yang Tianlin's 10-plus best friends were dumbstruck as well. This is the consequence you spoke of? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. You. Who exactly are you? Yang Tianlin asked in astonishment, and only now did he feel slightly uneasy. Feng Wuchen didn't speak, and he grabbed onto Yang Tianlin's fist before fiercely pulling it back. Yang Tianlin's face abruptly went pale, and his body suddenly leaned forward. Bang! Pooh! At the same time that Yang Tianlin's body leaned forward, Feng Wuchen's fist blasted out, and the violent strength shook Yang Tianlin to the point he spat out blood, and his figure transformed into a black line that shot out. Lord Yang's face went pale as he cried out in panic, Lin! Young master! The soldiers were extremely panicked. What strength is this? Yang Tianlin was incomparably terrified, and the intense pain in his chest caused him to almost suffocate. Yang Tianlin completely never imagined that Feng Wuchen's strength would be so terrifying, to be able to heavily injure him with a single punch by relying solely on the fleshly body. What if Feng Wuchen utilized his true essence? Wouldn't Feng Wuchen kill him with a single punch? Yang Tianlin, who flew out, suffered a heavy injury, heavily injuring a 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist with a single punch. Such a terrifying strength caused even Elder Xianxia to be stunned, and a wisp of fear flashed within his old eyes. Everyone present was dumbstruck, as an outcome like this had exceeded everyone's imagination. Stinking kid! You actually dare injure my son? Lord Yang was incomparably furious, and his eyes were filled with traces of blood as he roared furiously. Kill him! What are all of you still standing there for? Even though Lord Yang was furious, none of the soldiers and Imperial city guards present dared charge forward. Who would dare give their lives away after heavily injuring a 4th-level Origin Core stage Yang clan genius with a single punch? Even Elder Xianxia was stunned. Could it be that these soldiers and guards were even stronger than Elder Xianxia? Is there anyone else? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. You're such a high official, yet you only have these people under you? If you want to kill me, then it's useless even if 10,000 of these people come. Didn't you want to make a big deal out of this? Then call everyone you can call over. Shameless boasting. The heavily injured Yang Tianlin gritted his teeth as he spoke furiously, and he glared fiercely at Anai Han and the others. Yang Tianlin shouted furiously. What are all of you waiting for? Hearing this, Anai Han said coldly. All of you are courting death. It has nothing to do with my Anai clan. Lord Lu frowned deeply when he heard what Ni Han said, and his gaze couldn't help but glance at Feng Wuchen. The Ni clan is within the imperial city, and the Ni clan would absolutely not stand idly by when something happens to Lord Yang. But why is Ni Han so afraid of this kid, and the Ni clan's patriarch doesn't even show himself? Lord Lu was puzzled in his heart, and a trace of uneasiness started to surge into his heart. Elder Xianxia recovered from his shock, then slowly walked out a few steps and said, "Let old man test your strength." OM. As soon as Elder Xianxia finished his sentence, a terrifying power burst out again, causing the ground to shake. Elder Xianxia was a powerhouse under Lord Lu, and he was afraid of Feng Wuchen, but he was left with no other choice. After all, Lord Yang's official position was higher. "Old fart, isn't it better for you to stay here and not talk?" Feng Wuchen cast a cold glance at Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia responded in a deep voice, "How can the imperial city allow you to be so presumptuous? You've offended your superior, and you've committed a capital offense." "Offended my superior? A capital offense?" Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain. Swish, Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed and disappeared. His speed was so terrifying that he left a strong whirlwind on the spot. Boom, poof, the instant Feng Wuchen disappeared, a strange scene happened. An explosion was heard all of a sudden, and Elder Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he crashed hard into the city wall, causing a big hole to be formed. When Feng Wuchen appeared once more, Elder Xianxia was already heavily injured. The entire scene went silent once more, perfectly silent, and the extremely terrified gazes of everyone descended onto Elder Xianxia. When did Feng Wuchen make a move? How was Elder Xianxia struck out? No one knew, and no one saw. The 5th level origin core stage Elder Xianxia was actually heavily injured by a single strike from Feng Wuchen. Even a 5th level origin core stage martial artist was unable to withstand a single strike from Feng Wuchen. How terrifying was this strength? Ni Han frowned as he thought to himself, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. The great commander's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. When did such a terrifying youth appear in the Empire? Everyone present was madly guessing which youth was so terrifying in the Empire. This wasn't difficult to guess. The Genius Rankings martial competition had only ended a little over a month ago, and Feng Wuchen's great name had already shaken the Empire. Moreover, everyone in the Empire now knew that the number 1 on the Genius Rankings, Feng Wuchen, was the great commander of the Empire. The great commander was the master of the Grand Preceptor and King, and he could be said to be second only to the Grand Preceptor and above all in the Empire. His status was extraordinary. Even if it was the Empire's crown prince, he had to be respectful before the great commander. Even more terrifying was that under the lead of the great commander, he even annihilated the strongest sect in the Empire, the Tianyun sect. After the news spread out, the entire Empire already knew that it was Feng Wuchen who led the Empire's army to annihilate the Tianyun sect. At this moment, the spectating crowd and soldiers seemed to have guessed Feng Wuchen's identity, and they were instantly terrified out of their wits. A person pointed at Feng Wuchen in terror as his entire body trembled, and his face was ghastly pale. He's the great commander. Impossible. The position of the Grand Commander is extraordinary, and the war has just ended. How could the Grand Commander come to the Imperial City? Even if he came to the Imperial City, there should be someone from the Imperial family to receive him. Lord Yang's face was filled with terror, but he still held on to a trace of hope that the youth before him wasn't the Empire's Grand Commander. It's over. It's over. Lord Lu knelt down in terror, his face pale and powerless. Lord Lu's intestines turned green with regret. He didn't care about anything else but Lord Yang's matter. This time, he was in trouble. Even the heavily injured Elder Xianxia had a face full of terror. He had heard of the terror of the Empire's Grand Commander, and now he had personally witnessed that unparalleled terrifying strength. As a 5th level origin core stage expert, Elder Xianxia actually couldn't even see Feng Wuchen's attack, let alone withstand Feng Wuchen's attack, causing him to be heavily injured. The Yang family army and imperial city guards that surrounded Feng Wuchen were kneeling on the ground in terror at this moment. Even if they hadn't seen Feng Wuchen before, the terrifying strength that Feng Wuchen displayed had already proven his identity. In the entire empire, which younger generation had such terrifying strength, not to mention the empire's number one genius, Duan Henshi, even the crown prince didn't have such terrifying strength. Not to mention the crown prince was older than Feng Wuchen. Is he really the Grand Commander? The crowd outside the imperial city's city gate all had terrified gazes that appeared on Feng Wuchen. The number one on the genius rankings, the Grand Commander of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, was really this youth before them? Lord Yang, where are your subordinates? Could it be that they're going to stand by and do nothing? It's best if some 7th level origin core stage martial artists or 8th level origin core stage martial artists come. Let me see how strong they are. Feng Wuchen coldly asked as his icy cold gaze swept towards Lord Yang. How could Lord Yang dare to be arrogant in front of Feng Wuchen? Even if he wasn't willing to believe that Feng Wuchen was the Empire's Grand Commander, he didn't dare to say another word. If he really infuriated Feng Wuchen, Lord Yang's life might not be guaranteed. Ta. However, Sir Yang's glimmer of hope was completely shattered when he heard the heart-stirring sound of iron hooves. The iron hooves of the Empire's Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army were extremely familiar to everyone in the imperial capital. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Huanyang leader and Chaos God leader. He really is the great chief. The originally heart-stirring sound of iron hooves, at this very moment, everyone felt despair. That was because they were all emitting an extremely terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent, causing people to tremble in fear. Master Yang sat down on the ground as if he had lost his soul. His face was devoid of blood. Official Yang knew that he had already committed a heinous crime. Offending a superior was already considered a light punishment, but he had actually dared to kill a great general. For such a heinous crime, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Even if Official Yang was an 8th grade official, he would not be able to escape death. This was because Feng Wuchen was not only the commander of the empire, but also the master of the state preceptor and the prince. He is actually the empire's great chief. The heavily injured Yang Yan looked at Feng Wuchen in despair and a daze. After offending the empire's great chief, Yang Yan's dream of becoming the emperor's son-in-law was probably over. Ta. A large number of Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army surrounded the imperial city gate with a majestic aura. The emperor has given the order. Those who dare to offend the great chief, die. Huanyang's cold voice sounded, filled with deterrence. They were the empire's most elite soldiers. They were Feng Wuchen's most loyal subordinates. The soldiers got off their horses and knelt down on one knee in unison. They said respectfully, "Greetings, great chief." Their loud and respectful voices resounded throughout the imperial city, scaring everyone outside the city gate. They were all trembling and their faces were pale. "Greetings, great chief." The imperial city guards, Yang family army, and everyone outside the city gate knelt down. Even the heavily injured had to use all their strength to get up and kneel. "I say, Huanyang, Luanchen, can't you come earlier every time? If you come earlier, they might be able to keep their lives." Looking at Huanyang and Luanchen, Feng Wuchen curled his lips and said. Huanyang and Luanchen looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. They didn't say anything. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Mr. Yang and Mr. Lu trembled and became even more terrified. "Great chief, please spare my life. I didn't know that great chief was here. Please forgive me." Mr. Yang cowed out and begged in fear. "Mr. Yang, you are quite bold. Do you know what is the crime of offending your superior?" Huanyang asked coldly as he looked at Mr. Yang. I know. Please spare my life, great chief." Mr. Yang was terrified and regretful. Mr. Lu also cowed out in fear and begged, "Great chief, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." "You still want to do it again?" Luanchen looked at Mr. Lu coldly, causing the latter to tremble violently. "Xiao." Huanyang's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Imperial City Lord. He said coldly, "Imperial City Lord, offending your superior, die." Tisk. Before the Imperial City Lord could react, Huanyang's long spear pierced through his heart. "Spare my life. Spare my life." The experts who were injured by Feng Wuchen begged in fear. Feng Wuchen looked coldly and ignored those who begged for mercy. You have to die too. Luanshan flashed in front of Yang Yan and said coldly. His long spear slashed across Yang Yan's neck and he died on the spot. The soldiers attacked mercilessly and killed the injured mercilessly. They had already attacked and had to die. Elder Zhai Xing, who gave you the guts to do this? Huan Yang flashed over and asked coldly without a trace of human emotion. Elder Zhai Xing was severely injured and was completely shocked by Huan Yang and the others' terrifying movement skills. He appeared in a flash and disappeared in a flash. Leader. Huan Yang, we. The terrified Mr. Liu wanted to beg for mercy, but Huan Yang's long spear had already pierced through his heart. He didn't even have the chance to beg. Old man has nothing to say. Elder Zhai Xing lowered his head in despair. Tisk. Huan Yang didn't show any mercy. He stabbed with his spear and ended Elder Zhai Xing's life. His merciless and ruthless methods were full of intimidation. Mr. Yang, what else do you have to say? Luanshan flashed and asked coldly. Begging for mercy was impossible. Mr. Yang knew that the emperor wouldn't offend Feng Wuchen for him. I have nothing to say, but I beg you to spare Linner's life, Mr. Yang begged with a sad face. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Yang Tianlin begged in fear. He crawled backward and looked at Huan Yang in fear. Tisk. Before Yang Tianlin could finish, Huan Yang stabbed him with his spear. Blood gushed out and Yang Tianlin fell to the ground in despair. Linner! Mr. Yang yelled in grief. It was too late. Are you talking about him? Unfortunately, you're too late, Huan Yang said coldly to Mr. Yang. Seems like you don't have any last words. Luanshan said coldly. He killed Mr. Yang mercilessly with his spear. The main culprits were all killed, including the dozen or so followers of Yang Tianlin. The only ones left were the Imperial City Guards and the Yang family army. Spare us, Mr. Yang. Spare us, Mr. Yang. The soldiers and guards cowed out and begged in fear. Those who were cowardly fainted. Huan Yang glanced at Feng Wuchen. The guards and soldiers were innocent after all. Moreover, there were so many of them. It would be too much if he killed them all. It has nothing to do with them, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Huan Yang shouted coldly, Mr. Yang has offended his superiors. The Yang family and the Yang family army should be executed. However, Mr. Yang has decided to be lenient. He can be spared the death penalty, but he can't escape punishment. The Yang family army will be removed and everyone in the Yang family will be demoted to commoners. The same goes for the Liu family. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for sparing us. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for sparing us. The guards and soldiers cowed out and thanked Mr. Yang. They were finally relieved, but they were still afraid. Mr. Yang, let's hurry into the Imperial Palace. The Emperor and the others are waiting anxiously. The Watermoon Empire is still waiting for our news, Huan Yang said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, let's go. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army retreated. With the sound of iron hooves, Feng Wuchen and his soldiers marched toward the Imperial Palace. After the elite soldiers left, the people at the Imperial City Gate were still in a state of fear and couldn't recover for a long time. The Imperial City wasn't far from the Imperial Palace. In less than half an hour, Feng Wuchen and the others had already stepped into the Imperial Palace. Welcome, Mr. Yang. Every time they passed through a door, the soldiers would greet them respectfully. They rode their warhorses all the way to the Imperial Palace. The officials and soldiers of the Imperial Palace all greeted them respectfully. They're here. In the Imperial Palace, Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian became excited when they heard the sound of iron hooves. Within the audience hall, Yi Zhangqiong smiled lightly. General Wang, I've made you wait. Oh, General Yi, you're too courteous. I noticed Mr. Yang wasn't ordinary when we were at the Valley of Gods, but I didn't know Mr. Yang's identity at that time. It's my honor to be able to see such a genius. General Wang smiled courteously. He was the Watermoon Empire's Grand General. The letter of challenge was sent over by General Wang himself, and the importance the Watermoon Empire attached to this matter could be seen. I haven't seen Mr. Yang for a month. I'm afraid Mr. Yang's cultivation has improved greatly. General Wang smiled lightly. These words were obviously probing. General Wang is right. If nothing unexpected happens, Mr. Yang is already at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Yi Xianxia nodded and smiled. General Wang's face instantly went slightly pale when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and smiled. As expected of the number 1 on the genius rankings, your natural talent is extremely high. After he finished speaking, General Wang thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's strength is extremely terrifying. If he really breaks through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, I wonder if the eldest prince will be able to defeat him. General Wang had seen Feng Wuchen's strength with his own eyes. It was absolutely terrifying, and he couldn't help but worry. The Water Moon Empire's eldest prince had a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage. In the entire Water Moon Empire, there weren't many people whose strength surpassed his. His strength could be said to be extremely terrifying, and it was absolutely not something an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist could contend against. It was Feng Wuchen's first time coming to the Imperial Palace of the Empire. It was magnificent and magnificent. No ordinary palace could compare to it. Last time, Feng Wuchen only looked from afar and went straight to the barracks. This time, he stepped into the Imperial Palace. As soon as he arrived at the Imperial Palace, Feng Wuchen sensed a terrifying aura. The most obvious was the aura of Duan Tianhun, a Sky Origin Realm expert. Feng Wuchen entered the main hall alone. Huanyang, Luanshan, and the other elite soldiers waited outside the main hall. In the main hall, the upper echelons of the empire gathered, including the Grand Advisor, the Grand Prince, the General, the Crown Prince, and some other officials. Sir Yang and the others left the city for this. Unexpectedly, they offended Feng Wuchen and were killed. They were really unlucky. Greetings, Commander. As soon as Feng Wuchen entered the main hall, the officials bowed respectfully. Greetings, Emperor. Feng Wuchen bowed respectfully. Although he was the commander of the empire, he still had to be respectful to the emperor. You are finally willing to come to the Imperial Palace. Duan Tianhun smiled with a hint of complaint. Greetings, Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian greeted respectfully. Master? General Wang was stunned. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes almost popped out and his body was petrified. The Grand Advisor and the Grand Prince called Feng Wuchen Master, shocking. General Wang was shocked. Did he hear it wrong or did he hear it wrong? What is going on? Why did the Grand Advisor and the Grand Prince call Feng Wuchen Master? General Wang was confused. Although he had heard that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist in the Valley of Gods, he didn't think he would be Yang Tianxian's master. Glancing at Duan Tianhun, Feng Wuchen touched his nose and smiled. Who wouldn't want to come to such a magnificent palace? But there are too many things to do. I can't help it. Of course, the emperor didn't mean to complain. He was just complaining. Commander, we meet again. General Wang, who had been in shock for a long time, hurriedly looked at Feng Wuchen. General Wang. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen didn't stand on ceremony. He casually found a place to sit down and took a sip of the tea he had prepared earlier. Feng Wuchen, what do you think of the challenge from the first prince of the Shuiyue Empire? Duan Tianhun asked directly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen asked, You're just going to stop? Would it cause a dispute between the two countries? If the challenge causes a dispute between the two countries, I'd rather not go. General Wang looked at Feng Wuchen and said, Commander, don't worry. There will be no conflict between the two countries. The first prince really likes to fight with powerful geniuses. Commander, you have won first place in the genius ranking competition. The first prince is looking forward to fighting with you. That's good. Feng Wuchen nodded. Commander, do you mean you agree? General Wang was instantly delighted and hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, It's not a big deal. Why wouldn't I agree? I also want to see the strongest prince of the Shuiyue Empire. Moreover, if it doesn't cause a conflict between the two countries, it will instead improve the friendship between the two countries. Why not? The first prince of the Shuiyue Empire was known as the strongest prince. Naturally, he was powerful. Feng Wuchen naturally wanted to see him. Duan Tianhun nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Feng Wuchen is right. I think so too. It's good for the four empires to live in peace. War will only cause more innocent people to lose their families. General Wang smiled happily. Yes, the emperor is right. Although he said so, the first prince of the Shuiyue Empire challenged the commander of the Yanhua Empire. This wasn't just a matter of winning or losing. It also concerned the honor of the empire. The Shuiyue Empire had always been the leader of the four empires. This challenge to Feng Wuchen was to save the empire's honor. However, the fact that Feng Wuchen agreed so easily made General Wang even more worried. If Feng Wuchen wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Knowing the first prince's cultivation, Feng Wuchen still dared to agree so easily. It was enough to show that Feng Wuchen was very confident in his own strength. General Wang, when is the challenge? Feng Wuchen asked. 3 days later. General Wang replied, the news has already spread to the Tianwu Empire and the Luoyun Empire. When the time comes, the other empires will come to watch. It has already spread to the other empires? Doesn't that mean I don't have any room to refuse? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Duan Tianhun added, 3 days later, it will be at our empire's Tianhun Mountain. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, since it's already decided, it's the same no matter where I go. If it's 3 days later, then I can only stay in this imposing palace for a few days. Master can stay for as long as you want. Yang Tianxian smiled happily. It's a good opportunity to repay the emperor and everyone for their help. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As the saying goes, one must repay kindness. Hearing this, Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were instantly overjoyed. Didn't this mean that Feng Wuchen could guide them in alchemy and weapon refining? With Feng Wuchen's personal guidance, they would definitely benefit a lot. Seeing the two elders so excited, General Wang was even more confused. Why were the two elders so excited? What was so great about Feng Wuchen? Yang Tianxian was a level 5 alchemist. Although he was Feng Wuchen's disciple, it was still reasonable. However, Situ Zhentian was a level 4 weapon refining master. What did that have to do with Feng Wuchen? It didn't make sense to acknowledge him as his master. Although he was confused, General Wang didn't dare to ask. After all, Feng Wuchen was the empire's great commander. His position was above General Wang's. He didn't dare to be disrespectful. Since the great commander has agreed, I'll rush back to report. The emperor and the first prince are still waiting. General Wang cupped his fist respectfully. Duan Tianhun nodded and said, General Wang, take care. Yi Zhangqiong smiled and said, General Wang, I'll send you off. The two of them left the main hall. Feng Wuchen asked, Emperor, what are the benefits of this challenge? I knew you would ask. The emperor smiled as if he had seen through Feng Wuchen. If you can win this challenge, I'll let you enter the empire's Wuji Abyss to cultivate for a month. Wuji Abyss? Feng Wuchen looked at the emperor curiously. He was curious about this place. Duan Tianhun smiled and said, the Wuji Abyss is the sacred cultivation ground of the empire's emperors. It's an illusory space created by the empire's founding ancestor with his life's essence. Although it's not as good as the God Valley spiritual lake, the spiritual energy in the space is very large. Moreover, it's ancient spiritual energy. Oh? Ancient spiritual energy? Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked and said, to be able to condense ancient spiritual energy, this illusory space must have an ancient magic treasure. Otherwise, the ancient spiritual energy wouldn't be endless. Exactly. It's precisely an ancient magic treasure. This is the Empire's final trump card. If it wasn't for the Empire's survival, this magic treasure would absolutely not appear in the world to avoid causing trouble. Since it's an ancient magic treasure, could it be an immortal artifact? Or a divine artifact? Feng Wuchen secretly guessed in his heart. Thinking up to here, Feng Wuchen said, Emperor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Good. Go back and prepare well. I believe in your strength. Duan Tianhun smiled happily. Even if he knew the Water Moon Empire's crown prince's strength, Duan Tianhun still believed in Feng Wuchen's strength. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said, "That's hard to say. I heard that the Water Moon Empire's crown prince has a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage. With such strength, I might not be able to defeat him." "Hee, do you think I don't know your strength, kid? If you lose, I won't let you off." Duan Tianhun berated. Feng Wuchen had a helpless expression. "Master, please," Yang Tianxian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen walked out of the audience hall, and Situ Jintian and Yang Tianxian followed him out. The two old men's faces were filled with excitement. "Emperor, the Infinite Abyss is the cultivation ground of the emperors of the past, and it's a forbidden area of the empire. Allowing the great commander to enter and cultivate, isn't this breaking the ancestors' rule?" An official said. Lord Li's words are reasonable. "Emperor, the Infinite Abyss prohibits people other than the emperor from entering to cultivate. Even if the great commander wins, he still can't enter the Infinite Abyss to cultivate," another official said, and the other officials all agreed. Duan Tianhun raised his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more. The rule can be changed. I'll allow whoever I want to enter to cultivate, unless I'm not the emperor of the Fire Empire." "Emperor, please calm down." The officials all knelt down in fear. "All of you, leave. I've already made my decision. There's no need to say any more. If you have any objections, then we'll talk after you defeat Feng Wuchen." Duan Tianhun waved his hand, and his voice was cold. The officials' faces suddenly changed, and they all retreated, not daring to say another word. Duan Tianhun gave such conditions to motivate Feng Wuchen. As the emperor of the empire, the glory of the empire was naturally more important than anything else. Seeing the officials leave, Duan Wucheng, who had not interrupted, asked seriously, "Father, do you really believe that Feng Wuchen can win?" "Father, you should know the strength of the first prince of the Water Moon Empire. He has an 8th-grade martial spirit and no one can surpass him. His strength is so strong that the 4 great empires know." Duan Tianhun frowned slightly and said, "The first prince of the Water Moon Empire's strength is indeed terrifying. In a few years, he'll surpass me. However, Feng Wuchen's strength is far beyond your imagination. If he really wants to fight with his life on the line, Feng Wuchen is even more terrifying." "Even more terrifying?" Duan Wucheng frowned slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. Looking at Duan Wucheng seriously, Duan Tianhun said, "Son, you haven't reached my level yet. You can't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen is. The reason why I want to rope him in is because he's terrifying." Duan Wucheng frowned and said, "Father, are you talking about Feng Wuchen's alchemy and weapon forging?" Duan Tianhun shook his head and said, "Feng Wuchen is indeed a genius in alchemy and weapon forging. However, he's even more terrifying in martial arts. He hides too many secrets. Not to mention you, even Father can't see through him. Is Feng Wuchen really as terrifying as Father says?" Hearing Duan Tianhuan's words, Duan Wucheng felt that Duan Tianhun was exaggerating. Although Feng Wuchen was now the empire's #1 genius with great talent, Duan Wucheng didn't believe that Duan Tianhun described Feng Wuchen as terrifying. Still holding back? How is this possible? Duan Wucheng's expression changed drastically as he was shocked. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was still holding back when facing Gu Qingxian. Duan Wucheng couldn't imagine it and thought to himself in horror, Feng Wuchen is indeed outstanding and powerful. But how is it possible that he was holding back when fighting Gu Qingxian? Does he want to die? Duan Wucheng was shocked and in disbelief by Duan Tianhuan's words. He was stunned on the spot. After Duan Tianhun left, Duan Wucheng still hadn't recovered from his shock. On the other side, Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian brought Feng Wuchen to a magnificent palace. The palace was extremely imposing. Most importantly, there were a few words written on the signboard above the palace, "Great Commander's Palace." The words "Great Commander's Palace" were written in bold strokes. Feng Wuchen glanced at the signboard and said in surprise, "Great Commander's Palace? This is my palace?" "Master is right. The emperor specially prepared this for Master." Situ Jintian smiled. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction and said, "This palace is magnificent. The emperor is so considerate. I feel sorry for the emperor for treating me so well." After hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the two elders were slightly stunned. Yang Tianxian couldn't help but ask, "Master, what do you mean? How are you sorry for the emperor?" Looking at the magnificent palace, Feng Wuchen sighed and said, "It is such a waste for me to have such a magnificent palace. How would I have the time to stay here?" "Master, where are you going?" Xianxia asked. "Sooner or later, I will go to the continent." "Why would I stay in the empire?" Feng Wuchen shook his head. "Continent?" The two elders were shocked. Feng Wuchen nodded but didn't elaborate. Going to the continent was a matter of time. Feng Wuchen had this plan long ago, but the time wasn't right. Even though Feng Wuchen was now the great commander and had won first place in the martial arts contest, he was still worried about the Feng clan. Because the current Feng clan was too weak. Moreover, Heaven Pavilion had not developed yet. If they left just like that, Heaven Pavilion would not be able to grow because of the absence of Feng Wuchen. Without him personally overseeing things, Feng Wuchen really didn't feel at ease leaving the empire. "Let's go in and take a look." Feng Wuchen took the lead and entered the palace. The two elders hurriedly followed. "Master, the palace on the left is where you cultivate, whereas the palace on the right is where you forge pills and forge weapons," Yang Tianxian explained as soon as they entered the palace. Clearly, the palace had been built according to the instructions of the two old men. Feng Wuchen nodded his head repeatedly. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He then walked towards the pill refining room. Feng Wuchen could already smell the scent of the medicinal ingredients. The alchemy room was over 100 square meters in size. It was very big, and all kinds of medicinal herbs and refining materials were neatly arranged in the room. "Imperial tutor, Prince, let me help you get rid of the fire poison in your bodies first," Feng Wuchen said after taking a look at the pill refining room. "Thank you, Master." The two old men thanked him respectfully, their hearts filled with excitement. As Feng Wuchen's cultivation grew stronger, his techniques became more powerful. At the same time, he helped the two old men get rid of the fire poison. With his miraculous techniques, the fire poison in the two old men's bodies quickly spread out. Feng Wuchen activated the green flames. The fire poison spread out and was devoured by the green flames at the same time. It was very domineering. What a terrifying flame! The two old men's faces were filled with shock. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. In less than a minute, the fire poison in the two old men's bodies was completely expelled. The two old men felt incomparably comfortable, as if they were dozens of years younger. The powerful and miraculous techniques once again shocked the two old men. In the future, pay more attention to refining weapons and pills. The fire poison won't accumulate too quickly, and you'll be able to expel it in time. Feng Wuchen reminded them. "Thank you, Master." The two old men cupped their fists respectfully. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Since you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I can't be too shabby." As soon as he finished speaking, with a flip of his palm, 2 scrolls appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm and he handed them to the two old men. "Master, this is?" The two old men looked at Feng Wuchen doubtfully. Feng Wuchen said, "This is an alchemy technique and an alchemy technique. They're both earth-tier techniques. They can help you improve your realm. As for how much you can improve, it depends on your luck." "Earth-tier techniques?" The moment they heard this, the two old men were so shocked that their eyes widened to the extreme. Their bodies stiffened on the spot. Did they hear wrongly? Feng Wuchen actually said they were earth-tier techniques. How terrifying were earth-tier techniques? Earth-tier techniques for cultivating true essence were priceless treasures that couldn't be bought. Moreover, they were very rare and could only be found by chance. The 4 great empires didn't even have an earth-tier technique. The highest was only a high-grade mystic technique. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious earth-tier techniques and martial skills were. Alchemists were rare. Not to mention earth-tier alchemy and alchemy techniques, even mystic techniques were very rare. Because of this, Yang Tianxian and Xianxia were so shocked that they suspected they had heard wrongly. Looking at the two old men who were extremely shocked, Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. He had guessed that they would be frightened. "Master, is it really an earth-tier technique?" After coming back to his senses, Xianxia asked in shock. He stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Of course, you'll know when you open it. Feng Wuchen chuckled. It's really an earth-tier technique. Yang Tianxian suddenly exclaimed. He was so shocked that he had difficulty breathing and his whole body trembled. Xianxia opened the scroll and looked. His body suddenly stiffened, and he was dumbstruck. He was extremely shocked. The earth-tier technique had completely shocked the two old men. Go back and cultivate well. In the future, it won't be a problem to break through to 6th-tier alchemist and 5th-tier alchemist. After that, I'll give you some pointers when I have time. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Thank you, master. The two old men thanked him excitedly. Once the two old men left, Feng Wuchen began to prepare for battle. The Crown Prince of the Water Moon Empire had a cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. With his reputation as the #1 genius of the Water Moon Empire, his combat strength was probably comparable to a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. This battle was related to the Empire's reputation, so Feng Wuchen couldn't be careless. The Crown Prince of the Water Moon Empire was absolutely the strongest opponent that Feng Wuchen had encountered, so Feng Wuchen had to be fully prepared. I only have 3 days. It's impossible to increase my strength by cultivating. If I had a month, then with my current natural talent and dragon bloodline, I would surely be able to smoothly step into the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He was extremely confident in his cultivation speed. But unfortunately, he only had 3 days. No matter how terrifying his natural talent was, it was difficult to increase his strength. Withdrawing the flaming sword, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a piece of meteoric iron flew out from his storage ring. My combat strength will be even stronger if I upgrade the flaming sword to a spirit weapon, Feng Wuchen said. Only in this way would Feng Wuchen's combat strength be able to increase in a short period of time. Feng Wuchen took out the other supplementary materials and urged out azure flames. The flames enveloped the flaming sword, the meteoric iron, and other supplementary materials like elven stones were placed within. The flaming sword, meteoric iron, and other materials swiftly melted, and under Feng Wuchen's control, they all fused into one piece. On Feng Wuchen's palm, the ball of molten iron rolled and was suffused with a tyrannical aura. Looking at the ball of molten iron on his palm, Feng Wuchen said, the Qilin battle armor possesses the aura of the Qilin clan because of the blood. If I pour the blood of the dragon clan into it, its might will surely increase greatly. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into an arc, then he bit open his finger and dripped the blood of the dragon clan into the molten iron until the molten iron completely turned blood red. After fusing with the blood of the dragon clan, the molten iron emitted a tyrannical aura that became even more terrifying and full of pressure. Not bad, a very violent aura of the dragon clan. After refining it into a spiritual weapon, it will become even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen said with a joyful smile. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Feng Wuchen's hands formed a mysterious hand sign, and the ball of blood-red molten iron began to change. It began to pull apart to form the embryonic form of a long sword. A moment later, a brand new long sword appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. It was completely different from the flaming sword from before, and an incomparably violent and tyrannical aura emanated from the long sword. Within this violent aura, there was also the noble aura of the dragon clan. Middle-grade spiritual weapon. Not bad, but it's a pity that the meteoric iron is not old enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible to upgrade it to a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction and looked at the brand-new long sword excitedly. The sword that Feng Wuchen had refined was blood-red in color. It was fine and long, and it could definitely cut through iron like mud. Moreover, there were wisps of bloody aura on the surface of the sword, which was extremely strange. Just the appearance of the long sword gave off a sense of deterrence. Its entire body was blood-red in color, and it gave off an even more bloodthirsty feeling. Feng Wuchen sized up this brand-new long sword, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This sword had already completely replaced the flaming sword. Since it's fused with the blood of the dragon clan, then I'll call you the Supreme Dragon God Sword. If I'm able to find the materials in the future, I'll surely upgrade it to a celestial artifact. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, and then he dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God sword tightly. After fusing with the meteoric iron, the body of the sword became much heavier, and it felt extremely good to the touch. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but start dancing. The sword moves were elegant and unrestrained, and the sword followed the heart. Every move was rather exquisite and peerless, and it was like a dance that was incomparably attractive and intoxicating. Even if the Supreme Dragon God sword is refined, with my current strength, I'll at most be able to go against an 8th level origin core stage martial artist when I activate the power of the bloodline. It's utterly impossible to defeat the eldest prince of the Water Moon Empire. Even if I execute the third move of the illusory sword technique, I'm afraid I still have no chance of victory. Feng Wuchen shook his head and thought to himself. Feng Wuchen didn't dare underestimate the eldest prince of the Water Moon Empire. This person was hailed as the strongest prince, and he was absolutely not ordinary. He naturally had his terrifying points. However, in the next second, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he instantly said excitedly, "Right. There's also the pagoda." Feng Wuchen flipped his hand, and an exquisite pagoda appeared in his palm out of thin air. This was the mysterious pagoda he obtained in the Valley of Gods. Ever since he obtained the pagoda, Feng Wuchen really hadn't carefully studied the pagoda. Since the pagoda possesses the ability to suppress, its power is definitely not weak. With it, I'll have a chance to defeat the eldest prince of the Water Moon Empire. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, and his eyes were filled with confidence. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that outside the great general's estate, the upper echelons of the imperial family were already filled with the empire's upper echelons, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Middle-grade spiritual weapon. The commander is crafting a middle-grade spiritual weapon. It can't be wrong. This aura is too terrifying. It's definitely not an ordinary middle-grade spiritual weapon. Even the emperor's spiritual weapon isn't as terrifying as this aura. The upper echelons of the imperial family were shocked, but no one dared to make a noise. They were all dumbfounded. "Father, the aura of the spiritual weapon seems to be exactly the same as the commander's. What's going on?" "And the commander's wings, the aura is even more terrifying," Duan Wuqing asked in shock. During the battle with the Tianyun clan, they had felt the mysterious power erupting from Feng Wuchen, and the aura of that power was exactly the same as the spiritual weapon's aura. Duan Tianhun shook his head and frowned. "Father, I don't know either. This aura is too terrifying. I can't imagine that this kid's level of weapon crafting is so high." No wonder the prince acknowledged him as his master. It's not just high. It's simply godly. The emperor has never seen Master forge an artifact with his own eyes. His ability to create an artifact with a single thought is just like that of a god. Yang Tianxian was both excited and shocked. His voice even trembled a little. Duan Tianhun had never seen Feng Wuchen forge a weapon before. He had only heard of the ability to create a weapon with a thought. Situ Zhentian was already dumbfounded. As a 4th-grade weapon craftsman, he knew better than anyone how terrifying such a powerful spiritual weapon was. This aura is even more terrifying than a high-grade spiritual weapon. I'm afraid that even a 6th-grade weapon craftsman can't craft a spiritual weapon with such a terrifying aura. Situ Zhenjing said in shock, but he didn't know how Feng Wuchen had crafted it. Although not everyone had a middle-grade spiritual weapon, many had seen it before. However, no one had ever seen the spiritual weapon's aura emanating from the commander's residence. No one had seen it before because Feng Wuchen had integrated the dragon blood into it, which gave it such a violent and noble aura. The terrifying aura of the Supreme Dragon God Sword had frightened the upper echelons of the imperial family. However, they were very excited to have such a terrifying weapon craftsman, who was also the commander of the empire. Feng Wuchen is preparing for war. Pass down my order. For the next 3 days, no one is allowed to get close to the great leader's palace. No one is allowed to affect Feng Wuchen, Duan Tianhun ordered. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. Duan Tianhun attached great importance to this battle. The 4 great empires seemed to be peaceful for decades, but who didn't want to become an existence that the other 3 empires feared? If Feng Wuchen won this battle, the Inferno Empire would be able to shake the world, with such a terrifying genius appearing in the Infernal Fire Empire. How could the other three empires not be afraid? Duan Tianhun looked at Situ Zhentian and said, Prince, pass down the order to the great general to collect a large amount of meteorite iron. The monarch intends to make Master refine a large number of spirit weapons? Situ Zhentian asked in astonishment, and his old face was slightly shocked. Duan Tianhun said seriously, that's right. If our empire's Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army all had spirit artifacts, what kind of existence would they be? This king wants to create an invincible army. Invincible? We must make the three empires fear us. Situ Zhentian smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Monarch, this must also be approved by Master. Master can't afford to refine a large number of spirit artifacts. Duan Tianhun said, the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army's commander is Feng Wuchen. They are loyal to Feng Wuchen and are as close as brothers. However, they are also part of the Empire's army. Feng Wuchen won't reject them. This? Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian looked at each other and seemed to be in a difficult position. It was difficult for them to speak to Feng Wuchen. In the great general's office, Feng Wuchen was studying the pagoda. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. The pagoda's aura is very unusual. It seems very weak, but it is strange. The pagoda has been in the God Valley for so many years. The soul imprint should have disappeared long ago. Let's try pouring in true essence. Feng Wuchen frowned and muttered. Traces of true essence were channeled out, and Feng Wuchen's palm slowly approached the pagoda. However, what shocked Feng Wuchen was that the true essence he channeled couldn't enter the pagoda. The pagoda is actually resisting my power. The soul imprint of the pagoda is still there. Feng Wuchen was shocked and asked doubtfully, what kind of treasure is this? Feng Wuchen then channeled even more true essence and wanted to force it into the pagoda. However, what shocked Feng Wuchen was that his power was resisted again. A mere spiritual weapon has such power? It must be the soul imprint. Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly channeled his soul power and planned to erase the soul imprint of the pagoda. Feng Wuchen struck with his palm and forcefully poured in his soul power. Facing Feng Wuchen's soul power, the soul imprint of the pagoda resisted frantically. The soul imprint is very strong. The owner of this pagoda is probably an expert who can't afford it. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Although the soul imprint was strong, it had become weak due to the passage of time. In the end, it was no match for Feng Wuchen's tyrannical soul power. After erasing the soul imprint of the pagoda, a smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face and he said, without the soul imprint, let's see if you still won't be obedient. Feng Wuchen channeled his true essence into the pagoda. This time, the pagoda no longer resisted Feng Wuchen's power. As true essence poured into the pagoda, information about the pagoda quickly entered Feng Wuchen's mind. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. This is an immortal artifact. As the information entered his mind, Feng Wuchen widened his eyes in shock. Looking at the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in shock, Feng Wuchen felt very surprised and pleasantly surprised. He said, it's actually an immortal artifact. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was indeed an immortal artifact. However, it was not an immortal artifact now. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was already damaged. Therefore, it was emitting a weak and strange aura, making people think that it was a spiritual artifact. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had the power of suppression. However, from the information, Feng Wuchen discovered that the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had another terrifying power other than suppression. It's actually a space artifact. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. That's right. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was a space artifact. Although the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was a space artifact, it was different from a storage ring. A storage ring could only store inanimate objects. However, the space in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda could store living things. It's really an amazing artifact. Even the evil dragon god didn't have one. If you want to refine this kind of artifact, you must have a space god stone. Otherwise, you won't be able to refine it. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with ecstasy. The sudden surprise made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. Feng Wuchen immediately dripped his blood to bind it to him. A drop of dragon blood dripped onto the pagoda. The pagoda instantly absorbed the blood. Suddenly, a golden light burst out and a powerful aura filled the air. With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared in an instant. Only the pagoda was left in the alchemy room. The ninefold cosmos pagoda had a total of 7 floors. The size of each floor was different. The first floor was the largest, and the higher you went, the smaller the space became. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was on the first floor of the pagoda. The first floor was a vast expanse of white. He couldn't see the end of it. He didn't know how big it was, and there was nothing special about it. It was just a huge space. Such a big space. I'm afraid it can fit in the entire Tianzhou, right? Feng Wuchen said in shock. He looked around. Other than a vast expanse of white, there was nothing else. Feng Wuchen didn't think too much about it. With a thought, he directly arrived at the second floor. The second floor was a large mountain range. It was an illusory space. In other words, it wasn't real. However, when Feng Wuchen appeared, the illusory space in front of him looked like it was real. What shocked Feng Wuchen was that the birds and beasts in this mountain range were extremely huge. They were so huge that he couldn't believe it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also very dense. An ant was as big as a house. A bird was as big as a modern airplane. Even the flowers and trees were surprisingly huge. Feng Wuchen's appearance was like a grain of sand. He was incomparably small. Seeing those incomparably huge birds and beasts, Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. An incomparably huge ant passed by in front of him. Feng Wuchen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively retreated. Fortunately, the flowers and plants were huge. They covered Feng Wuchen, so he wasn't discovered by the giant ant. This is simply a holy land for training. If I can leave this place alive, I'll definitely be an expert. However, I definitely won't be able to survive. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. Even with the evil dragon god's memories, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. An ant could scare a person to death, its incomparably huge body was enough to make people feel afraid. With a thought, Feng Wuchen hurriedly went to the third floor. The space on the third floor was even smaller than the second floor. Furthermore, it was exactly the same as the storage ring space. It was used to store rank 5 items. There were countless items stored in the space, causing Feng Wuchen to be dazzled. Cultivation method and martial technique scrolls were huge. Countless gold coins. All kinds of medicinal herbs and refining materials. All kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. All kinds of magic treasures and divine weapons. There were also many medicinal pills. In short, there were countless treasures. Seeing these treasures, Feng Wuchen was stunned, which nouveau riche left all these behind. There were so many treasures that Feng Wuchen felt that it was an illusion. Feng Wuchen really didn't expect that there were so many rare treasures stored in this ninefold cosmos pagoda. Demon blood vermilion fruit, Earth's core divine puppet. These treasures are in the God's Valley. Could it be that the owner of the ninefold cosmos pagoda died in the God's Valley? Or was he killed by the Qilin clan? Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed. However, these had nothing to do with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen only knew that the ninefold cosmos pagoda was now his. All the treasures inside were also his. The unexpected and pleasant harvest. Feng Wuchen's ecstasy couldn't be described with words. He just wanted to roar to the sky and vent the ecstasy in his heart. The harvest this time was even greater than in the God's Valley. It was completely unexpected. Wait. Just as Feng Wuchen was ecstatic, something flashed in his mind. He said doubtfully, the mountain range on the second floor seems to be the God's Valley. The aura is exactly the same as when I was in the God's Valley. Did I make a mistake? At this point, Feng Wuchen trembled. He didn't know what thoughts appeared in his mind. Feng Wuchen couldn't control his emotions at this moment. Feng Wuchen left the third floor space without hesitation and went to the second floor space again. With a thought, Feng Wuchen once again returned to the illusory space of the second level. Could this be the Valley of Gods? Feng Wuchen frowned as he spoke in bewilderment. He withdrew the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and when he encountered the flying sword, his figure directly flew up into the sky. Feng Wuchen wasn't sure if this was the Valley of Gods. If it was the Valley of Gods, then why weren't these beasts and fierce beasts afraid in the slightest? Roar. Feng Wuchen, who flew up into the sky, was extremely obvious. Instantly, an incomparably enormous fierce beast roared furiously, and an enormous claw that was like Mount Tai slapped down towards him. Feng Wuchen's face slightly went grim, and he abruptly greeted it with a punch. Bang! The incomparably tiny fist seemed as if it collided with a mountain, and an explosive bang resounded out. Even if the fierce beast's cultivation was inferior to Feng Wuchen's, but because of its enormous size, it still blasted Feng Wuchen flying. Roar! Feng Wuchen, who flew out, was secretly shocked by the enormous fierce beast's barbaric strength. But time didn't allow Feng Wuchen to think too much, and at the moment he flew out, another clear and ear-piercing roar sounded out. Feng Wuchen's face went grim once more, and he abruptly turned around to look, and he noticed that it was an incomparably enormous bird that flew over like a bolt of lightning. Teleportation! Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted out in a low voice. He was about to become a meal for the enormous bird, but at the critical moment, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and vanished. It was extremely thrilling, and it scared Feng Wuchen to the point he broke out in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of these fierce beasts, but the enormous size of these fierce beasts instinctively gave people a feeling of fear. The strongest of these fierce beasts is only at the 6th level of the origin core stage, but their bodies are too enormous, and they have the advantage in brute force, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. After a few consecutive teleportations, Feng Wuchen arrived at a rather complicated mountain forest. What Feng Wuchen wanted to do was to confirm whether or not this was the God Valley. The density of the spirit energy is the same as the Divine Valley. This place is indeed very similar to the Divine Valley, and the terrain is also similar. However, the flowers, trees, and fierce beasts have all become extremely huge, and the spirit lake should be over there. Feng Wuchen muttered as he looked to the left. If Feng Wuchen's guess was correct, then there must be a spirit lake in the direction that Feng Wuchen was looking at. If there really was a spirit lake, then Feng Wuchen could be 100% sure that this was the God's Valley. His silhouette flickered as he headed straight for the spiritual lake. Swish! Swish! Feng Wuchen's speed was very shocking. Black shadows shuttled through the huge flowers and trees, and whenever they encountered ferocious beasts, they would immediately teleport away. The closer he went to the spirit lake, the more familiar Feng Wuchen found it. It was simply the terrain of the God's Valley, and the route to the spirit lake was exactly the same. More than 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen, who was rapidly moving, suddenly had a huge change in expression. Spirit Lake. Seeing a large amount of fog not far in front of him, Feng Wuchen was incomparably shocked, and his entire person was stunned. At this moment, Feng Wuchen could already be 100% sure that this was the God's Valley. This is indeed the God's Valley. Other than the fierce beasts, flowers, and trees that have become bigger, the spirit energy, spirit lake, and the terrain of the God's Valley are all exactly the same. Feng Wuchen said in shock. However, what made Feng Wuchen puzzled was that in the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, how could there be a God's Valley in the 2nd level? Although it was an illusion space, Feng Wuchen was sure that this place was very real. All the flowers, plants, and trees were very real. What the hell is going on? Feng Wuchen couldn't figure it out at all. He even felt that he was in the God's Valley and not in the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen entered the spirit lake with doubts. The moment he touched the lake water, a huge and overbearing spirit energy crazily poured into Feng Wuchen's body. This feeling was exactly the same as in the God's Valley. The feeling was definitely not wrong. This place was indeed the Valley of Gods, but how could there be two identical places in the world? One was in the real world, and the other was in the magic treasure. Such a strange and magical phenomenon, Feng Wuchen really couldn't understand. After cultivating for a while, Feng Wuchen found that there was a trace of hope. Could it be related to the remarkable ability of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. After all, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was an immortal artifact. Frowning, Feng Wuchen said again, "It's a pity that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is damaged. Otherwise, I would know what's going on." The power of an immortal artifact was not something that ordinary people could imagine. This space is really strange. If it's real, then the treasures of the God's Valley are all mine. Feng Wuchen became excited again. He couldn't be bothered to find out why there were two Gods' Valleys. Having the Gods' Valley meant that Feng Wuchen could cultivate in the Spirit Lake at any time. His cultivation would definitely soar. The mountain range of the Gods' Valley was huge, and the treasures of heaven and earth were inexhaustible. Such a huge amount of resources would be of great help to the Feng family and the Heaven Pavilion. It was only a matter of time before the Feng family and the Heaven Pavilion became stronger. Since the Gods' Valley existed in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry to collect the treasures. Moreover, Feng Wuchen still kept a lot of the treasures that he obtained in the Gods' Valley last time. It was enough for him to cultivate for a while. With a thought, Feng Wuchen returned to the third level. He was ecstatic as he looked at the dazzling treasures. In this huge storage space, there were too many treasures that Feng Wuchen couldn't finish looking at. With so many treasures, he would smile brightly even in his dreams. Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. With a thought, he immediately went to the fourth level. The higher he went, the smaller the space became. The fourth level was only the size of a football field and could be seen at a glance. Eerie aura. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He glanced around and muttered, "What's so special about this space?" As soon as he appeared in the fourth level, Feng Wuchen's first feeling was that it was very eerie. The fourth level was more special. It was a valley surrounded by mountains. Behind the mountains was the boundary of the space. Although it was only the size of a football field, the entire space was a tomb. There were hundreds of neatly arranged tombs. Every single one of them looked exactly the same, but there was no tombstone. Those who were timid would probably pee their pants in fear. What the hell is this place? Feng Wuchen frowned. A gust of eerie cold wind blew. Feng Wuchen felt a little shiver. Feng Wuchen carefully walked to a tomb. The tomb was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long it had existed. These tombs might be the tombs of the previous owners of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen guessed. Other than these eerie tombs, there was nothing else special about this level. With a thought, Feng Wuchen went to the fifth level. However, the moment Feng Wuchen disappeared, a strange and frightening scene appeared in the fourth level. Soul bodies appeared in the hundreds of tombs at the same time. Every soul body's eyes were shining with blue light. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the entire fourth level. It was very strange. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared in the fifth level. The fifth level was only slightly smaller than the fourth level. However, it was filled with pure energy. The fifth level was very special. It felt very strange. It was a dark space with fiery red energy balls hanging in the air. Looking up, it was as if there were many sky lanterns hanging in the sky. Looking at the large amount of pure energy balls, Feng Wuchen was delighted. There's so much pure energy. It's enough for me to step into the sky origin realm. Just thinking about it made him excited. There were so many unexpected treasures in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and sucked an energy ball from the air. He quickly swallowed it into his body. He circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and refined the energy ball. In just a short moment, the energy ball was easily refined by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen felt that his cultivation had increased significantly. The purity and size of the energy ball was much stronger than Feng Wuchen had imagined. The heavens are really helping me. Haha. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he could not stop laughing. With these pure energy balls, Feng Wuchen could step into the origin core realm in no time. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen went to the sixth level. The sixth level was only the size of a basketball court. Moreover, it was just a stage. The surroundings were dark and nothing could be seen. The stage was covered with countless sword scars. Every one of them was a ghastly sight. The killing intent is extremely strong. The sword scars on the stage are all caused by sword chi. Feng Wuchen frowned. Every corner of this space was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Feng Wuchen appeared in the middle of the stage. He looked around vigilantly. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda space was definitely not ordinary. There was not a single person in the stage, but it was emitting such a terrifying killing intent. Feng Wuchen could not help but be vigilant. What's the use of this stage? Where is this murderous aura coming from? Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows in confusion. Feng Wuchen couldn't understand every single space. Just as Feng Wuchen was puzzled, a large amount of information suddenly entered his mind. Feng Wuchen's head swelled with pain. Images appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. In the images, a white-robed man wielding a long sword was fighting with tens of thousands of enemies. He was fighting alone. His entire body was covered in killing intent. He was like a demon god from hell. What was exciting and terrifying was that the white-robed man was fighting against tens of thousands of enemies. Terrifying sword rays swept across the sky. Wherever the sword rays passed, a large number of enemies would die tragically. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. The killing intent on this stage should be coming from him. Could he be the owner of the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart. He closed his eyes and looked at the images. Every image was a scene of the white-robed man killing enemies. However, every image was different. What does this person have to do with this space? Feng Wuchen could not figure it out. He slowly opened his eyes and withdrew from the images. Swish. Buzz. Just as he retreated, there was an ear-piercing sound. An extremely terrifying sword ray shot over, causing the arena to shake violently. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. On the stage, the white-robed man in the images appeared, shocking. Extremely shocking. In the face of such a terrifying sword ray, Feng Wuchen was powerless to resist, let alone dodge. Everything happened too suddenly. It did not give Feng Wuchen any time to react. There was no time for Feng Wuchen to think too much. He frantically activated the power of his bloodline, took out the Qilin armor and the Supreme Dragon God sword. Feng Wuchen planned to fight to the death. It's too late. Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety. He was about to use teleportation. But the moment Feng Wuchen used it, the terrifying white sword light flashed by at a terrifying speed. Feng Wuchen was scared witless. It was too fast. What's going on? The sword light disappeared. Feng Wuchen, who thought that he had died, found that the space suddenly calmed down. When he opened his eyes, the sword light disappeared, and so did the white-robed man. It was as if it had never happened, or as if it was an illusion. It was very strange. An illusion? No, that murderous aura was too real, and the power was very terrifying. It didn't seem like an illusion. Could it be that he is still alive? Feng Wuchen frowned and said seriously. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If this person was still alive, why was he hiding in the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Why did he drip blood on Feng Wuchen to recognize him as his master? Why was the soul imprint so weak? While Feng Wuchen was puzzled, the white-robed man appeared behind him silently. I am Feng Wuchen. May I know who Senior is? Feng Wuchen immediately noticed the white-robed man's appearance and asked immediately. But the answer to Feng Wuchen was a long sword. The white-robed man stabbed the sword without hesitation. Feng Wuchen decisively dodged and pulled away. He seems to be a real existence, but there is no breath of life on him. Feng Wuchen frowned and stared at the white-robed man seriously. The white-robed man waved the long sword. Every move was wonderful and had reached perfection. Moreover, it carried a shocking aura and monstrous sword intent. His swordsmanship is exquisite to the extreme. This person must be a genius in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword are probably not below mine. The power of his swordsmanship is even more astonishing. Feng Wuchen's expression became even more solemn. The white-clothed man was still brandishing his sword a second ago, but in the next second, he had strangely appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. His movement technique was equally terrifying. His terrifying speed was even more terrifying than teleportation. Not good. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The white-clothed man swept his sword over, and before Feng Wuchen could react, the long sword had already cut across Feng Wuchen's body. At that moment, Feng Wuchen despaired. But when the white-robed man's sword slashed across, the sword and the white-robed man disappeared into thin air again. Feng Wuchen was stunned at first. Looking at his body, he found that there were no scars. Feng Wuchen was puzzled. What is going on? He felt that the white-clothed man was playing with him, but Feng Wuchen was helpless. The white-clothed man's cultivation was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen could not do anything to him. No, he is not playing with me. He is teaching me sword techniques. Feng Wuchen frowned. He could not help but think of the images that had appeared in his mind earlier. The images were all of the white-clothed man wielding a long sword to kill enemies, but each image was different. Thinking carefully, Feng Wuchen realized that in each image, the white-clothed man's swordsmanship was different. Each image represented a move and style. In addition, when the white-clothed man appeared on the stage, he displayed sword techniques and brandished his sword. This made Feng Wuchen understand. With a bold guess, Feng Wuchen flashed to the center of the stage. The white-clothed man appeared again and brandished his sword. Then, he attacked with different moves. Feng Wuchen did not move and let the white-clothed man attack. What Feng Wuchen had to do was to memorize the white-clothed man's swordsmanship. As expected, the white-clothed man's fierce attack hit Feng Wuchen. It completely passed through Feng Wuchen's body and then disappeared into thin air. I guessed right. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Every time the white-clothed man appeared, the swordsmanship he displayed was completely different and more exquisite. As time passed, the white-clothed man continued to appear and display different swordsmanship. In the end, he repeated it over and over again. Feng Wuchen had already memorized most of it. After that, while Feng Wuchen memorized it, he also practiced. Even if Feng Wuchen did not know what sword technique it was, he knew that the power of the sword technique was more terrifying than his illusion sword formula, such a powerful sword technique. Since someone taught it, why would Feng Wuchen not learn it? After spending a full 4 hours, Feng Wuchen finally memorized all of the white-clothed man's sword techniques. After memorizing all of it, the white-clothed man did not appear again. Taking advantage of the time he had now, Feng Wuchen cultivated with all his might. He practiced repeatedly, and every move was performed to perfection. However, the sword technique was too profound and exquisite. Even if Feng Wuchen was a sword genius, it was difficult for him to grasp the essence of the sword technique. Feng Wuchen still needed a lot of time to practice and comprehend. Thank you, Senior. After he was completely familiar with it, Feng Wuchen stopped and thanked the air with clasped fists. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the ground of the stage. The golden light flickered with words and it was formed by the sword marks on the stage. This is... Feng Wuchen looked at the stage in surprise. Looking at the words on the stage, Feng Wuchen read, Immortal Art. Soul Extinguishing Sword Formula. Soul Extinguishing Sword Formula, no wonder it's so profound and exquisite. So it's an immortal art, haha. Feng Wuchen was pleasantly surprised and could not help but laugh. Although the evil dragon god had many powerful martial skills, the strongest sword technique was only the illusion sword formula. It was far inferior to the soul extinguishing sword formula in front of him. Today's harvest was too much. Feng Wuchen felt that he was dreaming. This was simply a pie that fell from the sky. In the future, I will definitely comprehend the essence of the soul extinguishing sword formula. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Putting the supreme dragon god sword into his body, Feng Wuchen moved his mind and went to the highest level, the 7th floor. Feng Wuchen was very curious about what was so special about the last floor. Would there be any powerful martial skills? The 7th floor was only a few dozen square meters, but below it was a bottomless abyss. There was only one stone pillar that was a few meters tall. I can't see the bottom of this bottomless abyss, and the spiritual energy is ordinary. What kind of space is this? Feng Wuchen curiously looked around. After going through those strange spaces, Feng Wuchen was very interested in the 7th floor. He quietly looked around. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no reaction from the space. This made Feng Wuchen feel strange. Could it be an ordinary space like the 1st floor? Feng Wuchen was slightly disappointed. Thinking about it, wasn't the highest floor the most special place? It couldn't be an ordinary space. Driven by curiosity, there was no reaction from the space. Feng Wuchen kept waiting. Waiting and waiting, 2 hours passed, and there was no reaction from the space. Waiting and waiting, another 2 hours passed, and there was still no reaction from the space. Feng Wuchen was completely disappointed. He shook his head and sighed. With a thought, Feng Wuchen exited the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Suppressing the ecstasy and excitement in his heart, Feng Wuchen stared at the ninefold cosmos pagoda with a burning gaze. He excitedly smiled and said, "I wouldn't know if I didn't see it. The treasures in the pagoda are really surprising and unexpected. As expected of a pagoda, everything is a treasure." The feeling of picking up a treasure made Feng Wuchen feel happy. A bright smile hung on his face. Those who didn't know would think that Feng Wuchen was lucky in love. Such a treasure, I can't let others know. Feng Wuchen smiled and was about to put the ninefold cosmos pagoda into his body. "En?" Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked out the window. He wondered, shouldn't it be Cho hour now? Why is it only Cho hour? Feng Wuchen finally realized that something was wrong. Although it took some time to reach the empire, it should have been Cho hour when I entered the pagoda. I stayed in the pagoda for about 10 hours, so it should be Cho hour now. How could there be 2 hours missing? The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The time didn't match up at all. Feng Wuchen carefully thought about it. Feng Wuchen only stayed in the 6th and 7th floors for 4 hours. Although he didn't stay in the other spaces for long, he still spent a lot of time. Adding them up, it was more than 10 hours. But now that Feng Wuchen came out of the pagoda, he realized that only 8 hours had passed. Where did the remaining 2 hours go? It's definitely 2 hours missing. This must be related to the space in the pagoda. It must be one of the spaces where the flow of time is faster. He stayed in the 6th and 7th levels for 4 hours. It's either the 6th or the 7th level. Feng Wuchen said with certainty. 2 hours less, so it was most likely to be in these two spaces. With a thought, Feng Wuchen came to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was the space where Feng Wuchen cultivated his sword technique. When he appeared again, the arena was still filled with a terrifying murderous aura. However, the white-robed man no longer appeared. Feng Wuchen couldn't see how fast the flow of time was. No one could see it, so he could only try one by one. Since he came to the 6th floor, Feng Wuchen cultivated the soul-extinguishing sword technique while waiting for time. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen exited the ninefold cosmos pagoda on time. He realized that 2 hours had also passed. Looks like it's the 7th floor. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. If the 7th floor was really double the time, it meant that Feng Wuchen would have twice the cultivation time compared to others. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the ninefold cosmos pagoda again and arrived at the 7th floor in an instant. Feng Wuchen appeared on a large stone pillar. Below the stone pillar was a bottomless abyss. This space looks ordinary, but it's definitely not simple. Maybe my guess is right. Feng Wuchen became more excited the more he thought about it. Space treasures were hard to come by. For Feng Wuchen to obtain the ninefold cosmos pagoda, it was a gift from the heavens. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged on the stone pillar, cultivating while waiting for time. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen exited the pagoda on time and realized that only an hour had passed. As expected. The 7th floor is indeed extraordinary. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He couldn't bear to part with the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen stayed in the 7th floor for 2 hours. When he came out, he realized that only an hour had passed in the outside world. In other words, the flow of time on the 7th floor was twice as fast as the outside world. 5th level. Feng Wuchen was currently devouring the pure energy from the energy balls. Streaks of fiery red energy balls entered Feng Wuchen's body one after another. He only devoured and did not refine for now. With the 7th level, Feng Wuchen had a few more days to refine some energy balls. The Water Moon Empire's crown prince's strength was ferocious, so Feng Wuchen had to be fully prepared. After a short moment, Feng Wuchen's body was already filled with a huge amount of energy, causing his body to swell. With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly arrived at the 7th level. He circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and crazily refined the huge amount of pure energy balls. The purer the energy, the faster it was refined. It was much more powerful than medicinal pills. The energy balls in the fifth level completely relied on the ninefold cosmos pagoda to condense the energy from the outside world. Moreover, it required a certain amount of time to refine the pure energy balls. The energy balls' pure energy was comparable to treasures born from heaven and earth. They similarly possessed incomparably pure energy. Medicinal pills were different. Although they were filtered by an alchemist, they were ultimately refined by man and not born from heaven and earth. The purity of the energy was far inferior to treasures of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. Feng Wuchen's cultivation rose rapidly. Although he was unable to break through to the sixth level of the origin core stage, he was at least slightly stronger than a few days ago. Exiting the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen was filled with joy as he felt his strengthened true essence. I'll definitely step into the sixth level of the origin core stage within a month, no, within half a month. Taking a deep breath and forcefully suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Feng Wuchen said, "It's about time." Outside the great general's estate, Duan Tianhun and the empire's higher-ups were already waiting. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out of the palace, the higher-ups respectfully bowed. "Welcome, great general." "Welcome, master." Yang Tianxian and Xianxia respectfully greeted. "It's about time. Head to the Sky Soul Mountain immediately." Duan Tianhun smiled and carefully observed Feng Wuchen. Duan Tianhun was surprised to find that Feng Wuchen was very calm and didn't look worried at all. Feng Wuchen was indeed very calm. On the contrary, he gave people a feeling that he had a card up his sleeve. Duan Tianhun thought, it's only been 3 days and he's already changed. What a terrifying genius. I'm really looking forward to this battle. The news of the first prince of the Water Moon Empire challenging the first lieutenant of the Blazing Fire Empire had already spread throughout the 4 great empires. The news spread and shook the 4 great empires. At this moment, the upper echelons of the 4 empires and countless experts had gathered near the Heavenly Soul Mountain, waiting for the battle to begin. "Let's go." Feng Wuchen nodded. Duan Tianhun waved his hand and a powerful force dragged Yang Tianxian and the other higher-ups up into the sky, flying straight to the Sky Soul Mountain. Feng Wuchen summoned his Supreme Dragon God Sword and flew into the sky. The blood-red Supreme Dragon God Sword was extremely dazzling and emitted an extremely violent aura. Duan Tianhun and the other experts of the empire couldn't help but turn their heads to look. "That's the middle-grade spiritual artifact that Master forged?" Xianxia was shocked. "This sword is too terrifying. It's definitely not something an ordinary middle-grade spiritual artifact can compare to. Just the aura alone is enough to make people tremble in fear." As expected of the first lieutenant. The spiritual artifact that he forged is so terrifying. Many experts were discussing in shock. After witnessing it with their own eyes, everyone was shocked by the power of the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The imperial capital wasn't far from the Sky Soul Mountain. After 10 minutes, everyone arrived at the Sky Soul Mountain. Large groups of cultivators gathered around the Sky Soul Mountain. They were all experts from the 4 great empires. Terrifying auras filled the entire mountain range. "They're here. The Emperor of the Blazing Fire Empire has also reached the Heavenly Origin Realm. Heavenly Origin Realm experts are really enviable. They can fly in the void." Everyone looked up into the sky, looking at Duan Tianhun and the other experts of the empire. At this moment, the entire place was boiling with excitement. The other 3 emperors and the upper echelons of the empire also looked at Duan Tianhun. First level of Heavenly Origin Realm. Duan Tianhun has also successfully reached the Heavenly Origin Realm. One of the emperors thought to himself. Duan Tianhun brought Yang Tianxian and the rest to the huge peak of the Sky Soul Mountain. Duan Tianhun smiled and said, 3 emperors, long time no see. Hee, congratulations to Emperor Duan for reaching the Heavenly Origin Realm. The Emperor of the Drifting Cloud Empire smiled. Emperor Duan's cultivation has improved a lot after so many years. The Emperor of the Shuiyue Empire smiled politely. Duan Tianhun smiled politely and said, haven't the 3 emperors also reached the Heavenly Origin Realm? Emperor Tianwu asked directly, Emperor Duan, which one is the first lieutenant of your empire? I have never seen him before. To be able to get first place in the genius martial competition, he must be extraordinary. Swoosh. Just as Emperor Tianwu finished speaking, a powerful sonic boom came from high up in the sky. Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. He's here. Duan Tianhun smiled proudly. In the sky, a blood-red light flew over at a shocking speed. Sword flight. Middle-grade spiritual artifact. What kind of aura is that? What a terrifying aura. He is the first lieutenant of the Scorching Fire Empire? The first place of the genius martial competition, Feng Wuchen? He is also an alchemist. His soul force is extremely vigorous. He is at least a grade 4. Alchemist. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim as they stared at Feng Wuchen descending to the peak of the Sky Soul Mountain. What shocked everyone even more was that Feng Wuchen was also a grade 4 alchemist. To be a grade 4 alchemist at such a young age, he was definitely a genius alchemist. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were waving their hands from afar. Their faces were filled with joy. Not only them, but Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing were also here. Feng Wuchen was fighting with the first prince of the Shuiyue Empire. How could they not come? Yuan Dan realm can actually fly on a sword. How is this possible? He is not at the heavenly origin realm. It is impossible for him to fly on a sword. Even a heavenly origin realm expert might not be able to fly on a sword. And Yuan Dan realm expert actually did it. The experts of the 3 empires were all shocked. Only a heavenly origin realm expert could fly on a sword. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't at the heavenly origin realm, yet he could fly on a sword. How terrifying was that? More importantly, Feng Wuchen hid his cultivation. Others couldn't see his cultivation and thought that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the heavenly origin realm. A newly forged middle-grade spirit artifact? Strange, this violent aura is exactly the same as the Great Commander's true origin aura. Mu Tianyun said in shock. Mu Yunshan said in shock, that's right. The aura is exactly the same. Other middle-grade spirit artifacts don't have such a violent aura. The experts of the Scorchfire Empire were also shocked. The Scorchfire Empire's great commander is indeed not simple. Duan Tianhun conferred him the title of Great Commander because of Feng Wuchen's talent. Such a genius is indeed terrifying. It is reasonable that Duan Tianhun values him so much. The Water Moon Emperor thought as he sized up Feng Wuchen. Flying on a sword? He's Feng Wuchen? He hid his cultivation. The spirit artifact's aura is so violent. Looks like his sword technique should be very terrifying. The Water Moon Empire's eldest prince frowned slightly with a serious expression. Even though he knew that Feng Wuchen might have stepped into the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, just flying on a sword was enough to make people not dare underestimate him. The aura of this sword is violent and terrifying. Moreover, I can't see his cultivation. This kid hid it very well. The Emperor thought as he sized up Feng Wuchen. Descending, Feng Wuchen put away the Supreme Dragon God Sword and said politely, "Greetings to the 3 emperors." Glancing at the 3 emperors indifferently, Feng Wuchen thought, 2nd level of the heavenly origin realm. As expected of the head of the 4 great empires. The strength of the Water Moon Empire's emperor is really powerful. Great Commander, you're too polite. The 3 emperors smiled faintly. The Water Moon Empire's imperial preceptor smiled faintly. A grade 4 alchemist with extremely high talent in alchemy. Even in the Water Moon Empire, you can't find a junior alchemist with such high talent like Great Commander. Emperor Duan, your Fire Empire has produced an incredible genius, another old man said with a smile. Grade 4 alchemist? The 3 emperors and many higher-ups were shocked. Wasn't Feng Wuchen a grade 3 alchemist? When did he become a grade 4 alchemist? After the genius ranking martial tournament ended, the various empires had some understanding of Feng Wuchen. They heard that he was only a grade 3 alchemist. Not long after, he actually stepped into the level of a grade 4 alchemist. Wasn't his alchemy level rising too fast? Seeing the shocked expressions of the 3 emperors, the smile on Duan Tianhun's face became even more brilliant. Situ Zhentian secretly smiled proudly. If they know that Master is a grade 5 alchemist and has the ability to create an artifact with a thought, they'll be scared to death. Of course, Situ Zhentian and the others would naturally not reveal such a terrifying identity. The first prince of the Water Moon Empire, Lei Ju. The first prince of the Water Moon Empire took the initiative to introduce himself. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and replied. The battle between the first prince of the Water Moon Empire and the first lieutenant of the Fire Empire is really exciting. The prince of the Tianwu Empire laughed. Feng Wuchen, I won't go easy on you later. The first prince of the Water Moon Empire looked at Feng Wuchen with a fiery gaze and a strong battle intent spread out. That's exactly what I want. Feng Wuchen nodded with a confident look in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's begin. The Emperor of the Water Moon Empire said. Everyone stepped back and made way. The entire place was silent as countless experts looked at the peak of the Sky Soul Mountain. Feng Wuchen was the first in the genius ranking martial tournament and Lei Ju was the strongest prince. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between the two. However, the crowd couldn't see Feng Wuchen's exact cultivation and they had all kinds of guesses. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. The previous genius ranking martial competition's first place, Nia Yang, was already defeated by me. I wonder if you, the first place of this genius ranking martial competition, will also be defeated by me. Lei Ju smiled faintly. He was very confident in his own strength. It's hard to say. We'll only know after we fight. Feng Wuchen smiled without any pressure. He was also confident in his own strength. Buzz buzz. Lei Ju activated the true origin in his body and a surging power surged out like a flood. The peak of the mountain shook and cracks spread out. Lei Ju released his full strength in one breath, and his surging true essence was comparable to the 9th level of the origin core stage. His strength was incomparably ferocious. The violent energy was like a gale that swept out, and a gale blew on the peak of the mountain. The shocking aura scared the spectators to the point their faces went pale, and their eyes revealed terror. The title of the strongest prince was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. That ferocious aura gave people a feeling that it was impossible to defeat. Lei Ju was so strong. Lei Ju possesses such terrifying strength, I'm afraid Feng Wuchen isn't his match. Duan Wuqing frowned as he thought to himself. They both had the crown prince, but the gap between them was too great. The strength that Lei Ju displayed caused the higher-ups of the various empires to have extremely serious expressions. Prince Lei Ju's strength is too terrifying, comparable to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Feng Wuchen has no chance of winning this battle. Although Feng Wuchen obtained the first place in the genius rankings, his strength is still too weak. The title of the strongest prince is absolutely not an undeserved reputation. The spectating experts were all shocked by Lei Ju's terrifying strength, and no one was optimistic about Feng Wuchen's chances. When a person's strength was too terrifying, no one was optimistic about his opponent. Although they weren't optimistic about Feng Wuchen's chances, they still looked forward to Feng Wuchen's strength. After all, even a Sky Origin stage expert might not be able to fly on a sword. This fellow's strength is too terrifying, right? Can Big Brother Feng win? Lu Qingyang swallowed his saliva in shock and said worriedly. Huan Yang said seriously, since the great leader dares to accept the challenge, then he surely has the strength. Although he said so, everyone was still worried. Lei Ju stared at Feng Wuchen and said indifferently, Feng Wuchen, let this prince see your strength. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled. Crown Prince's strength is really formidable, as expected of the title of the strongest prince. As soon as he finished speaking, the true essence within Feng Wuchen's body was urged out, and it was suffused with a golden light as a violent energy burst out, causing the ground to buzz and shake. 5th level of the origin core stage. Lei Ju thought to himself. General Wang was right, Feng Wuchen has indeed broken through. His cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. Duan Tianhun thought to himself, in a short few days, his cultivation has advanced again. He's simply a monster. Those who knew of Feng Wuchen's cultivation were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's current strength. That terrifying cultivation speed left others in the dust. Feng Wuchen's current combat strength was sufficient to go against a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, and he would absolutely not fall into a disadvantaged position. The perception is too great. Feng Wuchen will definitely lose. Even if Feng Wuchen has combat power that exceeds his cultivation base, he won't be able to defeat Prince Lei Ju. The spectators shook their heads again. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various empires became more serious. Feng Wuchen's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge. This is not your full strength. Lei Ju frowned. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he urged his bloodline power. Feng Wuchen's aura and aura soared fiercely, and so did his combat strength. His battle prowess has increased. His aura had completely changed. This was definitely not the power of true essence. Moreover, this aura is actually exactly the same as his sword. Lei Ju frowned once more as his heart shook greatly. Feng Wuchen's strength has increased. What aura is this? It seems to be as violent as the aura of Feng Wuchen's sword. This power of true essence is extremely overbearing. Along with Feng Wuchen urging his bloodline power, the expressions of the countless experts present went grim. Emperor Duan, what power is Feng Wuchen's? The Watermoon Emperor asked curiously with a serious expression. This king wants to know as well. This power of his is filled with deterrence. It's absolutely not an ordinary power of true essence, the emperor said seriously. Hearing this, Duan Tianhun shook his head and said, this king doesn't know what power it is. This king is more curious why the aura of Feng Wuchen's sword is exactly the same as his true essence aura, the Falling Cloud Emperor asked. The countless experts present were extremely curious why Feng Wuchen's true essence aura was exactly the same as the Supreme Dragon God sword. Qilin battle armor. Just when everyone was shocked and puzzled, Feng Wuchen withdrew the Qilin battle armor, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. After withdrawing the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared once again, and his overbearing strength had already reached the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. A terrifying and bloodthirsty aura swept out madly. What? How is this possible? What's that? Why is there such a terrifying aura? Feng Wuchen's combat strength has increased again. The 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Everyone present, including the 3 emperors, was shocked by this terrifying aura and Feng Wuchen's terrifying combat strength. A 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist could actually erupt with the strength of an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist. The spectating experts were all dumbstruck. A 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist's strength is actually comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist. How is this possible? There's such a terrifying genius in this world? Fear and disbelief were written all over the faces of countless experts. What aura is this? Is this guy a monster? Lei Ju stared at Feng Wuchen with his mouth agape, and even he didn't dare believe it. Emperor Duan, what aura is this? The Watermoon Emperor couldn't sit still and asked in shock with a slightly trembling voice. What exactly is this terrifying aura? I also sensed a terrifying defensive force. The Emperor Tianwu's face was filled with shock. To be honest, I don't know either. Duan Tianhun smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, but he was even more complacent in his heart. That's a defensive armor. Situ Zhentian said with a slightly arrogant expression on his old face. Defensive armor? Everyone's face changed drastically. A defensive armor could even increase one's combat strength, such a terrifying aura. Could it be a celestial artifact battle armor? At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. I've kept you waiting. Looking at the shocked Lei Ju, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. A majestic and vast aura swept out, giving people a strong sense of oppression. You really didn't disappoint me. Instead, you surprised me. It seems that you didn't use your full strength in the genius martial arts battle. Lei Ju came back to his senses and smiled. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also looking forward to it. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice and took the initiative to attack. With a boom, he left behind a terrifying whirlwind on the spot, and his figure shot out like lightning. The moment Feng Wuchen attacked, his terrifying speed frightened countless experts present. So fast. The emperor and the higher-ups' faces turned serious. With such speed, it's obvious that his body movement is powerful. He's definitely not weak. Lei Ju frowned with a serious expression. Lei Ju didn't stay idle either. The moment Feng Wuchen attacked, he had already rushed forward. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, there was an explosion. Extremely terrifying energy swept out crazily, and the ground shook violently. A large crack as thick as an arm burst out from under his feet, and a fierce force swept out unscrupulously. The might of that one punch, that terrifying power, scared everyone out of their wits. Oh? You actually have such a powerful physical strength. Lei Ju exclaimed in surprise. He could feel Feng Wuchen's powerful physical strength when their fists collided. You're not weak either, but you don't seem to have used your full strength, Feng Wuchen said. The two punched each other, and they were evenly matched. The battle had just begun, and the whole place was in an uproar. Terrified discussion spread out like an avalanche. Let's see how strong your physical body is. Lei Ju suddenly launched a fierce attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen didn't show any signs of weakness. The fierce battle unfolded, and a series of exciting explosions spread out. Every punch and kick would send out a terrifying force. Gulp, the fierce battle and the waves of terrifying force scared many cultivators to the point they swallowed their saliva in terror. The cultivators that didn't look favorably upon Feng Wuchen before were all shocked to the point they couldn't speak at this moment. Facing the strongest prince's fierce attacks, Feng Wuchen completely didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, and he similarly had the strength to counterattack. The strength of his strength was shocking. The strength that Feng Wuchen displayed exceeded everyone's imagination. Now, it was hard to say who would win. Feng Wuchen's strength is truly terrifying, the Water Moon Emperor said with a frown. He didn't dare believe that Feng Wuchen had such a ferocious combat strength. The Emperor nodded and said, his physical body is extremely strong. Moreover, he has an extremely strong defensive strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to go against Lei Ju with merely the strength of the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the fierce battle didn't continue for too long. After the final collision, both of them retreated. However, this wasn't the real battle. It was only a warm-up. What Bai Kong said was indeed correct. Feng Wuchen seems to be able to predict his opponent's next attack, and also seems to be able to see through his opponent's moves, Lei Ju said to himself. After the fierce battle, Lei Ju also noticed it. Every fierce attack seemed to be able to hit Feng Wuchen, but it was cleverly dodged. Satisfying. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent. Lei Ju said excitedly, Feng Wuchen, your physical body is even stronger than I imagined. I'm afraid even Yang isn't a match for you. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, use your full strength. Let me see the strongest prince's true combat strength. Alright. Then you don't have to hide anymore. You can't hide from me. Lei Ju said excitedly. His aura suddenly changed, and an even more terrifying force instantly exploded out. Then let's fight with our full strength. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly, and his violent aura skyrocketed once again. Buzz. Buzz, the two of them activated their full strength. The suffocating force surged out crazily, and the Sky Soul Mountain shook. Everyone could understand why Lei Ju was holding back his strength. However, Feng Wuchen was also holding back his strength. Was Feng Wuchen that confident? The four emperors looked even more serious. Even Duan Tianhun was shocked by Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength once again. Very good. Feng Wuchen, I won't hold back. Lei Ju said with a smile, and a flash of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Thousand Shadow Flash. Lei Ju shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly burst out. His speed was so fast that it wasn't any slower than Feng Wuchen. Wherever he went, a large number of afterimages appeared behind him. Lei Ju arrived in an instant. His speed was so fast that Feng Wuchen felt that he couldn't react in time. Lei Ju did not hesitate to throw out a palm. The palm wind whistled, and it contained a terrifying force. Boom, buzz. Buzz, however, Feng Wuchen's speed was not slow either. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Feng Wuchen dodged at the last moment. With a loud explosion, a large hole was formed in the ground. Lei Ju's strength is so strong that even an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist isn't a match for him. It's absolutely not easy to defeat him. After narrowly avoiding Lei Ju's attack, Feng Wuchen's expression became even more serious. Feng Wuchen, you're really able to predict your opponent's attack. Your battle experience is extremely abundant. Lei Ju looked at the place where Feng Wuchen appeared with a serious expression after his palm missed. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, perhaps it's my consciousness. You can't defeat me if you just keep dodging, Lei Ju said confidently. He felt that his strength and speed were above Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled, then stomped on the ground, and with a rumble, his figure flashed. So I have to gain the initiative by striking first. That will depend on how fast you are. Lei Ju smiled. Lei Ju noticed Feng Wuchen instantly arriving. Lei Ju glanced to the right out of the corner of his eye and swept out with his leg. Bang! But at the instant Lei Ju swept out, his face suddenly went pale. He clearly saw Feng Wuchen's figure flash and disappear, and subsequently, an explosion sounded out as the left side of Lei Ju's face was struck by a punch. The tyrannical and violent strength directly blasted Lei Ju flying. How is this possible? What movement technique is this? It's actually able to avoid my line of sight. Lei Ju was greatly shocked in his heart, and he didn't dare believe that Feng Wuchen's speed was above his. Hiss. The countless spectating experts all gasped in terror when they saw Lei Ju being blasted flying, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Lei Ju, whose strength suppressed Feng Wuchen, was unable to hit Feng Wuchen, and was instead hit by Feng Wuchen. What movement technique did Feng Wuchen execute? At that instant, I felt his aura vanish as well. The Watermoon Emperor was shocked, and his face was filled with shock. I couldn't see clearly, it was too fast. The Falling Cloud Emperor shook his head blankly. Feng Wuchen's speed is even faster than Lei Ju's. Emperor Tianwu took a deep breath, his face filled with shock. Only Duan Tianhun was secretly pleased. Although he didn't know what kind of movement technique it was, he and many other experts from the Inferno Empire had seen it before. The three emperors and the higher-ups all looked at Duan Tianhun in shock. Duan Tianhun, who sensed something, smiled bitterly. Don't look at me. I really don't know. This brat is very mysterious. Duan Tianhun really didn't know. Hearing Duan Tianhun's words, they also felt that Feng Wuchen was quite mysterious. Where did Feng Wuchen come from? With such terrifying battle prowess, his cultivation technique must be terrifying. But where did his cultivation technique come from? Who was the one who guided him in alchemy? Where did this terrifying mid-grade spirit weapon come from? However, the more mysterious he was, the more curious they were about Feng Wuchen. Lei Ju went all out, and his speed was far above Feng Wuchen's. Feng Wuchen could only rely on teleportation to counterattack. Just as Lei Ju stabilized himself, he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The movement technique that Feng Wuchen used just now made Lei Ju wary. Lei Ju couldn't defend against the terrifying teleportation. It would be strange if he wasn't wary. He isn't injured at all. With my strength, I can't hurt him. Feng Wuchen frowned. Even if he hit Lei Ju, it was almost the same as not hitting him. Swish. In the next second, Feng Wuchen flashed over again. Lei Ju's face changed drastically. He couldn't defend against it either. Boom. Feng Wuchen punched out, and with a loud boom, it hit Lei Ju's back. The terrifying force sent Lei Ju flying again. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, those with weaker cultivation couldn't even see how Feng Wuchen attacked. They could only see Lei Ju flying out strangely. Hiss, it was also because of this that countless spectators were terrified. They took in a breath of cold air again. Chen Er's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Feng Xingxiong took a deep breath and said in shock. Big brother Feng. Good job. Commander. Lu Qingyang, Huan Yang, and the rest of the soldiers cheered excitedly. They were the only ones who were so excited. Unfortunately, it was too early for them to be happy. Even though he was sent flying by Feng Wuchen again, Lei Ju was still unharmed. Feng Wuchen's strength couldn't hurt him at all. Not only couldn't he hurt him, Lei Ju didn't even frown. Lei Ju's expression was very serious. He stared at Feng Wuchen with vigilance and said to himself, if I wasn't a few years older than Feng Wuchen, I wouldn't be his opponent at all. With such terrifying strength, I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of the four empires could be his opponent. Thinking of this, Lei Ju's body condensed a green light that was filled with ferocious power. It seemed like it was to defend against Feng Wuchen's attack. Shoo shoo shoo. Lei Ju used his movement skill and rushed out. His figure flashed left and right quickly. In a few blinks of the eye, he appeared above Feng Wuchen. Mid-grade mystic rank martial technique. Overturning sea and cloud palm. Lei Ju shouted and blasted his palm down. His palm flashed with a resplendent green light. The power was so terrifying that it caused the void to tremble. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, immediately shouted. He activated his bloodline power and condensed it on his palm before blasting it out. Boom. Weng weng. The two palms collided with a deafening explosion. Extremely violent energy ripples swept out at lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the mountain peak shook and exploded. The ground where Feng Wuchen was standing collapsed. Facing Lei Ju's ferocious power, Feng Wuchen was obviously unable to withstand it. His face revealed a strained expression. So strong. Feng Wuchen clenched his teeth and endured. Luckily, the Qilin battle armor blocked a lot of the power. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would absolutely be injured by this palm. An elementary martial technique actually has such might. Lei Ju said in surprise. An elementary martial technique was able to resist his middle-grade martial technique, and it could be seen how strong Feng Wuchen's martial technique was. Rumble. Weng weng. After colliding for a moment, the energy between the two palms suddenly exploded out. The destructive energy blasted Lei Ju flying, whereas Feng Wuchen was directly blasted into the divine pit. Large amounts of shattered rock shot out in all directions. The collision of martial techniques was even more terrifying than before. Feng Wuchen's strength is extremely overbearing. An ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist is utterly not a match for him. Lei Ju frowned and secretly rejoiced that his strength was comparable to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Otherwise, the Water Moon Empire would absolutely lose face in today's battle. Lei Ju was completely unharmed, and he looked at the large pit with a serious gaze. Bang! Within the large pit, Feng Wuchen was deeply buried under shattered rocks, then with an explosive bang, Feng Wuchen shot out from the large pit. In the collision of martial techniques, Feng Wuchen obviously fell into a disadvantageous position, but he wasn't injured. This little bit of strength was still insufficient to injure Feng Wuchen. The spectating cultivators once again revealed shocked expressions. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's body! Feng Wuchen's expression was serious, dense battle intent exploded out, and his eyes became fierce. Weng weng. The overbearing bloodline energy was fully urged, Feng Wuchen's entire body emitted a golden light, and his imposing manner was majestic as it rapidly soared. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his right arm and pointed his index finger at Lei Ju. Overbearing energy poured into the tip of his index finger, and it emitted a dazzling golden light that was incomparably dazzling. God Execution Soul-Severing Finger. Staring at Lei Ju with a fierce gaze, Feng Wuchen shouted expressionlessly. Following Feng Wuchen's shout, the energy gathered at his fingertip instantly increased by several times, and an extremely intimidating aura burst out crazily. Earth-ranked martial technique. Lei Ju's expression suddenly changed. Earth-ranked martial technique. The three martial emperors and many of the upper echelons exclaimed in shock. The countless spectating cultivators were already in an uproar from the shock. Earth-shattering exclamations soared into the sky and continuously reverberated in the mountain range. Xiao. Weng weng. A golden ray of light as thick as an arm shot out from Feng Wuchen's fingertip. It dragged a long golden ray of light behind it like a shooting star. Wherever it passed, the space would buzz and tremble. Earth-ranked martial technique, its might was extremely terrifying. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to injure Lei Ju, and Feng Wuchen didn't want to waste his quintessence for nothing. Lei Ju didn't dare to underestimate it. He circulated his quintessence with all his might and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. High-grade profound ranked martial technique. Thunderbolt Spear. Lei Ju shouted loudly, and a huge green energy spear of 60 to 70 feet condensed in front of him. It was suffocating and terrifying. Xiao. Weng Weng. Lei Ju waved his hand fiercely, and the green energy spear flew out with an irresistible force. The ear-piercing explosion seemed to tear the void apart. At this moment, looking at the two terrifying powers, everyone held their breaths in terror. They did not even blink as they looked at the two terrifying powers. Rumble. PFFF. In an instant, a large and small force collided and exploded. The energy ripples swept out unscrupulously, and it shook Feng Wuchen on the spot, causing him to spit out blood and his figure to fly out. Even with the Qilin armor and a strong physical body, Feng Wuchen couldn't withstand the terrifying energy ripples. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang shouted. Chen'er is seriously injured. Xiao Qingqing's face was filled with worry, and she was extremely anxious. Duan Tianhun, Yang Tianxian, and Situ Zhentian frowned, and they were also very worried. Feng Wuchen, don't lose. Duan Tianhun said worriedly. Weng Weng. The spreading energy ripples scared countless cultivators out of their wits, and the entire Sky Soul Mountain was shaking violently. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, even someone as strong as Lei Ju had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured by the shockwave. An Earth-rank martial skill was so terrifying. It was even more terrifying when executed by Feng Wuchen. The peak of the Sky Soul Mountain was filled with terrifying energy ripples in all directions, and dust billowed, almost covering the entire peak. The power of an Earth-rank martial skill is so terrifying that it can actually injure me. Lei Ju was shocked, and his expression was a little dazed. He couldn't believe that he was injured by the shockwave. Lei Ju was injured by Feng Wuchen, and everyone was shocked again. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to injure Lei Ju. Prince Lei Ju was actually injured by Feng Wuchen. I really can't believe it. He's only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would dare to believe that Feng Wuchen could injure Lei Ju, who's at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage? Lei Ju was injured, but Feng Wuchen's injuries were even more severe. The destructive energy ripples gradually dispersed, and the peak of the mountain gradually recovered its clarity. Feng Wuchen's figure was imprinted into the eyes of countless cultivators. Feng Wuchen's face was pale, and traces of blood hung from the corners of his mouth. His injuries were not light, and he was in a sorry state. Even if he possessed the Qilin armor and possessed an extremely formidable defensive strength, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was inferior to Lei Ju's in the end, and the Qilin armor was unable to help Feng Wuchen completely block that terrifying energy. Big brother Feng's injuries are not light. Ling Xiaoxiao was slightly worried as her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Wuchen and her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Great leader. Huan Yang and the others were incomparably anxious. Seeing Feng Wuchen's pale face and severe injuries, the expressions of Duan Tianhun and the others became even heavier, and they started to worry in their hearts. How long could Feng Wuchen hold on if they continued to clash head-on like this? Feng Wuchen took a few deep breaths to suppress the roiling vital energy and blood in his body, and only then did he feel slightly better. Luckily, I refined quite a bit of pure energy before the battle and allowed my cultivation to increase slightly. Otherwise, the head-on clash from before would be utterly unable to injure him. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and he raised his head to look at the distant Lei Ju. Before the battle, Feng Wuchen utilized the space in the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate, and he had an extra 3 days of time to allow his cultivation to advance. Feng Wuchen, you're really something. The might of an Earth-rank martial skill is so terrifying that even Ye Yang was unable to injure me, yet he was injured by you. Truly extraordinary, Lei Ju praised. If Feng Wuchen was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, Lei Ju would probably have already suffered heavy injuries. Feng Wuchen, your injuries are not light. I'm afraid you don't have the chance to defeat me, Lei Ju said excitedly, as if he saw the dawn of victory. I can't drag it out for too long, Feng Wuchen muttered. Feng Wuchen's injuries were not light. If this dragged on, he might not even have the chance to turn the situation around. Being able to injure Lei Ju meant that it was time to make a move. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly put his palms together and shouted, Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. As Feng Wuchen shouted, a golden pagoda flew out from his body and into the sky. The pagoda was filled with a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to dozens of meters in size. The resplendent golden light enveloped the entire heavenly soul mountain. The pagoda was floating high in the sky. Below the ninefold cosmos pagoda, a gigantic spell formation appeared and illuminated the peak of the heavenly soul mountain. It was filled with a terrifying suppressive force. Everyone's shocked gazes swept towards the huge pagoda. Ninefold cosmos pagoda? What kind of magic treasure is that? Spirit weapon. Another spirit weapon. What kind of spiritual artifact is this pagoda? Why do I feel like I can't exert any strength? All the cultivators present exclaimed. At the same time, they were shocked to find that the vital essence in their bodies was being suppressed. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making them unable to exert any strength. The weaker the cultivation of the Xianxia, the greater the pressure they would feel. The ninefold cosmos pagoda seemed to have the power of a god. They were unable to resist the pressure. This is bad. My vital essence is being suppressed. Lei Ju's expression changed drastically. He looked at the huge golden pagoda in shock. This pagoda can actually suppress our vital essence. The Water Moon Emperor's face was filled with shock. He quickly looked at Lei Ju and said, "This is bad. My son's vital essence is also being suppressed. How can a mere spiritual artifact suppress the power of our heavenly origin stage?" The Emperor of Tianwu said in shock. His heart was in turmoil. What kind of magic treasure is this? Duan Tianhun was equally shocked. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's faces were filled with shock. No one had ever seen Feng Wuchen's magic treasure. Only Ling Xiaoxiao had seen it. Other than Ling Xiaoxiao, no one knew that Feng Wuchen possessed the ninefold cosmos pagoda. All the cultivators within or near the huge formation felt this irresistible suppressive force. Big Brother Feng actually has such a terrifying pagoda. I've never seen Big Brother Feng use it. He didn't even use it against Gu Qingxian. Lu Qingyang stared blankly at the huge pagoda in the sky. Mu Tianyun and the others were so frightened that they were dumbstruck. The ninefold cosmos pagoda's suppressive force is actually so overbearing. Even Feng Wuchen himself was shocked by the terror of the pagoda. Feng Wuchen was secretly overjoyed. He could clearly feel that Lei Ju's aura had become much weaker. It was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage. It was completely suppressed by one level. Prince Lei Ju, it's hard to say who will win. Looking at Lei Ju, Feng Wuchen smiled lightly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The Supreme Dragon God Sword appeared out of thin air. Once the Supreme Dragon God Sword was drawn, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again. His combat strength increased by a lot. Lei Ju's expression was extremely solemn. Feng Wuchen's strength was already terrifying. Now that his true origin was suppressed, it would be difficult for him to fight against Feng Wuchen. Boom! Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God Sword in his hand and rushed out quickly. His aura was surging. Bright Moon Sword. Lei Ju shouted coldly and drew out a long sword. It was also a mid-grade spirit weapon. However, the Bright Moon Sword's aura was much weaker than the Supreme Dragon God Sword. It was as if it was also suppressed and did not increase Lei Ju's combat strength by much. Lei Ju never thought that Feng Wuchen would have such a terrifying treasure. There was no time for Lei Ju to think. Feng Wuchen had already closed in with lightning speed. The Supreme Dragon God Sword ruthlessly slashed at Lei Ju. Lei Ju frowned deeply and swung the Bright Moon Sword horizontally. Ding! Buzz! The two swords collided with an ear-piercing sound. Sparks flew in all directions. The fierce power of the sword swept out and the ground shook violently. However, in the head-on collision of this sword, Lei Ju was actually forced back 3 steps. Ding! 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 Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a smile. He immediately launched a fierce attack. Metal and metal collided continuously. Sword light flashed continuously. The terrifying power of the sword light rolled. Being suppressed by the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Lei Ju could not use his full strength. Facing Feng Wuchen's fierce counterattack, Lei Ju was forced to retreat step by step. The sword wounds on his body kept increasing. He could not resist at all. Lei Ju was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. The Water Moon Emperor was also very anxious. Her palms were sweating. If this continued, Lei Ju would not be able to hold on for long. Lei Ju, who had the upper hand a moment ago, was suppressed to the point that he could not fight back at all. The sudden reversal made everyone present unable to accept it. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. What sword technique is Feng Wuchen using? Why is the sword technique so chaotic? Lei Ju was shocked. He did not know what sword technique Feng Wuchen was using. Feng Wuchen's sword moves were indeed disorganized. It could be said that they were extremely chaotic. However, it was such a chaotic and disorganized sword move that Lei Ju couldn't parry. Because Feng Wuchen used the sword technique of the illusion sword technique and the soul-extinguishing sword technique chaotically, this resulted in the appearance of the sword technique without any order. Lei Ju could not resist at all. He immediately used his movement technique to retreat. Looking at the giant tower in the sky, Lei Ju could not bear the pain of not being able to use his true strength. He shouted, "I will break your spiritual weapon first." Whoosh! Lei Ju suddenly brandished the bright moon sword. A 60 to 70 feet long azure sword ray soared into the sky. It was majestic and it directly attacked the ninefold cosmos pagoda. It's not that easy. Feng Wuchen laughed. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen soared into the sky. In a flash, he appeared below the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen would not give Lei Ju any chance. If the ninefold cosmos pagoda was disturbed or sent flying, Lei Ju would definitely counterattack with all his strength. Domineering energy poured into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The blood-red blade was covered with a layer of dazzling golden light, and it was filled with domineering sword energy. Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God Sword and slashed it down from above. Under the horrified gaze of countless practitioners, the Supreme Dragon God Sword in Feng Wuchen's hand cut Lei Ju's enormous sword ray in half. Too terrifying. After being suppressed by the pagoda, I feel that Feng Wuchen has become even more terrifying. He actually split the sword ray so easily. Prince Lei Ju is no match for Feng Wuchen. I'm afraid he is going to be defeated. This is too crazy. Feng Wuchen is simply courting death. Countless practitioners who were watching the battle exclaimed in horror. The whole place was boiling with excitement. Illusion extinguishing sword art. Illusion extinguishing universe. Feng Wuchen shouted. The tyrannical bloodline power was once again injected into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The tyrannical sword ray aura once again spread out. Feng Wuchen mercilessly swept down. Whoosh! Buzz! The 60 to 70 feet long golden sword ray swooped down from the sky like a golden crescent moon. The tyrannical energy shook the void. Earth rank martial technique. Lei Ju's face changed greatly. Where did Feng Wuchen get so many Earth rank martial techniques? The Water Moon Emperor and the rest were horrified. Many practitioners who were watching the battle stiffened again. Most of them were trembling with fear. Feng Wuchen's trump cards were each more terrifying than the last. They seemed to be endless, causing everyone to be extremely fearful. Feng Wuchen, who was floating in the air, was like an unrivaled god of war. He was majestic and domineering, causing countless practitioners to be fearful and in awe. Thunderfire sword art. Thunderfire sky slaughter. Lei Ju suddenly roared and executed his sword art. The Thunderfire sword art was Lei Ju's trump card. When facing Feng Wuchen's Earth rank martial technique, he had no choice but to use his full strength. Quintessential essence protection. Scorching fire divine shield. After executing his sword art, Lei Ju quickly condensed his quintessential essence to protect his body. He executed a defensive shield just in case. Even if he couldn't block Feng Wuchen's sword ray, he could at least minimize the damage he received. Rumble. Pooh. However, Lei Ju still underestimated the terrifying might of an Earth rank martial technique. He underestimated the ninefold cosmos pagoda's suppressive force. At the instant they collided, the energy from the explosion of the two sword rays instantly shattered his energy barrier and defensive shield, shaking Lei Ju to the point he spat out blood. Under this head-on collision, Lei Ju was heavily injured. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen possessed the Qilin battle armor to withstand the explosive energy, so Feng Wuchen wasn't injured in the slightest. At this moment, Feng Wuchen completely defeated Lei Ju with overwhelming strength. Without the slightest pressure, the four great emperors and the higher-ups were all shocked. What a terrifying magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, it allowed Feng Wuchen to turn the situation around and turn the tide. Prince Leju, you're being suppressed by the pagoda. Your strength is only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, and you're unable to withstand my Earth rank martial technique, Feng Wuchen said indifferently in the sky. What do you think will happen if I don't have the pagoda? Leju strenuously said, and his pale face suddenly revealed a mysterious light smile. High-grade profound rank martial technique. Skyfire Dark Palm. Leju's loud shout suddenly sounded out from above Feng Wuchen. Once the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was destroyed, the suppression force would disappear and Leju would be able to fight with all his might. Even if Leju was severely injured, he would still be able to fight with Feng Wuchen. Doppelganger. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He looked up and wanted to stop Leju, but it was too late. Leju's avatar had already struck out with his palm. A huge green palm print rushed towards the 9 levels Qianquan Tower with ferocious power. It's too late to stop it. If the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is destroyed, the commander will be in danger. Leju has used his doppelganger. Duan Tianhun and the other experts from the Inferno Empire were worried. The Water Moon Emperor and the others were overjoyed. They were looking forward to Leju defeating the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. Everyone was looking at Leju's horrifying energy palm print. The energy palm print was moving towards Leju. The whole place was silent. This was Leju's chance to turn the tables. On the mountain peak, Leju's original body was also overjoyed. He clenched his fists. Leju had made up his mind. Once the suppression force disappeared, he would use his trump card to defeat Feng Wuchen. He would not give Feng Wuchen any chance. Teleport. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda could not be destroyed by Leju. Feng Wuchen immediately used teleport. No matter what, he had to stop the palm print. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant, but it was too late. Feng Wuchen, it's too late, isn't it? Leju smiled proudly. His chance to turn the tables had come. However, before Leju could be proud for long, the smile on his face froze as he saw an unbelievable scene. When the tyrannical green palm print near the 9-layered universe pagoda, a tyrannical suction force suddenly appeared from the mouth at the bottom of the pagoda, sucking in Leju's palm print. Leju's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't even speak. Just as he was about to break through the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the palm print was absorbed at the crucial moment. The joyous smiles on the faces of the Water Moon Emperor and the others also froze at this moment as they stared blankly at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. It's been absorbed. Lu Qingyang and Huan Yang were dumbfounded. They thought that they were seeing things. Many cultivators around the Heavenly Soul Mountain were also shocked. When they looked over, they were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this terrifying ninefold Cosmos Pagoda could actually absorb energy? It seems that I worried too much. Even Feng Wuchen himself did not expect this, and there was a hint of shock on his face. How could this be? The first prince's palm print has been absorbed. This pagoda can actually absorb energy. How is this possible? The pagoda's divine ability is too terrifying. I'm afraid the first prince will lose for sure this time. The entire place was silent for a moment, and then it exploded into an uproar. A large number of shocked voices soared into the sky. Everyone could not imagine how terrifying the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was, and they had never seen such a powerful treasure before. Today was an eye-opener for them. Looking at Leju below, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Prince Leju, it's a pity that your last chance to turn the tables is gone. As long as the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was still around, Leju would always be suppressed and would not be able to recover his true strength. As such, Leju would definitely lose. Hearing this, Leju recovered from his shock, and his face immediately turned ugly. The feeling of being suppressed made him extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda could absorb energy, and it was impossible for Leju to break through it. It's too early to say who will win and who will lose, Leju said in a low voice, and the viciousness in his eyes became even more intense. Buzz buzz. The surging energy continued to surge, and the ground shook again. The surface of Leju's body flashed with a green light, and his battle intent soared to the sky. The more desperate the situation was, the more Lei Ju would not give up, and the more he wanted to break through his limits. Feng Wuchen slowly descended, and there was no fear on his face. As long as the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was still around, he was not afraid that Lei Ju could suppress him in terms of strength. Dragon God's Shadow. The moment Feng Wuchen landed, he used his movement skill and rushed out. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Feng Wuchen wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze, Lei Ju formed a seal with his left hand and shouted, "Mid-grade mystic rank martial skill. Soul Binding Lock." As soon as he shouted, Lei Ju's left palm struck the ground, and a terrifying green energy chain drilled into the ground, like a long snake shuttling through the ground. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and he felt the powerful energy underground, so he quickly stopped. Swish swish swish. Green energy chains as thick as an arm broke out from the ground, and there were more than a dozen of them, sealing Feng Wuchen from all directions, and all of them shot towards Feng Wuchen. Ding ding ding. The Supreme Dragon God Sword attacked, and the energy chains were all blocked by Feng Wuchen. But at this moment, Lei Ju had already arrived with a terrifying speed. When Feng Wuchen repelled the energy chains, Lei Ju had already appeared behind Feng Wuchen. High-grade mystic rank martial skill. Profound Ice Burial. Lei Ju shouted in a low voice, and an extremely terrifying ice-attributed True Yuan burst out. The cold air was oppressive, and he did not hesitate to send a palm strike towards Feng Wuchen. The berserk ice-attributed True Yuan spread out, and a large area of ice flowers bloomed, and the ground was frozen into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrifying ice-attributed True Yuan quickly froze Feng Wuchen, and his surroundings were sealed by ice walls, like an ice coffin, trapping Feng Wuchen inside. Then, several energy chains bound Feng Wuchen. After a moment, Lei Ju came out of the ice coffin alone. First Prince, Feng Wuchen is a grade 4 alchemist, the ice-attributed True Yuan can't trap him. The first elder of the Water Moon Empire hurriedly shouted. Every alchemist had a fire-attributed True Yuan, and a mere ice-attributed True Yuan was not enough to trap Feng Wuchen. I know. Lei Ju replied in a low voice. At this moment, Lei Ju had already poured his berserk True Yuan into the bright moon sword. The sword hummed, and a suffocating power filled the air. Flaming Thunder Sword Art. Heavenly Punishment of Thunder. Lei Ju shouted without hesitation, and the bright moon sword that contained a terrifying power swept out. Swish. Buzz buzz. 60 to 70 feet large green sword light broke through the air, and rushed towards the ice coffin along the ground. Its power was fierce, and wherever it passed, the ground shook, and cracks tore along the path of the sword light. Lei Ju trapped Feng Wuchen because he wanted to find an opportunity to launch a fierce attack. As long as he could severely injure Feng Wuchen, even if his True Yuan was suppressed, he would have a greater chance of winning. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion 9 Heavens. Feng Wuchen's shout suddenly came from the ice coffin, and an even more domineering sword light spread out from the ice coffin. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Lei Ju's face slightly changed, and he secretly said, "Even this can't trap him?" Boom. Swish. In the next second, following Feng Wuchen's shout, the ice coffin exploded, and an extremely domineering golden sword light burst out with a destructive aura. Seeing the golden sword light, Lei Ju's face changed. He could clearly feel the terrifying power, and whether it was aura or power, it was above his sword light. Rumble. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the two sword lights fiercely clashed again, and a deafening explosion sounded again. With a destructive aura, the energy ripple rolled out, and Lei Ju vomited blood again, and his body was directly blown away. Lei Ju's face changed drastically. He could not withstand this terrifying energy ripple. Jinyuan body protection. Lei Ju shouted in a panic. Crack. Just as the True Yuan protection was condensed, it shattered with a crack. Ice shield. Crack. Scorching fire shield. Crack. The panicked Lei Ju continuously condensed his defense, but it shattered in an instant, and he could not resist at all. With a great disparity in strength, Lei Ju was completely no match for Feng Wuchen. The terrifying energy ripple rolled out, and the wings directly blocked in front of Feng Wuchen, and he was unharmed. On the other hand, Lei Ju's injuries were not light, and under the head-on collision, he was already heavily injured. His face was pale as paper, and he was gasping for breath, and he was extremely weak. Lei Ju originally thought that he had a chance to heavily injure Feng Wuchen, but he did not expect that Feng Wuchen would break out of the ice coffin so quickly. Seeing Lei Ju heavily injured, the many experts of the Water Moon Empire were extremely worried. If he lost, where would the Empire's face be? The strongest prince, with a combat strength at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, actually lost to a 5th level Origin Core stage great commander of the Scorching Fire Empire. Wouldn't it be a loss of face for the Water Moon Empire? The Water Moon Emperor and the higher-ups of the Empire were unable to sit still at this moment, as Feng Wuchen's terror had completely exceeded their imagination. The higher-ups of the other empires and countless experts felt intense fear towards Feng Wuchen in their hearts. As long as Feng Wuchen stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, it would be difficult for him to find a match below the Heavenly Origin stage. Prince Lei Ju's injuries are too heavy. I'm afraid he is already unable to continue fighting. Looks like the Scorching Fire Empire's great commander has won this battle. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying. Truly an unexpected outcome. At the beginning, we all thought that Prince Lei Ju would win for sure, yet we never imagined that Feng Wuchen would be even more terrifying. The numerous cultivators that were spectating the battle all had shocked expressions, as Feng Wuchen's terror had already been deeply engraved in their hearts. No one had imagined that Lei Ju, who was reputed to be the strongest prince, would lose to Feng Wuchen. Prince Lei Ju, you can't defeat me if you're unable to break my ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With your current injuries, I'm afraid you're already unable to continue fighting. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. The heavily injured Lei Ju looked at Feng Wuchen, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his incomparably pale face. I've lost. Lei Ju admitting defeat was within everyone's expectations. Although Feng Wuchen's injuries weren't light, his true essence was still terrifying, as if it would never be exhausted. Lei Ju was already a lamp that had run out of oil and was unable to continue fighting. Coupled with his severe injuries, it was even more impossible. Prince Lei Ju, your strength is very strong. You didn't lose to me, but lost to the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. Taking a deep breath, Lei Ju put away the bright moon sword and said, a loss is a loss, there are no excuses. Feng Wuchen had won, and the entire place was in an uproar. Countless cultivators from the 4 empires were cheering for Feng Wuchen. On the peak of the Sky Soul Mountain, Feng Wuchen had become the most dazzling existence. It was as if a halo had been placed on Feng Wuchen. The cheers resounded throughout the mountain range around the Sky Soul Mountain. Big Brother Feng won. Great Commander won. Lu Qingyang, Huan Yang, Chaos God, and the other elite soldiers were overjoyed. They were so excited that their faces turned red. The Feng family was cheering excitedly. Feng Xianxia was also unable to contain his excitement. The Infernal Empire's emperor, imperial advisor, princes, great generals, and the experts of the various factions were all smiling happily. Feng Wuchen had never disappointed them. No matter how strong his opponents were, Feng Wuchen could always defeat them. He was an undefeated legend in the Infernal Empire. In the Infernal Empire, Feng Wuchen was a legend. Sigh. The Water Moon Emperor sighed and shook his head. He was clearly disappointed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He thought that with Lei Ju's strength, defeating Feng Wuchen would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, the Water Moon Emperor did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so monstrous. The Infernal Empire's great commander's strength is incredible. Feng Wuchen will definitely become someone great in the future. The Tianwu Emperor smiled faintly. Emperor Duan, congratulations. The Infernal Empire has such a genius. How enviable, the Luoyun Emperor congratulated. An elder stroked his beard and smiled faintly. There are not many geniuses like him in the world. Emperor Duan, you have found a treasure. Hearing everyone's praises, Duan Tianhuan's smile became even brighter. He smiled happily. Such a genius is the fortune of the Infernal Empire. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond the imagination of the emperors and upper echelons of the empires. However, Duan Tianhun did not need to reveal it to avoid causing trouble for Feng Wuchen. Duan Tianhun firmly believed that Feng Wuchen could defeat Lei Ju, and Feng Wuchen did not disappoint him and defeated Lei Ju. Not only had Feng Wuchen obtained first place in the genius ranking, but he had also defeated the strongest prince, helping the Inferno Empire break records again and again. After this battle, Feng Wuchen's name is enough to shake the four great empires and become the strongest genius of the four great empires. Even Prince Lei Ju has been defeated. Among the younger generation, who else is a match for Feng Wuchen? With his terrifying talent, he might become the strongest person in the empire in a few years. What an exciting battle! What an amazing genius! His strength is tyrannical, and at the same time, he is also a fourth-grade alchemist. There is no other person like him in the four great empires. Countless Xianxia were extremely envious. The news of the battle between Feng Wuchen and Lei Ju had already spread throughout the four great empires. Now that Lei Ju had been defeated, once the news spread, Feng Wuchen's name would definitely shake the four empires. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is indeed powerful. I have never seen such a treasure before. Looking at the huge pagoda in the sky, fear flashed in Lei Ju's eyes. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was the most terrifying treasure he had ever seen. To be honest, Lei Ju had indeed lost to the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Without this pagoda, Feng Wuchen would not be a match for him. Lei Ju also had the confidence, but it was a pity that everything was a foregone conclusion. The strong would never find excuses for their failure. Lei Ju would not either. A loss was a loss. After keeping the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda that was floating in the sky also went into his body. Feng Wuchen took out the Blood Fusion Small Revitalizing Pill and Purple Heart Mysterious Soul Pill and swallowed them. He then took out 2 pills and gave them to Lei Ju. Both of these pills were 4th-grade pills, and they had extremely powerful healing and recovery effects. I hope the battle between us will not affect the friendship between the two countries. Feng Wuchen said lightly and looked at Lei Ju. Lei Ju nodded and said, "You can rest assured that I am not such a shameless person." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ju's face changed and was full of shock. What kind of pill is this?" Lei Ju was shocked and said, "It has such a terrifying effect." The moment Lei Ju swallowed the pill, he was shocked to find that his injuries and true yuan were recovering at a terrifying speed. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful pill. The upper echelons of the major empires and many strong cultivators also noticed Lei Ju's situation. Everyone was shocked again. Especially the alchemists, they were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. The powerful alchemists of the major empires could clearly smell the powerful medicinal effect of the pill. The pill refined by Master is extremely powerful and of high quality. Yang Tianxian was shocked. Even with his cultivation as a 5th-grade alchemist, he could not refine such a high-quality pill. Sometimes, Yang Tianxian felt that Feng Wuchen was not a 17 or 18-year-old young man, but a powerful cultivator. Lei Ju looked at Feng Wuchen's back in shock. At this moment, he felt that Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. "Great Commander! Great Commander!" Feng Wuchen slowly walked back. Huan Yang and the others were shouting excitedly. They were extremely excited. "Great Commander, I have underestimated your strength. I thought that you would lose for sure, but I did not expect you to defeat Lei Ju," Duan Wuqing said as he looked at Feng Wuchen. After this battle, Duan Wuqing finally understood the true meaning of Duan Tianhuan's words. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Lei Ju is very powerful. If it was not for ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I would not have won. It's good that you won. It's good that you won." Duan Tianhun laughed happily. He didn't care what method Feng Wuchen used. As long as he could win, it was fine. In this battle, Feng Wuchen had brought honor to the Yanhua Empire and Duan Tianhun. "Emperor, don't forget your promise." Feng Wuchen laughed. "Do you think I'll go back on my word? Do I look like someone who would go back on his words?" Duan Tianhun said seriously. Duan Tianhun promised that as long as Feng Wuchen could defeat Lei Ju, he would let Feng Wuchen enter the Wuji Abyss to cultivate for a month. "Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Chen." At this time, Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang ran over, as well as Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing. They were all extremely excited. father, mother, great elder. Feng Wuchen greeted them one by one. Although he was a general of the empire, Feng Wuchen was still respectful to the elders of the Feng family. Not only Feng Wuchen, but the imperial advisor, the prince, and the great general were also respectful to Feng Xingxiong and Xiaoqingqing. Even the emperor had to say a few polite words to Feng Xingxiong and Xiaoqingqing. Brother Feng is so powerful. I knew that Brother Feng would win. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face was so charming that even Feng Wuchen could not help but take another look. Feng Wuchen smiled. It's all thanks to the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Brother Feng, can you let me see your ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Lu Qingyang asked the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I'll suck you in later and let you see all you want. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang with a gloating expression. Can't I see it from outside? Must I go in and see? Recalling the scene of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda absorbing Lei Ju's palm print, Lu Qingyang trembled in fear and asked. Where's Zhang Junlan? Didn't he come with you? Feng Wuchen asked doubtfully. Miao Qingqing said, he already left. He said that he had been out for too long and was afraid that his family would be worried. He also said that if Brother Feng goes to the mainland in the future, you must look for him. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. After bidding farewell to the various emperors, Feng Wuchen and the Feng family returned home. Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian personally sent them off. The other upper echelons of the empire could see that Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian were respectful to Feng Wuchen. But why? He was just a junior genius. Was there a need for two big shots of the empire to be so respectful? Feng Wuchen. The next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Lei Ju said loudly as he watched Feng Wuchen and the others walk away. Hearing Lei Ju's voice, Feng Wuchen grinned and thought to himself, the next time we meet, I can defeat you even without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen was very confident, and his confidence came from the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. On the way back, Feng Wuchen had already thought of how to strengthen the Feng family and Heaven Pavilion as soon as possible. He also had to seize the time to cultivate. After the battle ended, the elites of the various empires gathered at Sky Soul Mountain also returned home. The news also spread as they left. The news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000, crazily sweeping through the four great empires. Anyone who heard the news was shocked. Lei Ju, who was known as the strongest prince, challenged the Pyrofire Empire's domain chief, who was also the number one on the genius rankings, Feng Wuchen, and was actually defeated. What was even more shocking was that the Pyrofire Empire's domain chief was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, an entire 3 levels weaker than Lei Ju. This was the most important thing. What kind of abnormal existence was able to defeat Lei Ju with a difference of 3 levels? The terrifying power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was also spread because of this battle. The terrifying magic treasure caused countless cultivators to take pity on it. However, those who had designs on the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had to weigh their own strength. The strongest prince was defeated by Feng Wuchen. It could be said that he was invincible under the Sky Origin stage. How many Sky Origin stage elites were there in the four great empires? In a short few days, Feng Wuchen's name shook the four great empires and all the forces in the four great empires. There was no one who did not know of him. Because of this battle, Feng Wuchen obtained a title, the title of the strongest genius in the four great empires. Every area and every corner of the four great empires were discussing the exciting battle between Feng Wuchen and Lei Ju. Everywhere one went, one could hear Feng Wuchen's name, and everyone listened with great interest. The more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. There were various versions of Feng Wuchen, and it was already exaggerated to the point that he was like a god, like an invincible god of war. The Pyrofire Empire's imperial family held a banquet to celebrate. All the officials of the imperial family celebrated Feng Wuchen defeating the crown prince of the Watermoon Empire. After this battle, the status of the Pyrofire Empire had already risen by a few levels. At least, it was able to make the imperial family of the various great empires fear it. What they feared was Feng Wuchen's strength, feared Feng Wuchen's terrifying natural talent, feared Feng Wuchen's ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Tianwu Empire, Fantasy Cloud Sect. In the main hall of the sect, the upper echelons were gathered to discuss an important matter. The ninefold cosmos pagoda must not fall into the hands of others. No matter what method you use, you must bring the ninefold cosmos pagoda back. Fantasy Cloud Sect Master said in a deep voice. I understand. A disciple accepted the order respectfully. Sect Master, the ninefold universe pagoda has already been targeted by many powers. It's not just our Tianwu Empire, I'm afraid many powers from the Watermoon Empire and Falling Cloud Empire want to obtain it as well. The ninefold universe pagoda is a hot potato, and anyone who wants to get their hands on it will face life-threatening danger, an elder said solemnly. Grand Elder is right. Besides, Feng Wuchen's strength is not below ours. Moreover, he is the Yanhua Empire's commander-in-chief. The old man is worried that he will get himself burned. Another elder was slightly worried. Then let them fight for it first. I can't do it. The Emperor doesn't want the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Fantasy Cloud Sect Master sneered. Watermoon Empire, Taishu Sect. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is a good treasure. There must be many people who want it. Bring it back at all costs. Taishu Sect Master narrowed his eyes and ordered coldly in the main hall. Sect Master, please wait. An elder's expression changed slightly and quickly stopped him. Sect Master, this is not a small matter. You must think twice. If Duan Tianhun knows that we want to take Feng Wuchen's pagoda, I'm afraid the Watermoon Emperor won't let us go easily. Leiju lost and embarrassed the Empire. How can the Emperor let this go? Do you think the Emperor will just let someone else take the top position of the four great empires? The Yanhua Empire has such a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen. The Watermoon Emperor won't let him be a threat. That old fox will definitely take action, Taishu Sect Master said coldly. Hearing that, the elders and upper echelons' expressions changed. The Grand Elder said in shock, if that's the case, won't the two countries start a war? Humph. What does that have to do with us? Taishu Sect Master sneered. The Polaris sect of the Luoyun Empire. Reporting to the sect leader, we have found Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. The Feng family is in the Yanhua Empire's peerless city in the Sky region. A disciple reported. Send someone to Wushuang City immediately. Bring back the ninefold cosmos pagoda by hook or by crook, the Polaris sect leader said solemnly. Unscrupulous? The disciple was stunned. It's better for this protector to go personally. Feng Wuchen is very strong. Sending disciples will only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, there are many people eyeing this fat piece of meat. This trip is too dangerous. A man said solemnly. Yes, be careful, protector. The leader of the Polaris sect nodded and said, I'll go to the Imperial Palace and test the Emperor's intentions. If we can get the ninefold cosmos pagoda, our empire won't need to fear the other three empires. We'll have an absolute advantage in the competition for the Valley of Gods. Each sect had their own ulterior motives, but their goal was the same. They all wanted to get the ninefold cosmos pagoda. In the battle between Feng Wuchen and Leiju, the ninefold cosmos pagoda could both suppress and absorb energy. Such a terrifying treasure was witnessed by countless powerhouses. It was also because of this that the powerful ninefold cosmos pagoda aroused their greed. If they could get the ninefold cosmos pagoda, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, not all forces had the guts to get the ninefold cosmos pagoda. They had to weigh their own strength first. Although Feng Wuchen was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, he could defeat the strongest prince. His strength was terrifying. Without a certain level of strength, who would dare to provoke him? It was simply sending oneself to death. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had the huge Yanhua Empire behind him. If they wanted to get the ninefold cosmos pagoda, they had to be a powerful force or an empire. The Yanhua Empire had the Tianyun sect, and the other empires naturally had powerful sects as well. The appearance of the ninefold cosmos pagoda attracted the greed of many powerhouses. Watermoon Empire's Imperial Palace. In the main hall, the Watermoon Emperor, Lei Zhenfeng, had a gloomy expression. Obviously, it was because of the battle between Leiju and Feng Wuchen. Leiju was defeated, and the Watermoon Empire lost face. Lei Zhenfeng's heart was filled with rage. Feng Wuchen's talent is probably above Leiju's. This kid's strength is tyrannical, and he will definitely be the biggest threat to our Water Moon Empire in the future. Duan Tianhun will definitely nurture him with all his strength. We can't let this kid grow. Lei Zhenfeng said angrily, and his eyes flashed with a dark killing intent that was difficult to detect. Feng Wuchen is indeed terrifying. He's already a grade 4 alchemist at such a young age. Such a powerful genius alchemist has never appeared in our empire. This person is indeed a huge threat. The state preceptor nodded, his old face slightly gloomy. Emperor, what about the ninefold cosmos pagoda? And that strange sword? The Grand General suddenly opened his mouth and said, a while ago, Feng Wuchen entered the God Valley again. He said that the God Valley's spirit beasts were summoning him. Because the spirit beasts were too terrifying, the generals of the 4 empires did not stop him. I thought that the ninefold cosmos pagoda might have been obtained from the God Valley. Hearing this, Lei Zhentian frowned and said in a deep voice, it's not a maybe. Feng Wuchen stole the ninefold cosmos pagoda from the God Valley. Lei Zhenfeng insisted that Feng Wuchen stole the ninefold cosmos pagoda from the God Valley. His intention was very clear. He wanted to forcefully pin the blame on Feng Wuchen, since it was obtained from the God Valley, then all 4 empires should have a share. How could he let Feng Wuchen take it all for himself? An old fox was indeed an old fox. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Greetings, Emperor. A soldier entered the main hall and knelt down respectfully. How is it? Have you found anything? Lei Zhenfeng asked in a deep voice. The soldier was silent for a moment, then said, Emperor, Feng Wuchen's name is not small. I hope that Emperor and Imperial Tutor can be mentally prepared. Oh? How is it not small? Lei Zhenfeng asked in surprise. The Imperial Tutor said seriously, tell me everything in detail. Feng Wuchen is the 3rd young master of the Feng family in the Scorching Fire Empire's peerless city. Other than being the great general, he is also the commander of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Under his leadership, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army increased greatly. General Yi Tsongqiong followed Feng Wuchen's method and cultivated a large and powerful army. It is not something that our 3 empires' elite soldiers can contend against. There's such a thing? Lei Zhenfeng frowned, his heart filled with shock. What else? The Imperial Tutor asked. Other than that, Feng Wuchen has another title. He is known as Master Feng. Furthermore, he is the overlord of the Scorching Fire Empire's Cloud region. All the big and small powers in the Cloud region have submitted to him, including Xuantianzong. The soldier continued, his heart trembling. After the soldier found out about Feng Wuchen, he was almost scared to death. Master Feng? Overlord of the Cloud region? The Imperial Tutor's face was filled with shock and disbelief. A 17 or 18-year-old youth had actually become the overlord of the Cloud region. Even Xuantianzong had to submit to him. How terrifying was that? Are you sure the news is true? Lei Zhenfeng asked, his expression becoming more serious. Absolutely true. The soldier said in shock, the reason why Feng Wuchen is known as Master Feng is because Feng Wuchen is a 5th-grade weapon refiner. The entire Scorching Fire Empire knows of his identity. Furthermore, it is rumored that Feng Wuchen has the ability to transform a thought into a tool. What? 5th-grade weapon refiner. Lei Zhenfeng, the Imperial Tutor and the rest of the upper echelons all stood up in shock. As the upper echelons of the empire, they knew very well how terrifying a 5th-grade weapon refiner was. That's right. Feng Wuchen can refine spiritual weapons. Furthermore, he can refine powerful spiritual weapons at any time. He once used the ability to transform a thought into a tool at the Cloud region's Tiandu auction house. The soldier replied in horror. Transform a thought into a tool. The Imperial Tutor's body trembled, his old eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? Lei Zhenfeng's face was filled with shock. Was such a terrifying youth still human? Feng Wuchen is at most 17 years old. Not only is he a 4th-grade alchemist, but he is also a 5th-grade weapon refiner. His cultivation is also so terrifying. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it would be impossible for him to have such achievements. This is simply impossible. How can there be such a terrifying genius in the world? one of the officials said in a trembling voice. It was simply unimaginable. News after news was like a giant bomb, bombarding the upper echelons of the hall. Emperor, Imperial Tutor, Feng Wuchen cannot be provoked. You must not provoke him. Even the Emperor of the Scorching Fire Empire has to be wary of him. The more the soldier spoke, the more terrified he became. Emperor, Imperial Tutor, the strongest clan of the Scorching Fire Empire was destroyed 2 months ago. The leader of the annihilation of the Tianyun clan was Feng Wuchen. The soldier continued. What? The Tianyun clan was annihilated? An even larger bomb bombarded, and a look of fear finally appeared on Lei Zhenfeng's face. The strongest clan of the empire was annihilated by Feng Wuchen? The Imperial Tutor was completely dumbfounded. That's right. Feng Wuchen led the powerhouses of the major forces of the Cloud region, as well as the Empire's Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army to attack the Tianyun clan. Emperor Duan also sent 100,000 troops to help. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Tianyun clan died tragically, and none survived. The clan leader, Gu Qingxian, was severely injured and was finally killed by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen is a murderous maniac. He is cold-blooded and heartless. You must not offend him. The soldier said in horror, his face as pale as a sheet. Gu Qingxian died at the hands of Feng Wuchen? That old monster is a powerhouse of the heavenly origin state. A high-ranking official sat down in horror, looking as if he had lost his soul. The Tianyun clan was annihilated. Lei Zhenfeng could not recover for a long time. How powerful was the Tianyun clan? Lei Zhenfeng did not believe that Feng Wuchen and the 100,000 troops of the empire could destroy it. The main hall was dead silent, filled with a heavy and strange atmosphere. The faces of all the high-ranking officials were filled with horror. Is Feng Wuchen really so terrifying? The Imperial Tutor wiped his cold sweat, his breathing rapid. Imperial Tutor, this is the truth. The entire Scorching Fire Empire knows it. The soldier added, what is even more terrifying is that the Imperial Tutor and the Prince of the Scorching Fire Empire have Feng Wuchen as their master. Feng Wuchen is their master. Master? Some of the high-ranking officials could not bear the huge pressure and fainted. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian have Feng Wuchen as their master? The Imperial Tutor could not sit still. He was also a grade 5 alchemist. With such a high status, he actually had Feng Wuchen as his master. Why was this? Emperor Lei Zhenfeng was shocked and sat down. Feng Wuchen's deeds had completely shocked Lei Zhenfeng and the rest of the upper echelons. The main hall was dead silent. Everyone's faces were filled with fear and shock. Everyone was trying their best to imagine why Feng Wuchen was so terrifying. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's deeds, just his identity as a rank 5 blacksmith was enough to make Lei Zhenfeng wary, not to mention that he was a rank 5 blacksmith with a single thought. How many blacksmiths were there in this continent? How many powerful blacksmiths were there? What about blacksmiths with a single thought? Blacksmiths were even rarer than alchemists. Powerful blacksmiths were even rarer. A blacksmith with a single thought was probably impossible to find. A rank 5 blacksmith with a single thought. Lei Zhenfeng muttered in fear. If Feng Wuchen helped the Pyrofire Empire forge a large number of spiritual weapons, what did that mean? It meant that the Pyrofire Empire's strength had increased greatly. Duan Tianhun could create an invincible army that could swallow the other 3 empires at any time. Also, who nurtured such a terrifying genius? What kind of expert was behind Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen dared to be so unscrupulous in the Pyrofire Empire. Who dared to say that Feng Wuchen had no one behind him? The more Lei Zhenfeng thought about it, the more afraid he became. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Such a terrifying youth, either don't provoke him or kill him to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, once this genius grew up, no one would be able to withstand his revenge. Pass down the order. We'll sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After a long time, Lei Zhenfeng weakly spat out a few words. Even though Lei Zhenfeng was afraid, his words showed that he didn't plan to give up. What did it mean to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Simply put, it meant to wait for the various powers to be exhausted before making a move to reap the benefits. How could an emperor's ambition be imagined by ordinary people? Pyrofire Empire, Tianzhou. In these few days, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in Tianzhou. All of them had high cultivations. These unfamiliar practitioners were all experts from various big empires. They only had one goal, which was to seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. When the Feng clan members returned to Wushuang City, they had already brought along their treasures and elixirs to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Wuchen even set up a spirit-gathering array to help the Feng clan members increase their cultivation speed. Feng Wuchen and the others had no idea that the experts of the various empires and forces had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were cultivating on the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. There were many treasures in the pagoda. If he didn't cultivate now, when would he? The Crimson Emperor and the others were in the Heaven Pavilion, and they were training the death row prisoners. Feng Wuchen could completely cultivate without worry. Feng Wuchen also wanted to step into the 6th level of the Origin Core stage as soon as possible. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the chance of survival. Moreover, no one knew when the fleeing Huangfu clan experts would return for revenge. Feng Wuchen naturally had to make sufficient preparations. Time passed day by day. The Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion's strength grew day by day. The increase in their strength was very obvious. A month later, Feng Jingxiong successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Xiao Qingqing also successfully broke through to the 1st level of the Origin Core stage. The Feng clan's strength increased greatly. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing obtained the inheritance of the celestial couple. Under the assistance of the treasures and elixirs, their cultivations advanced by leaps and bounds in a month's time. The Heaven Pavilion's strength also grew a lot. The Crimson Emperor and the others, as well as Feng Zhan and Feng Yuan, had a great increase in their cultivation. Feng Zhan and Feng Yuan's improvement was the most obvious. They were about to break through to the Origin Core stage. However, the reason why they had such a shocking improvement was all thanks to Feng Wuchen. In a month's time, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, who were cultivating in the 7th level, had already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage with double the time. After consolidating his cultivation, Feng Wuchen began to cultivate the Soul Annihilation Sword technique, hoping to comprehend the essence of the sword technique as soon as possible. In the Feng clan's main hall, Feng Jingxiong was in high spirits. After his cultivation broke through, he felt even more excited. Feng Qianyang stroked his beard and smiled. Congratulations, Patriarch, for breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. With Patriarch's current battle strength, I'm afraid you'll be able to contend with a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Feng Jingxiong nodded and smiled happily. With the martial skill and spirit weapon Chen Er gave me, it's indeed enough to contend with a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Feng Jingxiong didn't exaggerate, but he indeed had this strength. Feng Jingxiong continued with a smile. If it wasn't for Chen Er, how could our Feng clan be so glorious today? Moreover, Chen Er's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Feng Qianyang nodded and sighed. Alas, unfortunately, 2nd Elder and 3rd Elder won't be able to see it. At this moment, a guard hastily ran in to report. Patriarch, something happened at the Lin clan. Feng Jingxiong frowned. What happened? The guard shook his head. I don't know, Patriarch Lin is fighting with 2 people, their strengths are extremely strong. Quickly go take a look. Feng Jingxiong's face sank, and he swiftly flashed out. Patriarch, wait. Feng Qianyang stared at the guard and his brows suddenly frowned. He was just about to stop the guard, but Feng Jingxiong had already charged out of the Feng clan. You're not a Feng clan guard. You intentionally concealed your aura. Who are you? Feng Qianyang abruptly shouted out, and a vigorous aura exploded out. Humph. Old bastard, good eyesight. The guard sneered, then swiftly charged out of the Feng clan's main hall. Stop him. Feng Qianyang shouted out loudly, then urged his true essence to chase after the guard. You're courting death. The guard shouted coldly and directly charged out, and the guards that blocked his path were all knocked flying. Humph. You can't escape. Feng Qianyang said fiercely and furiously, and his speed was shocking. Feng Qianyang's cultivation wasn't weak, and now that he was already at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was absolutely not weak. Feng Qianyang chased out of the Feng clan, and with a few flashes, he stopped the guard. "Old bastard, why did you chase after me?" "Something has indeed happened to Patriarch Lin." "I didn't lie, I only came to tell you with good intentions." The guard lightly sneered. Even though Feng Qianyang's strength was above his, he completely didn't panic in the slightest. Pausing for a moment, the guard said, "Old bastard, with Feng Xiangxiang's strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Aren't you worried?" Feng Qianyang's face slightly went grim when he heard this. He didn't know if what the guard said was true or false, but he'd rather believe it. Right when Feng Qianyang was worried, the guard had already flashed and fled. Feng Qianyang turned around and headed towards the Lin clan at top speed. 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Feng Qianyang's expression was extremely serious. He sensed the aura of a 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, but it wasn't in the Lin clan and was swiftly moving out of the city. Who exactly is it? Patriarch Lin would absolutely not rashly offend someone. Feng Qianyang frowned as he wondered. At the same time, in the Feng clan estate, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already come out from the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and their cultivations had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Both of their faces carried joyful smiles. But when Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the hall and saw the heavily injured guard on the ground, their faces instantly went grim. Feng Wuchen frowned as he asked, then hurriedly withdrew a medicinal pill for the guard to consume. "What's going on?" "Third young master, quickly go to the Lin clan." Earlier, someone pretended to be a Feng clan guard and tricked the patriarch into going to the Feng clan. The Grand Elder went to chase after that fake guard. A guard said anxiously. "Xiaoxiao, if you stay here, I'm worried it's a diversion tactic," Feng Wuchen said seriously, then flashed out at top speed. "Big brother Feng, be careful," Ling Xiaoxiao warned. Feng Wuchen flashed out of the Feng clan and rushed towards the Lin clan at top speed. But on the way, Feng Wuchen noticed that Peerless City had many cultivators with powerful cultivations, and they were all unfamiliar faces. They were absolutely not people of Peerless City. But Feng Wuchen didn't have the mood to think about this at the moment, because a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. He was completely unable to sense Feng Xiangxiang's aura. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen had already flashed and appeared in the Lin clan estate. In the Lin clan courtyard, numerous guards were heavily injured on the ground, and the Lin clan higher-ups were all heavily injured, including the Lin clan patriarch. "Patriarch Lin, what happened? Where's my father?" Feng Wuchen asked anxiously as he withdrew a medicinal pill for the Lin clan patriarch to consume. A few 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artists suddenly barged in. "I don't know who they are, but they attacked as soon as they barged in. Your father didn't come to the Lin clan, so he might have chased them out of the city." "They've already left the city," the Lin clan patriarch said strenuously. "Shit. We've fallen into a trap." Feng Wuchen's face went ghastly pale, and he hurriedly executed teleportation to flash away. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and Feng Wuchen was incomparably worried about Feng Xiangxiang's safety. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, and with a few flashes, he'd already arrived in the forest outside the city. "Grand Elder." Arriving in the forest, Feng Wuchen noticed Feng Qianyang. But Feng Qianyang was currently heavily injured, covered in blood, and on the verge of death. Besides Feng Qianyang, there was no one else, and Feng Xiangxiang's figure was nowhere to be seen. This caused Feng Wuchen to be even more worried. "Grand Elder, how are you?" Feng Wuchen asked worriedly, and he withdrew a Violet Heart Profound Soul pill for Feng Qianyang to consume. Feng Qianyang had only chased for a short while, yet he was already heavily injured, and the enemy had long since disappeared. "Great Elder, who was it that injured you?" "Where's my father?" Feng Wuchen asked anxiously. Feng Qianyang's injuries were very serious, and even after consuming the pill, he couldn't speak for a while. Helpless, the worried Feng Wuchen first helped Feng Qianyang to a tree, and then flashed out to chase. Not long after, the Feng family and Lin family's guards arrived one after another. Seeing Feng Qianyang heavily injured, and Feng Xiangxiang and Feng Wuchen missing, they were terrified. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly ordered the guards to split up and search. Feng Wuchen flew on his sword, and used his movement skills continuously. But what disappointed Feng Wuchen was that after searching all over Wushuang City, and even hundreds of miles away, he still didn't see Feng Jingxiong's shadow, and he couldn't even sense his aura. This sudden turn of events caught Feng Wuchen off guard. But who was it that had such ability? To be able to take Feng Jingxiong away in such a short time, and no one could find him. After searching for nearly 2 hours, there was still no news. Feng Wuchen could only go back to check on Feng Qianyang's situation first, in case Feng Qianyang also encountered an accident. "Chen did you find your father?" Seeing Feng Wuchen fly back, everyone immediately relaxed, and Xiao Qingqing hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen's face was very ugly, and he shook his head, and said, "Didn't find him." Feng Jingxiong had not returned, and the entire Feng family was extremely worried. Feng Wuchen had tracked him for more than 2 hours, but there were no clues, and he could not sense Feng Jingxiong's aura. Could he have been killed? In the hall, Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely ugly, and his heart was already burning with rage. His dark eyes surged with killing intent. His closest relatives were Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. Feng Wuchen had already sent people from Heaven Pavilion to search everywhere, and ordered the Sky Province commander to seal off Sky Province, hoping to find some clues. Who could it be? With father's character, he would never offend others easily. Could it be me? Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. He could not help but think of the many unfamiliar faces in Matchless City. Who were the people who broke into the Lin family? What was their goal? Could it be to lure out Feng Jingxiong? Everyone in the Feng family was very confused. Feng Wuchen's first suspect was Lord Yang. Lord Yang had a high position, and there were naturally many experts under him. Perhaps it was revenge because of Lord Yang and Yang Tianling's deaths. But the Yang family was located in the imperial capital, right under the emperor's feet. How would they dare to act rashly, with Feng Wuchen's extraordinary position? Who would dare to offend the Feng family in the Pyrefire Empire? Is it the Huangfu family? Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. In the hall, a guard came to report, "Third young master, Patriarch Lin is here." After consuming Feng Wuchen's medicinal pills, Patriarch Lin's injuries had recovered a lot, and he hurried over. "Madam Feng, Wuchen." Patriarch Lin's expression was very anxious, as he had already received news of Feng Jingxiong's accident. Patriarch Lin said solemnly, "They are definitely not from Sky Province, and they don't seem to be from a large force in Sky Province. With the speed of a 5th-level Origin Core stage, it's impossible for them to take father away before I arrived, unless there's an even stronger expert," Feng Wuchen said in a low voice. If there wasn't an even stronger expert, with Feng Wuchen's speed, it was impossible for him to not be able to catch up, not to mention he could not even sense their auras. "Brother Feng is in charge of Tianzhou. The forces of Tianzhou wouldn't dare to offend Brother Feng. They can't wait to curry favor with him," Ling Xiaoxiao said. With Feng Wuchen's current status, all the major powers in Tianzhou would want to curry favor with him. Who would dare to offend him? "Big Brother Feng, I think they are here for you, for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda." Lu Qingyang guessed. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Feng Wuchen frowned again, almost ignoring this detail. Lu Qingyang said, "After that battle, Big Brother Feng's name shook the 4 great empires, and he was hailed as the strongest genius. All of this is related to the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Even I have been coveting such a powerful artifact, let alone those ambitious people." Moreover, countless experts from various countries were watching at that time, and they all knew how powerful the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was. Who wouldn't want to snatch it? Everyone nodded in agreement. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The more powerful a treasure was, the easier it was to be coveted by others. After staying silent for a long time, Feng Wuchen suddenly said, "I'm going out for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished. Feng Wuchen left the city once again and arrived at the forest outside the city, then he walked towards the mountains. Feng Wuchen's expression was icy cold as he walked aimlessly on the mountain path. Whoosh! 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 Numerous figures suddenly swayed over and appeared around Feng Wuchen. There was a total of 6 people with formidable auras. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the 6 people and asked. "Looks like you've waited for a long time. My dad was captured by you? Who cares if your dad is dead or alive? Feng Wuchen, hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and we'll spare your life, a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist coldly shouted. As expected, they've come for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen's eyes slightly narrowed as a piercingly cold killing intent suffused out. At the same time, at the top of a mountain, 3 men looked down below. Water Moon Empire's Taishu sect, Want to gain the upper hand by making a move first? In this way, the Tianwu Empire's Fantasy Cloud sect ought to want to encroach on the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda as well, a man said indifferently. Another man said, wait and see. Feng Wuchen's strength is extremely strong. On an ancient tree on another tall mountain, there were similarly a few people of unknown origins. If the enemy doesn't move, then I won't move. We'll sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, a man said coldly, and his gaze stared at Feng Wuchen below. Isn't the Taishu sect underestimating Feng Wuchen too much? They want to seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda by just sending these 6 people? What a delusion. Another person sneered disdainfully. Don't underestimate them. The Taishu sect's reputation is not undeserved. With 6 experts joining hands, it's still not certain who will emerge victorious, the man in the lead said indifferently. They all knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. To be able to defeat Lei Ju, he was definitely not ordinary. Under the circumstances where they knew Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength, the 6 experts of the Taishu sect still dared to seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. They were either fools or had the strength to do so. The 6 experts of the Taishu sect were all at the Origin Core stage. The weakest was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, while the strongest was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. With such a lineup, their strength definitely could not be underestimated. That mysterious person from before had an unfathomable cultivation base. I wonder who he is, another man said doubtfully. Somewhere on a huge mountain rock, a blurry face slowly emerged from the rock and muttered, there are quite a few people who are coveting the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The experts hidden in the dark were all coming for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I'll ask you one more time. Where is my father? Feng Wuchen spoke again. His voice was much softer, and the icy cold killing intent was terrifying. Stinking brat. Looks like you're planning to make us do it ourselves, the man in the lead shouted fiercely. Buzz buzz. 6 powerful true origin energies burst out with a ferocious momentum. The terrifying energy swept out madly, causing the ground to shake and explode. The flowers, trees, and rocks all around the path were all shattered. You're courting death. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily. He clenched his fists tightly, and his killing intent soared. Taishu godly travel. The 6 of them shouted at the same time, and then the 6 of them turned into streaks of light and disappeared in a flash. Their movement technique was extremely strange. Feng Wuchen. You're indeed not weak to be able to defeat Lei Ju. But with the 6 of us joining hands, you're still no match for us. An illusory cold shout came from the mountain. The 6 of them were not stupid. If they did not have a certain amount of confidence, how would they dare to make a move? How would they dare to lay their hands on the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Streaks of black shadows with afterimages appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was hard to pinpoint their real positions. It was really strange. Trying to be mysterious. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly. You'll know in a while whether I'm trying to be mysterious or not. A figure suddenly appeared and rushed towards Feng Wuchen, launching a fierce attack. Bang bang bang. The fierce attack was child's play to Feng Wuchen. It was not a threat at all. However, what Feng Wuchen did not expect was that when he saw through the opponent's attack and was about to kill him with one blow, his punch landed on empty air. The enemy's figure had mysteriously disappeared into thin air. Illusion? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. Boom. Just as Feng Wuchen was stunned, the man who had mysteriously disappeared appeared out of thin air and hit Feng Wuchen's chest with his palm, pushing him back more than 10 meters. Feng Wuchen. No matter how strong you are, how long can you last? The man sneered and disappeared into thin air again. Bang. Feng Wuchen, who was pushed back, did not stop. Another figure quickly appeared behind him and hit Feng Wuchen's back with a dull thud. Bang bang bang. 6 figures attacked one after another, disappearing and reappearing like ghosts. It was extremely strange. The Taishu godly movement technique is indeed frightening. In the dark, a man said coldly. If this continues, Feng Wuchen will be dead for sure. Should we take the opportunity to attack? We can't let the Taishu sect succeed. Another person said. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The leader said coldly. In another dark place, the mysterious people's expressions were extremely heavy. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of the Taishu sect's Taishu godly movement technique. Feng Wuchen seems to be at a disadvantage, but his aura has not weakened in the slightest. He's completely unharmed. One of them frowned. Feng Wuchen's combat strength is comparable to an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist. Just based on their strength, even if their movement technique is extraordinary, they won't be able to injure Feng Wuchen unless they execute a martial skill. Another person said. Feng Wuchen suffered successive attacks, but his formidable fleshly body did not injure Feng Wuchen. With your little strength, it won't hurt me at all. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Humph. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. An ethereal cold shout sounded out, and the 6 figures once again swayed like ghosts, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom. In the next second, the 6 of them appeared in front of Feng Wuchen at the same time and launched an attack at the same time. With an explosive bang, the 6 of them joined hands and the tyrannical strength directly blasted Feng Wuchen away. He crashed into one tree after another in the mountain and finally crashed into a huge rock, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the rock. With the 6 experts joining hands, their combat strength could be said to be incomparably powerful. You dare to be arrogant with just this little ability? You overestimate yourself. Feng Wuchen, if you don't want to die, then obediently hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. The 6 experts laughed savagely, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Feng Wuchen, who was imprinted on the huge rock, slowly raised his head. His cold gaze swept across the 6 people, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly doubled. These are your last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His figure flickered left and right like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on a small mountain path dozens of meters away from the 6 experts. Facing the combined attacks of the 6 experts, Feng Wuchen was completely unscathed. This stinking brat is actually unharmed. The 6 experts' faces darkened instantly. Bang bang bang. The 6 of them dashed out again. Feng Wuchen did not move from his original position and slowly closed his eyes. The 6 of them surrounded Feng Wuchen and launched a fierce attack. Regardless of whether the 6 experts' figures were illusions or not, Feng Wuchen only cared about counterattacking. A series of explosions rang out in the mountain. Facing the fierce attacks of the 6 experts, Feng Wuchen was able to fight 1 against 6 with his eyes closed. He was able to block all the attacks of the 6 without the slightest difference. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, but Feng Wuchen alone could fight against 12 hands. Bang bang bang. Pu pu pu. In less than 10 seconds, Feng Wuchen's speed and strength became even more terrifying. The 6 experts were sent flying one by Feng Wuchen. He injured 1 with a punch. Looks like it won't be so easy for the Taishu sect to seize the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. They're absolutely not a match for Feng Wuchen in a head-on battle. One-on-one, we're utterly not a match for him. Feng Wuchen hasn't even circulated his true essence. On the peak of the mountain, the few men seemed to have calm expressions, but they were shocked to the extreme in their hearts since long ago, as they felt that Feng Wuchen's strength had once again become much stronger. On a concealed rock somewhere, a blurry face exclaimed in admiration, "He doesn't need to circulate his true essence and is able to fight 1 against 6. As expected of the strongest genius. The 6 great experts of the Taishu sect were instantly injured by Feng Wuchen, and the 4th-level origin core stage man's injuries were the most severe. Feng Wuchen's punch caused him to feel as if his bones were about to fall apart. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen aimed at the 4th-level origin core stage man, and at the instant he blasted the 6 people flying, Feng Wuchen had already shot out explosively, arriving in the blink of an eye with a whoosh. Void divine travel. The face of the man who noticed Xianxia's movements went grim, and the terror in his heart reached the limit as he hurriedly shouted out. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "It's too late." Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, and the man was utterly unable to execute his movement technique. Then, an explosive bang sounded out as the fist that contained violent strength smashed onto the man's heart, shaking him to the point he spat out blood, and his figure transformed into a black line that shot out, smashing apart numerous large trees. The fourth-level origin core stage man died on the spot, as the saying goes, one punch, one little kid. Feng Wuchen's icy cold gaze swept the other 5 people as he asked coldly, "I'll give all of you one last chance, where's my father?" Void divine travel. The 5 people's faces were gloomy, and their rage surged to the heavens. Subsequently, they once again executed their strange movement techniques, and their figures strangely vanished. "You're courting death," Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the true essence within his body started to circulate. OM. OM, OM. The terrifying strength of the 6th-level origin core stage burst out from Feng Wuchen's body, and a golden light appeared as surging waves of air rolled and spread out wave after wave. 6th-level origin core stage. Feng Wuchen actually broke through. How is this possible? The 5 of them turned pale with fright. They were extremely shocked. Just how terrifying was this cultivation speed? A breakthrough in just a month. Oh? He's actually already stepped into the 6th level of the origin core stage. The mysterious man hidden within the rock was rather shocked. 6th level of the origin core stage, on top of a hidden ancient tree or a mountain peak, these people of unknown origin all had shocked expressions on their faces. His violent aura gave people a sense of deterrence. Those cold and murderous eyes made people not dare to look straight at him. "It's too late for you to regret it now," Feng Wuchen said menacingly. Every word was filled with a monstrous killing intent. The 6th-level origin core stage man shouted coldly. "Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, we're determined to obtain it." "Dragon God Shadow," Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. His figure suddenly flashed, and his speed was more than twice as fast as before. Swish! Swish! Needless to say, the void divine travel technique was indeed strange. Even though Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying, every time he pursued and attacked, the enemy's figure would vanish into thin air. The terrifying aspect of the void divine travel technique wasn't its speed. Feng Wuchen didn't take the speed of these 5 people seriously at all, but they were able to instantly vanish and change their form as they pleased. It was precisely because the void divine travel technique was so formidable that they dared come to seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Grading palm. One of them strangely appeared and shouted out loudly before fiercely smashing his palm towards Feng Wuchen. "You overestimate your ability," Feng Wuchen said in disdain. He noticed at the first possible moment and met the attack with his palm. Bang! Pooh! Instantly, the 2 palms collided head-on, and an explosive bang sounded out. The man's face went ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure transformed into a black line that shot out backward. The might of a single palm caused the man to suffer heavy injuries. Feng Wuchen immediately pursued, intending to defeat them one by one. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Squall finger. A man withdrew his magic treasure, and his aura rose greatly as his body flashed to block Feng Wuchen before abruptly pointing his finger. Whoosh! A blue-colored energy that was as thick as an arm tore through the sky with a shocking aura that contained terrifying strength. Humph! Feng Wuchen fiercely snorted coldly and fiercely as he stretched out his right hand. Bang! Feng Wuchen actually grabbed the blue-colored energy that shot out explosively with his bare hand, then squeezed forcefully. An explosive bang sounded out as the energy was squeezed apart. How could this be possible? Terror appeared on the man's face. The mysterious people that were hidden in the shadows were all scared to the point they broke out in cold sweat. Squeezing apart the energy of a martial skill executed by a 5th-level origin core stage expert with his bare hand, Feng Wuchen was too crazy and simply didn't care about his life. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen charged out explosively with a terrifying speed, leaving behind a whirlwind on the spot as he arrived in an instant. Bang! Pooh! The terrifying speed completely didn't give the man any chance, and with an explosive bang, the terrifying strength shook the man's chest to the point it caved in. Fresh blood sprayed out, and his figure flew out like a cannonball to fiercely collide with an enormous rock at the foot of the mountain in the distance. This punch of Feng Wuchen shattered the internal organs of the man, and he died on the spot. Third brother. The other men held in grief. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. The man in the lead roared with grief and indignation, and his killing intent soared. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Heaven overturning palm. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Heavenly lightning finger. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Spear of darkness. The four of them were enraged as they executed their martial skills with all their strength and attacked at the same time. Who gave all of you the courage to come seize my ninefold cosmos pagoda with just this bit of ability? Feng Wuchen asked coldly without a trace of fear as his icy cold gaze looked at the four terrifying forces that shot over explosively. Feng Wuchen didn't take them seriously at all. Bang! 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 Feng Wuchen didn't move in the slightest. The four terrifying forces all blasted onto Feng Wuchen's body, and the sound of explosions resounded throughout the mountain. The ground violently shook, and cracks extended out over 100 meters. Humph! Acting recklessly. Actually daring to look down on us. A man said in a gloomy rage, and a trace of a savage smile appeared on his face. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be heavily injured. Kill him and take revenge for third brother and the others, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda will belong to us. The 6th level origin core stage martial artist in the lead shouted in rage. The four of them executed their martial skills together, and their strength was absolutely terrifying. They had this confidence as well. Feng Wuchen is so confident? On the mountain peak, a man frowned as he said, "Is Feng Wuchen so confident?" Conceited brat, underestimating the enemy like this, another man said coldly. All of them were able to discern that Feng Wuchen didn't dodge at all, nor did he resist, and allowed the four people's martial skills to attack him freely. Dense smoke billowed within the mountain, and it was filled with terrifying energy ripples. No one knew if Feng Wuchen was injured or not. After a short moment, the dense smoke dispersed along with a violent wind, and a large pit had already sunk out at the place Feng Wuchen was at. Only the ground at the center of the large pit wasn't damaged. Because Feng Wuchen was standing there, 3 5th level origin core stage martial artists and 1 6th level origin core stage martial artist attacked together, yet Feng Wuchen was completely unharmed. This is impossible. What the hell? Is this kid a monster? Seeing the completely unharmed Feng Wuchen standing before them, the four men had extremely terrified expressions, and their eyeballs dilated to the extreme. On the ancient tree, the man in the lead exclaimed in admiration, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Truly extraordinary, Feng Wuchen's fleshly body is already formidable to such an extent? I truly don't dare believe it. The people hidden in the shadows were all shocked. Feng Wuchen just stood there and allowed the four of them to attack him. If it was anyone else who would dare be so crazy, staring at the four of them with an extremely icy cold gaze, Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed. The Supreme Dragon God sword appeared out of thin air, and it was suffused with a violent aura that was filled with deterrence. The four experts of the Taishu sect had terrified expressions. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying, and they were utterly not a match for him. Coming to seize the ninefold cosmos pagoda was a wrong decision. Middle-grade spirit weapon. Feng Wuchen withdrew his divine weapon, and it instantly terrified them to the point their faces went pale. Leave, quickly. The man in the lead spoke in terror. At the instant Feng Wuchen withdrew the Supreme Dragon God sword, that terrifying aura of deterrence terrified him to the point his body and mind went stiff, and he was unable to raise the slightest intention to resist. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, right when the four of them wanted to flee, Feng Wuchen had already executed teleportation, and his speed was swift to the point it was unimaginable. In practically the blink of an eye, 3 streams of blood sprayed out at the same time, and the 3 of them held on to their necks in terror. The 6th level origin core stage man in the lead didn't dare move, and his entire body trembled, because the Supreme Dragon God sword was already on his neck. In only an instant, the three of them had their throats slit. How terrifying was the speed! Feng Wuchen's terrifying movement technique caused the experts that were concealed in the shadows to be extremely fearful, and they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Don't kill me. Grand Leader, spare me. The man in the lead begged for mercy in terror, and he didn't even realize that his throat was dry. Where's my father? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, and his icy cold voice caused one's heart to tremble. I don't know either, the man replied in terror, and his gaze stared nervously at the blood-red sword before him. Feng Wuchen's face sank. Grand Leader, I really don't know where your father is. We've never seen your father, the man said in terror, and he was terrified out of his wits. Hiss. As soon as the man finished speaking, the supreme dragon god sword mercilessly slashed past, and a stream of blood sprayed out as the man fell down in despair. The 6 great experts of the Taishu sect had all died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. Terrifying strength and ruthless methods terrified the experts that were concealed in the shadows to the point they held their breaths and didn't dare move in the slightest, as they were deeply afraid of being noticed by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength is too strong, we won't make a move for now. The 6 great experts of the Taishu sect have died miserably, and it's impossible for the 3 of us to kill him. On the peak of the mountain, the man in the lead frowned as he spoke coldly, and the gaze he looked at Feng Wuchen with was filled with fear. Continue waiting. Wait for the best opportunity. If the enemy doesn't move, then I won't move. On the ancient tree, the man in the lead said seriously, and he was similarly extremely afraid. Even the mysterious man that was concealed in the rock didn't make a move. They just watched Feng Wuchen leave step by step like this. Taishu godly steps? Which faction's movement technique is this? Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself, and a ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Commander, I've found it. Huan Yang reported respectfully in the hall of the Feng family. Just as I guessed, the Taishu godly steps technique belongs to the Taishu sect of the Shuiyue Empire. The 6 people killed by the commander were from the Taishu sect. The Shuiyue Empire? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Yes, the Taishu sect's strength is similar to the Tianyun clan, but the Taishu sect's leader is stronger than Gu Qingxian. He's at the 2nd level of the heavenly origin realm, and his strength is terrifying. Even the emperor of the Shuiyue Empire is wary of him, Huan Yang reported respectfully. After a pause, Huan Yang continued, the Taishu sect's attempt to seizure 9-fold Qianquan Tower has attracted the attention of the other empires as well. Many elites have entered the empire recently, and I'm afraid that they are all here for your 9-fold Qianquan Tower. Is there any news about my father? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. Not yet, we're still investigating. Huan Yang shook his head and said, the emperor already knows about this and has sent people to the other empires to investigate. Also, the emperor has asked the commander to be wary of the emperor of the Shuiyue Empire. Feng Wuchen nodded, and his expression became even worse. Without any news about Feng Jingxiong, Feng Wuchen could not be at ease. He was worried about Feng Jingxiong's safety every moment. Brother Feng, don't worry too much. Uncle Feng will be fine, Ling Xiaoxiao comforted. If they want to use Uncle Feng to threaten you, he will be fine, Lu Qingyang said with certainty. I hope so. Xiao Qingqing nodded worriedly. Commander, you are in a very dangerous situation. They are all here for the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Should we send some soldiers over? Huan Yang asked, worried about the safety of the Feng family. The strength of the major factions of the other empires was absolutely terrifying. For example, the Taishu sect sent 6 Xuandan experts. The other major factions were not weak either. The Feng family was too weak to fight back, not to mention that Feng Jingxiong had mysteriously disappeared. No need, they might not dare to be so arrogant. If the people who captured my father are here for the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, then they will definitely take action again. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. I knew they were here for Big Brother Feng's 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. If I find out who they are, I'll definitely tear them into pieces. Lu Qingyang said angrily as he clenched his fists. During this period of time, all of you will cultivate in the Feng clan. Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Too many strong cultivators had appeared recently. If they went out carelessly, they might meet with misfortune. Brother Feng, with me here, you can deal with them without worry. At least I can lure them out. With Brother Feng's current strength, as long as they are not in the Sky Yuan realm, they are no match for you. Ling. Xiaoxiao said. She was very confident in Feng Wuchen's strength. With Ling Xiaoxiao and the Feng clan, it was absolutely safe. With Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying defensive barrier, no one would be able to break it. I want to see how many people want to snatch my ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen said with a murderous look in his eyes. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, no one below the Sky Yuan realm could be his match. Those who wanted to snatch the ninefold cosmos pagoda would not dare to come to the Feng clan to snatch it. After all, Feng Wuchen was an empire's commander-in-chief. They would not dare to alarm the Inferno Emperor. Even if they dared, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. He was afraid that they would not come. Of course, Feng Wuchen could not hide in the Feng clan forever. If he did not go out, how would he know which faction wanted a share of the pie? How would he know which faction captured Feng Xingxiong? Moreover, the Taishu sect would make their move again. Buzz buzz. Just at this moment, a majestic aura suddenly enveloped the Feng clan. An extremely terrifying energy spread out, causing the entire peerless city to shake. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. I have really underestimated their courage. I want to see who is so bold. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He had just finished speaking, and someone really dared to come. Feng Wuchen was instantly furious. The terrifying energy spread out in peerless city, causing everyone in the city to panic. The streets of the city were in chaos. Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed out and took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. He flew on his sword and soared into the sky. His cold gaze swept towards the source of the energy. At the top of a luxurious building in Peerless City stood an old man. The terrifying energy was erupting from the old man's body. Old bastard. Feng Wuchen fiercely stared at the old man and suddenly flew over. The old man, who sensed something, sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. The old man's speed was extremely shocking. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's speed was shocking as he flew on his sword. A bloody light flashed past high in the sky. Feng Wuchen pursued all the way, following the old man's aura all the way to a valley in the mountain range that was a few hundred miles away from Peerless City. The 9th level Origin Core stage old man's speed was similarly shocking, and his strength could be seen. Judging from his aura, he was slightly stronger than Lei Ju. Feng Wuchen sized up the old man and asked, "Who are you?" "The person that seized your ninefold cosmos pagoda." The old man sneered. Being able to be so calm when facing Feng Wuchen showed how confident the old man was towards his own strength. "Since you have the guts to have designs on my ninefold cosmos pagoda, why don't you have the guts to tell me your identity?" Feng Wuchen said coldly as he stared vigilantly at the old man. A 9th level Origin Core stage expert was absolutely not ordinary. Feng Wuchen naturally didn't dare underestimate his opponent. "Then let's see if you have the ability." The old man sneered. Feng Wuchen didn't waste his breath. The strength of his bloodline was fully urged, and the surface of his body abruptly flashed with a golden light. Surging strength surged out like a flood, extremely overbearing and filled with a deterring force. Feng Wuchen's aura madly soared, and it instantly soared to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Ferocious to the extreme. What strength is actually concealed within this kid's body? The aura of this strength is overbearing to the extreme. A trace of seriousness finally appeared on the old man's face as he praised. As expected of being reputed as the strongest genius. Having such strength at such a young age, you can be proud of yourself. "Did you capture my father?" Feng Wuchen asked in a ghastly voice, and a piercingly cold and terrifying killing intent suffused out. The old man sneered. "Your father's matter has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? So you know who it's related to?" Feng Wuchen frowned as he asked, then withdrew the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The old man shook his head. "I don't know either. I don't know anything about your father being captured." "Is that so?" Feng Wuchen said in a low voice, and with the Supreme Dragon God Sword in hand, he fiercely stomped on the ground, and with a rumble, he shot out explosively like a bolt of lightning. The old man's eyes narrowed as he fully circulated the true origin within his body. Feng Wuchen's strength wasn't weak, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. Clang, Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye, and the Supreme Dragon God sword mercilessly pierced towards the old man's heart. The old man suddenly stretched out his hand, and with a crisp clang, a tyrannical true origin energy blocked Feng Wuchen's fierce attack. OM. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out with lightning speed, and the valley collapsed in all directions. Large cracks spread out, and the flowers, trees, and rocks all turned into powder. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. A 9th-level Origin Core Stage powerhouse. He's the Polaris Sect's guardian. I didn't expect him to personally make a move. The Polaris Sect really wants to get a share of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Our chance is here. When both of them are injured, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will definitely be ours. The mysterious person who rushed over looked at the old man in surprise, and he recognized the old man's identity at a glance. The Polaris Sect's guardian personally made a move, and it seems like they're determined to get the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Since the Polaris Sect has made a move, it seems like the Falling Cloud Empire's imperial family can't get away with it, said a man indifferently in another dark corner of the valley. Finally, our chance. This old man's strength is extremely tyrannical. When they fight, both of them will definitely be injured, sneered another man. I'm afraid the Fantasy Cloud Sect won't just watch us take away the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. These powerhouses had been secretly monitoring Feng Wuchen, and when Feng Wuchen chased after the old man, they had already secretly followed him. You're here to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His true origin energy poured into the Supreme Dragon God sword, and a tyrannical sword ray burst out. Water Spirit Universe. The old man shouted as he circulated his true origin energy. An azure Taiji diagram condensed in his claw. Furthermore, it was formed from the water in the air and gave off a terrifying energy. Break! Boom! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen shouted, and a tyrannical sword ray burst out from the tip of the sword. With a loud explosion, the valley shook, and the terrifying energy sent the old man flying. This sword's might is comparable to a superior-grade spirit artifact. No wonder Feng Wuchen is so strong. The old man frowned, and his expression turned grave. Fortunately, the old man's cultivation was high. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the tyrannical sword ray. This old man is extremely strong. Since he wants the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, why is he holding back? Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen did not care what the old man wanted. Since he wanted the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he had to leave his life behind. Dragon God's Shadow! Feng Wuchen shouted. He did not intend to give the old man the slightest chance to catch his breath. Shortly after, he burst out with an even more terrifying speed. His figure flashed left and right, making it difficult for the old man to catch him. Pa! The old man put his palms together, and with a crisp bang, he circulated the true origin energy in his body and stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. After Feng Wuchen entered the attack range, the old man shouted, Mystic Rank Array, Soul Sealing. Array. Seal. As soon as he yelled, green light exploded under the elder's feet. A 30-meter-long green spell formation appeared. The powerful binding force trapped Feng Wuchen the moment he entered the spell formation. He couldn't move at all. Array. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, no matter how fast you are, I still have a way to restrain you. Seeing Feng Wuchen trapped in the array, the old man sneered proudly. The old man walked out step by step, and sneered, Hand over the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and I can spare your life. You seem to have forgotten something. Feng Wuchen said coldly. There was no fear or panic on his face. Hearing this, the old man could not help but stop. Violent soul power burst out. Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence that he could break the soul-sealing array. I know you're a 4th-grade alchemist. The old man sneered as Feng Wuchen tried to break the array. Feng Wuchen's identity as an alchemist had long been known throughout the 4 great empires. As the guardian of the Polaris Sect, how could the old man overlook this? Since he knew that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist, he still used the soul-sealing array. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Hearing the old man's words, Feng Wuchen frowned, but he didn't think too much about it. As long as the soul-sealing array was not broken, he couldn't move at all. Boom. Puff. Violent soul power exploded, and the array shook violently. It was about to be broken, but the old man quickly changed his hand gesture. The moment the array was broken, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He can control the power of the array to attack my soul. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't expect this at all. No wonder the old man still used the soul-sealing array even though he knew that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist. His purpose was to attack Feng Wuchen's soul. The power of the array was not soul power. Therefore, even though Feng Wuchen's soul was strong, it couldn't withstand the attack of the array. Soul power and power were completely different. It was obvious that the elder had come prepared. He had specially researched how to deal with Feng Wuchen to minimize the risk. This old man is really scary. No wonder the imperial family of the Luoyun Empire is in cahoots with the Polaris sect. Somewhere in the dark, a man said coldly. How did this old monster hurt Feng Wuchen? I don't understand. Feng Wuchen is a 4th-grade alchemist. The soul-sealing array shouldn't be able to hurt him, a man said with a frown. The power of the formation attacks the soul. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's soul is, it's still a different matter. If Feng Wuchen falls into his hands, we won't be able to do anything to that old monster. Another man said worriedly. The old man was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, and he even had such a terrifying formation. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the old man. If not for the fact that Feng Wuchen's soul was strong enough, he would have died in the old man's hands. Feng Wuchen's soul had been injured, which had directly caused him to be seriously injured. The power of the formation trapped my soul and attacked from within my body, catching me off guard. This old monster came prepared. I was too careless. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen had no other choice. The array had to be broken. Feng Wuchen, your strength is extremely strong. You possess the powerful 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda and a powerful Earth-rank martial skill. I might not be a match for you if I were to go head-on against you. Thus, the soul-sealing array was specially prepared for you. The old man sneered. Now that your soul has been injured, even if you utilize the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, it's of no use. Obediently hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, and I can still spare your life. The old man continued to sneer, and he had an appearance as if victory was within his grasp. Feng Wuchen wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and said ghastly, I don't think you'll miss the chance to kill me. Who was Feng Wuchen? He was reputed as the strongest genius in the 4 great empires. Today, the old man had incurred enmity with Feng Wuchen. If he didn't kill Feng Wuchen, then with Feng Wuchen's temper, the old man would absolutely die. The old man's face darkened slightly, and he said fiercely, seems like you intend to let me do it myself. Feng Wuchen's soul had been severely injured, and the old man wouldn't be afraid of Feng Wuchen. A terrifying killing intent spread out, and the old man burst out without hesitation. With a few flashes, he instantly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Qilin battle armor. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin battle armor, and a pair of wings instantly appeared on his back. A terrifying, ruthless and bloodthirsty aura swept out crazily. The huge black wings blocked in front of Feng Wuchen. Boom! The old man blasted out a palm strike, and the terrifying power blasted Feng Wuchen back by more than 10 meters, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. The old man's casual palm strike was difficult for Feng Wuchen to withstand. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. If it wasn't for the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen probably wouldn't be able to get up at this moment. With a flap of the wings, Feng Wuchen endured his injuries and flew up. He retreated to a rock not far away, increasing the distance between him and the old man. Feng Wuchen didn't escape. His injuries were severe, and even if he could fly, he would probably be shot down by the old man like a bird. Feng Wuchen was in a very dangerous situation now. His soul had been injured, and it was even more serious than the injuries on his body. Facing such a powerful old man, what could Feng Wuchen do? I'll send you on your way now. The old man snorted with disdain and rushed out again. The power of his true essence was even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen's cold eyes stared at the old man, and his killing intent was getting more and more terrifying. When the old man approached at top speed, Feng Wuchen shouted, "Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda." Feng Wuchen summoned the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and the pagoda floated out from his body. It flashed with golden light, and a tyrannical aura was crazy. It quickly rose into the sky and floated above the valley. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge pagoda that was more than 30 meters tall. At the bottom of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, a huge golden array appeared and enveloped the entire valley. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The old man's expression changed slightly. He could feel an extremely tyrannical suppressive force. The experts of the various major forces who were hiding in the dark all had a change in expression. The closer they got to the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the more they could feel the terrifying suppressive force. Even if they were outside the valley, their strength was also suppressed. How can a spirit artifact's pagoda have such a terrifying suppressive force? The old man was greatly shocked. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how terrifying the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was. Under the suppression of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the old man's aura directly dropped to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. An entire level of cultivation was suppressed. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze, the old man said angrily, "Feng Wuchen, your injuries are serious. No matter how powerful your pagoda is, it can't do anything to me. It's just right for me to seize your Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda." "That will depend on your ability," Feng Wuchen said coldly. After a moment of rest, Feng Wuchen had already eased up a lot. Buzz buzz. Activating the power of bloodline, a surging energy burst out. Feng Wuchen poured all his strength into the supreme Dragon God Sword. The blood-red sword flashed with a golden light, and it was filled with a suffocating sword light energy. Ding! Feng Wuchen stabbed the Supreme Dragon God Sword into the rock, and a golden light array appeared under the rock. Profound runes rose one after another, followed by a resplendent golden light that soared into the sky with monstrous sword intent. Illusory Sword Technique. Illusory 9 Heavens. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly with his injuries. His hands formed sword fingers, and the golden light that soared into the sky condensed into an energy sword. Under the control of Feng Wuchen's sword fingers, it suddenly shot out explosively. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! An extremely overbearing golden sword light shot out along the ground. The ground shook and cracked, and it brought along a terrifying whirlwind as it charged towards the old man with an unstoppable force. However, the sword technique executed by the heavily injured Feng Wuchen at this moment was far inferior to when it was at its peak. If it was at its peak and the old man was suppressed, this sword was enough to kill the old man. Feng Wuchen absolutely had this confidence. Earth rank martial skill. The old man's face was extremely solemn. He circulated his true essence with all his might, and a majestic aura burst out. His long hair fluttered without wind, and his sleeves fluttered. A terrifying force spread out, and the ground trembled as cracks tore open. Feng Wuchen is really a monster. He's seriously injured. And he can still execute such a terrifying sword technique. His injuries are serious, and he forcefully circulated his true essence to execute a martial skill. Isn't he afraid that his injuries will worsen? At that time only death will await him. I've never seen such a terrifying brat, but it's best if he can injure that old monster heavily. The experts who were hiding in the dark felt Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword light, and all of them were scared witless. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Sky-piercing claw. The old man shouted, and a terrifying force condensed in his claw, and he struck out without hesitation. A 30-meter-long green energy claw broke through the air, and the sharp sonic boom was extremely ear-piercing. The force was extremely fierce, as if it could destroy everything. Rumble. Poo-pee-you. The two terrifying forces instantly collided, and a deafening explosion resounded throughout the gorge. Energy ripples swept out madly and mercilessly destroyed the entire gorge, whereas Feng Wuchen and the old man were both shaken to the point they spat out blood. OM. The enormous gorge shook violently, and the sound of shaking ceaselessly reverberated within the mountain. A large expanse of smoke and dust rose up and suffused the entire gorge. How dare he? He's actually able to heavily injure old man with a serious injury. Damnable Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The old man was enraged in his heart, and he glared angrily at the enormous pagoda in the sky. Under the head-on collision, the old man's injuries were serious, and his face was pale. The old man was heavily injured, and coupled with the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppression, he only had the aura of the 5th level of the Origin Core stage at this moment. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen's injuries were even more serious. Even with the protection of the Qilin armor, his injuries still worsened, and he was half-squatting on the ground as he gasped for breath. The current Feng Wuchen was extremely weak. That old monster is heavily injured, and was even suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Are we still not going to make a move? The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is right before our eyes. We absolutely can't miss such an opportunity. Moreover, we can kill them in passing and seize Feng Wuchen's other treasures. The enemy won't move. I won't move. When the 3 people concealed in the shadows saw that the opportunity was right before their eyes, the other 2 were already impatient to make a move, but the man in the lead was still vigilant. Within the gorge, along with time, the dust and energy ripples that suffused the air had already gradually dispersed. The old man glared angrily at Feng Wuchen as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Stinking kid." In the distance, a trace of a sneer appeared on the pale face of the heavily injured Feng Wuchen, and he said, "Want to seize my treasures? How could it be so easy? Old bastard, I don't care who you are, or which empire you're from. I, Feng Wuchen, will surely personally come to collect my debt in the future. Humph. Don't even think of leaving alive." The old man shouted angrily, and his killing intent shot into the sky. "Want to kill me? You'll have to ask if my ninefold Cosmos Pagoda agrees or not," Feng Wuchen said unyieldingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures suddenly flashed over from the mountain peak on the left side of the gorge. A total of 5 people, and their bodies emitted a formidable aura. Feng Wuchen's face slightly went grim, and he said to himself, "There really are people from other powers concealed here. Guardian Xinglan?" Feng Wuchen glanced at the old man coldly and thought to himself, "No wonder you're so strong. Guardian Xinglan, I don't know if it's because you're too weak or something else, but you can't even deal with the heavily injured Feng Wuchen." "How embarrassing," another man mocked. Guardian Xinglan's face darkened when 5 powerhouses appeared. Moreover, all of them were at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Wind Lightning Sect. Guardian Xinglan said gloomily, "If I wasn't injured, I would have killed all of you just because of what you said." Wind Lightning Sect? Feng Wuchen frowned again and glanced at the 5 people coldly. At the same time, he quickly took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. Needless to say, the 5 powerhouses of the Wind Lightning Sect were here for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The Wind Lightning Sect was a powerful force in the Water Moon Empire, and they were slightly weaker than the Taishu Sect. If they could obtain the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Wind Lightning Sect would have a chance to surpass the Taishu Sect. The leader sneered, "Guardian Xinglan, we'll kill you first because of what you said. Otherwise, you'll seek revenge in the future." Guardian Xinglan was heavily injured, and the 5 of them were confident they could kill Guardian Xinglan if they joined forces. The people from the Fantasy Cloud sect haven't shown up yet. They won't just stand by and watch, Guardian Xinglan thought to himself. Protector Xinglan thought to himself. He glanced at the huge pagoda in the sky above the valley, then turned around and left. "Trying to leave?" One of the men shouted coldly and was about to give chase. "There's no need to chase. We have more important things to do." The leader reached out his hand to stop him with a sneer on his face. Instead of chasing after Guardian Xinglan, they might as well deal with Feng Wuchen first and obtain the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Wind Lightning Sect's strength would increase greatly. Why would they be afraid of the Polaris sect? The 5 of them turned around and looked at Feng Wuchen. The leader sneered, "Feng Wuchen, are you trying to force us to make a move, or are you going to obediently hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to us? Did you kidnap my father?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. "We don't know who took your father away." The leader spread his hands and sneered. Feng Wuchen's injuries are recovering very quickly. He has taken a medicinal pill. A man suddenly exclaimed in shock. He noticed that Feng Wuchen's injuries and Jin Yuan were recovering at an astonishing speed. The leader's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted, "You too, kill him. We'll take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda." "Do it." Feng Wuchen had swallowed a Dan, and his injuries and true essence were recovering very quickly. If Feng Wuchen was allowed to recover, they would die without a doubt. The two fifth-level Origin Core Stage men immediately launched an attack. They circulated their true essence with all their strength and executed their movement techniques to charge towards Feng Wuchen with a murderous aura. Feng Wuchen, it's time for you to die. One of the men shouted furiously. You shouldn't have revealed the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda during the battle with Lei Ju. Now that you've brought death upon yourself, it's too late to regret, the other man sneered. Feng Wuchen's expression was icy cold. His wings flapped as his figure swiftly retreated. His injuries hadn't recovered, so Feng Wuchen wasn't a match for them. As for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. As long as they had the ability, they could take it. Teleportation. The two men's speed was extremely swift, but they were helpless against Feng Wuchen's teleportation. Feng Wuchen dodged as he relied on medicinal pills to recover his injuries. The other three sixth-level Origin Core Stage men were attacking the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda with all their strength at this moment, but the strength of all their attacks were absorbed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Is the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda able to absorb strength without limit? The man in the lead frowned. The successive attacks of the three men were all useless. Attack from the top of the mountain. One of them shouted out loudly. The three of them hurriedly flashed out and leaped high into the air. With a few leaps, they'd already arrived at the top of a mountain. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Profound wind slash. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Divine ice fist. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Limitless slash. The three sixth-level Origin Core Stage men circulated their true essence with all their strength and shouted out loudly at the same time as they executed formidable martial skills. The three of them attempted to attack from the top of the mountain and knock the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! 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 Three terrifying forces swooped down from the top of the mountain and fiercely blasted onto the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. However, what they didn't expect was that a layer of illusory energy layer suddenly appeared on the surface of the pagoda and completely blocked off their forces, causing them to be utterly unable to shake the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The three of them had faces filled with shock as they stared blankly at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and they were unable to speak for a long time. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda still has defensive strength? Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised. Feng Wuchen never knew that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda still had the ability to protect itself. As expected, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda isn't so easy to obtain. Feng Wuchen is a grade 4 alchemist, and the soul imprint of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is absolutely not something an ordinary person can erase. An old man frowned as he thought to himself in a secret place. This person was precisely Guardian Xinglan that fled earlier. Guardian Xinglan didn't flee, but only concealed himself. How could he allow the Thunder Breeze sect experts to seize such a formidable treasure like the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? How could this be possible? The pagoda still has defensive strength. Our attacks are utterly useless, a man said in astonishment and extreme shock. The strength of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had completely exceeded their imagination. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was an immortal artifact, and although it was already damaged, it was still stronger than a spirit artifact. Kill Feng Wuchen first. This kid's injuries recover too quickly, we can't allow him to recover, or else we won't be able to do anything to him. A man below roared anxiously. No matter how he chased, he was unable to touch Feng Wuchen in the slightest, and he was angered to the point his lungs were about to explode. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is too terrifying, we're powerless. Kill Feng Wuchen first, and the pagoda can be taken away at any time, the man in the lead said decisively, then took the lead to flash down. So long as Feng Wuchen died, the pagoda would lose its connection with Feng Wuchen, and it would naturally return to the appearance of an ordinary magic treasure. When the 3 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists flashed down, the wings on Feng Wuchen's back fiercely shook, and Feng Wuchen charged into the sky, directly flying towards the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Don't let Feng Wuchen approach the pagoda, shoot him down, the man in the lead roared loudly. Whoosh! 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 The five of them launched their attacks in succession, and numerous terrifying forces charged towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, who charged into the sky, swept his ghastly gaze downwards, and said coldly, "All of you must die." With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly vanished. When the numerous terrifying forces approached the enormous mouth at the bottom of the pagoda, they were all absorbed by the pagoda. The ninefold cosmos pagoda was right before them, but the 5 of them were powerless. When Feng Wuchen appeared once more, he'd already arrived at the 7th floor of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The time in the 7th floor was twice as long as the outside, and Feng Wuchen had sufficient time to heal his injuries. But his soul was injured, and he required soul force to heal. After finding out that the ninefold cosmos pagoda possessed the ability to protect itself, Feng Wuchen decided to enter the pagoda to heal his injuries. This was also the safest place. So long as the defensive strength of the ninefold cosmos pagoda wasn't broken, then Feng Wuchen would absolutely not be in danger. Preposterous. He actually managed to hide inside. The leader was furious. His face was incomparably gloomy, and he was extremely unwilling. What should we do? Feng Wuchen's injuries are recovering very quickly. If he fully recovers, we'll all die. Another person said anxiously. Another person gritted his teeth and said angrily, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed this brat from the beginning." We don't know what will happen after Feng Wuchen enters the pagoda. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is terrifying beyond our imagination. Let's go. The leader was extremely unwilling, but he didn't dare to stay for long. No matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't do anything to the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The 5 of them retreated without hesitation. If they didn't leave now, they would all die when Feng Wuchen came out. Want to leave? Not so easy. Since you're here, leave your lives behind. Just as the 5 of them were about to leave, Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly came from the ninefold cosmos pagoda. An extremely heavy murderous aura emanated from the pagoda. Not good. Let's go. The leader's face went pale as he roared in panic. The enormous pagoda that floated in the sky above the valley suddenly started to revolve. In the next second, it suddenly charged out, causing an extremely shocking visual impact. Bang! Feng Wuchen controlled the pagoda to move at a shocking speed. With an explosive bang, it collided with a tall mountain. The terrifying force destroyed the entire tall mountain, causing countless enormous rocks to fall. The terrifying destructive force scared the 5 experts to the point they were extremely terrified. No. Feng Wuchen, stop. No. Looking at the enormous pagoda chasing over, a man roared in terror and begged for mercy. Bang. OM. OM. The enormous pagoda that floated in the sky smashed down mercilessly with a bang. With an explosive bang, it directly pressed a 6th-level origin core stage expert into a melee. The ground caved in by a few meters and the valley violently shook. This? How could this be possible? Seeing Feng Wuchen controlling the enormous pagoda to move swiftly, Protector Xinglan, who was hidden in the shadows, was scared to the point his face turned green. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is actually still able to attack. In another secret place, the mysterious experts were shocked to the point they were dumbstruck, and their hearts trembled with fear. No one had ever seen such a terrifying magic treasure, it was simply without any flaws. The ninefold cosmos pagoda floated up into the sky once again and madly chased all the way, destroying numerous tall mountains and destroying everything in its path. Large expanses of enormous rocks and shattered rocks fell down, sealing off the 4 people's escape routes. They already had no way back. If they wanted to climb over the shattered rocks and enormous rocks, they would probably be crushed to death by the ninefold cosmos pagoda before they could even climb over. Feng Wuchen, stop. The man in the lead looked at the enormous pagoda in the sky in terror. Want to beg for mercy? It's too late. Feng Wuchen's angry roar came from the pagoda. The enormous pagoda came crashing down with an oppressive aura, scaring the 4 people so much that their legs turned to jelly. Dodge. The man in the lead shouted in terror. Don't even think about it. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared from the enormous mouth of the pagoda that came crashing down. The 4 people turned pale with fright. They became even more terrified and even despaired. The terrifying suction force prevented them from rushing out, and they were continuously sucked back in. It's over. We can't live. Feng Wuchen, stop. Spare us. The four people begged for mercy in despair. However, it was a pity that they were facing the cold-blooded and merciless Feng Wuchen. As long as it was an enemy, Feng Wuchen would never show mercy. He had to get rid of them completely. Boom. The enormous pagoda came crashing down with a majestic aura. With a loud boom, the four people who were powerless to escape were all crushed to the bottom of the pagoda. The four of them died instantly. Smoke and dust filled the air in the valley. It was originally surrounded by mountains, but now, one side had completely collapsed and was leveled to the ground. The terrifying destructive power made everyone who saw it involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Thank goodness we didn't make a move. In a hidden place, a man said in horror. His face was extremely pale. Feng Wuchen can actually control the pagoda to attack. The man in the lead was also stunned. The ninefold cosmos pagoda was terrifying. At this moment, they felt that it wasn't a spiritual tool, but an immortal tool that was even more terrifying than a spiritual tool. They had never seen such a powerful spiritual tool. The ninefold cosmos pagoda could change its size and attack. Who had seen such a treasure before? Protector Xinglan, who was hiding in the dark, wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move again. However, when he saw this shocking scene, the thought in his mind disappeared instantly. If Protector Xinglan made a move again, he might even lose his life. A golden light flashed out of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. It was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda turned into a golden light and entered Feng Wuchen's body. In the huge crater, 4 men were crushed to death. It was a horrible sight. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is stronger than I thought. It's all thanks to it today, Feng Wuchen muttered. The strength of the pagoda shocked Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had discovered that he could control the pagoda when he was recuperating in the pagoda. That was why he had the chance to kill the enemies. Taishu sect, Polaris sect, Thunder Breeze sect. I'll settle this score with you in the future. Feng Wuchen narrowed his eyes and said coldly with a flash of viciousness. Summoning the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen flew away with the art of sword flight. Feng Wuchen's appearance this time didn't draw out the enemies who had captured Feng Xianxia. Instead, it drew out the enemies of the other major forces. Who took Feng Xianxia away? What was the motive of the people who had captured Feng Xianxia? Feng Wuchen had already taken the initiative to come out, so why didn't they show themselves? Didn't he want to use Feng Xianxia to threaten Feng Wuchen to hand over the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Who is it? What is their goal? Feng Wuchen couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. He couldn't guess who it was because he didn't leave any clues behind. The more he couldn't figure out the motive of the person who captured Feng Xianxia, the more worried Feng Wuchen was about Feng Xianxia's safety. When Feng Wuchen returned to Peerless City, his injuries were almost healed. However, his soul body's injuries were not fully healed yet. He still needed some time to heal. The Taishu sect of the Watermoon Empire. Inside the main hall, the faces of the higher-ups were gloomy and filled with terrifying killing intent. The higher-ups of the Taishu sect had clearly learned that the 6 champions had been slain by Feng Wuchen. Is Feng Wuchen really that strong? Even Guardian Xinglan couldn't defeat him. The Taishu sect master said gloomily. 6 champions had been killed, how could he not be furious? The Grand Elder said solemnly, I didn't expect this stinking brat to break through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage so quickly. With his current strength, I'm afraid no one below the Heavenly Origin stage is a match for him. The 5 champions of the Thunder Breeze sect have all died in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen can control the ninefold cosmos pagoda to attack. They didn't even have the chance to escape, someone reported respectfully. The Taishu sect master said coldly, he's just a little brat. There's nothing to be afraid of. If we can't fight him head-on, then think of other ways. In short, we must bring the ninefold cosmos pagoda back. Or capture Feng Wuchen alive. Falling Cloud Empire's Polaris sect. Guardian Xinglan returned with heavy injuries and told them everything that had happened. The sect master and the other higher-ups were extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen is too terrifying, and we can't do anything to his ninefold cosmos pagoda unless the sect master makes a move personally. We've already offended Feng Wuchen this time. If we don't get rid of this brat, with his terrifying talent, he'll deal with our Polaris sect sooner or later, Guardian Xinglan said solemnly. The sect master nodded and said in a deep voice, this brat is indeed terrifying, but we don't have to worry about him. Someone will deal with him. Our target is the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Both the Taishu sect and the Thunder Breeze sect want to get their hands on the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Everyone is waiting for the best opportunity to reap the benefits. Sect Master, what's the situation with the Emperor? Guardian Xinglan asked. The Sect Master said solemnly, the Emperor wants us to hold back for now. Hold back for now? Guardian Xinglan frowned and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will be one step ahead of us. Feng Wuchen has already stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, there's naturally someone who's more worried than us. As for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I'll have to trouble you to continue monitoring him secretly. We can't let this treasure fall into the hands of others. I'd rather not have it than. Let others have it, the sect master said fiercely. Guardian Xinglan nodded and said, after I recover from my injuries, I'll continue to monitor Feng Wuchen. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After the battle in the valley, Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength had already made the various empires and forces fearful. In this half a month, no one dared to come to his door. Everything was very peaceful, which gave the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion time to cultivate. After Feng Wuchen recovered from his injuries, he'd been busy supervising the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion's cultivation. He himself was refining pills and refining weapons. At the same time, he also guided Feng Qianyang in refining pills and temporarily set his cultivation aside. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing received great treatment. They were placed by Feng Wuchen into the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. With the help of the countless treasures on the 3rd level and the energy balls on the 5th level, their cultivation improved rapidly. After cultivating in the pagoda for a month, they'd already smoothly stepped into the Origin Core stage, whereas only half a month had passed in the outside world. Unfortunately, the 7th level was too small. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen planned to let all the Feng clan's higher-ups enter to cultivate. Seeing the Feng clan's strength constantly growing, Feng Wuchen was rather gratified in his heart. After Feng Jingxiong was captured, all the affairs of the Feng clan fell on Feng Wuchen's shoulders. After half a month, he finally realized how heavy the burden on Feng Jingxiong's shoulders was. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen and his 2 brothers were very capable and didn't embarrass Feng Jingxiong. Feng Wuchen even carried the entire Feng clan on his shoulders. Father, nothing must happen to you. The Feng clan's burden is still waiting for you, Feng Wuchen said to himself. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao entered the study and saw Feng Wuchen in a daze. She asked softly, Brother Feng, are you thinking about Uncle Feng again? Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, how can I not? You're already an adult, yet you still make me worry. Glancing at Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen asked, how's my mother? Brother Feng, don't worry. Aunt Xiao is much better now, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, revealing a smile that made one's heart bloom. It's been hard on you these past few days, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, then hugged Ling Xiaoxiao into his arms, feeling grateful and touched. It's not hard. To be able to help Brother Feng share the burden, Xiaoxiao is 100% willing, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. So many things have happened, but you've always been by my side. I will definitely not let you down in this life, Feng Wuchen said emotionally and kissed Ling Xiaoxiao's forehead. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely touched. Her beautiful face blushed, looking very charming. She hugged Feng Wuchen tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, Feng Wuchen would leave her. The aroused Feng Wuchen lowered his head and looked at Ling Xiaoxiao's sexy lips. For a moment, he couldn't help but kiss them. Ling Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled. A feeling of electric shock spread throughout her body, but she didn't refuse. Feng Wuchen's sudden kiss made Ling Xiaoxiao a little stunned. Her beautiful face became redder and redder, and her heart thumped non-stop. This was Feng Wuchen's grateful and touching kiss. Ling Xiaoxiao's existence had left an irreplaceable position in Feng Wuchen's heart. However, at the moment of the kiss, Feng Wuchen suddenly felt a violent heat surge in his body, and it came from his bloodline. It was a feeling of awakening. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The more he kissed, the more he felt the violent heat. If it wasn't for this violent heat, Feng Wuchen really didn't intend to let go of the kiss. But when Feng Wuchen stopped kissing, the heat in his body disappeared again, which made him feel very strange. What's going on? Feng Wuchen said in a daze, why is my bloodline, big brother Feng, your bloodline hasn't completely awakened. The grade of your bloodline is too strong. Xiaoxiao doesn't know if it's the legendary divine rank bloodline. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly explained. It hasn't completely awakened? Divine rank bloodline? Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in shock. His bloodline hadn't completely awakened, and the bloodline power that Feng Wuchen used was already so terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and said, yes, because big brother Feng has a human body, but his body has the dragon clan's bloodline. The dragon clan's bloodline hasn't completely replaced big brother Feng's human bloodline, so big brother Feng's bloodline hasn't completely awakened. Once the dragon clan's bloodline completely awakens, big brother Feng will have the body of a dragon. Body of a dragon? Feng Wuchen was shocked again. In the memories of the evil dragon god, Feng Wuchen also knew what the body of a dragon god represented. Every member of the dragon clan, after completely awakening their bloodline, would have the body of a dragon. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying body. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the stronger the body of a dragon, Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously, the body of a dragon is much stronger than Big Brother Feng's current body. So that's how it is. Only then did Feng Wuchen understand, and then asked, but why did the bloodline in my body surge with a violent heat when I kissed you? This heat is even more terrifying than before I awakened my bloodline. After Feng Wuchen awakened his dragon clan's bloodline, he had never felt the heat in his body. When he kissed Ling Xiaoxiao, it suddenly erupted. This is related to Xiaoxiao's background, but I can't say it yet. Ling Xiaoxiao was in a difficult position. She didn't want to lie to Feng Wuchen, but she couldn't say her identity. Worried that Feng Wuchen would be angry, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Big brother Feng, please don't be angry. Xiaoxiao didn't do it on purpose. When the time comes, Xiaoxiao will definitely tell Big brother Feng. Silly, why would I be angry? You are so good to me, I will always remember it in my heart. In this life, having you is enough. Looking at the anxious Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen patted Ling Xiaoxiao's head and said with a gentle smile. Once again, he pulled Ling Xiaoxiao into his embrace. Heaven Pavilion. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao flew over and hovered above Heaven Pavilion. The palace of Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt and looked brand new. The majestic palace was awe-inspiring. Although a new batch of death row prisoners had just joined the brand new Heaven Pavilion, the strength of Heaven Pavilion had also become stronger because of the increase in the cultivation of Crimson Emperor and the others. Heaven Pavilion is indeed much stronger, but still very weak, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Brother Feng, Heaven Pavilion still needs time. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen knew that things would only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. Looking at his palm, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, my bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet? That feeling earlier seemed to have surpassed bloodline power. What kind of power is it? Although the terrifying heat that erupted from his body was the same as when his bloodline was awakened, Feng Wuchen felt an unusual power hidden within. How can I fully awaken my bloodline as soon as possible? Feng Wuchen was a little anxious. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after his bloodline was fully awakened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Welcome, Pavilion Master. Crimson Emperor and the others flashed out and greeted him respectfully. The people of Heaven Pavilion knelt on one knee, their faces full of excitement. Feng Wuchen was now the strongest genius whose name shook the four empires. He was revered and worshipped. The people of Heaven Pavilion were all death row prisoners of the empire. Feng Wuchen gave them a chance to be reborn and to become stronger. They were grateful. Therefore, their loyalty and respect for Feng Wuchen came from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao descended and smiled. No need for formalities. Pavilion Master, how's the progress? Crimson Emperor asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head. No progress. Who is so bold? Lung Muching asked in a deep voice. If we could find out, Pavilion Master wouldn't be so worried, Duan Tianfeng said. Let's not talk about this for now. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said, I came here for other matters. Pavilion Master, please. The Crimson Emperor respectfully made an inviting gesture. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen sat on the main seat and looked around the hall with satisfaction. Are my brothers cultivating? Feng Wuchen asked. I've been strengthening myself for the past half a month. I should be able to break through to the origin core realm after this seclusion. The Crimson Emperor respectfully replied. Shui Feng, get them to come out of seclusion immediately. You guys should also get ready to follow me back to the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Pavilion Master, what's so urgent? Huaming asked in astonishment. There is a better place to cultivate. Do you want to go? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. A better place to cultivate? Go. Of course we'll go. Crimson Emperor and the others were overjoyed. Shui Feng hurriedly left. The most important thing for the Crimson Emperor and the others now was to raise their cultivation. It would be strange if they weren't excited after knowing that there was a better place to cultivate. A few minutes later, Feng Zhan and Feng Yuan came into the main hall. After chatting for a while, everyone followed Feng Wuchen and left Heaven Pavilion. Third brother, where are we going to cultivate? Feng Zhan couldn't help but ask curiously. God Valley, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. God Valley? Feng Zhan and the others were slightly shocked as they looked at Feng Wuchen with astonishment. Pavilion Master, this is a special period. Many major forces and experts from various countries want to snatch your ninefold cosmos pagoda. You can't take the risk, Shui Zhan said solemnly. The Crimson Emperor frowned and said, Shui Zhan is right. There are so many strong enemies. It's too dangerous. The God Valley I'm talking about is not the God Valley you guys are talking about, Feng Wuchen said with a mysterious smile. Everyone was stunned again. Not the God they were talking about, what did Feng Wuchen mean? The Crimson Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. After returning to the Feng family, Feng Wuchen took out the ninefold cosmos pagoda. With a thought, he brought the Crimson Emperor and the others into the pagoda. Feng Wuchen brought them to the second level of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. When the Crimson Emperor and the others saw the longsword in front of them, the incomparably huge birds and beasts, the huge ancient trees and flowers, they were all dumbfounded. This can't be real, right? There's such a terrifying place in the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Pavilion Master, this is the God Valley you were talking about? The Crimson Emperor and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a strange and magical space. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was as dense as the God Valley. This is indeed the God Valley. As for why it's in the ninefold cosmos pagoda, I don't know either. The Grand Elder and my mother are cultivating at the spiritual lake. I'll give you 2 months. Don't disappoint me. Looking at the shocked Crimson Emperor and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. These beasts aren't illusions. You must be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao kindly reminded them. All the treasures in the God Valley will belong to you in these 2 months. With your talents, it won't be a problem for you to break through in 2 months. These are the 4th grade pills that I just refined. Feng Wuchen was very confident in the Crimson Emperor and the others. Coming from the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, the Crimson Emperor and the others were quite talented. With the help of pills and various treasures, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Before the Crimson Emperor and the others could react, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already left the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Taking advantage of the time now, Feng Wuchen arranged for the upper echelons of the Feng family and Heaven Pavilion to cultivate. It was a special period now, and increasing their cultivation was the most important thing. The more special the period, the more they had to race against time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao went to the 5th floor to cultivate. Ling Xiaoxiao absorbed the energy bodies and refined them, while Feng Wuchen continued to comprehend the soul-extinguishing sword art. Comprehending a more powerful sword art was more important for Feng Wuchen at the current stage. Feng Wuchen was still very far from the Sky Origin realm. It was impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. Feng Wuchen was facing a Sky Origin realm expert now. Even if Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was astonishing, he was definitely not a match for a Sky Origin realm expert. However, if he comprehended a more terrifying sword art, with Feng Wuchen's true strength, he would be able to display a more powerful sword art. The benefits would be even greater. Even if he couldn't deal with a Sky Origin realm expert, he could at least suppress the experts from various countries. Time passed by as everyone worked hard to cultivate. Cultivating crazily and racing against time, the cultivations of the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion grew stronger day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The cultivations of the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion had all broken through, and their strength had greatly increased. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, they all felt like they had become super geniuses. However, the ones whose cultivation improved the fastest were still Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. Their time was twice as long as the others, and now the two of them had already stepped into the second level of the Origin Core stage. As for Feng Wuchen, he was still at the same place. He had been comprehending the soul-extinguishing sword art for a month. Unfortunately, his gains were not much and he had only comprehended a little. However, it was still a great help to Feng Wuchen. If he wanted to comprehend the true essence, he still needed more time. Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying talent was needless to say. After cultivating for a month with the help of treasures of heaven and earth, she had already stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Her cultivation had already surpassed Feng Wuchen's. A terrifying cultivation speed was not only due to one's great talent, but it was also related to the cultivation method. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation method Ling Xiaoxiao cultivated was extremely powerful. After breaking through, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with a sweet smile on her beautiful face, "Brother Feng, how's your comprehension?" Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The sword technique is too profound. After a month, I've only comprehended a little. The celestial technique is powerful. It won't be so easy." "Brother Feng, don't worry," Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. Her voice was pleasing to the ear and made one feel very comfortable. "Haste makes waste." Feng Wuchen smiled. "Brother Feng, put aside comprehending the sword technique and cultivate with Xiaoxiao. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You have to relax. Moreover, as your cultivation increases, your bloodline awakens faster." Ling Xiaoxiao pulled Feng Wuchen and smiled. "Okay." Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. During this month, although the experts of the various powers had made a move, Feng Wuchen was in closed-door cultivation and none of the Feng clan higher-ups had come out, so they were helpless. The strengthening of the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion's strength was indeed a good thing, but unfortunately, there was no news of Feng Jingxiong. The people that the Empire sent to investigate all said that they had no idea. It had already been 1.5 months since Feng Jingxiong was captured, but there were still no clues, and they utterly didn't know who did it. Another month passed just like this, and it seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, the strength of the Feng clan higher-ups advanced by leaps and bounds. Feng Qianyang stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, and his pill refinement realm was about to break through to the 4th level. Xiao Qingqing stepped into the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and advanced by 2 levels. As for the other Feng clan higher-ups, because of their natural talent, they only broke through by 1 level in these 2 months, but it already made them extremely happy. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's speed was the most shocking. They were already at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage now, and their strength was so strong that if the two of them joined forces, it was sufficient to go against a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. The Feng clan guards were all terrified to the point they broke out in cold sweat, and it was as if they'd seen a ghost. Because of this, Lu Qingyang was extremely complacent. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan broke through to the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage, and their cultivations advanced swiftly. After being strengthened by the Crimson Emperor and the others, Feng Zhan and Feng Yuan's combat strength advanced by leaps and bounds. There was no need to mention the Crimson Emperor and the others, all 8 of them broke through by 2 levels, and their strengths increased greatly. Amongst the 8 of them, the Crimson Emperor was the strongest, and he was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. If Huan Yang and Yi Tsangqiong were to know of such a terrifying advancement, their jaws would surely drop from shock. In 2 months of time, the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion's strength had strengthened greatly, and it absolutely caused others to have a whole new level of respect for them. As for Feng Wuchen, there was no need to mention him. After absorbing the pure energy from the energy bodies and the demon blood vermilion fruit to cultivate, he easily stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage in a month's time. The nearby Ling Xiaoxiao joyfully congratulated Feng Wuchen at the instant he broke through. Congratulations big brother Feng for breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists as he felt the surging and violent energy within his body, and he laughed confidently. If I encounter Guardian Xinglan now, then I'm dead for sure. It was difficult for Feng Wuchen, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, to find a match beneath the heavenly origin stage. Everyone came out of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda one after another with bright smiles on their faces. Their cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they were in a good mood. However, when everyone who came out of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda saw Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, the bright smile on their faces instantly froze. 4th level of the origin core stage? This is impossible. It's impossible to surpass me. What's going on? How did Qingyang and Qingqing advance so quickly? Did I see wrongly? Everyone was extremely shocked as they stared at Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing with wide eyes. In 2 months, the two of them had broken through to the 4th level. What kind of terrifying speed was this? No matter how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was, it couldn't be so terrifying, right? Looking at everyone's shocked expressions as if they had seen a ghost, the smug smile on Lu Qingyang's face became even more brilliant. He was enjoying everyone's shock and envy. Lu Qingyang raised his head proudly and said with a smile, "This is a secret. You'll know in the future." Other than Ling Xiaoxiao, only Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing knew the secret of the 7th level of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The others didn't know at all. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew why Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's cultivation base had suddenly advanced so quickly. Crimson Emperor, these are your spirit weapons and battle armors. With your current strength and spirit weapons, your strength will be even stronger, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, spirit weapons appeared out of thin air, emitting powerful auras. Crimson Emperor and the others each received 2 spirit weapons, 1 weapon, and 1 battle armor. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The 8 of them were abnormally excited. Other than Crimson Emperor and the others, the higher-ups of the Feng family also received spirit weapons and battle armors. Their strength had greatly increased. These spirit treasures were selected by Feng Wuchen on the 3rd floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He had already prepared them for them. Even the guards of the Feng clan were given treasures. There were countless treasures in the 3rd level of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and these spiritual weapons were nothing. Moreover, the people of the Feng family and the Heaven Pavilion needed them. In order to deal with the Taishu sect, the Wind Thunder sect, and the Polaris sect, Feng Wuchen had to increase their battle prowess, especially the Crimson Emperor and the others. Their strength was much stronger than the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. The entire Feng clan was extremely excited. After 2 months of cultivation and obtaining a spirit tool, their strength could be said to have increased by more than a few times. Greetings, great leader. Everyone was excited. Huan Yang entered the Feng clan's courtyard and bowed respectfully. Huan Yang's expression was somewhat self-reproachful as he respectfully said, "Great Commander, the people we sent out to investigate were unable to find any news about the Feng family's patriarch. The various empires all said that they were unaware of this matter." Unaware? Feng Wuchen frowned. In this way, they were unable to find anything. There were no clues at all. It has been more than 2 months. Chen could something have happened to your father? Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly. The more there was no news about Feng Xingxiong, the more uneasy she felt. Feng Wuchen comforted her, "Mother, don't worry. We can't be sure yet. Aunt Xiao, don't worry too much. Uncle Feng is a good person. Nothing will happen." Ling Xiaoxiao also comforted her. She directly held Xiao Qingqing's arm to calm her down. Feng Qianyang said in a deep voice, "There are no clues, and we don't know why they are doing this. If they are doing this for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, they should have taken action long ago. But now, they have yet to appear. After capturing Feng Xianxiong, they did not appear again. Everyone was very puzzled, but they could not figure out the reason. Could it be that they were after Feng Xianxiong? However, thinking about it, it was impossible. Feng Xianxiong had been in Peerless City for decades and had never offended anyone. Even if he had grudges, Feng Xianxiong would endure it. It was impossible for him to offend a big shot. If we can find the person pretending to be the Feng clan's guard, we might know. Unfortunately, we don't know his identity. Feng Qianyang said seriously. This was the only clue. However, it had been more than 2 months. Where could they find him? The Inferno Empire might not be able to find out. They should not be from our empire. Huan Yang, send people to the other empires to investigate. Perhaps we can find some clues. Feng Wuchen said coldly. If it was the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen really could not think of which faction it was. It was impossible for the Tianzhou, and even more impossible for the Yunzhou. All the major factions in the Yunzhou had already submitted to Feng Wuchen. The imperial capital was under the emperor's feet. Who would be so bold as to capture Feng Wuchen's father? Yes. Huan Yang said respectfully and immediately returned. Cabinet Master, the Taishu clan, the Thunder clan, and the Polaris clan sent people to assassinate you in order to seize the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. We must not let them go. Shuefeng said coldly. Leng Muching said coldly, they must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Our current strength is not enough to fight against them, especially the Taishu clan. They are stronger than the Tianyun clan. Even the emperor is no match for the Taishu clan. We have to endure and understand the specific strength of these major factions. It is only a matter of time before we act. None of them can escape. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen was ruthless and merciless. He would never let any of his enemies go, but now was not the time for revenge. The major factions of various countries were tyrannical. They were far from what the Feng clan and the Heaven Pavilion could contend with. Blindly attacking would only cause the Feng clan and the Heaven Pavilion to suffer heavy casualties. The most important thing was the Heavenly Origin stage powerhouse. Even though Feng Wuchen had stepped into the 7th level of the Origin core stage and possessed super strong strength, he was still no match for a Heavenly Origin stage powerhouse. Previously, Feng Wuchen could kill Gu Qingxian under special circumstances. If Duan Tianhun did not exhaust Gu Qingshuan's true origin and Ling Xiaxia's barrier did not severely injure Gu Qingxian, Feng Wuchen would not have been able to kill him. In short, the Heavenly Origin stage was far from what the Origin core stage could contend with. Cabinet Master, Guangzhan, Shuefeng, and I will go and find out their strength. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle, Saber Soul said. Alright, we can also check if my father is in their hands. Feng Wuchen nodded. Saber Soul and the other 2 immediately set off. Not long after the 3 of them left, the Feng clan came again. Grand General? Feng Wuchen and the others were extremely surprised. Greetings, Grand General. Crimson Emperor and the others hurriedly knelt down on one knee respectfully. Even though they were no longer the Heaven Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army, they were still nurtured by Yizongqiong in the end, and they were still extremely respectful to Yizongqiong. Yizongqiong's expression was unsightly, and it seemed like something had happened. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, Grand General, speak frankly if you have something to say. Yizongqiong personally came to Sky Province's Matchless City, and it was obvious that the matter was absolutely not small. The matter is no small matter. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Yizongqiong said solemnly, not long ago, you entered the Divine Valley, and the Water Moon Empire insisted that the treasure Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda belonged to the Divine Valley, and all 4 empires had a share. It did not belong to you, and they passed this information to the Luoyun Empire and the Tianwu Empire. The 3 empires are pressuring the emperor to hand over the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. What? Feng Qianyang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Nonsense. Lu Qingyang was furious, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, still insisting? Pay. If you want to snatch the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, then just say it. Shameless to the extreme. The Crimson Emperor said angrily, without any evidence, how can you be so sure? They are deliberately slandering the pavilion master. The strength that Big Brother Feng has displayed has already made the Water Moon Empire feel threatened. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is so powerful, and everyone wants it for themselves. The Water Moon Emperor is the same. As the leader of the four empires, the Water Moon Emperor will definitely not let the Inferno Empire threaten their position, Ling Xiaoxiao said. As expected of the Water Moon Emperor, your methods are truly brilliant, using the empires to threaten me. Feng Wuchen sneered, but they guessed correctly. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was indeed obtained by Feng Wuchen from the Divine Valley, but other than Ling Xiaoxiao, no one else knew about it, and Ling Xiaoxiao could not possibly leak it out. In other words, before knowing the origins of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Water Moon Emperor was completely making things up. However, who asked Feng Wuchen to enter the Divine Valley? After knowing Feng Wuchen's true identity, the Water Moon Emperor was quite fearful of Feng Wuchen, but he was unwilling to give up the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, so he could only think of such a method. Joined forces with the other two empires to pressure the Inferno Empire, forcing Feng Wuchen to hand over the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Xianxia smiled bitterly and helplessly. Even a fool can guess that they are here for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. To put it bluntly, they are here to snatch it. However, with the three empires at work, the emperor can't do anything. He can only send this general to ask the great commander to make a trip to the imperial capital. First it was the great powers of the various empires, and now it's the emperors of the various empires. Very good. It's truly infuriating to the point of wanting to laugh. Feng Wuchen sneered, but the ghastly coldness in his pitch-black pupils caused others to feel terror. Feng Jingxiong's whereabouts were unknown until now, and Feng Wuchen was still being hunted down by the experts of the various empires because of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. At this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly wanted to howl towards the sky to vent the rage that had accumulated in his heart during this period of time. Killing intent that caused one's soul to tremble suffused out from Feng Wuchen's body, and it was accompanied by a monstrous aura. 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Xianxia's heart shook greatly, and his eyes revealed astonishment and an expression of disbelief. What sort of terrifying cultivation speed was this? It had only been 3 months since the battle between Feng Wuchen and Lei Zhu, yet Feng Wuchen had actually broken through from the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. The astonished Xianxia only noticed at this moment that the cultivations of the Feng clan members and the Crimson Emperor had strengthened by a few times, especially the Crimson Emperor. He was actually already at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and his strength was already capable of going against Xianxia. Unfortunately, Ling Xiaoxiao had concealed her cultivation. On the surface, she only looked to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, but her true cultivation was even slightly stronger than Feng Wuchen. She was already at the late stage of the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, and was only half a step away from the peak. With such a terrifying improvement, Xianxia truly didn't dare believe what sort of shocking improvement the Feng Clan and Heaven Pavilion would have after a year. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was indeed obtained from the Valley of Gods, but it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to hand it over. Since the Water Moon Empire insisted that the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was obtained by Feng Wuchen in the Valley of Gods, Feng Wuchen also wanted to hear what they had to say. For the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, as the ruler of a nation, he actually did such a brainless thing. To insist without any solid evidence and be so careless, how could this be the demeanor of an emperor? Wuchen, don't be rash. Feng Qianyang warned. Feng Wuchen and Xianxia headed to the imperial capital alone. Ling Xiaoxiao, the Crimson Emperor, and the others stayed in the Feng clan to prevent the powerful experts from the various nations from taking advantage of the situation. Feng Jingxiong was captured and his whereabouts were unknown. Feng Wuchen didn't want anything to happen to anyone else. With Ling Xiaoxiao overseeing the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen could rest assured. As long as the powerful experts from the various nations weren't afraid of death, they could just barge into the Feng clan. Great Commander, what are your plans? On the way to the imperial capital, Xianxia asked. Xianxia more or less knew Feng Wuchen's temperament. If they really forced Feng Wuchen into a corner, he could do anything. I don't have any plans. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, before I make any plans, I want to see what plans the three empires have. Yi Zongqiong frowned slightly and thought to himself, it seems like Feng Wuchen has already made his decision. Feng Wuchen suddenly sensed something. His lips curled into a dangerous arc as he said to Yi Zongqiong, Great General, I have some guests to entertain. Great General, please return first. Killing intent. Yi Zongqiong also sensed it, and his expression changed slightly. It was obvious that the person who came was very powerful. Yi Zongqiong's face darkened as he said angrily, Are they here for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda again? Preposterous. Do you really think that there's no one in the Inferno Empire who's capable? Great General, leave quickly. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. Yi Zongqiong knew that he couldn't interfere, and he didn't want to be a burden to Feng Wuchen. He immediately used his movement technique and left at top speed. Yi Zongqiong was only at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage now, and even though his strength was strong, but compared to a true expert, his strength was nothing. The reason why Yi Zongqiong was famous throughout the empire was because of his ability to lead troops into battle. No one in the 4 empires dared to underestimate him. Swish. Swish. Not long after Yi Zongqiong left, 3 black shadows flashed through the forest. They were extremely fast, and each of them was filled with a fierce murderous aura. The people that arrived were 2 men and a woman that were a little over 40, and from the aura that suffused their bodies, it could be discerned that the woman was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, whereas the 2 men were at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, and their strengths were extremely formidable. Feng Wuchen, you've finally come out. One of the men said in a ghastly voice. Feng Wuchen sneered as he asked, You've come for my pagoda again? Who are you people? The flames of rage in his heart hadn't dissipated, yet these people had come looking for him. Feng Wuchen just happened to have no place to vent the flames of rage in his heart. Hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The woman said coldly. I don't kill women, so you better K off right now. Don't force me to kill you. Feng Wuchen glanced at the woman with disdain. Even Guardian Xinglan, Feng Wuchen, didn't take them seriously, let alone the 3 of them. You're courting death. Feng Wuchen's disdain caused the woman to explode into rage, and she circulated her terrifying strength with all her might. Since you want the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, then I'll give it to you. Feng Wuchen's face instantly became fierce, and his killing intent shot into the sky. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen abruptly shouted out in rage, and his monstrous rage exploded out. The true essence of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage was circulated out, and it was violent and filled with an oppressive feeling. The furious Feng Wuchen utilized the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda the moment he attacked, and it was enough to see how intense Feng Wuchen's killing intent was at this moment. Didn't the great powers of the various countries want to seize his ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Feng Wuchen used a forceful method to strike back, and kill them to the point they didn't dare have the thought of seizing the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The 3 people's faces went pale, and their eyes emitted astonishment. This stinking kid actually broke through again. Guardian Xinglan, who was concealed in the dark, was extremely terrified, to the point his eyeballs almost popped out. Immediately send the news back, Feng Wuchen has already broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. A man in the dark said in astonishment. Origin Core stage. 7th level. Is Feng Wuchen a man or a ghost? In another concealed place, the extremely mysterious expert was scared out of his wits as well. While the 3 of them were shocked and terrified, Feng Wuchen had already utilized the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and a monstrous wave of air violently swept out, causing numerous large trees to be unable to withstand the terrifying wave of air and successively fell down. The entire forest swept up leaves that filled the sky, and the movement was enormous. An enormous golden pagoda that was over 30 meters tall soared into the sky above the forest, and it was dazzling and resplendent. An enormous golden formation enveloped down with a majestic aura. An extremely overbearing pressure poured down, and the 3 people's faces went pale. The irresistible pressure suppressed their cultivations by an entire level. I'm in a very bad mood today, but you just had to come looking for death. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, and his cold killing intent that caused one's body and mind to stiffen locked onto the 3 of them. Feng Wuchen pressed his palms together and shouted out angrily. Die. Monstrous killing intent violently swept out, and an extremely terrifying suction force suffused out from the entrance of the pagoda beneath the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The three of them wanted to avoid it, yet were sucked back, and it terrified them to the point their souls almost left their bodies. The three of them had never known that Feng Wuchen had already stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, and they were simply unable to imagine that monstrous cultivation speed. The three of them had faces filled with terror and even despair, and one of them hurriedly roared out. Grand Elder! 7-star Chankuan Lock! An aged shout accompanied by a majestic aura exploded out. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 azure-colored energy chains shot out explosively, bringing along an ear-piercing sonic boom, then they coiled around the three of them and forcefully pulled them out. 9th level of the origin core stage. Humph! Feng Wuchen fiercely grunted angrily, then his right hand abruptly pulled down, and the enormous ninefold cosmos pagoda smashed down with a bang. Bang! OM! OM! The ninefold cosmos pagoda mercilessly smashed down, and with a deafening bang, the ground shook and collapsed. Countless fissures bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they spread out and tore apart, giving rise to a large expanse of dust, and the forest within an area of 100 meters was completely changed beyond recognition. The three of them had pale faces and were incomparably terrified, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Just a little bit more and they would have been crushed to death by the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen hasn't shown himself for 2 months, he's probably in closed-door cultivation. His cultivation speed is truly unimaginable, the old man said seriously. The old man's hair and beard were completely white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Grand Elder, what should we do? The young woman asked in terror, her body trembling without end, and she already had the intention to retreat in her heart. When facing such a terrifying genius, the young woman felt that they had come to court death. Feng Wuchen breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage had exceeded their expectations. Leave quickly, the old man ordered without the slightest hesitation. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Want to leave? Leave your lives behind. Feng Wuchen shouted out furiously, and his killing intent shot into the sky. How could the enraged Feng Wuchen allow them to escape? Feng Wuchen shouted out loudly, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda flashed out explosively, rampaging all along the way, and large areas of ancient trees were shattered into powder by the terrifying force. OM! OM! The old man's face was filled with shock, and he fully exerted the strength of the 9th level of the origin core stage, overbearing and vigorous. But under the suppression of the ninefold cosmos pagoda, a 9th level origin core stage martial artist only had the strength of an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. All of you leave quickly, the old man shouted out loudly. The closer the ninefold cosmos pagoda approached, the more he was able to feel that monstrous force. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Water spirit beast. The old man roared out loudly, and he disregarded the suppression of the pagoda as he attacked with his full strength. The terrifying water attribute true essence condensed into a 30 m tall enormous beast, and along with the old man's hands withdrawing, the enormous beast opened its mouth and charged towards the pagoda. Overestimating your ability. Feng Wuchen shouted out furiously, and his right hand pushed out once more, causing the ninefold cosmos pagoda's strength to skyrocket. Bang! Pooh! The enormous pagoda collided with the enormous beast, and with a bang, the enormous beast condensed from water attribute instantly dispersed, and the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured with a single strike. Gulp! The experts of the various powers that were concealed in the shadows and spectating the battle were already scared speechless when they saw this scene, and their faces were all pale as paper. Feng Wuchen's terror had once again exceeded their imaginations. The youth that was like a devil deeply shocked them, and his terrifying might didn't allow them to offend him. Die! Feng Wuchen shouted out explosively once more, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda actually charged towards the old man with an even more terrifying speed. Not good. The old man's face went pale, and he was extremely terrified. Grand Elder! The three people that fled roared out in fear and worry, but no one dared go up to support the old man. True essence protection. The old man shouted out loudly and urged his true essence to condense an energy barrier. Bang! Pooh! The enormous pagoda charged over explosively, and with a bang, the old man's energy barrier couldn't withstand a single blow and instantly shattered. The old man once again spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly blasted flying by the pagoda like a cannonball, and everywhere he passed, ancient trees were snapped. Grand Elder. The three of them were extremely terrified, and their terrified gazes even caused tears to flow out of their eyes. The ninth-level Origin Core Stage Grand Elder was simply unable to withstand a single blow when facing the current Feng Wuchen. The collision of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda caused the old man to lose his life on the spot. Feng Wuchen completely used an overwhelming strength to crush a ninth-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. A ninth-level Origin Core Stage martial artist was actually instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. The terror in the hearts of the numerous experts that were concealed in the shadows was simply indescribable with words. Under the circumstances of not utilizing the strength of his bloodline, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, Feng Wuchen, only relied on the suppression of the pagoda to instantly kill a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. His fierce and terrifying gaze swept towards the three people, and Feng Wuchen said in a ghastly voice, "It's your turn. Flee. Flee." A man cried out loudly in terror, and he was completely in disarray. His mind was completely blank, and he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and never step foot into the sky region again. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance, as they'd infuriated Feng Wuchen. Was there any way to survive? Whoosh. Whoosh, bang. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Feng Wuchen executed his movement technique, and his terrifying speed caused his figure to completely transform into a black line. He arrived in a flash, and with a punch, the three of them flew out in different directions. Even if it was a woman, Feng Wuchen didn't show any mercy. Every punch of Feng Wuchen struck their hearts, and a shocking fist mark caved in where their hearts were. The three of them died miserably, as they were unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's terrifying punches. A 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist couldn't even withstand a single blow, let alone a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. The furious Feng Wuchen attacked ruthlessly and mercilessly. He was invincible under the Heavenly Origin stage. After the battle ended, the forest was silent, and only the slowly dissipating ripples of energy could be seen. With a thought, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda returned to his body, then coldly turned around without even looking at it. Feng Wuchen didn't even bother to take the spoils of the battle. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had numerous treasures, and Feng Wuchen didn't take a fancy to their treasures. After venting his rage, Feng Wuchen felt much more comfortable, and finally didn't have the feeling of disliking everyone like before. It's only been 2 months, and Feng Wuchen's strength has become so terrifying. A 9th-level Heavenly Origin Stage martial artist can't even withstand a single blow before him. Guardian Xinglan, who was hiding in the shadows, was terrified to the extreme, and he looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a devil. The shocking scene of Feng Wuchen instantly killing a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist stunned Guardian Xinglan. Even if his strength was above the Grand Elder, he still didn't dare rashly make a move. Guardian Xinglan already faintly felt that Feng Wuchen would become the most terrifying threat to the various empires. Either eliminate Feng Wuchen, or don't offend him. But just because Guardian Xinglan didn't make a move, it didn't mean that no one made a move. Feng Wuchen was just about to leave the forest when waves of piercingly cold killing intent once again suffused the air. Humph. Feeling a few waves of killing intent, Feng Wuchen frowned as he spoke with a ghastly expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a dangerous arc. Feng Wuchen noticed that these people were even willing to give up their lives for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen. Leave your life behind. A furious shout sounded out in the forest, and it was filled with killing intent. Swish. Swish, swish. 5 or 6 figures took the lead to flash over and surround Feng Wuchen. Behind them were a few tens of disciples that dashed over. Taishu sect? Feng Wuchen could tell that. They were from the Taishu sect when he saw their clothes and the word Taishu on their chests. Feng Wuchen, you've killed 6 elites of the Taishu sect. Don't even think about leaving here alive. Unless you hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The 7th-level Origin Core Stage man in the lead shouted angrily. If you want the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, just say it. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly in disdain. Sweeping a cold glance at the dozens of Taishu sect disciples, Feng Wuchen sneered, "Trash like you want to kill me? Set up the formation." The man in the lead shouted loudly. Dozens of disciples activated their true essence and swayed according to their respective positions. In a moment, they had already assumed a posture of great shock. "Feng Wuchen. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I'll let you see the power of the Great Void Dipper formation," the man in the lead said gloomily. Are they fools? These disciples' natural talent is obviously not weak. The Taishu sect shouldn't be so stupid to come here and give their lives away like this. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Amongst the dozens of disciples, there were over 10 Origin Core Stage martial artists that weren't weak, and there was even a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. With such strength, they were surely genius disciples of the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect would send genius disciples to give their lives away? Obviously not. OM. OM. The dozens of disciples activated their full strength, and with the 7th-level Origin Core Stage man in the lead, a vast energy exploded out. A dazzling blue light flashed explosively, and an enormous blue energy barrier enveloped the dozens of disciples within it. The surging energy suffused out, causing the forest to shake violently, and the ferocious energy that spread out was like wind blades. Converging the strength of dozens of disciples and 5 great experts that were comparable to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage, the might of the Taishu astral formation absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Feeling the surging wave of air, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but be surprised as he thought to himself, the might of this formation is really not simple. This aura is even slightly stronger than the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. No wonder they're so confident. Swish. Bang. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a golden energy shot out explosively, blasting onto the blue energy barrier. Bang. An explosion sounded out, and Feng Wuchen's energy was actually completely blocked outside, unable to shake the energy barrier. Oh? Feng Wuchen was surprised once again, as he was actually unable to shake this energy barrier. Swish. Feng Wuchen abruptly stomped on the ground, his figure explosively charged out, and his fist condensed a violent energy as it smashed out. The wind from his fist was extremely ferocious, and it was absolutely capable of instantly killing an 8th-level Origin Core Stage expert. Bang! OM! OM! As the fist descended, an explosion sounded out, causing the ground to tremble. Feng Wuchen's face abruptly went grim, and he was instantly blasted back by an exceedingly tyrannical force. What a formidable defensive force! Feng Wuchen was slightly in disbelief. The man in the lead revealed a complacent smile when he saw this, and he sneered. Feng Wuchen, it's useless. No matter how formidable your strength is, even if you're able to kill a 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, you can dream of breaking through the Cosmos Dipper formation. Feng Wuchen was unhurried as he sneered. Gathering the true essence of so many people, it's indeed very formidable. The man in the lead withdrew a high-grade treasure, causing the aura of the Cosmos Dipper formation to skyrocket, and he sneered complacently. Feng Wuchen, the Cosmos Dipper formation didn't disappoint you, right? High-grade profound rank martial skill. Azure Prime 9 Palace's palm. The man fiercely shouted out explosively as he formed seals with his hands, causing a fierce energy to explode out, then he fiercely blasted out a palm strike. Swish. OM. OM, OM. An enormous blue palm print shot out with a majestic aura, causing gusts of fierce wind to sweep out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground would explode with cracks that were as thick as an arm. This energy is sufficient to contend with Guardian Xinglan. To the Taishu sect, the Cosmos Dipper formation is indeed extremely formidable, but to me, it's not a threat at all. Feng Wuchen lightly sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen urged his true essence with all his might, causing a golden light to explode out. The violent energy was like a flood that gushed out with astonishing might. Low-grade Earth rank martial skill. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand, his index finger pointed at the enormous palm print that shot out explosively, and Feng Wuchen shouted out in a low voice. Swish. A golden light beam that was as thick as an arm tore through the air, causing an ear-piercing sonic boom. The golden light was as fast as lightning, giving off an irresistible pressure. Rumble. OM. OM. In an instant, the golden ray of light collided with the palm print and exploded. A deafening explosion resounded through the forest and shook the surroundings. The energy ripples that swept out were unbridled and dazzling in this forest that had already changed beyond recognition. The incomparably violent energy shook the energy barrier violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The disciples were in a panic. "Hold on!" the leader shouted in a panic. Dozens of disciples tried their best to hold on to the array, injecting all their energy into it. If it collapsed, they would definitely die. "How long can you hold on?" Feng Wuchen lightly sneered as he asked. His index finger had already condensed another terrifying energy, causing the golden light to explode. In the previous head-on collision, Feng Wuchen was unharmed, and the energy ripples could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Seeing the terrifying energy condensed at Feng Wuchen's fingertips, the leader's face was extremely gloomy, and he began to panic. The Cosmos Dipper formation was so powerful, but it could not hurt Feng Wuchen. A moment later, the energy ripples dissipated, and a huge crater that was more than 100 feet wide appeared in the forest. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. The forest no longer existed, and there was only an empty space that looked like the surface of the moon. "The Cosmos Dipper formation is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen coldly sneered. "Feng Wuchen. Don't be so smug." The leader gritted his teeth in anger, and his face became ferocious. "I forgot to tell you, I haven't used my full strength yet." Feng Wuchen's face curled into a mocking sneer. "OM." The bloodline power was activated, and Feng Wuchen's aura instantly skyrocketed. An extremely terrifying and violent aura burst out, containing a trace of nobility. The terrifying energy spread out, causing the ground to shake violently. The bloodline power was activated, and the energy condensed at the tip of Feng Wuchen's index finger became even more terrifying. The power that was full of deterrence was frightening. "Oh no! Feng Wuchen's power has increased." The leader's face changed drastically, and his heart became more and more panicked. "He's a monster." The other 4 elites of the Taishu sect also panicked. That violent energy made them feel hopeless. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen growled again, and a golden light beam as thick as an arm broke through the air. He used it again, but this time the energy was even more terrifying, and its aura was more ferocious and intimidating, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. Gulp, looking at the extremely terrifying golden light beam. The dozens of disciples in the blue energy barrier were all terrified, and could not help but swallow their saliva. Boom. Crack. Puff. Puff, puff. The golden light beam was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed into the energy barrier. With a boom, the energy barrier was instantly shattered, and the dozens of disciples spat out blood at the same time. How is this possible? The leader was terrified. The terrifying power of the golden light was more terrifying than he had imagined. The golden light beam flashed, and the disciples who were pierced died on the spot, while the others were all seriously injured. The Taishu astral formation could not withstand a single blow. The disciples had poured their energy into the Great Tremor, and once the Great Tremor was broken, they would have to bear heavy injuries, or even lose their lives. The Taishu astral formation could not withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen sneered viciously as he walked over step by step, and a biting cold murderous aura spread out. "Martial uncle, let's run." Feng Wuchen is too scary. "Martial uncle, if we don't run now, we'll be dead." "Martial uncle, let's run." Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over, the dozens of disciples began to despair. Their hearts were filled with fear, and they all wanted to run away immediately. The experts who were of the martial uncle level had pale faces, and one of them growled, "You guys go first. Quick." Hearing that, the dozens of terrified disciples got up and ran away, their hearts burning with hope. "None of you can escape," Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Supreme Dragon God Sword was drawn, and Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly disappeared. "Stop him." The faces of the martial uncle changed, and they endured their injuries and rushed out. Shoo! 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 A very cruel scene appeared. Feng Wuchen held the supreme dragon god sword and started a crazy massacre. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered continuously, and blood spurted out. The dozens of disciples were not spared. The martial uncle who was seriously injured also died under Feng Wuchen's sword. For the sake of seizing the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Taishu sect could be said to have suffered a great loss. First, 6 great experts were killed, and now another 5 experts and a few tens of disciples died miserably. These people could be said to be the backbone of the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect underestimated Feng Wuchen's strength too much, and overestimated the might of the Taishu sect's astral heaven formation too much. After this battle, the experts of the various powers that were hidden in the shadows were once again awed by Feng Wuchen's terror, and they'd long since been scared out of their wits. Bang! His palm formed a claw, and with a bang, a strand of azure flames condensed on his claw that was suffused with an extremely violent aura. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the few tens of corpses instantly burned. Feng Wuchen walked out of the sea of flames step by step, and the corpses behind him all transformed into ash, and they could be said to have turned into ashes. Feng Wuchen is a murderous devil. He didn't let a single one of the few tens of disciples of the Taishu sect go. Isn't he afraid of the Taishu sect taking revenge? Without a heavenly origin stage expert, it's utterly impossible to deal with Feng Wuchen. The numerous experts that were hidden in the shadows didn't dare make a move. A 9th-level origin core stage martial artist was instantly killed by Feng Wuchen, and they were completely courting death if they made a move. After Feng Wuchen left, the experts of the various powers that were hidden in the shadows flashed out successively, and there were even some formidable independent cultivators amongst them. Even Guardian Xinglan made an appearance. The few tens of experts went silent as they looked at the shocking traces of battle before them. A 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, I truly don't dare believe that he's able to instantly kill a 9th-level origin core stage expert. For so many years, a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen has never appeared in the 4 great empires. This person is cold-blooded and merciless. Offending him is certain death. The expressions of the few tens of experts were pale, and the more they spoke, the more terrified they were. Guardian Xinglan frowned as he looked at the terrified expressions of these experts. Feng Wuchen is reputed as the strongest genius, and there's nothing to say about his strength. It's utterly impossible to seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda with just our strength, unless we're at the heavenly origin stage. Feng Wuchen's current strength was already sufficient to instantly kill a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist, and his strength was so strong that he was invincible below the heavenly origin stage. Only Sky Origin Realm cultivators might be able to deal with Feng Wuchen. Everyone is here for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. To be honest, I don't have the guts to covet the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda anymore. An expert shook his head. He wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself. Everyone has seen it. So many people from the Taishu sect have died tragically. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Breeze sect was also killed by Feng Wuchen. Now that we have offended Feng Wuchen, he will definitely not let us go. His presence is too great a threat to our sect. Why don't we join forces and kill him? Someone suggested. That's right. Not for ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Only to kill Feng Wuchen. Someone agreed. Guardian Xinglan, your cultivation base is the highest here. What do you think? One of them looked at Guardian Xinglan and asked. Guardian Xinglan of the Polaris sect? Everyone looked at him in shock and awe. Guardian Xinglan stroked his beard and said solemnly, although Feng Wuchen's strength is strong, if we join forces, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, there will be a time when his true origin is exhausted. At that time, it will be his death. If he doesn't die, with his terrifying cultivation speed, I'm afraid the Taishu sect, Thunder Breeze sect, and Polaris sect won't be able to escape destruction. Hearing this, the faces of the experts from the 3 major forces changed drastically. After a pause, Guardian Xinglan continued, the existence of ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is highly valued by the emperors of the various countries. Moreover, the 3 empires have already pressured the Yanhua Empire. Yizongqiong came to find Feng Wuchen because of this. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda probably won't fall into our hands. Therefore, we don't need to waste time on ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The most important thing is to get rid of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying. Among the major forces of the various countries, other than the Fantasy Cloud sect, the other major forces had already made their moves. If they didn't get rid of Feng Wuchen as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, among so many experts, not many agreed. No, it should be said that neither agreed nor disagreed. No one knew if Guardian Xinglan had other intentions. The experts present weren't stupid. They naturally didn't have much trust in the words of others, especially when it was an expert who wanted to seize Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. However, they firmly believed in getting rid of Feng Wuchen. It was imperative for them to do so. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was flying on his sword towards the imperial capital. But what Feng Wuchen never imagined was that when he caught up to Yi Tsangqiong had already been subdued and heavily injured. These people were extraordinarily bold to even dare to make a move against the Yanhua Empire's Grand General. Today's disasters could be said to have come one after another. It could be seen how great the temptation of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was to the cultivators of the four great empires. There were two people who injured Yi Tsangqiong. Both of them were old men, and both of them were at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Their strengths could be said to be rather formidable. You two old things must have eaten the guts of a leopard, right? You even dared to make a move against the Grand General of the Yanhua Empire. Feng Wuchen stared at the two old men as he spoke ghastly. One of the old men sneered. Aren't you a Grand General of the Yanhua Empire as well? Aren't there still many people who want to kill you and seize Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Cut the crap. Quickly hand over Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Otherwise, we'll kill Yi Tsangqiong. The other old man glared angrily at Feng Wuchen as he threatened, and his clawed hand held on to Yi Tsangqiong's neck. Grand General, they're two elders of the Tianwu Empire's Fantasy Cloud sect. The heavily injured Yi Tsangqiong shouted loudly. Fantasy Cloud sect? Feng Wuchen frowned, as it was another unfamiliar sect name. Humph. So what if you know? With the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, why would the Fantasy Cloud sect fear the various major factions? The old man holding Yi Tsangqiong sneered arrogantly, looking down on everyone. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the two old men. He said expressionlessly, those who threaten me will not have a good ending. If you release General Yi now, I can consider not killing you. Boom! One of the old men mercilessly struck Yi Tsangqiong's abdomen. The terrifying force caused Yi Tsangqiong to vomit blood, and his injuries instantly worsened. Feng Wuchen, if you don't hand over the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, this old man doesn't know how long Yi Tsangqiong can last, the old man said ferociously. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely icy cold, and the killing intent in his eyes caused others to not dare look directly at him. But the two old men were both at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and one of them was holding Yi Tsangqiong. Feng Wuchen didn't dare act rashly, so as to avoid Yi Tsangqiong being harmed. Yi Tsangqiong was the Grand General of the Scorchfire Empire, and he was the strongest in the entire empire when leading troops into battle. The empire needed him. You want the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, right? Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and an exquisite golden pagoda appeared out of thin air in his palm. Feng Wuchen said coldly, the pagoda is right here, come seize it if you have the ability. Throw it over. One of the old men shouted furiously. He wouldn't fall for it. Once he made a move, it was extremely likely that Feng Wuchen would instantly heavily injure or even kill him with a terrifying speed. The old man holding Yi Tsangqiong abruptly exerted force in his claw, and he glared angrily at Feng Wuchen. Since you want it, then I'll give it to you. Feng Wuchen said coldly and indifferently, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to toss the exquisite pagoda over. Yi Tsangqiong's face went ghastly pale. Never had he imagined that Feng Wuchen would be so unhesitant. One of the old men grabbed at the air and instantly sucked the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda over, and he said with a face full of joy, it didn't take any effort to obtain it. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is finally in our hands. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, can you let him go now? Humph. Feng Wuchen, at least you know what's good for you. The old man holding Yi Tsangqiong sneered, but you're stronger than us. If you let him go now, do you think we'll still be alive? Feng Wuchen's face grew colder and colder. Monstrous anger surged in his body, and his eyes were incomparably cold and emotionless, like a cold-blooded animal. Then what do you want? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The old man sneered mockingly, injure yourself. Do you know the consequences of threatening me? Feng Wuchen slowly raised his palm and asked coldly. The ethereal force in his body was activated, and he looked like he was going to harm himself. Commander, stop. Once you're injured, they'll kill you. Yi Xianxia shouted anxiously. That's right. We'll kill you. Your existence is too great a threat to us. The old man holding the pagoda sneered. Suck. Feng Wuchen, who had raised his palm, suddenly stretched it out towards the old man holding the pagoda. He bent his palm like a claw and shouted. The exquisite pagoda suddenly exploded with a terrifying suction force. In that instant, the old man was sucked into the pagoda. Third Elder. The old man holding Yi Xianxia was shocked and looked at the pagoda in horror. Swish, tsk, while the old man was panicking, a stream of blood suddenly spurted out. The old man's arm that was holding Yi Xianxia had been severed. The old man's face twitched as he looked at his severed arm in horror. Intense pain quickly spread throughout his body, and the old man screamed in horror. From the moment the old man was sucked into the pagoda to when Feng Wuchen severed the other old man's arm and rescued Yi Xianxia, only a few seconds had passed. The speed was extremely terrifying. Tsk. After rescuing Yi Xianxia, Feng Wuchen appeared again in a flash. With a few flashes of his sword, the old man's limbs were severed by Feng Wuchen. Fresh blood spurted out. Feng Wuchen. You bastard. The old man was in extreme pain and was extremely terrified. Just wait for your death, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda flew over. Then, he released the old man who had been sucked into the pagoda. Pagoda! Pagoda! The old man shouted in panic as soon as he was released. However, when he heard the other old man screaming in horror, his expression changed drastically. Boom! At this moment, Feng Wuchen threw a punch. The terrifying force caused the old man to spit out blood. Before the old man could fly out, Feng Wuchen grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. Boom! Feng Wuchen threw another punch at the old man's back. With a loud boom, the old man fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. After 2 punches, the old man was severely injured. Feng Wuchen. The severely injured old man was terrified and had no strength to get up. You'll end up like him if you threaten me. Feng Wuchen pointed at the old man whose limbs were severed and said coldly. The Supreme Dragon God sword in his hand cut off the other old man's limbs without hesitation. Fresh blood gushed out as the 2 old men screamed. They were severely injured and were enduring the pain of certain death while waiting for death. His ruthless methods and ferocious strength made Yi Xianxia tremble in fear. He stared at Feng Wuchen in horror. Yi Xianxia found it hard to imagine that a 17 or 18-year-old youth could kill so many people. Even the elite soldiers of the empire were not as ruthless as Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Kill us if you dare. One of the elders roared. He could no longer endure the pain. Both their arms and legs had been severed. Even if they could survive, they had lost the courage to continue living. However, who would come here in the wilderness? Even if someone came, the 2 elders would probably be on their last breaths by then. They would be so weak that they could not speak. Who would discover them? Or perhaps the 2 elders had died long ago. When the experts of the various countries, including the Fantasy Cloud sect, learned that Feng Wuchen was going to the imperial capital, none of them gave chase. They just waited. Great General, let's go. Let them slowly wait for their deaths or wait for the Fantasy Cloud sect to collect their corpses, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, completely ignoring the 2 elders' painful curses. No matter how the 2 elders cursed or roared, Feng Wuchen did not turn back. Yi Xianxia took a deep breath, doing his best to calm himself down. Feng Wuchen killed people without a word. Yi Xianxia was worried that Feng Wuchen would do the same when they reached the imperial capital. If they offended the 3 empires, a war would be inevitable. Along the way, Yi Xianxia was on tenterhooks. Feng Wuchen's current status was as simple as that of a great general. As Feng Wuchen grew stronger, his status became even more terrifying. As such, no matter how worried Yi Xianxia was, he did not dare to ask Feng Wuchen how he planned to deal with the 3 empires. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen and Xianxia arrived at the imperial capital. Welcome, great commander. Upon entering the capital, the imperial soldiers respectfully welcomed him. No matter which official it was, as long as they saw Feng Wuchen and Xianxia, they had to respectfully greet them. After what happened in the royal palace last time, many officials of the Imperium had already gotten to know Feng Wuchen through all kinds of portraits, in case they offended him one day. No one wanted to follow in Sir Yang's footsteps. Now that everyone in the Yang family had been demoted to commoners, the Yang family had completely declined. Welcome, great commander. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were led by Huan Yang and Chaos God. They were already waiting in front of the royal palace. Many of the kingdom's officials were there. However, many of the officials' expressions were not very good, and they all looked worried. Evidently, the pressure from the three empires had made them very nervous. Greetings, Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian bowed respectfully. Yang Tianxian said respectfully, Master, the general should have explained it to you. The three empires obviously want Master to hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. What do you think? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. He did not stop and walked straight to the main palace. Situ Zhentian quickly said, We will listen to Master's orders. Feng Wuchen did not say anything else. He came to the front of the palace and walked in without hesitation. Yang Tianxian and the other high-ranking officials followed closely behind. In the main palace, Duan Tianhun, the emperors, and the imperial advisor had been waiting for a long time. Duan Tianhuan's expression was very ugly. Duan Tianhun could not do anything about the threat of the three empires. He was not confident that he could go against the three empires. Greetings, Emperor. Feng Wuchen bowed respectfully and looked coldly at Lei Zhenfeng and the other emperors. Duan Tianhun said in a deep voice, Feng Wuchen is here. Whether or not the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is handed over will depend on whether Feng Wuchen is willing or not. I will not ask about other people's treasures. Humph. Duan Tianhuan's words were filled with sarcasm. He was obviously accusing the three emperors of wanting to take other people's treasures. Emperor Tianwu said in a deep voice, Emperor Duan, what do you mean? The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda belongs to the Gods' Valley. All four empires have a share. How can we let Feng Wuchen have it alone? Lei Zhenfeng and the other two emperors glared at Feng Wuchen. Lei Zhenfeng said, Feng Wuchen, you dare to bring people into the Gods' Valley and disregard the four empires' authority. You want to take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda from the Gods' Valley. Do you know your crime? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, If I had known, I would have rejected the spirit beast's summon and let it go into a rage. It will destroy the Gods' Valley and even exterminate all of you. When he said exterminate all of you, Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the three emperors. Pa! Lei Zhenfeng was furious. He suddenly slapped the chair and stood up. He shouted, Audacious! Stinking brat! You dare to speak such arrogant words. You even want to exterminate our three empires. Emperor Duan, if you feel that I am wrong, why don't I summon the spirit beast over and you can talk to it? I might even be able to send it back to the Gods' Valley. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Hearing this, Lei Zhenfeng and the rest's faces changed. They immediately went silent. Emperor Duan, words are not proof. Can you take out evidence to prove that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was obtained from the Gods' Valley? Yang Tianqing asked gloomily. Feng Wuchen was fearless. He casually found a place to sit and said, I also want to see the evidence. Humph. Why do you need evidence? During the prodigy ranking competition, when you fought with Bai Kong, you didn't use the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. This proves that he didn't have it at that time. The second time he barged into the Gods' Valley and fought with Lei Ju, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda appeared. Doesn't this mean that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was obtained from the Gods' Valley? The falling cloud emperor coldly snorted. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the supreme dragon god sword flew out. A violent aura swept out, and with a crisp sound, it landed in the center of the hall. Duan Tianhun shouted angrily, Ridiculous! This is utter nonsense. Is this how you act as the emperor of the falling cloud empire? What kind of bullshit logic is this? Do you even have a brain? You. The falling cloud emperor was furious. His face turned red and his lungs were about to explode. He glared at Duan Tianhun fiercely. I didn't use this sword during the prodigy ranking competition. It only appeared during the battle with Lei Ju. Was it also obtained from the God's Valley? Were all the treasures that I didn't use during the prodigy ranking competition and only appeared after the battle with Lei Ju obtained from the God's Valley? What kind of logic is this? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the Supreme Dragon God Sword returned to his body. He then sneered, according to the bullshit logic of you three emperors, can I say that the thrones of your three empires are mine? Everything in the three empires is mine. Hearing this, the three emperors were furious. Feng Wuchen actually dared to covet their thrones. Feng Wuchen. Don't try to quibble. Hand over the ninefold Qianquan pagoda. Emperor Tianwu angrily shouted, as if he was giving an order. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Feng Wuchen sneered, because of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda incident, my father's whereabouts are unknown. First, it was the Taishu sect, then the Wind Lightning sect, Polaris sect, and Fantasy Cloud sect. They all came to deal with me one after another. They want to take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I'll remember these old debts. I'll say the ugly words first. When I want to settle the score, I hope you won't stop me. Speaking until here, Feng Wuchen moved his mind and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda appeared in his hand. It emitted a golden light and an incomparably powerful aura. In the end, don't you want the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Feng Wuchen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the pagoda flew out and floated in the middle of the hall. Looking at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, everyone in the hall was afraid. Although it didn't erupt with a terrifying pressure, they were still afraid. Such a treasure, everyone wanted to take it for themselves. Feng Wuchen stood up and said coldly, actually, I want to ask you, when did the Divine Valley become yours? When the Divine Valley existed, you weren't even born. Do you know what kind of place the Divine Valley is? You don't know. You're just taking it by force. Lei Zhenfeng, the emperors, and the state preceptor all had gloomy expressions. They couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is right here. Who wants it? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, Emperor Tianwu, do you want it? Aren't you afraid that the Water Moon Empire will destroy your Tianwu Empire? Emperor Luo Yun, should I give it to you first? Let the other three empires destroy you, or give it to the Water Moon Emperor. The Water Moon Empire is the head of the four empires. It should be able to fight against the other three empires, right? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the hall fell silent. The emperor's expressions turned even uglier. Who should they give the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to? The other three emperors weren't willing to give it to Lei Zhenfeng. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be willing. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? As long as you say the word, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will be yours. Anyways, the Inferno Empire won't interfere. Feng Wuchen sneered, his face full of mockery. Duan Tianhun cooperated and said, I won't interfere with the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but other things are hard to say. This stinking brat. Lei Zhenfeng's face turned savage, his heart filled with rage. The Emperor Tianwu and the Emperor Luo Yun also had gloomy expressions. No one said anything. Only Duan Tianhun and Yang Tianxian were enjoying the show. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was in the hall. Whoever wanted it could take it. No one wants it? Feng Wuchen looked at the three emperors and asked, but none of them said anything. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda entered his body. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, if you don't give it to me, you snatch it, but you don't dare to take it. I really don't know what you want. You're so hard to please. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the three emperors and the imperial advisors almost vomited blood. Duan Tianhun and the others almost laughed out loud, but they held it in. Three emperors, I've already called the people over. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has also been taken out. It's you who didn't want it. This has nothing to do with me. Duan Tianhun quickly said, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Humph. Lei Zhenfeng harumphed and left the hall. Before he left, he glared at Feng Wuchen. The Emperor Tianwu and the Emperor Luo Yun also left. So many people couldn't win against a 17 or 18-year-old boy. How could they still have the face to stay? Intimidate them? Feng Wuchen looked at Duan Tianhun in shock. How could Duan Tianhun have so much confidence in him? Yang Tianxian and the other higher-ups were also very surprised by Duan Tianhun's words. Was this still the same emperor who had to think for a long time before doing anything? Moreover, from Duan Tianhun's words, they could tell that Duan Tianhun was not willing to be stepped on by the Water Moon Empire. The pressure from the three empires had already made him lose face. That's right. The Water Moon Empire is the leader of the empires. How could Lei Zhenfeng let other empires occupy his position? The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda only helped him stabilize his throne. The one he really wants to deal with is you. They should have already investigated your background and know your identity. You are the future of the Scorching Fire Empire. You can lead the empire to surpass them. How could that old man let us succeed? Duan Tianhun said seriously. Duan Tianhun slowly walked down and looked at Feng Wuchen. He continued, Feng Wuchen, with your talent, entering the Sky Origin realm will not be difficult. With your current strength and the help of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, even the Sky Origin realm will have to be wary of you. Emperor, aren't you afraid of war? Feng Wuchen asked. Duan Tianhun sneered, war is not that easy. Moreover, did I say I would interfere? Moreover, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are very powerful. If a war really breaks out, it is not certain who will be at a disadvantage unless the three empires join hands. After a pause, Duan Tianhun continued, however, I am worried about the Sky Martial Empire and the Luo Yun Empire. Because of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I have offended them. You are now in a very dangerous situation. All the major powers of the empires want the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I cannot protect you alone. I understand. However, it is not that easy for them to take my treasure. Feng Wuchen sneered. As long as it was not a Sky Origin realm expert, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. All in all, the three empires and the major powers were already involved. Everyone had the same goal, which was to kill Feng Wuchen and take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Looking at Duan Tianhun, Feng Wuchen said, no one can be sure about the war. As the hatred grows deeper, the war will come sooner or later. The war. Great leader is right. We have to be careful. Yizong nodded in agreement. His expression was serious. Duan Tianhun said, then make the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army stronger. They are the Empire's soldiers and also your soldiers. Turn them into invincible soldiers. Let the other three empires. You. All. The empires. You. The empire. You. I believe that you can control everything, Duan Tianhun said seriously. He trusted Feng Wuchen a lot. I am not that capable. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Duan Tianhun smiled, you are very capable. You can't fool me. Master is too modest. Situ Zhentian smiled. If there is nothing else, I will go back. This is a special time. I have to make preparations. After the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are ready, go to Wushuang City to find me. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen summoned the Qilin armor, and a terrifying aura filled the hall. His wings flapped, and Feng Wuchen flew out of the hall. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the palace. Respectfully sending off Great Commander. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army's people all roared loudly. Their voices shook the heavens, shaking people to their core. The terrifying aura and terrifying speed frightened many of the officials and cultivators in the palace. In the hall, Duan Tianhun, who was at the Sky Origin realm, was also amazed. Yizong ordered the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to rush to Tianzhou's Wushuang City. In the sky, Lei Zhenfeng flew with the imperial advisor. His face was gloomy. The other two emperors also returned to their respective empires. Imperial advisor, after returning to the empire, send someone to assassinate Feng Wuchen. We must seize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda first. Lei Zhenfeng said angrily. The murderous aura in his eyes was terrifying. This kid's talent is terrifying. His cultivation speed is even more terrifying. He must not be left alive. The imperial advisor agreed. After thinking for a while, the imperial advisor said, according to the information we have, the major forces of the various countries have already made their moves. Although no one succeeded, at least Feng Wuchen has become enemies with the major forces of the various countries. Feng Wuchen's strength is terrifying. They will not let Feng Wuchen become stronger. Humph. Feng Wuchen must die. Lei Zhenfeng gritted his teeth. He hated Feng Wuchen to the bone. At the same time, the falling cloud emperor who was returning to the empire ordered coldly, send someone to support the Polar Star sect. Eliminate Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. His cultivation must not be allowed to break through. What about the ninefold cosmos pagoda? The imperial advisor frowned. Ignore the ninefold cosmos pagoda for now. There are many people who want to seize it, but it is not so easy. Lei Zhenfeng and the others will surely interfere. We must avoid them for now. The falling cloud emperor said gloomily. Emperor, according to the news from the Polar Star sect's guardian Xinglan, Feng Wuchen's strength is already capable of easily killing a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. It is not easy to eliminate him. If there is no heavenly origin stage martial artist, I'm afraid no one can do anything to him. The imperial advisor said solemnly. The falling cloud emperor's face became savage as he roared, if you can't even deal with a puny Feng Wuchen, what's the use of having you? If you can't deal with Feng Wuchen, then think of a way to deal with him. As long as you can kill Feng Wuchen, it doesn't matter what method you use. Yes. The imperial advisor was frightened to the point of being terrified. The emperor's side also gave the same order, to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. His cultivation speed was shocking, and he even possessed the ninefold cosmos pagoda. If they did not eliminate Feng Wuchen, the apprehension and fear in the hearts of the three great emperors would not disappear. Feng Wuchen's existence was a huge threat to them. After leaving the imperial capital, Feng Wuchen had just stepped into the territory of the Sky Province when he was attacked by a few tens of experts. They had been waiting for him for a long time. The few tens of experts were members of the various large forces of the various countries, and now they had joined forces to deal with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen withdrew the Supreme Dragon God Sword, circulated his true essence, and executed the Dragon God's shadow to carry out a merciless slaughter. No matter if it was a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist or an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist, they were all slashed by Feng Wuchen with a single slash of his sword. In less than half a minute, over a dozen of the few tens of experts were already killed by Feng Wuchen. His methods were ruthless and merciless. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, and these experts of unknown origins didn't even know how they died. In less than 2 minutes, none of the few tens of experts were lucky enough to escape, and they all died miserably under Feng Wuchen's sword. The mountain forest was suffused with a nauseating smell of blood. The few tens of experts died miserably, and the scene was too horrible to look at. It was a ghastly sight. Feng Wuchen originally thought that it would end like this, but unexpectedly, after rushing for a period of time, he encountered another group of experts. Why must you come to throw away your lives? Feng Wuchen withdrew the Supreme Dragon God Sword once again, and shook his head coldly. Feng Wuchen madly killed all along the way like a homicidal maniac. No matter how many people came, they all died. His methods were ruthless and merciless, and he killed gods and Buddhas that blocked his path. Feng Wuchen's entire body was splashed with the blood of his enemies because of this, and he was like a man made of blood, extremely terrifying. Killing his way back to Peerless City was simply a path of blood, and the death toll was close to 200+ people. Amongst these experts that were killed, besides the experts from the various powers, there were also many experts from empires, and even some independent cultivators, but most of them were experts from the various powers. When the Sky Shadow Fiery Cavalry and Black Flag Army that set out from the Pyrofire Empire passed through the numerous battlefields and saw the cultivators that had died miserably, they were all terrified to the point they broke out in cold sweat. The characteristic of Feng Wuchen that slit the throat with a single strike was fatal and merciless when killing people. The soldiers were able to discern with a glance that these people that had died were all killed by Feng Wuchen. When Feng Wuchen returned to Peerless City, He'd already sensed strands of extremely formidable auras coming from the Feng clan, and his face instantly went gloomy to the extreme. These people had already become more and more arrogant, and they completely didn't take him, the Grand Commander of the Pyrefire Empire, seriously. Within the Feng clan, a few tens of experts were indiscriminately bombarding the Feng clan, and strands of terrifying energy ceaselessly shot out. Within the Feng clan courtyard, Xianxia was relying on a formidable barrier to block the attacks of a few tens of experts, and there were even 9th-level Origin Core Stage experts amongst them. They originally wanted to capture the Feng clan higher-ups alive and use them to threaten Feng Wuchen, but no one had expected that a little girl from the Feng clan would actually possess such a terrifying defensive barrier that completely blocked all their attacks, and she was completely unharmed. With the strength of a few tens of people, they were utterly unable to shake the barrier. An extremely terrifying killing intent suffused the sky above Peerless City, and a boundless imposing aura madly swept out. Those who bully my Feng clan will die. Feng Wuchen's extremely furious roar of rage abruptly spread out in the sky above Peerless City. Feng Wuchen! Feng Wuchen has returned. The expressions of the few tens of experts went grim, and that extremely terrifying killing intent and imposing aura that was filled with deterrence terrified them to the point their hearts trembled. Grand Commander! Third Young Master has returned. Big Brother Feng! Everyone in the Feng clan was overjoyed and cheered excitedly. Feng Wuchen was their sole leader, the pillar of the Feng clan, and the hope of everyone. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, and with a flap of the wings on his back, he'd already appeared in the sky above the Feng clan estate in the blink of an eye. He was covered in blood, and under the background of the terrifying killing intent, he was like a devil. Kill Feng Wuchen! An old man at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage shouted furiously. Flee! Many cowardly cultivators were scared out of their wits the moment Feng Wuchen appeared, and they turned around and fled. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda! Feng Wuchen shouted out loudly, and with a wave of his hand, a golden light shot out. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda instantly expanded to over 30 meters in size, and the golden light practically covered the entire Peerless City. An incomparably overbearing suppression poured down, and the expressions of the few tens of experts went grim, as they obviously felt their true essence being forcefully suppressed. Since you have the guts to come, then prepare to die. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, and he held the Supreme Dragon God sword as he charged out explosively. Kill! Don't leave a single one alive. The Crimson Emperor shouted furiously, and his iron-blooded killing intent erupted out. OM! OM! 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. When they felt the vast aura that was suffused from Xianxia's body, the few tens of experts were all shocked, and pairs of terrified gazes swept towards Xianxia. Who would have thought that a 16 or 17-year-old young girl would actually possess such a formidable strength? Late stage of the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, Xianxia's strength was absolutely above the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Besides Feng Wuchen, the Feng clan actually concealed another 9th level Origin Core Stage expert, and it was even a little girl. All of you have gone too far. Unforgivable. Xianxia's beautiful face was extremely icy cold, a pair of wings condensed out of thin air behind her, then she executed her movement technique and flashed out explosively. A violet light flashed by, and Xianxia's speed was swift like a bolt of lightning. Hiss hiss hiss. Feng Wuchen and Xianxia started a fierce slaughter, and when faced with the strength of a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, they were like kindergartners without the slightest strength to resist. Many 8th level and 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artists were killed by Feng Wuchen and Xianxia at the first possible moment. The two of them attacked, and in the time of a few breaths, they'd already killed over 10 people. Feng Wuchen's appearance had already caused them to be in chaos, and coupled with Xianxia, the few tens of experts were terrified to the point of fleeing in terror. Even 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artists were terrified to the point of fleeing for their lives because of the terrifying suppressive force of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Unfortunately, the terrifying suction force of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda caused them to have no way out, and only the two 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artists with extremely swift reactions smoothly escaped. Big Brother Feng, leave that old thing to me. Xianxia flew out to pursue the 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artists. I don't care if you're the Taishu sect, Tempest sect, Polaris sect, or Fantasy Cloud sect. Since you bullied my Feng clan today, all of you have to die. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. The Feng clan was Feng Wuchen's foundation, and he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully and humiliate him. The numerous cultivators of Peerless City had long since been terrified by Feng Wuchen's terror. Who would have imagined that the third young master that was ridiculed by everyone in Peerless City would become an expert that caused people to tremble with fear? As a guardian of the sect's Polaris sect, Feng Wuchen's fierce gaze swept towards the old man at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage as he spoke in a ghastly tone, and his killing intent instantly multiplied. Protector Xinglan, it's time to settle our old scores. Polaris Polaris, Polaris 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 Polaris, Polaris 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 Polaris, and Polaris 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 was a Polaris sect of Polaris Polaris of Polaris. Of Polaris Polis, Polaris. As a guardian of the Polaris sect, he had actually fled in fear. Startled, Protector Xinglan desperately used his movement skill to escape. Only when he escaped from Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's range of suppression did he heave a sigh of relief. They were both at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Without the suppression of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Guardian Xinglan was confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen teleported and instantly intercepted Protector Xinglan. You want to leave? Leave your life behind. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Protector Xinglan frowned and said viciously, without the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, you might not be my opponent. After saying those words, Protector Xinglan pressed his palms together and shouted, Soul Sealing Formation. Another tyrannical Soul Sealing Array. In front of absolute power, your Soul Sealing Array cannot trap me. Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. The true essence in his body was fully activated, and a surging power gushed out. Bang! With a flap of his black wings, Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God Sword and flew out with a loud rumble. His speed was so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye. The enormous formation was condensed, but it was actually unable to trap Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Protector Xinglan's face changed dramatically, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant, and the Supreme Dragon God Sword fiercely pierced towards Protector Xinglan's heart. The attack was as fast as lightning, and it scared Protector Xinglan to the point that he retreated in terror. The formation that was condensed disappeared in an instant, and it was completely ineffective. Whoosh! Protector Xinglan, who retreated explosively, circulated his true essence with all his strength, and then took the initiative to attack. His figure transformed into a black line that shot out explosively, and his palm blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Middle grade profound rank martial skill. Raging Sea Raging Waves. Protector Xinglan shouted loudly, and his palm contained an extremely terrifying power. The palm wind whistled out, and it was quite oppressive. 3rd level Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to meet the attack with his palm, and he did not hesitate at all. Boom! Pooh! In an instant, the two palms collided, and an explosion sounded out. The ground shook and exploded, and Protector Xinglan spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew out and fiercely crashed into Peerless City's city wall, and a large hole was smashed on the city wall. In a head-on collision, Protector Xinglan was completely no match for Feng Wuchen. Protector Xinglan, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and his gaze stared at the large hole in the city wall. Protector Xinglan rushed out explosively, and 10 pieces of the city wall splashed out, and his aura was still majestic. However, Protector Xinglan's injuries were not light, and his aura had weakened quite a bit. Big Brother Feng, kill him. He suddenly launched a sneak attack earlier and almost injured Aunt Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao flew over and glared at Protector Xinglan. Ling Xiaoxiao's flying over meant that the other 9th level Origin Core powerhouse was already dead. Elder Wang actually died in the hands of this little girl. Who the hell is she? Protector Xinglan looked at Ling Xiaoxiao with terror, and he simply didn't dare believe that Ling Xiaoxiao possessed such a ferocious strength. Elder Wang was the Fantasy Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. His strength was extremely formidable, and it was absolutely not something an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist could go against. But the battle had just erupted not long ago, yet Ling Xiaoxiao was already capable of killing Elder Wang, so how could Protector Xinglan not be terrified? Was a 16 or 17-year-old young girl really so terrifying? A single Feng Wuchen was terrifying enough, but now there was actually a monster that was almost as terrifying as Feng Wuchen. Pavilion Master, the enemy has been annihilated. The Crimson Emperor reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen stared fiercely at Protector Xinglan, and Ling Xiaoxiao's words caused Feng Wuchen to become even more furious. Feng Wuchen's figure instantly vanished, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Protector Xinglan like a ghost. His terrifying speed terrified Protector Xinglan to the point his entire body shook intensely, and his old eyes stared wide open and were filled with terror and despair. You should never have made a move against my mother. Feng Wuchen spoke ghastly, and his icy cold voice caused one's heart to tremble. The heavy and terrifying killing intent pressed down on Protector Xinglan to the point he was practically unable to catch his breath, and Protector Xinglan had felt this sort of terrifying deterrent force from a heavenly origin stage expert. Protector Xinglan's face was filled with despair, and he seemed as if he'd lost his soul and was dumbstruck and petrified. Pavilion Master. Kill him. The Crimson Emperor and the others shouted out in succession. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's palm smashed onto the top of Protector Xinglan's head, and the terrifying force shook Protector Xinglan to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood before kneeling on the ground, causing numerous cracks to explode open on the ground. When Feng Wuchen's palm landed, Protector Xinglan's internal organs were all shattered, and he could be said to have died on the spot. Protector Xinglan was completely shocked by Feng Wuchen's aura and deterrent force, and his mind went blank. He didn't even have the consciousness to dodge the fatal attack. Protector. The moment Protector Xinglan died, a panicked and indignant roar could be heard. The aura was monstrous and majestic, and an extremely terrifying force spread down from the sky, causing the entire Wushuang city to tremble. A moment later, the city gate exploded and collapsed. The force that spread down was enough to cause the city gate to collapse, and it could be seen how terrifying this force was. Heavenly Origin Stage. The Crimson Emperor and the others' faces changed drastically. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and his figure retreated vigilantly. He looked up into the sky, and that kind of majestic aura that could cause one to tremble could only be possessed by a Heavenly Origin Stage expert. First level of Heavenly Origin Stage. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao flew over, and her beautiful eyes were solemn. High up in the sky, that monstrous aura belonged to a Heavenly Origin Stage expert. Swoosh, a figure arrived above Wushuang City in an instant and dived down at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Protector Xinglan. The person who came was an old man in his 50s. His hair was white and black, and he wore a long gray robe. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a Heavenly Origin Stage expert. Protector. Protector. The old man shouted in a panic. Unfortunately, he was too late. Protector Xinglan was already dead, and there was no possibility of him being revived. The person who came was the sect leader of the Polaris sect, Bai Shan. After the Luoyun Emperor returned to the empire, he had sent out an order to kill Feng Wuchen. The Polaris sect was the first to receive the news. After knowing that Feng Wuchen was powerful and that Protector Xinglan was no match for him, Bai Shan immediately came out of seclusion and rushed to Wushuang City in the Yanhua Empire. Unfortunately, he was too late. Feng Wuchen. How dare you kill the protector of the Polaris sect? This is unforgivable. I will not forgive you. Bai Shan was furious as he roared at Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Buzz, an extremely terrifying power gushed out of Bai Shan's body uncontrollably. The bluestone ground outside the city gate started to crack and crack. The bucket-sized cracks started to spread out, shaking Peerless City. Many of the buildings in the city started to collapse. The strength of a Heavenly Origin Stage expert was terrifying. An enraged Heavenly Origin Stage expert was even more terrifying. Crimson Emperor. All of you, back off. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Facing an enraged Bai Shan would not lose to Feng Wuchen when he faced the severely injured Gu Qingxian. No matter how powerful Feng Wuchen was, he was not confident that he could fight against a Heavenly Origin Stage expert. After all, the difference in strength was too great. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen soared into the sky, and Ling Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Die! Bai Shan roared as he soared into the sky at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Feng Wuchen. No wonder he is a heavenly origin stage expert. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was slightly slower, shouted worriedly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shan had already activated his terrifying true origin. His fist was filled with terrifying energy as he punched at Feng Wuchen. Teleport. Feng Wuchen hurriedly performed his movement skill. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen disappeared in a flash. Bai Shan's fist landed on the void, and a deafening explosion resounded throughout Wushuang City. The void shook and rolled like waves. The fist energy formed a violent storm, like a hurricane, causing people to be extremely shocked. The power of one punch could shake the void. How terrifying was that? A heavenly origin stage expert was terrifying. The enraged Bai Shan's killing intent soared into the sky, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The might of a single punch seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Bang! Bai Shan arrived in an instant and blasted out a punch. Feng Wuchen's face went grim, and the wings on his back instinctively blocked in front of him. With an explosive bang, the terrifying strength of the heavenly origin stage blasted Feng Wuchen flying out, and he fell from the sky like a meteor. Bang! 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 Feng Wuchen, who fell swiftly, was like an arrow that pierced through a wall, piercing through the city walls and destroying numerous buildings within the city, and the supreme dragon god sword in his hand flew out as well. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was greatly shocked. Pavilion Master. The Crimson Emperor and the others cried out in panic. Chen. Xiao Qingqing and the other members of the Feng clan were frightened out of their wits. Not to mention this terrifying strength? Feng Wuchen. Die. The enraged Bai Shan completely disregarded the life and death of everyone in Peerless City, and he directly blasted down numerous terrifying palm prints from the sky. Over a dozen terrifying palm prints were ferocious with monstrous strength, and it was sufficient to destroy the entire Peerless City. Swish! Ling Xiaoxiao teleported down and faced the terrifying palm prints by herself. Stinking girl, you're courting death. Bai Shan shouted in rage. Even if it was a little girl, Bai Shan wouldn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex, nor would he show mercy. Bang! 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 OM! OM! But what caused Bai Shan to be shocked was that at the instant the palm prints approached Ling Xiaoxiao, an azure energy barrier appeared out of thin air on the surface of Ling Xiaoxiao's body, and it completely blocked Bai Shan's palm prints, causing the sky to shake violently. The palm prints of a heavenly origin stage expert were actually unable to shake the azure energy barrier on the surface of Ling Xiaoxiao's body. The Crimson Emperor and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone in Peerless City was incomparably terrified, and it was chaos as they fled out of the city in fear. High above in the sky, Bai Shan was dumbstruck, and his entire body was petrified as he stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with a shocked gaze. Bai Shan simply didn't dare believe his eyes. Even if a little girl at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage possessed strength at the 9th level of the Origin stage, it was impossible for her to block his strength at the Heavenly Origin stage. What was going on? What was this green energy barrier? How could it possess such a terrifying defensive power? A barrier? After regaining his senses, Bai Shan's face was still filled with shock. Who exactly is this stinky girl? This barrier is definitely not ordinary. Bai Shan frowned and stared at Ling Xiaoxiao. He was very curious as to who Ling Xiaoxiao was. Buzz. At this moment, an incomparably tyrannical energy spread out from beneath Peerless City, causing the entire city to tremble. A resplendent golden light burst out from the ruins of a building, and with a loud bang, the rubble of the building shattered, revealing Feng Wuchen's figure. My strength has increased. It's definitely not the power of true essence, there's some other power hidden in this kid's body. Bai Shan frowned again, his cold and murderous gaze sweeping over Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen urged the power of his bloodline with all his might, causing his aura and imposing manner to soar rapidly. His figure slowly rose into the sky, his entire body emitting a golden light as if he was a war god from the 9 heavens. The tyrannical and noble aura that emanated from Feng Wuchen's body was already comparable to the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. After receiving the might of this sex punch, he actually only suffered a light injury. This kid's fleshly body is really terrifying. No wonder Prince Leju lost to him. The wings behind his back and this ruthless and bloodthirsty aura are absolutely not simple as well. Bai Shan's expression became even more serious as he carefully sized up Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Following Feng Wuchen's rise into the sky, an even more terrifying energy started to explode out from Xiaoxia's body. A vast and majestic imposing manner exploded out, causing a violet light to flash explosively and the sky to shake. At this moment, Xiaoxia's aura instantly soared to the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. She was absolutely half a step into the Heavenly Origin stage. How is this possible? Bai Shan turned pale with fright, and his heart couldn't help but tremble a few times. The Pyrofire Empire actually had two such terrifying peerless geniuses. Everyone in the Feng clan was shocked when Xiaoxia exploded out with her full strength. They were all extremely curious as to why the energy hidden within Xiaoxia's body was as terrifying as Feng Wuchen's. Everyone in the Feng clan had always been extremely curious about Xiaoxia's origins. Up until now, they still didn't know Xiaoxia's origins, but they knew that the strength behind Xiaoxia was extremely terrifying. Xiaoxia's strength and that terrifying barrier were sufficient to prove it. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath, then slowly raised his head and swept his fierce gaze towards Bai Shan as he said, "Old bastard, I was just thinking of annihilating your Polar Star sect, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep instead." Whoosh! Buzz, buzz. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed the Supreme Dragon God sword that was somewhere in Wushuang City. Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God sword tightly, and his violent aura skyrocketed once again. The aura of the bloodline power and the Supreme Dragon God sword merged into one. Feng Wuchen swung down from the sky, and a huge sword chi that was visible to the naked eye shot down like a golden crescent moon, shaking the void. The aura was majestic and vast, and it was Feng Wuchen's most powerful state. What a domineering sword chi! A casual swing of the sword actually created such a powerful sword chi. Even the Heavenly Origin stage can't release such a domineering sword chi. Bai Shan was greatly shocked. This isn't the sword chi of the illusion sword art. This is the aura of the Soul Destroyer sword art. Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. After much effort, Feng Wuchen had finally comprehended some of the Soul Destroyer sword art's profound meaning and essence. That casual swing of the sword just now, that surging and vast sword chi, came from the Soul Destroyer sword art. Feng Wuchen raised his left hand slightly and looked at his palm. A vigorous battle intent spread out, and he grinned, "I've never felt this excited before. This hot energy is endless." Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and a surprised and powerful crystal ice sword appeared out of thin air. Xiaoxiao's aura also skyrocketed. "Brother Feng, let's fight side by side." Xiaoxiao shouted coldly, and her beautiful face turned cold. The more Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao showed their amazing strength, the more Bai Shan wanted to kill them. How could he let such monstrous existences live? Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted and took the lead to shoot out. Xiaoxiao used her movement skill and followed closely behind. Two peerless geniuses working together, their strength was absolutely terrifying. The strength of the Sky Origin realm is not something you can fight against. Bai Shan said gloomily and angrily. He activated his True Yuan and rushed out, unwilling to be outdone. Ding ding ding. Weng weng. The tyrannical and terrifying True Yuan covered the surface of his hands. Bai Shan used his arms as swords and engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao. Crisp sounds came from the sky. Sword light flashed, and waves of violent sword light spread out, shaking the void. The two of them working together and fighting with all their strength, were actually able to fight against Bai Shan, a Sky Origin realm warrior. Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao cooperated perfectly as if their minds were connected. Their fierce attacks were not inferior to Bai Shan's, and under their perfect cooperation, they were able to dissolve Bai Shan's fierce attacks. The fierce battle was soul-stirring and made people's blood boil. The people of Peerless City who escaped the city saw the fierce battle in the sky and saw Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao fighting with all their strength. Everyone stopped and looked at them. The young men and women were fighting for their families and for Peerless City. They were fighting with their lives on the line against a strong enemy. What did they have to escape? Third young master. Third young master. Third young master. After a while, waves of shouts came from outside Peerless City. The shouts grew louder and louder. More and more people were cheering for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength is getting more and more terrifying. If he steps into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, I'm afraid even a Sky Origin Realm warrior won't be his match. That little girl is not simple either. When did two such terrifying geniuses appear in the Inferno Empire? The two of them working together can actually fight sect leader Baishan. I can't imagine. The warriors hiding near Peerless City were all shocked by the battle in the sky. Their strength is really not weak. It's worthy of praise. Baishan said coldly and angrily in the fierce battle. Facing Feng Wuchen and Xianxia's fierce attacks and perfect coordination, Baishan could still be so calm. It could be seen how terrifying a Sky Origin Realm warrior was. Baishan's strength was on par with Gu Qingxian. Gu Qingxian, who was heavily injured, was already so terrifying, let alone Baishan, who was at his peak state. It was Feng Wuchen's first real battle with a Sky Origin Realm warrior. Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao unleashed their full strength, but it was difficult to suppress Baishan in terms of speed and strength. It seemed like they could fight Baishan, but Baishan did not use his full strength. As the battle went on, Baishan's strength became more and more powerful. Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Originally, they were attacking fiercely, but now, they were defending against Baishan's attacks. Ding ding ding. Weng weng. The battle situation changed. Baishan suppressed Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao. His attacks became fiercer and faster, causing the two of them to become flustered. The more Xiao Qingqing and the others watched, the more nervous they became. Their faces were filled with worry and panic. You are not in the Sky Origin Realm after all. No matter how strong you are still ants in my eyes. Feng Wuchen. Today is the day you die. Baishan shouted angrily. Boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Baishan broke through their attacks and sent them flying with lightning speed. The difference in strength was becoming more and more obvious. Feng Wuchen could withstand Baishan's strength because his body was strong and he had the Qilin armor. However, Xiaoxiao was different. She did not have the armor or a strong body. Baishan's punch had already injured her. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen was secretly worried. Xiaoxiao's strength was indeed terrifying. However, in front of a Sky Origin Realm warrior, she was weak. Humph. Is the defensive barrier gone? Baishan snorted coldly. However, he ignored Xiaoxiao and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Xiaoxiao could freely control her defensive barrier. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to form it during battle. Baishan arrived in a flash and blasted out a palm. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. Feng Wuchen sensed it and his expression darkened. He channeled his bloodline power into the Supreme Dragon God Sword and slashed it towards Baishan. Ding! Pfft! Baishan blasted out a palm with overwhelming strength. He ignored Feng Wuchen's attack and slammed his palm on Feng Wuchen's chest. The terrifying power caused Feng Wuchen to spit out blood and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Baishan's palm had already injured Feng Wuchen. Chaos Sword Secret Art. Chaos Sword Secret Art. Xiaoxiao's shout suddenly rang out. An even more majestic sword essence rushed into the sky. Waves of air surged and a dazzling purple light covered the entire Wushuang city. Baishan's face was filled with shock. The moment he looked at Xiaoxiao, his expression changed again. What happened to this brat's injuries? Baishan was extremely shocked. Xiaoxiao was hit by a punch. She was clearly injured, but she had recovered completely. Baishan was in disbelief. He was in a daze as he thought he had seen wrongly. Baishan did not see wrongly. Xiaoxiao's injuries had indeed recovered completely. Her shocking recovery speed was as though she had never been injured. Swish! Buzz buzz! Xiaoxiao waved her ice sword, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. A huge purple sword radiance with destructive aura shot out. The resplendent purple sword radiance was like a huge mouth that tore open the void. Miss Ling's sword technique is even more powerful than the Pavilion Master's. The terrifying sword essence is like a huge mountain that is pressing down on us until we can't breathe. Miss Ling's Earth-class martial skill is probably a high-grade Earth-class martial skill. The Crimson Emperor and the rest were shocked. This was the first time they had seen Ling Xiaoxiao execute the Chaos Sword technique. The terrifying sword essence was filled with deterrence. Feng Wuchen, who had flown a few hundred meters away, gasped for breath as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao's powerful purple sword radiance in shock. Where did this brat come from? Such a powerful sword technique is probably a high-grade Earth-class martial skill. Bai Shan frowned and thought to himself. From the monster sword essence and destructive aura, he could determine that it was a high-grade Earth-class martial skill. Even so, there was no fear in Bai Shan's eyes. He was just curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's background. Bai Shan formed a claw with one hand, and a surge of power was released. A green ball condensed on his claw, and as the power became more and more terrifying, the surface of the green ball actually flickered with electricity. High-grade profound class martial skill. Heavenly lightning. Bai Shan shouted as the green ball of lightning shot out. It instantly expanded to over 100 feet, and its power was extremely terrifying. The void trembled and rolled. The extremely terrifying pressure caused everyone's faces to turn pale, without a trace of blood. They were all terrified. Rumble. Pooh. Two terrifying forces tore through the void and exploded as soon as they collided. The rumbling sound of the explosion resounded throughout the entire Wushuang city as destructive energy ripples rolled out. Ling Xiaoxiao spurted out a mouthful of blood as her delicate body was blown away. Even though she had used a high-grade Earth-tier martial skill, Ling Xiaoxiao's strength was still insufficient to contend against a heavenly origin stage martial skill. The destructive energy ripples also forced Bai Shan back dozens of meters. Ling Xiaoxiao was able to push back a sky origin stage cultivator, which proved how powerful her sword art was. Unfortunately, he was unable to injure Bai Shan. As expected of a high-grade Earth-tier martial skill, its power is indeed terrifying. If I can obtain this sword technique, I will be able to intimidate the 4 great empires. Bai Shan frowned as a strong desire burned in his old eyes. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen hurriedly rushed over and caught Ling Xiaoxiao, his huge wings blocking in front of him. The Qilin battle armor with incomparable defensive power was still unable to withstand this force. Feng Wuchen carried Ling Xiaoxiao and was blown away together. After the collision, Ling Xiaoxiao's injuries were very serious. Her beautiful face was pale. Facing a heavenly origin stage cultivator, it was already very good that she was able to survive. Feng Wuchen used instant transmission and flashed down, handing the heavily injured Ling Xiaoxiao to Xiaoqingqing. Mother, take care of Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen instructed, then flashed up into the sky, his killing intent surging violently. Xiaoxiao. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao's pale and powerless face, Xiaoqingqing's heart ached. Her injuries are very serious. Feng Qianyang looked worried. He quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to Ling Xiaoxiao, then circulated his true yuan to heal her injuries. High in the sky, Feng Wuchen was furious and his eyes were bloodshot. Ling Xiaoxiao's injuries ignited Feng Wuchen's anger again. Even a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill couldn't do anything to this sect. Without that stinking girl, Feng Wuchen, this sect can crush you to death with just you alone. Bai Shan said coldly, and his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. A heavenly origin stage cultivator was so arrogant. Is that so? Feng Wuchen replied coldly. He then waved his hand, and the huge 9-fold cosmos pagoda that was floating above Wushuang City flew over with an incomparably violent force. 9-fold cosmos pagoda. Bai Shan's face darkened as he stared at the huge pagoda that was flying over. Boom. Weng weng. The huge 9-fold cosmos pagoda fiercely flew over. Bai Shan struck out with both of his palms, and with a loud bang, he collided with the pagoda. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the void to tremble again. After the collision, Bai Shan was actually pushed back by the 9-fold cosmos pagoda. Is this really a spiritual weapon? Bai Shan was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful spiritual weapon. Not only was it powerful, but it also had an extremely strong defensive power. The reason why Bai Shan was pushed back was because of the rebound of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's defensive power. Of course, this also included Feng Wuchen's power. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda pushed Bai Shan back, and everyone in Wushuang City was shocked. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky. A huge golden formation shrouded the sky, and a majestic and overbearing suppression came down. Bai Shan's face changed again. Even a heavenly origin stage cultivator like him couldn't resist the majestic and overbearing suppression. The terrifying aura of a heavenly origin stage first level was instantly weakened. It was obvious that it couldn't reach the first level of the origin core stage. Now, do you still dare to say that you can pinch me to death anytime? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Bai Shan's true origin was suppressed by the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and his aura was weakened. How could Feng Wuchen be afraid of Bai Shan? A mere spiritual weapon can't have such terrifying power, unless it's an immortal weapon. Bai Shan was shocked. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. As a heavenly origin stage cultivator, Bai Shan naturally knew the power of a spiritual weapon. He had never seen such a terrifying spiritual weapon like the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Therefore, Bai Shan could conclude that the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was an immortal weapon, a legendary immortal weapon. The terrifying suppression shook Bai Shan's face, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Bai Shan said, "Feng Wuchen, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is an immortal weapon." An immortal weapon? Hearing Bai Shan's shocked voice, everyone in Wushuang City was shocked and went into an uproar. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is an immortal weapon? The Crimson Emperor and the others were trembling in fear, and they couldn't help but look at the huge pagoda in horror. Feng Wuchen stared at Bai Shan with a cold and murderous gaze, and he said expressionlessly, "An inferior celestial weapon." An inferior celestial weapon? Bai Shan was slightly shocked. It's really an inferior celestial weapon. No wonder it has such terrifying power. Even a heavenly origin stage cultivator can't resist it. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is really an inferior celestial weapon. The Crimson Emperor and the others were shocked again. Everyone's faces were stiff, and they looked at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. An inferior celestial weapon? Chen can refine celestial weapons? Xianxia was shocked. She mistakenly thought that the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was refined by Feng Wuchen. An inferior celestial weapon. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Feng Wuchen actually had an inferior celestial weapon. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was originally an inferior celestial weapon, but it was damaged. It was at the stage of being a half-spiritual weapon. It was more powerful than a spiritual weapon, but it didn't have the real power of a celestial weapon. That was why Feng Wuchen said that it was an inferior celestial weapon. What? Are you afraid? Looking at Bai Shan's shocked face, Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He activated the power of his bloodline and rushed toward Bai Shan with the Supreme Dragon God sword in his hand. He was so fast that he arrived in a flash and slashed at Bai Shan's neck. Ding! Buzz! Buzz! Bai Shan's reaction was extremely fast. He condensed a tyrannical power in his arm and blocked Feng Wuchen's attack. The tyrannical power surged and shook the void. Even though Bai Shan was suppressed, his strength was still tyrannical. You haven't stepped into the heaven origin stage, so why would I be afraid of you? Bai Shan said fiercely and angrily. Soul-destroying sword art. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted. The Supreme Dragon God sword suddenly erupted with a terrifying sword radiance. The sword radiance was vast and surging. This is the true core protection. Bai Shan's expression changed slightly. He felt threatened by the power of the sword radiance. He hurriedly put his palms together and condensed an energy shield. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying sword light exploded at close range. With a loud explosion, the destructive energy ripples sent the two of them flying. The void trembled, and they rolled out like waves in the sea. Soul-destroying sword art? Bai Shan frowned deeply. He was extremely afraid. He thought to himself, the sword radiance just now was more powerful than that girl's high-grade Earth-rank martial skill. How many trump cards does this brat have? Fortunately, Bai Shan condensed a true core protection in time. Otherwise, he would have been injured. The energy shield he condensed was now full of cracks. Phew. Feng Wuchen stabilized his body and let out a deep breath. He thought to himself, the power is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, I couldn't injure him. However, after Feng Wuchen used the soul-destroying sword art once, the tyrannical and surging sword intent should have disappeared. Brother Feng only comprehended a little bit of the soul-destroying sword art. The sword art's power has been exhausted. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with worry. If such a tyrannical sword art couldn't injure Feng Wuchen, then there was no need to talk about the other martial skills of Feng Wuchen. Even if he was suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Bai Shan's strength still doesn't lose to Wuchen. Feng Qianyang said gravely. Bai Shan, who sensed something, felt relieved. Even if he didn't know what was going on, Feng Wuchen's aura was much weaker. If he didn't kill Feng Wuchen now, he might not have such a rare opportunity in the future. Feng Wuchen. This is the end. Bai Shan said coldly. An extremely heavy murderous aura spread out. Bai Shan put his palms together and his aura surged crazily. Hell King Pendant. Bai Shan shouted. A jade pendant emitting blue light floated out from his body. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The Hell King Pendant was Bai Shan's natal magic weapon. When the jade pendant was used, Bai Shan's aura surged again and his aura became even more terrifying. Middle-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Qianyang's face sank. He was extremely afraid of Bai Shan's terrifying strength. This old thing is still holding back his strength. Pavilion Master has already tried his best, but he still can't do anything to him. Lung Mucheng was burning with anxiety. When the Hell King Pendant was used, Bai Shan's aura was already close to the level of Sky Origin Realm. It was as if he was no longer suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen had already tried his best. He had also used the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The soul-destroying sword art that he had just comprehended couldn't injure Bai Shan. Bai Shan channeled his true core strength with all his might. Terrifying energy surged wildly and waves of air surged. A dazzling green light burst out, dazzling to the eye. Everyone from Wushuang City trembled with fear. That terrifying pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Without that stinky girl's defense enchantment, no one can save you. Even if she recovers quickly, I'm confident that I can kill you before she makes a move, Bai Shan said fiercely. His terrifying aura had already locked on to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. He thought that the sword radiance that exploded at close range could hurt Bai Shan. In this way, Feng Wuchen also had some confidence. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Not only did the soul-destroying sword art not hurt Bai Shan, but it also caused Feng Wuchen to consume the power of the soul-destroying sword art. Without a certain amount of power, he couldn't use the powerful sword art. I didn't understand much of the soul-destroying sword art, so I can't use it again. If I was at my peak just now, I might have been able to hurt Bai Shan. Feng Wuchen looked dignified and glared at Bai Shan. Then he took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. There was nothing dishonorable about taking elixirs in a battle with a powerhouse of the Heaven Origin stage. Moreover, in a battle of life and death, who cared whether you were honorable or not? The elixirs are indeed powerful, but you don't have a chance. Bai Shan shouted coldly. He stepped into the void and his body burst out with a majestic aura. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. How could Bai Shan let Feng Wuchen recover from his injuries? Feng Wuchen used his mind to control the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to smash down. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was unstoppable. What can an inferior celestial artifact do to me? Bai Shan, who had sensed something, snorted coldly. The moment he raised his head, he blasted out his palm. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the ferocious power blocked the huge pagoda. With a loud bang, the pagoda shook violently. It couldn't compete with Bai Shan's power. Feng Wuchen, your power has weakened a lot. Bai Shan laughed sinisterly. His ferocious gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. With a wave of his sleeve, a surge of energy swept out. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly used his wings to block in front of him. Boom, the terrifying energy blasted onto Feng Wuchen's wings and immediately sent Feng Wuchen flying. Swish. In the next second, Bai Shan suddenly appeared in a flash. His speed was terrifying as he viciously threw a palm at Feng Wuchen. Instant shift. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He wanted to use instant shift to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. Pooh. Bai Shan's ferocious palm landed solidly on Feng Wuchen's chest. The terrifying force caused Feng Wuchen to spit out blood, and his figure was once again sent flying several hundred meters away. As the palm landed, Feng Wuchen's injuries worsened. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out worriedly. But her injuries hadn't fully recovered, and she was utterly unable to support Feng Wuchen. She would only drag Feng Wuchen down. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao's injuries had fully recovered, under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, she couldn't exert the strength of a peak 9th level origin core stage martial artist. If he didn't use the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to suppress Bai Shan's strength would be even more terrifying. Chen. Pavilion Master. Xiao Qingqing, the Crimson Emperor, and the others became more and more panicked. Their palms were sweating. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth as he gasped for air. The intense pain in his chest almost suffocated him. Even if he consumed medicinal pills, the speed of his injuries worsening was far faster than the speed of his recovery. Feng Wuchen, who was heavily injured, was already powerless to resist Bai Shan. Along with the weakening of Feng Wuchen's aura, the aura emitted by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had weakened greatly as well. It no longer had the overbearing imposing manner and ferocious strength from before. The suppression had weakened greatly as well, and Bai Shan could clearly feel that his strength was constantly increasing. You're actually still able to hold on. This sect master admires your strength very much. Bai Shan sneered mockingly. The outcome was already decided, and Bai Shan's victory was firmly in his grasp. Bai Shan flashed to the sky above the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and fiercely slammed his palm onto the top of the pagoda. The terrifying strength directly blasted the over 30-meter-tall ninefold Cosmos Pagoda into the ground, blasting out an enormous pit in the ground. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had lost Feng Wuchen's strength, and was simply an ordinary pagoda. The pagoda's formation vanished, and Bai Shan instantly recovered the aura of a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Coupled with the Nether King pendant, the current Bai Shan was even more terrifying. Bai Shan's strength has recovered. What should we do? Pavilion Master is heavily injured and can't defeat that old thing at all. Pavilion Master's aura is getting weaker and weaker. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. The Crimson Emperor and the others were incomparably worried and panicked. Brother Feng. The worried Ling Xiaoxiao did not care that she had yet to fully recover from her injuries. She used her flying martial technique and teleported away. Stinking girl. Bai Shan snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying force spread out and knocked Ling Xiaoxiao to the ground. Xiaoxiao. The heavily injured Feng Wuchen was so furious that his face turned sinister. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Bai Shan, but with his current situation, it was impossible. Boom! After his strength recovered, Bai Shan had the urge to roar towards the sky. Then, with a loud boom, he shot out at an even more terrifying speed. Bai Shan arrived in an instant. Feng Wuchen was unable to detect his terrifying speed. Bang! 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 Glancing at Feng Wuchen with contempt, Bai Shan suddenly launched a fierce and merciless attack. Terrifying punches landed on Feng Wuchen's body. Pft! 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 Feng Wuchen was heavily injured and unable to fight back. Even with the Qilin battle armor, he was unable to withstand Bai Shan's high-speed punches. This caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood again and again. His injuries became more and more serious. Feng Wuchen gradually lost consciousness. Seeing Feng Wuchen being beaten up so crazily by Bai Shan, everyone from the Feng family and the Crimson Emperor were furious. They wished that they could grind Bai Shan's bones into dust and skin him alive. However, they did not have the ability to fly. They could only watch as Feng Wuchen was beaten up. Boom! Bai Shan's final attack blasted Feng Wuchen to the ground. Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a black line and shot down vertically. With a loud boom, he blasted a large pit in the open space outside Wushuang City, stirring up dust and dirt. Bai Shan's punch could be said to be extremely fierce. Feng Wuchen, who had a tyrannical physical body, might have suffered serious injuries to his internal organs. Chen Er. Brother Feng. Pavilion Master. Everyone was extremely panicked and rushed up without caring about their lives. Xiao Qingqing and the others were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out. Feng Wuchen was the pillar of the Feng family. If he died, the Feng family would be completely annihilated by the evil forces. Feng Wuchen. After killing you, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will be mine. Bai Shan sneered proudly. He could kill Feng Wuchen and obtain an inferior celestial artifact. Bai Shan's heart was extremely excited. After completely losing Feng Wuchen's power, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had returned to its original appearance and turned back into an exquisite pagoda. Bai Shan waved his hand, and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky and landed in his hand. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Bai Shan's old eyes stared at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He became more and more excited, and his old face revealed a brilliant and arrogant smile. In the large pit, Feng Wuchen was still alive, but he was on the verge of death. His body was motionless, and his body was covered in blood, which dyed the divine pit red. The seriously injured Feng Wuchen had already fainted. Feng Wuchen, thank you for your gift. I will now send you on your way to return the favor. Bai Shan sneered and swooped down quickly. Before Ling Xiaoxiao and the others arrived at Feng Wuchen's side, Bai Shan had already appeared. He was much faster than Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Feng Wuchen. Go to hell. Bai Shan shouted angrily and attacked mercilessly with his palm. If this palm hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely die. Stop. How dare you kill Brother Feng? I will definitely destroy the Polaris sect. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted angrily. Bai Shan was not moved. The threat of Ling Xiaoxiao's words was not as great as the threat of Feng Wuchen. Bai Shan, stop. Seeing that Ling Xiaoxiao and the others could not stop Bai Shan in time, two old angry shouts suddenly sounded. They were majestic and filled with murderous intent. State Preceptor and Prince. The Crimson Emperor and the others looked over, and hope was ignited in their hearts. The Crimson Emperor shouted anxiously, State Preceptor, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has been snatched away by him. Situzhentian shouted angrily, Bai Shan. How dare you kill the Inferno Empire's Commander-in-Chief? How dare you snatch the Commander-in-Chief's pagoda? Two black shadows rushed over at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Feng Wuchen. At the same time, they attacked Bai Shan with their powerful palms. Bai Shan, who was aware of this, did not dare to underestimate the two old men's terrifying strength. He immediately attacked and did not kill the unconscious Feng Wuchen for the time being. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Bai Shan fought against two old men and blocked the two old men's all-out attack. The terrifying strength spread out fiercely, and cracks as thick as an arm appeared on the ground. Yang Tianxian, Situzhentian, you want to save Feng Wuchen with just the two of you? Not to mention the two of you, even Duan Tianhun might not be able to stop me. Bai Shan asked coldly. Even though he knew the two old men's identities, Bai Shan was still not afraid. Bai Shan was a Sky Origin Realm expert and had the Falling Cloud Empire's support. How could he be afraid of Yang Tianxian and Situzhentian? Yang Tianxian's face was hideous as he shouted angrily, call out the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. At this moment, the sound of iron hooves could be heard. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had arrived at Wushuang City. Good timing. I will kill both of you. Get lost. Bai Shan said fiercely. He then shouted and a terrifying strength burst out. Puff. Puff, the two old men's faces changed drastically. With their strength, they were no match for Bai Shan. Facing the terrifying strength, the two old men vomited blood and were sent flying. The State Preceptor and Prince had just attacked and were already severely injured. State Preceptor. Prince. Huanyang, Luanshan, and the other elite soldiers were in a panic. They got off their horses and teleported to Bai Shan. Hundreds of the Empire's most elite soldiers surrounded Bai Shan. Commander. When they saw the heavily injured and unconscious Feng Wuchen in the deep pit, the soldiers were even more alarmed. Are you here to die? Bai Shan glanced at the Empire's most elite soldiers with disdain. Everyone noticed the strange blood qi rising from the surface of Feng Wuchen's body. That surging and domineering aura was frightening and made people's hearts tremble. What's going on? This kid. Bai Shan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. A trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. That terrifying aura made him feel danger. This is... Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on with this domineering aura. Chen what's wrong? Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly and anxiously. The heavily injured Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were looking at the strange Feng Wuchen with inexplicable horror. They all felt this incomparably terrifying aura, but no one knew what was going on. How could Feng Wuchen, who was heavily injured and unconscious, still be able to burst out with such a terrifying aura? Buzz. Along with the terrifying aura, a monstrous power burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. The earth trembled and surging waves of air swept out in all directions. The wings behind Feng Wuchen suddenly spread out. As if he had recovered his strength in an instant, Feng Wuchen, who was surging with blood qi, floated up. The bloody light on Feng Wuchen's body became more and more terrifying as the power burst out. The bloody light became more and more dazzling. The power that burst out from Feng Wuchen's body seemed to never stop. In addition to the crazy surge of power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had also increased by a lot. He was much stronger than before. The people from Peerless City who were watching from afar thought that Feng Wuchen was a monster. Even after suffering such a heavy injury, he still had such terrifying power. This isn't the power of the bloodline. No, it's the power of the bloodline. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with shock and doubt. She didn't know what kind of power Feng Wuchen had. Ling Xiaoxiao felt that it was the power of the bloodline, but she also felt that it wasn't. She couldn't figure it out herself. The more Bai Shan watched, the more frightened he became. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Go die. Bai Shan urged his true essence with all his might, and with a roar, he blasted a palm towards Feng Wuchen. Boom! Bai Shan's palm fell, but before it could hit Feng Wuchen, it was blocked by an invisible and terrifying force. It was unable to shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Instead, it was forced back. That's impossible. Bai Shan was extremely shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, his expression blank and stiff. A Sky Origin stage cultivator couldn't even hurt Feng Wuchen. A moment later, Feng Wuchen's body began to change. The muscles all over his body had become stronger and sturdier, and they were filled with a violent and tyrannical power. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. Not only that, but Feng Wuchen's injuries were also recovering at a frightening speed. Looking at Feng Wuchen's transformation, Bai Shan took a few steps back in shock. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Everyone in Peerless City, including the experts from various countries who were hiding in the dark, were all dumbfounded. They thought that Feng Wuchen would die at Bai Shan's hands, and they were secretly happy about it. But no one expected that Feng Wuchen would stand up again and show everyone an even more tyrannical stance. In mid-air, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out. I've finally broken through to the second stage of the Supreme Body. Feng Wuchen muttered in a low voice. He looked at his palm, and at the blood qi rising from the surface of his body. The blood qi rising from the surface of his body was strange and frightening. Feng Wuchen's transformation and the strange blood qi rising from the surface of his body were all phenomena that appeared because the Supreme Body had broken through to the second stage. After the battle with Bai Shan and enduring Bai Shan's frenzied attacks, although Bai Shan heavily injured Feng Wuchen, it also unexpectedly helped Feng Wuchen break through to the second stage of the Supreme Body. Stepping into the second stage of the Supreme Body meant that the strength of Feng Wuchen's body would become even more terrifying. The terrifying strength that Feng Wuchen erupted with was precisely the combination of the strength of his bloodline and the strength of his fleshly body. Feng Wuchen had already broken through to a new stage. Although he was still at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was absolutely much stronger than before. But no one knew exactly what stage Feng Wuchen was at. Even Feng Wuchen himself didn't know. The first stage of the Supreme Body allowed the strength of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army to greatly increase, let alone the second stage. The Supreme Body was an all-around increase. Speed, strength, perception, reaction, and so on all obtained a leap. His icy cold gaze swept towards Bai Shan, scaring Bai Shan to the point that his entire body trembled, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was the first time he felt that Feng Wuchen's gaze was so terrifying. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, the ninefold cosmos pagoda that Bai Shan put into his storage ring forcefully flew out. My sex pagoda. Bai Shan's face went pale and he was just about to stretch out his hand to grab it, but unknowingly, the ninefold cosmos pagoda was already in Feng Wuchen's hand. No one knew how Feng Wuchen did it without making a sound. The Supreme Dragon God's sword was also put into his body. Holding the ninefold cosmos pagoda in his hand, Feng Wuchen sneered. Bai Shan, it's all thanks to you that I have my current stage. There was a trace of arrogance in his words. Your current stage? Everyone was stunned as they didn't know what Feng Wuchen meant. Xiao, what's Big Brother Feng talking about? Lu Qingyang asked in bewilderment. Ling Xiao shook her head and said, I don't know as well, but Big Brother Feng's strength is even stronger than before. The Crimson Emperor said in bewilderment, didn't the Pavilion Master just break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage? No matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to break through again. Feng Wuchen didn't break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Although his cultivation had improved, it was still at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and hadn't stepped into the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Bai Shan composed himself and said ghastly, your strength has indeed improved greatly, but you're still not at the heavenly origin stage. With a thought, the ninefold cosmos pagoda flew up once again, and in the blink of an eye, it became over 30 meters in size and emitted a dazzling golden light as a golden formation enveloped down. The overbearing suppression energy once again suppressed Bai Shan's true essence by almost one level. Bai Shan's expression was gloomy and savage as he shouted angrily, let's see how much your strength has improved. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shan took the initiative to launch an attack. His speed was so swift that he arrived in an instant and fiercely blasted his palm towards Feng Wuchen. The wind from his palm brought along wind blades that whistled out with a majestic aura. Bang! OM! OM! Feng Wuchen didn't move on the spot, and his eyes were extremely ferocious as he abruptly struck out with his palm. Bang! An explosive sound echoed out. As a shocking force swept out and a fierce wind blew high up in the sky. This kid's strength has indeed improved greatly. Bai Shan deeply frowned as his full-strength palm strike was actually unable to push back Feng Wuchen even half a step. If it was before, Feng Wuchen would be utterly unable to withstand his full-strength palm strike. You have a magic treasure in your possession. Although your strength has been suppressed by the ninefold cosmos pagoda, it's still close to the 1st level of the Origin Core stage. Your strength is indeed formidable, but my current strength is above yours. Feng Wuchen confidently sneered. Shameless boasting. A mere 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist actually wants to be on equal footing with my sect? Bai Shan was enraged. As the sect leader of the Polar Star sect, he'd never been looked down upon by others, but now Feng Wuchen actually arrogantly looked down upon him. Bang! 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 OM! 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 The enraged Bai Shan unleashed a fierce attack, and he started an intense hand-to-hand battle with Feng Wuchen. Explosions sounded out without end, and waves of extremely ferocious strength surged out like raging waves, wave after wave. Bai Shan exerted his full strength, but was unable to gain the slightest advantage. All of his attacks were easily blocked by Feng Wuchen without the slightest pressure. But Bai Shan was different. When faced with Feng Wuchen's fierce attacks, as a heavenly origin stage martial artist, he actually felt waves of intense pain coming from his hands and feet after only a short moment. Master's cultivation hasn't broken through, why does he possess such formidable strength? Yang Tianxian looked at the sky in shock, and his old eyes didn't even blink. What the heck is going on? He couldn't even defeat Bai Shan before, but now it feels like he's a completely different person. Situzhentian's face was also filled with shock. Everyone was dumbstruck as they watched the fierce battle between Feng Wuchen and Bai Shan. They felt like they were dreaming. The martial artists from the various countries who were hiding in the dark were already terrified to the point of silence. Bai Shan's attacks are completely useless. In terms of strength and speed, he's completely suppressed by the Pavilion Master. Could it be that the great commander is still hiding some mysterious strength? The great commander probably hasn't used his full strength yet. This is too terrifying. Everyone in Huanyang was terrified. Bai Shan was a heavenly origin stage martial artist, and Feng Wuchen was able to contend with him with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Boom! The hand-to-hand battle continued for 2 minutes. Suddenly, Feng Wuchen launched an even more ferocious attack, and his speed was even more terrifying. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and Bai Shan was blasted away before he could react at all. This is impossible. Bai Shan's eyes widened, and he was greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed was actually not noticed by him, a heavenly origin stage martial artist. Whoosh! Bai Shan had just stabilized his figure when Feng Wuchen had already arrived in an instant. His fierce gaze stared at Bai Shan, causing Bai Shan's entire body to tremble in fear. Bang! 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 Pooh! Feng Wuchen returned an eye for an eye, and his fists and legs madly attacked. Fighting a heavenly origin stage martial artist was like fighting a kindergarten kid, and his lightning-like attacks caused Bai Shan to be powerless to resist. Every time Bai Shan was struck by a punch, a fist mark would appear on Bai Shan's body, and it was obvious how terrifying the strength was. After a few punches, Bai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Seeing a heavenly origin stage martial artist being so tyrannical by Feng Wuchen, all the spectators gasped in fear, and their bodies trembled without end. Bastard! Bai Shan was enraged and roared furiously. A terrifying strength erupted, but the terrifying strength was unable to push Feng Wuchen back. It's impossible for a 7th level origin core stage martial artist to have such strength. This sect master absolutely doesn't believe it. Bai Shan roared furiously, both furious and panicked. Humph! A puny heavenly origin stage martial artist really thinks he's invincible? How could you know how strong I am? Feng Wuchen coldly snorted in disdain. Bang! 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 Pooh! Feng Wuchen's figure flashed past, and a series of explosions sounded out. Bai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Feng Wuchen's speed this time was even more terrifying, and he instantly attacked with several punches. Too fast, I can't see anything. A heavenly origin stage martial artist, actually didn't have the strength to fight back. Bai Shan was shocked and astonished as he stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. Such strength and speed were comparable to a Sky Origin stage powerhouse. A 7th level Origin core stage martial artist actually possessed the strength of a Sky Origin stage martial artist. Bai Shan knew better than anyone how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. Instantly, without Bai Shan noticing, Feng Wuchen casually threw a few punches at him. Bai Shan couldn't believe the ferocious and overbearing strength. Feng Wuchen's exalted physique had stepped into the 2nd stage, and under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, his strength was indeed above Bai Shan's. Preposterous! How could the stinking kid possess such strength? Bai Shan became savage once again, and his old face was slightly flushed. As a Sky Origin stage martial artist, he was actually inferior to a junior, inferior to a 7th level Origin core stage martial artist. Bai Shan felt humiliated, and he was even more unwilling in his heart. As a Sky Origin stage martial artist, he absolutely couldn't lose to Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, how would the Polar Star sect have the face to stand in the falling Cloud Empire in the future? If it wasn't for this damnable ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. How could my sect be so shameful? The more Bai Shan thought, the more furious he became. A terrifying killing intent swept out once again, and the ferocity in his old eyes became even more intense. Indeed, Bai Shan wasn't wrong. If it wasn't for the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, with his strength at the Sky Origin stage, he wouldn't have lost to Feng Wuchen. The Sky Origin stage was the Sky Origin stage, the symbol and representative of a martial artist. OM. Bai Shan's terrifying face was savage as the true essence within his body was madly urged, and the surging energy was like the roar of a ferocious beast. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Stinking kid, I'll surely annihilate you." Profound rank middle grade martial skill. Soul Seal formation. Bai Shan roared furiously as he formed seals with his hands and swiftly set up an enormous formation that was over 30 meters in size. is that so? Then I'll kill you and let the various emperors and major powers see the consequences of bullying and humiliating my Feng family and offending me, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With that, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared in a flash. With such terrifying speed, the soul-sealing formation was unable to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had already experienced the soul-sealing formation. Now that Bai Shan was using it, even though it was even more terrifying than Protector Xinglan, it still couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye and smashed a fierce fist into Bai Shan's chest. Low-level Dharma formations are nothing in front of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's Dharma formations, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for Bai Shan to detect it immediately. However, when Feng Wuchen's fist was only half an inch away from his chest, Bai Shan finally reacted, but it was already too late. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's fist smashed onto Bai Shan's chest. The extremely terrifying strength shook Bai Shan to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew out once again. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and Bai Shan felt as if the bones in his chest were shattered. How formidable and overbearing was this strength! Feng Wuchen's strength seemed to be able to hit Bai Shan as he wished, and the latter didn't even have the chance to resist. Bai Shan doesn't have the strength to fight back at all. The faces of all the spectators were filled with shock. The situation of the battle suddenly took a 360-degree turn, and for a moment, it was difficult for everyone to accept this fact. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist could go against a heavenly origin stage martial artist? Bai Shan, who flew out, had already left Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's range of suppression, and he clearly felt that his strength had returned. Even though he was struck by Feng Wuchen's fists many times, Bai Shan's injuries weren't heavy. The heavenly origin stage wasn't obtained for nothing, and was only able to break through after painstakingly cultivating. The fleshly body of a heavenly origin stage martial artist was absolutely comparable to an origin core stage martial artist. Only after recovering his strength at the first level of the heavenly origin stage did Bai Shan calm down slightly. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will move according to Feng Wuchen's movements. Without the suppression of the pagoda, no matter how strong this kid's strength is, he still isn't a match for this sect. Bai Shan frowned as he thought to himself. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Moreover, Bai Shan wouldn't believe that a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist could really go against a heavenly origin stage martial artist. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Feng Wuchen, then he would completely not be suppressed by the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. His true essence wouldn't be suppressed, and he had absolute confidence in being able to kill Feng Wuchen. OMOM. Thinking up to here, Bai Shan urged out an even more terrifying strength from within his body. This was the true strength of the heavenly origin stage. A dazzling azure light exploded out and shook the sky. Not good, withdraw from the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda suppression range. Bai Shan's strength has recovered. With the great leader's terrifying speed, he can completely avoid a long-distance attack. Moreover, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is still able to absorb strength. Bai Shan will only be wasting his true essence. Bai Shan's aura has already started to weaken. Once his true essence is almost exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The expressions of the Crimson Emperor's group were heavy, and the more they watched, the more nervous they became. Even if Bai Shan recovered his strength at the heavenly origin stage, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change in the slightest, and it was still icy cold. Profound rank martial skill. Heaven's Fury Tempest Palm. Bai Shan's fierce gaze stared fixedly at Feng Wuchen as he shouted out loudly. Terrifying strength condensed on his palm, and then he blasted out a palm strike across the sky. Whoosh! OM! The palm print that was over 100 meters large was as large as a pagoda, and it carried along a surging aura as it shot out. Everywhere it passed, the sky shook and rolled like the surface of the sea. Would Feng Wuchen be able to block the true strength of the heavenly origin stage? God-slaying soul-extinguishing finger. Activating the power of his bloodline, Feng Wuchen raised his arm and pointed at Bai Shan. His index finger flashed with a bloody light as it condensed an extremely domineering force. Earth-rank martial skill. Bai Shan's brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was solemn. He could tell that Feng Wuchen was using an Earth-rank martial skill at a glance. Whoosh! OM. After a moment, a blood-red light that was as thick as an arm shot out like a meteor. It was majestic as if it had the power to pierce through heaven and earth, and it was extremely frightening. At this moment, looking at the two destructive forces in the sky, everyone held their breaths and stared at the sky, afraid that they would miss the most exciting part if they blinked. Rumble. OM. In the blink of an eye, the two destructive forces collided and exploded. The deafening explosion shook everyone's eardrums and caused them to instinctively cover their ears. The energy ripples carried the power of a tsunami as it rushed out in all directions. The terrifying power scared everyone out of their wits. Bai Shan was as steady as Mount Tai and wasn't afraid of the energy ripples that spread out because he was at the heaven origin stage. The distant Feng Wuchen possessed the Qilin battle armor and the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but he didn't move in the slightest. The head-on collision between the two could be said to be evenly matched. Feng Wuchen is really able to go against someone at the heaven origin stage. The power of an Earth-rank martial skill is too terrifying. Bai Shan has already recovered his strength at the heaven origin stage, but he's still unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. I've really seen a ghost. The experts that were hidden in the shadows revealed terror in their eyes, and their faces were pale to the point of being devoid of blood. Feng Wuchen's strength is really able to go against someone at the heaven origin stage? Bai Shan frowned deeply. Even after recovering his strength at the heaven origin stage, he was still unable to injure Feng Wuchen, and this caused him to be even more shocked. Bai Shan was truly unable to imagine that a junior at the 7th level of the origin core stage was actually formidable to such an unimaginable extent. After all, Bai Shan had utilized his own natal magic treasure. Even if he consumed a lot of true essence, he still possessed the strength of the heaven origin stage. Humph. Let me see how long you can last. Bai Shan shouted angrily. The vastness of the heaven origin stage's true essence was far from what an origin core stage martial artist could compare to. Urging his true essence once more, Bai Shan formed a seal once more, and a terrifying energy burst out. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Purgatory Wild Saber. Bai Shan shouted out explosively once more, and a terrifying true essence energy condensed into an azure energy saber that was over 30 meters long above him. It was suffocating with energy that was sufficient to annihilate the entire peerless city. Whoosh! Bai Shan abruptly waved his hand, and the terrifying energy saber tore through the sky with monstrous might. Feng Wuchen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. If Bai Shan wanted to go head-on, then he would accompany him to the end. World Annihilation Heavenly Punishment / Feng Wuchen formed a seal with both hands, and his entire body burst out with a bloody light. The rising blood energy was suffused with a bloody light as well, and an unparalleled overbearing energy madly surged. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the bloody light shot out, instantly condensing into an enormous energy slash that carried an imposing manner that was like a hot knife through butter, and was filled with oppression. Rumble! Puff puff! An even more ferocious collision occurred. The two destructive energies collided and instantly exploded. The terrifying energy unbridled spread out, and both of them spat out blood. At the same time, it was obvious that they had reached the limit of what their bodies could bear. The berserk energy blasted both of them away. Is this all your strength is capable of? Is this all the Sky Origin realm is capable of? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, obviously not putting Bai Shan in his eyes. Preposterous. Bai Shan gritted his teeth and said angrily. With a sinister expression, Bai Shan wished he could swallow Feng Wuchen alive. After this collision, Bai Shan's injuries began to worsen, and he didn't gain any advantage at all. What other powerful martial skills do you have? Use them now, or else you will never have the chance. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Bai Shan was already a dead man. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword again. He had already figured out Bai Shan's true strength, and it was time to end this battle. After taking out the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed, and his battle prowess also became stronger. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion 9 Heavens. Feng Wuchen brandished his sword art. Sword intent overflowed, and sword shadows flickered. Every move was superb. Whoosh! The Supreme Dragon God Sword was brandished, and a huge blood-colored sword light burst out. The aura was berserk, and it was extremely intimidating. An even more terrifying energy flew over, and a trace of fear flashed in Bai Shan's eyes. There was no time for Bai Shan to think. He circulated all the true yuan in his body and quickly formed seals. High-grade mystic martial skill. Myriad thunder. High-grade mystic martial skill. Raging storm. Bai Shan roared, and the lightning attribute burst out. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and a terrifying lightning attribute true yuan condensed. Immediately after, a wind attribute true yuan burst out. The two martial skills were executed one after the other. This was Bai Shan's last gamble. He used all his true yuan and executed all the powerful martial skills he had learned. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond Bai Shan's imagination. He had no choice but to bring out his trump card. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. This was the most crucial moment. Bai Shan had gone all out. Would Feng Wuchen be able to turn this situation around? With a thought from Feng Wuchen, the ninefold cosmos pagoda floating in the air began to rotate and slowly descended above Feng Wuchen's head. Bai Shan had gone all out and brought out his trump card. How could Feng Wuchen dare to underestimate his opponent? Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's faces were filled with worry. They wanted to help but were unable to do so. Bai Shan's strength was too terrifying. They were worried that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to defeat him. Rumble. Puff puff. The blood-red sword ray collided with Bai Shan's first wave of energy and immediately exploded. The terrifying force once again caused the two to vomit blood. The resplendent light was dazzling and enveloped the void. Under the head-on collision, even though Feng Wuchen had broken through the second stage of the sovereign physique and had the double defense of the Qilin armor and the pagoda, he was still seriously injured. Fortunately, the ninefold cosmos pagoda was frantically absorbing the terrifying energy ripples. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen's injuries would be even more serious. On the other hand, Bai Shan's injuries were even more serious. His old face was as pale as paper and he was extremely weak. He had gone all out and didn't have any extra strength to withstand such a terrifying energy ripple. Feng Wuchen had summoned the Supreme Dragon God Sword. His combat strength was even more powerful and the sword art he used was naturally even more terrifying. He couldn't withstand Bai Shan's first wave of energy. Of course, he blocked the first wave of energy and severely injured Bai Shan. However, Bai Shan's second wave of energy, after being blocked by the first wave of energy ripples for a moment, rushed towards Feng Wuchen at top speed. The seriously injured Feng Wuchen blasted out his palm and the ninefold cosmos pagoda suddenly flew out. Feng Wuchen intended to use the ninefold cosmos pagoda to clash with Bai Shan's second energy. With the power of ninefold cosmos pagoda, you want to resist my power? Seeing the ninefold cosmos pagoda flying over, Bai Shan said disdainfully. Humph. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth curling up dangerously. Seeing that the ninefold cosmos pagoda was about to collide with Bai Shan's second wave of energy, Feng Wuchen suddenly activated his martial soul. The ancient golden dragon seal appeared on his glabella, emitting a torrential aura. What kind of martial spirit is this? Bai Shan's face changed. He had never seen such a terrifying martial spirit before. Rumble. Devour. At the moment when the huge ninefold cosmos pagoda collided with Bai Shan's second wave of energy, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. The ancient golden dragon seal flashed with golden light and a faint dragon roar could be heard. A pitch-black hole was torn in front of him, mysterious and strange. Following Feng Wuchen's roar, an extremely terrifying devouring power crazily devoured Bai Shan's second wave of energy. Puff. When the two forces collided, Bai Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His energy was devoured and he was no match for the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Bastard. This stinking brat still has a trick up his sleeve. Bai Shan shouted angrily. After suffering another heavy blow, Bai Shan's injuries were extremely serious. His body flew out and he was unable to stay in the air, falling down. The ancient golden dragon seal's tyrannical devouring power, coupled with the double defensive power, Feng Wuchen won this time. Feng Wuchen actually has a martial spirit that can devour power. It can even devour the power of a Sky Origin Realm expert. What kind of martial spirit is that? I can't believe it. Feng Wuchen's trump cards are each more terrifying than the last. Sect Master Bai Shan has lost. Even a Sky Origin Realm expert can't fight against Feng Wuchen. The experts of various countries and major forces were completely terrified. Their minds were filled with the terrifying power of Feng Wuchen. After watching the battle between Feng Wuchen and Bai Shan, they all felt that Feng Wuchen was an invincible existence. No one was a match for Feng Wuchen. The people of Peerless City were dumbstruck. It was as if they were immobilized. Only the Feng family, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, and the Black Flag Army were cheering excitedly. Their faces were flushed red. Great Commander! Great Commander! The soldiers were cheering non-stop. Xianxia and the rest of the Feng family were finally relieved. Smiles also appeared on their faces. Big Brother Feng's strength is too terrifying. Even a Sky Origin Realm expert isn't a match for him. Lu Qingyang was extremely excited. Big Brother Feng's cultivation is getting more and more formidable. The strength from before caused Big Brother Feng's cultivation to approach the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. He'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage very soon. At that time, he'll be even stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed happily, and her beautiful face revealed a charming smile. At this moment, the heavily injured Ling Xiaoxiao had already recovered completely. Her shocking recovery speed was shocking. High above in the sky, along with the energy ripple dispersing, the ancient golden dragon seal vanished along with it. Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath and completely relaxed. This battle could be said to be extremely strenuous. A Sky Origin Realm expert was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen possessing a formidable magic treasure and breaking through to the 2nd stage of the exalted body at the critical moment, Feng Wuchen would be utterly unable to defeat Bai Shan. Feng Wuchen's gains from this battle were enormous. Besides breaking through to the 2nd stage of the exalted body, Feng Wuchen believed that once his injuries recovered completely, his cultivation would surely increase by quite a bit. Most importantly, an intense and fierce battle was the best way to awaken one's bloodline. Feng Wuchen's Dragon Clan bloodline still hadn't completely awakened, and battle was the easiest way to awaken the dormant bloodline strength. The battle between Feng Wuchen and Bai Shan played an absolute deterrent effect. Once the news of the Polar Star sect leader, who was at the 1st level of the Heavenly Origin stage, dying miserably at the hands of Feng Wuchen, who would still dare to risk their lives to snatch Feng Wuchen's 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, with such a terrifying strength, no matter how many experts were sent out, it would only be sending them to their deaths. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda returned into his body. He completely restrained his aura, and the rising blood qi vanished along with it. Feng Wuchen slowly descended, and at the same time, he took out a medicinal pill and consumed it. Feng Wuchen was severely injured, but the blood-melting small recovery pill and the purple heart soul pill were extremely effective. His injuries and Jin Yuan recovered quickly. Far away, Bai Shan, who had fallen into the mountains, was severely injured. He was covered in blood and couldn't even stand up. He could die at any time. Feng Wuchen landed beside Bai Shan. He coldly stared at Bai Shan and said, "After I kill you, I will destroy your Polar Star sect right away. I will tell you now so that you can die in peace." Feng Wuchen. "I won't let you go even if I have to die." Bai Shan angrily shouted at Feng Wuchen, bearing his injuries. "Humph." Feng Wuchen disdainfully sneered and was about to hit Bai Shan with his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, 2 loud sonic booms suddenly burst out, containing a terrifying power. Feng Wuchen, who sensed it, frowned and dodged. "Feng Wuchen, stop." A deep roar sounded. 2 figures flashed over. They were 2 old men with cultivation bases above Feng Wuchen. One was at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, while the other was at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. "Sect leader! Sect leader!" One of the old men panicked. He was obviously a powerhouse of the Polar Star sect. Imperial advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire. Feng Wuchen looked at the other old man in surprise. He recognized him as the Imperial advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire at a glance. Feng Wuchen sneered. Imperial Advisor, why are you here? The Polar Star sect is bullying my Feng clan. Do you want to intervene? Don't forget what I said. When I want revenge, your empire better not intervene. The Imperial Advisor's face was gloomy. Bai Shan was defeated by Feng Wuchen. With his strength, he was no match for Feng Wuchen. Great leader, for the sake of Old Man, how about we forget about this matter? Old Man promises that the Polar Star sect will never offend you again, the Imperial Advisor said. Imperial Advisor, why don't I kill Bai Shan first and forget about this matter? I promise I won't kill anyone from the Polar Star sect, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. You. The Imperial Advisor was furious, but he didn't dare to refute. If he angered Feng Wuchen, he was worried that Feng Wuchen would kill him too. I won't kill you because you're the Imperial Advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire. You better not stop me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. I don't care about the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He didn't give the Imperial Advisor any face. The Imperial Advisor's body trembled. He was completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's aura. Feng Wuchen walked towards Bai Shan step by step and stared at the other old man. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, you're an elder of the Polar Star sect, right? Since you're from the Polar Star sect, you must die. Feng Wuchen. The old man glared at Feng Wuchen. His face was ferocious and murderous. Whoosh. Bang. Pooh. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash and slapped the old man's head with his palm. The terrifying force caused the old man to spit out blood and die on the spot. An 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist had no resistance in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen actually dared to slap the old man to death in front of the Imperial Advisor. Second Elder, the heavily injured Bai Shan roared in grief and madness. Feng Wuchen. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ah. His terrifying strength once again shocked the Imperial Advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire. Bai Shan, no one will be able to save you today. Even if they can save you, they will only implicate the person who saved you, and all of you will still die in the end. Feng Wuchen said coldly. After killing an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist with a single palm strike, Feng Wuchen followed up with a palm strike towards Bai Shan. Bang. Pooh. Feng Wuchen didn't show any mercy. Bai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood as the position of his heart collapsed. An expert of a generation had fallen. The nearby Imperial Advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire was extremely terrified. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move and could only watch as Feng Wuchen killed Bai Shan and the Polar Star sect's elder. They'd obviously arrived at Matchless City long ago and were only watching the battle from the shadows. They only came out to stop Bai Shan when they saw Bai Shan being killed. They originally thought that with their status as Imperial Advisor, they could at least deter Feng Wuchen, but they never imagined that Feng Wuchen didn't take them, the Imperial Advisor, seriously at all. After killing Bai Shan, Feng Wuchen took Bai Shan's storage ring and tossed it to Huanyang. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, reward the brothers. Thank you, Commander. Huanyang and the others were extremely excited. If it weren't for the fact that he was the state preceptor of the Luoyun Empire, Feng Wuchen would have killed him because he and the elder of the Polaris sect had come to support Bai Shan. The state preceptor believed that Feng Wuchen could do it because of Feng Wuchen's fierce character. The state preceptor's back was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had seen the world and was calm. State preceptor, go back and tell the emperor of the Luoyun Empire not to meddle in the affairs of the Polaris sect. You can leave now, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the state preceptor. After that, Feng Wuchen turned around and left. He ordered the soldiers, 3 days later, follow me to the Luoyun Empire and destroy the Polaris sect. Destroy the Polaris sect. Destroy the Polaris sect. The soldiers roared, and their voices shook the sky. The state preceptor of the Luoyun Empire was scared witless and left with his tail between his legs. Dozens of powerhouses died tragically, and all the spoils were given to the soldiers of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Chen how are your injuries? Xiao Qingqing ran up to him and asked worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'm fine. These injuries will heal soon, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. That's good. That's good. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The fierce battle just now had frightened her. Aunt Xiao, Brother Feng is so powerful and has an inferior celestial artifact. He must be fine, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Feng Qianyang said seriously, thanks to the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Otherwise, with Wu Chen's current strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Bai Shan. The Grand Elder is right. Although my strength has improved, I'm still no match for someone at the heaven origin stage. Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen asked with concern, Xiaoxiao, how are you? Xiaoxiao is fine, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Her injuries had healed completely. Even Feng Wuchen couldn't compare to her amazing recovery speed. Big brother Feng, what's with your power just now? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Everyone's gaze was on Feng Wuchen. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, this is a blessing in disguise. Thanks to Bai Shan, I was able to break through to the second stage. It's a blessing in disguise. The second stage? The Crimson Emperors and Huanyang were shocked. There's a second stage? STSTTTSTS. There's TTTTS. TTSSSSSSSSS. Stages stage. Ins. SSSTTTTTT when. I want to cultivate the second stage. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. After the battle ended, Feng Wuchen and the others returned to Peerless City's Feng clan. Hundreds of the Empire's most elite soldiers were stationed in Peerless City. They were going to the Falling Cloud Empire to annihilate the Polar Star sect 3 days later. Feng Wuchen needed to recover as soon as possible. The news of the Polar Star sect's master being killed by the Pyrefire Empire's General Feng Wuchen was spread out by the experts of the various powers, and it quickly swept through the 4 great empires and countless powers. The emperors and higher-ups of the 4 great empires, the various powers, and countless cultivators were deeply shocked by this news. The Polar Star sect's master was an expert at the first level of the heavenly origin stage. His strength was so strong that it was absolutely terrifying. But such a terrifying expert was actually killed by the Pyrefire Empire's general. What terrified them the most was that Feng Wuchen actually killed Bai Shan with his cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Feng Wuchen's name had long been famous in the 4 great empires. Now that this news was spread out, it could be said to be an uproar in the 4 great empires. In addition to this news, there was another news that spread out. In 3 days, Feng Wuchen would personally lead the Empire's most elite soldiers to the Falling Cloud Empire to annihilate the Polar Star sect. The entire Polar Star sect was in a panic. The sect leader and elder had died tragically in the hands of Feng Wuchen. There was no one in the sect who could go against Feng Wuchen. The more cowardly disciples had already left the mountain to run for their lives. The Emperor of the Watermoon Empire could no longer sit still. Feng Wuchen possessed such terrifying strength. Without a stronger heavenly origin stage expert, it was simply courting death. The Emperor of the Sky Martial Kingdom and the Falling Cloud Emperor were trembling in fear. With their cultivation base, they dared not say that they could kill Bai Shan. At the same time, the Taishu sect, the Fantasy Cloud sect, the Wind Thunder sect, and the other great forces began to panic. They had all offended Feng Wuchen, and Feng Wuchen would definitely not let them go. They only had 2 paths to take. The first was to join forces against Feng Wuchen. Only then would they have a chance to survive. The second was to escape. However, the powerful sects all had 100 years of history. How could they be willing to escape with their lives? Bai Shan's death had a deterrent effect. The powerful independent cultivators of the various empires were so scared that they did not dare to attack. They did not dare to covet the ninefold cosmos pagoda anymore. The people who had tried to steal the ninefold cosmos pagoda had all died in the hands of Feng Wuchen. 1 person died. 2 people died. Dozens of people died. No one was lucky enough to survive. In the imperial palace of the Yanhua Empire, Duan Tianhun and the other upper echelons were all shocked when they heard the news. Imperial advisor, Bai Shan was really killed by Feng Wuchen? Duan Tianhun asked in disbelief. It's absolutely true. The prince and I saw it with our own eyes. The great leader's strength is extremely terrifying. Baishan used all his strength but was unable to contend against the great leader. Yang Tianxian said solemnly. He was still slightly afraid when he recalled that intense battle. Can a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage really kill a Heavenly Origin stage martial artist? Duan Tianhun still did not dare to believe it. Even if Feng Wuchen possessed a powerful magic treasure, Duan Tianhun still found it hard to believe. As a Heavenly Origin stage martial artist, he knew how terrifying a Heavenly Origin stage martial artist was. I really don't dare to believe that the great leader can kill a Heavenly Origin stage martial artist. The upper echelons all swallowed their saliva in fear, and their faces were pale. After a long time, Duan Tianhun let out a deep breath and said with a smile, "This kid Feng Wuchen is really impressive. He really did it. Baishan's death will definitely shock those old monsters." Situzhentian continued, "Emperor, the great leader has already given the order to head to the Falling Cloud Empire 3 days later to destroy the Polar Star sect." Oh? 3 days later? So fast? Duan Tianhun was extremely surprised. Duan Tianhun could not help but be shocked as he said, "He just killed Baishan, and now he wants to destroy the Polar Star sect. This kid is really ruthless." Even I was shocked. Now that Baishan is dead, the Polar Star sect's vitality has been greatly damaged. Destroying the Polar Star sect is not a problem at all. After thinking for a moment, Duan Tianhuan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something, and he said, 3 days later? 3 days' time is enough to spread the news throughout the 4 great empires. Looks like this kid Feng Wuchen intentionally spread the news. Intentionally spread the news? The upper echelons looked at each other. Duan Tianhun said with a smile, "When the news spreads throughout the 4 great empires, the powerhouses of the various empires will probably return to watch the battle 3 days later. Feng Wuchen intends to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and use the Polar Star sect to deter the various powers." Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Emperor, isn't the great leader too arrogant? In this way, I'm afraid the 3 great empires will be furious. Once the situation goes out of control, a war will be unavoidable. Lord Jiang is right. I think the great leader's actions will cause dissatisfaction among the various empires. I'm worried that the great leader will most likely die. Great leader, you must not do this. Because of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda incident, the great leader has already offended the 3 great empires. I'm afraid the 3 empires will secretly kill you. The great leader is the #1 genius of our empire, and he will be beneficial to the growth of our empire. Nothing can happen to him. The officials were all worried. Firstly, they felt that Feng Wuchen was too arrogant. Secondly, they were worried that he would not be able to return. After all, Feng Wuchen had offended the 3 great empires, and many powerhouses from various empires wanted to seize the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen's trip would definitely be very dangerous. The officials' worries were not without reason. The emperors of various empires all wanted to eliminate Feng Wuchen and eliminate their threat. The news had already spread. Once Feng Wuchen entered the Luoyun Empire, it would be equivalent to entering deep into danger. None of the empires would miss such an opportunity. Perhaps the Luoyun Empire would be the first to make a move. On the throne, Duan Tianhun frowned and said majestically, "Feng Wuchen is very powerful. There are less than 5 people in the 4 great empires who can kill him. Feng Wuchen is very cautious, and he will not put himself in danger." Among the powerhouses of the 4 great empires, there were not many who had reached the Sky Origin realm. There were only 2 who were stronger than Baishan. One was the emperor of the Shuiyue Empire, Lei Zhenfeng, and the other was the Taishu sect leader. Both of them were at the 2nd level of Sky Origin realm. Baishan was so powerful, but he died in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Apart from the 2 Sky Origin realm powerhouses, who else could defeat Feng Wuchen? A vast aura spread out. Duan Tianhun said coldly, 3 days later, I will go personally. I would like to see who dares to attack Feng Wuchen. Humph. We will go with the emperor. Yang Tianxian and Situzhentian said at the same time. They were relieved that Duan Tianhun would go personally. Even though the officials below were still worried, they did not dare to raise any objections. No one knew if these officials were really worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Maybe they were just worried that their families would be affected if the war broke out. After the news spread to all the empires and forces, many powerhouses had already heard about it and left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day that Feng Wuchen said he would destroy the Polaris sect. Outside the Feng family mansion in Wushuang City, hundreds of elite soldiers filled the street. They were in a neat formation. Their iron-blooded aura was awe-inspiring and majestic. Looking at the hundreds of elite soldiers, Feng Wuchen said seriously, "Today is the day that the Polaris sect will be destroyed. Destroy the Polaris sect. Leave no one alive. Destroy the Polaris sect. Destroy the Polaris sect." The soldiers shouted loudly. Their voices shook the sky and echoed in Wushuang City. Waves of iron-blooded murderous aura spread out, making people tremble in fear. "Get on the horses!" Feng Wuchen shouted. The soldiers all got on the horses. Their movements were nimble and well-trained. Led by Feng Wuchen, hundreds of soldiers set off from Wushuang City. The sound of iron hooves roused the hearts of the people in Wushuang City. They were the swords of the empire, the guardians of the empire. The upper echelons of the royal families, the experts of the major forces, and many rogue cultivators had all rushed to the Polaris sect of the Luoyun Empire. Bai Shan's death brought too much shock. Countless experts wanted to see Feng Wuchen's strength with their own eyes. They wanted to see if it was really so terrifying. The leader of the Taishu sect, the leader of the Wind Thunder sect, the leader of the Fantasy Cloud sect, and the other Sky Origin stage cultivators were all shocked. The news of Feng Wuchen destroying the Polaris sect had indeed attracted countless experts. Wherever the iron hooves of the empire passed, people would be excited. When the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army arrived at the border of the empire, the soldiers all dismounted and followed Feng Wuchen into the territory of the Luoyun Empire. The generals and soldiers of the Luoyun Empire guarding the border were frightened. No one dared to stop them. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength was like the fifth emperor. A large number of experts had already entered the Luoyun Empire. There were many experts just at the border of the Luoyun Empire. Feng Wuchen hid his aura. "I can't see how deep his cultivation is, but the rumors should be true. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army of the Pyrefire Empire are very powerful. I've never seen such powerful warriors. Even the Water Moon Empire doesn't have such powerful warriors. They are indeed the most elite warriors of the Pyrefire Empire." Many experts were shocked by the strength of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were definitely the strongest in the four nations. At this moment, many experts from various nations had already gathered in the mountains near the Polaris sect. They were all quietly waiting for Feng Wuchen's arrival. In the Polaris sect, after learning that Elder Bai Shanhe had been killed and that Feng Wuchen had come to destroy the Polaris sect 3 days ago, the cowardly disciples had already fled. The young masters from their families had also been summoned back by their families. As the saying went, when a great disaster came, everyone fled. There were still many disciples who were struggling. They wanted to flee, but they didn't want to leave the Polaris sect. Once they fled, what would happen to their cultivation in the future? But if they didn't flee, who could defeat Feng Wuchen? They would only be courting death if they stayed. There was still time to flee. Once Feng Wuchen and the most elite warriors of the empire arrived, they wouldn't have a chance to escape. There were still thousands of disciples in the Polaris sect, but their faces were pale and terrified. Let's run for our lives too. I really can't stand this kind of fear." A disciple said in horror, his whole body trembling. "Elder, we can't. Run." Dozens of disciples ran down the mountain, and the higher-ups of the Polaris clan didn't stop them. The Polaris sect. With Bai Shan's death, the Polaris sect had lost the right to be on equal footing with the empire. The Polaris sect is finished this time. If they don't run now, they'll definitely die when Feng Wuchen arrives. Feng Wuchen is such a terrifying genius. I'm afraid the empires don't want to see Feng Wuchen become stronger. Once he threatens their interests, they won't hesitate to eliminate him. The moment Feng Wuchen stepped into the Luoyun Empire, he was like a lamb in a tiger's mouth. It won't be difficult for the powerhouses of the empires to kill him. Many powerhouses around the mountain peaks of the Polaris sect were discussing in low voices. Somewhere in the dark, Duan Tianhun, Yang Tianxian, and Situ Zhentian had arrived near the Polaris sect. Apart from them, the emperors and leaders of the empires had also arrived, but they didn't show up. The mountain range was eerily silent. It was as if the air was filled with the aura of death. Everyone was waiting for Feng Wuchen's arrival. Whoosh, after a long time, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. An overbearing aura came quickly, accompanied by a loud explosion. The golden light grew stronger and stronger. He's here. The powerhouses who sensed it became nervous. The overbearing aura was full of deterrence. At this very moment, everyone's attention was focused on the sky. A moment later, a golden pagoda, which was more than 100 feet tall, appeared in the sky above the Polaris sect. An extremely horrible suppressive force poured down. The higher-ups and disciples of the Polaris sect were shocked. The pagoda was the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Everyone in the four empires had heard about the existence of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. However, it was the first time for most people to see it. Their eyes were full of horror. The overbearing aura and the horrible suppressive force could even suppress the true core strength of those who were watching from the mountain peaks of the Polaris sect. It was the first time for most people to see such a horrible magic weapon. Is this the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Even cultivators at the Heaven Origin stage can't resist such an overbearing suppressive force. The sect leader of the Taishu sect was shocked. Such a horrible aura. Is this an inferior celestial artifact? It's so powerful. No wonder Bai Shan was killed by Feng Wuchen. The sect leader of the Fantasy Cloud sect was also shocked. An inferior celestial artifact is really horrible. No wonder the three emperors put pressure on Duan Tianhun to force Feng Wuchen to hand over the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The sect leader of the Wind Thunder sect was shocked. The three emperors in the dark looked gloomy. Only Duan Tianhun was smiling. Feng Wuchen's attack on the Polaris sect was absolutely horrible. Duan Tianhun was also looking forward to seeing the big families and sects of the various empires being shocked. He wanted to show them the power of the Yanhua Empire. Emperor, are we really not going to intervene? The state preceptor asked the emperor of the Luo Yun sect secretly. The emperor of the Luo Yun sect was very angry. Feng Wuchen had killed Bai Shan and the elders of the Polaris sect. He didn't show any respect to the emperor of the Luo Yun sect. Now, Feng Wuchen had led his army to the Luo Yun sect. How could the emperor of the Luo Yun sect not be angry? However, Feng Wuchen was so powerful that the emperor of the Luo Yun sect couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Let's wait and see. The emperor of the Luo Yun sect said angrily. Whoosh! As the Ninefold Universal Tower appeared in the sky above the Polaris clan, countless cultivators were still in a state of panic. In the distance, an even louder sonic boom was heard, and a beam of golden light shot over from the sky. The peak of the 7th level Origin Core stage. Feng Wuchen is here. Someone exclaimed. His face was even more shocked. All the powerhouses felt a surging and violent aura. It was Feng Wuchen's aura. After entering the Luo Yun Empire's territory, Feng Wuchen didn't hide his cultivation base. Since he wanted to shock the powerhouses of the various empires, there was no need to hide his cultivation base. Other than that, what made them even more terrified was that other than the aura of his cultivation base, Feng Wuchen also had a terrifying and bloodthirsty aura. It scared countless people out of their wits. When the higher-ups and disciples of the Polaris sect felt this terrifying aura, despair appeared in their eyes. What's with this terrifying aura? I feel like my soul is trembling. That's Feng Wuchen's battle armor. I don't know what material it's made of. I heard that Feng Wuchen is a grade 5 weapons craftsman who can create an artifact with a thought. I'm afraid the battle armor is a magic treasure that he refined himself. Countless experts present were horrified. The originally quiet mountain range instantly erupted into an uproar. Whoosh! After a few flashes, Feng Wuchen appeared in the sky above the Polaris sect. He landed steadily on the top of the pagoda and looked down at the Polaris sect. Feng Wuchen flew in the sky. A pair of strange and terrifying black wings condensed on his back. He was majestic and domineering as if a god had descended. When Feng Wuchen appeared, the countless powerhouses who were terrified instantly fell silent. Their terrified gazes fell on the 17 or 18-year-old youth. In the dark, Lei Ju stared at Feng Wuchen. He still couldn't believe it. A peak 7th level origin core stage martial artist can really kill a heavenly origin stage martial artist? Lei Ju was at least clearer than most people about Feng Wuchen's strength. Even if Feng Wuchen stepped into the peak 7th level origin core stage, Lei Ju still didn't believe that Feng Wuchen could kill Bai Shan. Feng Wuchen had just appeared when another sonic boom sounded. A purple light flew over and landed beside Feng Wuchen. It was suffused with a powerful aura. The person who came was Ling Xiaoxiao, peak 7th level origin core stage martial artist, another terrifying genius. Moreover, it was an extremely beautiful young girl. That little girl is actually at the peak of the 7th level origin core stage. Countless powerhouses were shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Ling Xiaoxiao flew over, hundreds of soldiers flashed over from the foot of the Polaris Sex mountain. They were like a large group of monkeys with shocking speed. In a short while, hundreds of soldiers appeared in all directions of the Polaris Sex square. An iron-blooded killing intent spread out and filled the entire square. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. He didn't waste his breath. Kill without mercy. Huan Yang and Luan Shan shouted loudly. A terrifying killing intent burst out. Kill. The soldiers instantly roared furiously. Waves of terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. The soldiers swarmed up and waves of powerful energy burst out. Kill. An elder roared furiously. They already had no way to retreat and could only fight with their lives on the line. If the Polaris Sex higher-ups and disciples wanted to flee, they would have fled long ago. Why would they stay, however? For the Polaris Sex reputation and their personal reputation, they would rather die in battle than bear infamy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chi chi chi. The Heaven Shadow Fire cavalrymen and Black Flag Army soldiers teleported and madly slaughtered the thousands of Polaris Sex disciples. Their speed was terrifying. Everywhere they passed, a large number of disciples died tragically. The Fire Empire's Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire cavalrymen slaughtered madly. Their terrifying speed scared the surrounding powerhouses to the extreme. They were all dumbstruck. Are these the Fire Empire's most elite soldiers? What movement technique did they cultivate? How is this possible? Their strength is too terrifying. Not to mention the numerous powerhouses, the various emperors and leaders of the various countries' forces were also shocked and dumbstruck. They never knew that the Fire Empire's most elite soldiers were actually so terrifying. Thousands of Polaris Sex disciples died at a terrifying speed. Even 4th or 5th level origin core stage disciples couldn't withstand a single blow from the Crimson Emperor. When did the Heaven Shadow Fire cavalrymen and Black Flag Army become so terrifying? In the dark, Lei Zhenfeng looked at the Polaris sect in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. The strength of the Sky Shadow Fire cavalry and the Black Flag Army terrified the emperors of the other countries. With such powerful elite soldiers, who among the generals and soldiers of the various countries could be a match for them, even the Water Moon Empire didn't have such elite soldiers. If a war broke out, these two elite soldiers of the Yanhua Empire would definitely be the backbone of the army. The experts in the mountains around the Polaris sect watched in horror as the Sky Shadow Fire cavalry and the Black Flag Army slaughtered the disciples of the Polaris sect. The thick smell of blood filled the air. The soldiers' eyes were red, and their bodies were covered in the blood of the Polaris sect's disciples. They looked terrifying. Their existence was like a pack of wolves, fierce and ruthless. In a few minutes, the square of the Polaris sect was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. It was a tragic sight. The disciples of the Polaris sect fled for their lives in fear. They were so scared that their guts were broken. The whole Polaris sect was filled with the screams and cries for help. Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods made the higher-ups of the Polaris sect tremble in fear. In a flash, Feng Wuchen appeared on the steps of the Polaris sect's sect master's palace. He glanced at the higher-ups coldly. None of them dared to move. Do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it myself? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. This is the Luoyun Empire. Not your Yanhua Empire. The disciples of the Polaris sect are innocent, the third elder said angrily and glared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, so what? The Polaris sect bullied the Feng family. Xinglan even attacked me twice, trying to take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. What's wrong with me destroying the Polaris sect? If I was the one who died in the battle with Bai Shan, I'm afraid everyone in the Feng family would die. Brother Feng, don't talk nonsense with them. Kill them. Lu Qingyan shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword and pointed at one of the higher-ups. Do you have any last words? Qi. The man was so frightened that he could not speak. Without waiting for him to speak, Feng Wuchen had already slashed his sword across the man's neck, cold-blooded and merciless. What about you? Feng Wuchen pointed at another high-ranking official and asked. His cold gaze made the high-ranking official tremble in fear. Don't kill me. The high-ranking official was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Qi. Feng Wuchen mercilessly slashed out with his sword, and another person died under Feng Wuchen's sword. Feng Wuchen asked them one by one. Whether they answered or not, they would all die. Only the third elder of the Polaris sect was left. The higher-ups of the Polaris clan were terrified. Even though they were quite powerful, they didn't dare to do anything. It's your turn. Speak, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen coldly asked as he pointed his Supreme Dragon God sword at the third elder. He stared coldly at the third elder of the Polaris clan. The latter was both frightened and angry. The third elder suddenly circulated his true origin with all his might and was about to blast his palm towards Feng Wuchen. You overestimate yourself. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with coldness. His figure then flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qi. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, the Supreme Dragon God Sword was dripping with blood, and the third elder had already slowly collapsed. Unknowingly, there was a bloody mark on the third elder's neck. The 6th level Origin Core Stage third elder didn't even know how he died. Third elder is dead, Lord Commander, spare us. The Polaris sect disciples were even more terrified. Many of them started to kneel down and beg for mercy. It's too late. Huanyang coldly replied. What awaited the disciples who knelt down and begged for mercy was still death. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army were cold-blooded and merciless. Since Feng Wuchen gave the order not to spare anyone, they definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted and wouldn't let anyone go. Gulp, Feng Wuchen's ruthless and merciless methods terrified countless powerhouses who were watching the battle. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a devil. In less than half an hour, thousands of Polaris sect disciples were slaughtered. The entire Polaris sect was filled with corpses. Lord Commander. The Polaris sect has been completely annihilated. Huanyang respectfully reported. From now on, there will be no more Polaris sect. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen's figure slowly rose into the sky. Destroy the palace. Luanshan shouted. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. The soldiers circulated their true origin and used their martial skills. Waves of tyrannical coldness crazily bombarded the Polaris sect's magnificent palace. The palace collapsed one after another and shook continuously, stirring up a large cloud of dust. A few minutes later, all the palaces of the Polaris sect were destroyed and turned into ruins. There were no more screams or cries for help. The entire place was dead silent. Countless powerhouses who were watching the battle from all directions were so scared that they couldn't speak. After this battle, these 2 elite troops were enough to make every country tremble in fear. In less than half an hour, thousands of Polaris sect disciples had been killed. How terrifying was the slaughter speed? The Heavenly Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army of the Yanhua Empire are enough to defeat the armies of every country. They should have been trained by Feng Wuchen. The movement skills they used are exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's, the imperial advisor of the Water Moon Empire said solemnly in the dark. These 2 elite troops are not what they used to be. If they are led by Yi Xianxia, no one in our empire can compete with them, the Grand General said with a frown. He was afraid. Lei Zhenfeng's expression was solemn. Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods had indeed shocked him, but he didn't say anything. Suzerain, with your strength, killing Feng Wuchen is a piece of cake. Why don't you take this opportunity to kill him? This man is too scary. If we don't act now, when he gets stronger, we won't be able to do anything to him, another elder said gloomily in another dark place. Feng Wuchen led the army to destroy the Polaris sect. He is like a lamb in a tiger's den. Do you think Duan Tianhun won't follow him? The Taishu sect suzerain frowned. If it was only Feng Wuchen, the Taishu sect suzerain wouldn't be worried. However, if Duan Tianhun was involved, things would be different. After a short pause, the Taishu sect suzerain continued, Feng Wuchen hasn't reached the sky origin stage yet. He is no threat to us. Emperor, hurry up and give the order to kill Feng Wuchen and wipe out the 2 elite troops of the Yanhua Empire. The general gritted his teeth and said angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. Feng Wuchen led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army into the Luoyun Empire to destroy the Polaris sect. He was extremely arrogant and didn't take the Luoyun Empire seriously at all. If they didn't act now, wouldn't the empire lose face? No, Feng Wuchen wiped out the Polaris sect with great fanfare. It's not as simple as being arrogant. If we act now, Feng Wuchen's next target will be our empire. The imperial advisor said seriously. He didn't agree with the general's words. Feng Wuchen was extremely powerful. Even those in the sky origin stage were no match for him. If the Luoyun Empire were to act now, they would be courting death. Moreover, the Luoyun Emperor wasn't confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen. Since he wasn't confident, why should he provoke him? Because of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the various countries and the major forces all tried to steal it. They had offended Feng Wuchen, and no one knew if they regretted it now. Feng Wuchen floated in the air and glanced at the mountains around the Polaris sect. He said coldly, the Polaris sect has been destroyed. But other than the Polaris sect, there's still the Taishu sect, the Fantasy Cloud sect, and the Wind Thunder sect. I'll settle the old scores with you one by one. Everyone here should be from these major forces. Please go back and tell your sect masters that I, Feng Wuchen, will pay them a visit personally one day. I'm only targeting these major forces. I hope the royal families of the various empires won't interfere. Also, if anyone wants to steal the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, feel free to try. The pagoda is right here, Feng Wuchen said coldly. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. Feng Wuchen's words were extremely arrogant, but countless strong cultivators were afraid of him because the Polaris clan was a good example. In addition to warning the major forces of the various countries, Feng Wuchen was also warning the experts who still wanted to steal the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. If they wanted to die, they could come and steal the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The reason he wiped out the Polaris sect with great fanfare was to intimidate the major forces and countless experts of the various countries. Now that Feng Wuchen had achieved his goal, no one dared to make a move, including the leaders of the major forces and the 3 emperors. Sect Master, what should we do? As expected, Feng Wuchen won't let this go. An elder of the Fantasy Cloud sect asked in shock. His old face was filled with panic. As an elder, he had a high status. Now that he was panicking and losing his composure, one could see how scared he was. The Fantasy Cloud sect master narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible murderous intent flashed through his eyes. He said gloomily, if Feng Wuchen dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Humph. Although Feng Wuchen's strength is terrifying, it's definitely not as simple as Feng Wuchen imagines if he wants to destroy our Fantasy Cloud sect. However, this kid's cultivation speed is shocking. We must get rid of him before he makes a move or becomes stronger. The Grand Elder said in a deep voice, his old face expressionless. The Fantasy Cloud sect master said coldly, if we join forces with the 3 elders, killing Feng Wuchen won't be a problem. However, looking at this kid now, I don't think he has the strength to kill a heavenly origin stage powerhouse. The Fantasy Cloud sect master also couldn't imagine it. Even if a 7th level origin core stage cultivator had extraordinary strength, it was impossible to fight against a heavenly origin stage powerhouse, let alone kill one. The Taishu sect and Fantasy Cloud sect had the confidence to go against Feng Wuchen, but the Wind Lightning sect didn't. Although it was a major force of the Watermoon Empire, its strength was far inferior to the Taishu sect and Fantasy Cloud sect. If Feng Wuchen killed his way to the Wind Lightning sect, none of them could stop him. At this moment, the Wind Lightning sect's sect master was so regretful that his intestines turned green. His face was filled with fear and panic, and he didn't have the appearance of a sect master at all. It's over. Our Wind Lightning sect is finished. The two elders' faces were filled with despair. Go back and prepare the gift immediately. I will personally go to Wushuang City's Feng clan to apologize. I hope Feng Wuchen can let our Wind Lightning sect go, the Wind Lightning sect's sect master said in fear. He already couldn't think of any other way, so he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. The Wind Lightning sect's sect master didn't think that the Watermoon Empire's imperial family would help the Wind Lightning sect if they were in trouble. Seeing that no one dared to speak or make a move, the corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly. Huanyang, bring the brothers back to Wushuang City. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the ninefold cosmos pagoda returned to his body. Then, he flew away with Xiaoxiao. Return to Wushuang City. Huanyang shouted, and hundreds of soldiers retreated. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army made their debut in front of the emperors and major forces of the various nations for the first time. They displayed their tyrannical strength and terrifying movement techniques, causing everyone to be extremely fearful. Although the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army only had a few hundred people, they were all at the origin core stage and possessed terrifying movement techniques. A few hundred people were enough to kill tens of thousands of soldiers. Their existence was absolutely not something ordinary soldiers could compare to. Although the other three empires had well-equipped troops and powerful generals, they were still far inferior when compared to the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. After witnessing the strength of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army, they knew how weak the generals of their empires were. It was precisely because of this that the three emperors didn't dare to attack Feng Wuchen. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. If you were weak, others would bully you. If you were strong, others would be afraid of you. Now that Feng Wuchen had become strong and even killed a Sky Origin stage expert, and he had the powerful Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army under him, how could the three emperors not be afraid? When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao returned to the empire's territory, Duan Tianhun brought Yang Tianxian and Situ Xintian flying over. Good kid, well done. Duan Tianhun's happy laughter sounded out as soon as he flew over. Greetings, master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Xintian bowed respectfully. Seeing Duan Tianhun flying over, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao bowed and said, Greetings, Emperor. No need to be so courteous, Duan Tianhun hurriedly said, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed at all. After the emperors and powers of the various empires were shocked, and after displaying the strength of the Fire Empire's most elite generals, Duan Tianhun was extremely excited and complacent. Feng Wuchen, your thunderous methods shocked the Watermoon Emperor and Taishu sect. Duan Tianhun gave a thumbs up and praised. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, At the beginning, I was worried that the Watermoon Emperor or Taishu sect's sect leader would attack me. With my strength, I wouldn't be able to injure them even if I fought with my life on the line. Duan Tianhun nodded and said seriously, the strength of those two old bastards is indeed terrifying. We have to be on guard. Feng Wuchen smiled as he looked at Duan Tianhun. Emperor, I want to go to the boundless abyss to cultivate and break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as soon as possible. Haha. Duan Tianhun laughed happily, anytime. However, you have to help this king make Huanyang and the others stronger. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army have yet to display their true strength, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Oh? You still haven't shown your true strength? Duan Tianhun couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen in shock. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll go back to the imperial capital in 3 days. Feng Wuchen smiled and left with Ling Xiaoxiao. He still hasn't shown his true strength? Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Duan Tianhun frowned and said, Is this kid lying to me? Can this king's 2 elite troops be any stronger? The strength that the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army displayed today already shocked and terrified the various kingdoms. If they displayed an even stronger strength, wouldn't the various kingdoms be scared out of their wits? Duan Tianhun got excited just thinking about it. If it was really like what Feng Wuchen said, would the Inferno Empire be afraid of the other three empires? Peerless City, Feng Clan. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had returned from the Falling Cloud Empire. Hundreds of soldiers gathered in the Feng Clan's backyard. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted and took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A resplendent golden light flashed in the backyard. An exquisite pagoda appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. A powerful aura enveloped the Feng Clan's backyard. Looking at Huanyang and the others, Feng Wuchen said seriously, "You only have a month's time. How much you can improve will depend on your luck." "Commander, are we going to cultivate in the pagoda?" Huanshan asked with a shocked expression. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "That's right. There's a cultivation ground in the pagoda that can help you improve your cultivation." Hearing this, the soldiers were overjoyed and excited. Feng Wuchen moved his mind and brought hundreds of soldiers into the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. They went straight to the 5th floor. The space wasn't big, but it could still accommodate hundreds of soldiers. In the space, there were many energy balls floating. The entire space was filled with a huge amount of energy. The soldiers were shocked. They were all dumbfounded. "This? What kind of space is this?" Huanyang asked in shock. His voice was trembling. "What a huge amount of energy. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has another space." Huanshan took a deep breath and was shocked. "Commander, your cultivation improved so quickly. Could it be that you absorbed this pure energy to cultivate? This energy is extremely pure. Absorbing this pure energy to cultivate will help you improve your cultivation. But the time is only a month. The enemy won't give us too much time," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "With such a huge amount of pure energy, our cultivations will surely be able to break through if we cultivate for a month. There's hope to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage." "Haha. I can break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage as well. I'm really unwilling to let that kid, the Crimson Emperor, surpass me." The soldiers cheered excitedly, and they wished for nothing more than to absorb all the energy in the 5th floor. The soldiers forcefully suppressed the wild joy and excitement in their hearts and said respectfully, "Yes. This is a flying martial skill scroll. I got this from Xiaoxiao. Even though it's only a high-grade yellow rank martial skill, it can at least allow all of you to fly," Feng Wuchen said. With a flip of his hand, a scroll appeared out of thin air in his palm. Flying martial skill? All the soldiers were shocked once more when they heard this, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. As he looked at the excited soldiers, Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. "Think about it. If all of you are able to fly and possess formidable strength, then even if the other three empires have an army of 100,000, would they be a match for all of you? Merely all of you are sufficient to crush the army of 100,000. Crimson Emperor, distribute these medicinal pills and treasures of heaven and earth to the brothers. During this month, all of you cultivate with all your might. It's best if you use the method I used to train all of you. Break the legs of anyone that dares to slack off." Feng Wuchen said, and his voice became stern. "Yes. Pavilion Master." Crimson Emperor said respectfully, and then he swept Huanyang and the other soldiers with a gaze that took pleasure in their misfortune. "Don't worry, Commander. We'll surely cultivate with all our might. We'll absolutely not disappoint, Commander." Huanyang, Huanshan, and the other soldiers knelt respectfully on one knee. Feng Wuchen's kindness to them was as heavy as a mountain, and he didn't ask for anything in return. It could be said that he was their second parent. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had long regarded Feng Wuchen as their master. How could they disappoint Feng Wuchen? Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I will stay in the Feng clan. Xiaoxiao will protect all of you. With Xiaoxiao around, no one can do anything to you, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Hearing that it was Ling Xiaoxiao who would protect them, all the soldiers were extremely touched. "Commander, are you going to cultivate with us?" Huanshan then asked. "I'm going to the Wuji Abyss to cultivate." Feng Wuchen grinned. "What? The Wuji Abyss?" The soldiers were shocked. That was the Emperor's cultivation ground, and Feng Wuchen was actually going there to cultivate. Crimson Emperor couldn't believe it. He asked in shock, "Pavilion Master, did the Emperor really agree to let you cultivate in the Wuji Abyss for a month? Even the eldest prince isn't qualified to enter." Luanshan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said, "The Wuji Abyss is the cultivation ground of all the emperors. Aside from the Emperor, no one else is qualified to cultivate there. I didn't expect the Emperor to make an exception and let Commander cultivate there. This is the Emperor's promise to me. He allowed me to cultivate for a month. The Emperor's cultivation ground must be extraordinary. I am also very curious about what kind of treasure it is." Feng Wuchen smiled and said. After saying that, his mind moved and he left the pagoda. After Feng Wuchen left, Crimson Emperor's face revealed a gloating smile again. He mocked, "Brothers, it has been a long time since we played games. Crimson Emperor, don't mess around." Huan Yang's expression changed as he looked at Crimson Emperor with worry. "Xue Feng, Quang Zhan, Huaming, the Pavilion Master has ordered you to serve our brothers well. This is the commander's order. I want to see who dares to disobey." Crimson Emperor sneered proudly. "Big brother Crimson Emperor, you are using your position to take revenge." "I don't accept this," someone shouted. "If you don't accept this, then beat you until you do. Attack!" Crimson Emperor roared, and the 8 members of Heaven Pavilion and Feng Zhan charged forward. "Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Brother Lung, be gentle." Lung Muching sneered mockingly. "Big brother Yang, I am doing this for your own good. Moreover, I am only at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. I can't hurt you. Duan Feng, you bastard, don't be too heavy-handed." "Hee hee, Big brother Li, this is the commander's order. How would I dare to disobey? Just stand there obediently and don't move. I will try my best to heavily injure you with a few punches so that you will suffer less." Duan Feng laughed wickedly. "Io. Duan Feng. Don't hit my face. You bastard. Saber Soul, I was the one who brought you to cultivate. Be gentle. Gentle my ass. Stand there and take my punches. Don't move." Saber Soul shouted and punched out mercilessly. "Crimson Emperor. I was your leader in the past. Don't think that you can mess around just because your cultivation has surpassed mine now." Crimson Emperor shouted, "Hit your leader as well. Hit him. Hit him fiercely." Crimson Emperor and the others attacked madly, and a few hundred people were beaten up violently in succession. All of them suffered heavy injuries with bruises and swollen faces. They were indeed very displeased when they were beating them, but all the officers and soldiers laughed in the end. Because they were brothers of life and death. This was their best memory, the memory of getting to know Feng Wuchen, a memory that they would never forget in their entire lives. Thinking back to that time, the officers and soldiers fought with their lives on the line, cultivated together, and were brutally beaten up by Feng Wuchen together. They experienced things that no one else had experienced. They were able to possess what they had today entirely because of Feng Wuchen's nurturing. Without Feng Wuchen, they were still the original Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry and Black Flag Army. In the hearts of the officers and soldiers, Feng Wuchen's status had already surpassed his status in their hearts. It was a type of affection, the affection of brothers. The officers and soldiers secretly rejoiced that they were able to encounter Feng Wuchen. Meeting Feng Wuchen was the greatest turning point in their lives, and it was their hope to become strong. 3 days later, Feng Wuchen already headed for the imperial capital once again. The Wuji Abyss naturally had its reasons as an emperor's cultivation treasure land. Although the spiritual energy was inferior to God's Valley, the ancient power of the Wuji Abyss made Feng Wuchen very curious and very interested. Scorching Fire Empire's imperial capital. Swoosh! A golden light suddenly flew over the imperial capital at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the imperial palace. That person was Feng Wuchen, who was flying on his sword. Flying on a sword. It's the great commander. In the imperial capital, anyone who noticed it looked up at the sky. Even if they couldn't see the figure, they were sure that it was the empire's great commander. "Welcome, great commander." In the imperial palace, the generals and officials greeted respectfully. Feng Wuchen landed on the square of the imperial palace. The guards in all directions saluted respectfully. Greetings, great commander. The news of Feng Wuchen killing Heaven Origin stage by Shan and trampling on the Polar Star sect had already spread throughout the empires. In the Scorching Fire Empire, Feng Wuchen was an invincible existence. The Empire soldiers were full of admiration for Feng Wuchen. Every soldier envied the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. At the same time, it gave them a strong motivation to cultivate. They all wanted to become one of them, to become Feng Wuchen's subordinates, because they felt that being able to become Feng Wuchen's subordinate was a supreme honor. Great Commander, the Emperor knows that you are coming and is already waiting in the main hall. Ling Zhantian greeted respectfully. General Ling, you came at the right time. Do me a favor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Great Commander, please instruct me. Ling Zhantian replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen said, General Ling, the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are in seclusion. My Feng family people are also cultivating. Please take care of them. Great Commander, please rest assured. I will immediately bring people to Wushuang City. Ling Zhantian replied respectfully. He was very excited, as if it was his honor to serve Feng Wuchen. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him and entered the main hall. In the main hall, Duan Tianhun, Duan Wuqing, Yang Tianxian, and Situ Zhentian were already waiting. Greetings, Emperor. Feng Wuchen saluted politely. Greetings, Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian quickly stood up and saluted. Duan Tianhun laughed happily, coming here so early in the morning, you sure are impatient. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, I only have 1 month. Time is of the essence. Of course, I can't waste it. Besides, this is a critical moment. If that's the case, I won't waste your time. Let's go. I will take you to the Wuji Abyss, Duan Tianhun nodded and said in a serious tone. Duan Tianhun and the others brought Feng Wuchen to the Wuji Abyss, which was at the broken cliff peak behind the palace. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the edge of a strange cliff. Below the cliff was a bottomless abyss. Is this the Wuji Abyss? Looking at the abyss, Feng Wuchen asked. He did not sense the slightest aura of ancient power. Duan Tianhun smiled and said, That's right, the Wuji Abyss is just below. With that, Duan Tianhun grabbed Feng Wuchen and jumped into the abyss. After diving for a few hundred meters, Feng Wuchen saw a green light emitting from the abyss. The deeper they went, the more dazzling the green light was. This is a barrier? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. The Wuji Abyss has ancient power, so the previous emperor set a seal to seal the Wuji Abyss. Duan Tianhun nodded. The two landed on the barrier. The moment they touched the barrier, Feng Wuchen could feel the power of the barrier. It was very strange. Duan Tianhun said again, the barrier can only be opened by the blood of the emperor. Every emperor has the blood of the previous emperor, and it will be passed down to the next emperor. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. No wonder only the emperors could go in to cultivate. If others wanted to go in, without the blood of the emperor, they could not open the barrier at all. Unless they used a strong force to open it. Duan Tianhun squatted down, bit his finger, and pressed his palm on the barrier. The moment his blood touched the barrier, the green light exploded, and a surge of ancient aura suddenly swept out. This ancient aura shocked Feng Wuchen. This is the power of the emperor's bloodline. It seems like it has been dormant for tens of thousands of years. When it came to the emperor's generation, the power of the bloodline had already disappeared. Otherwise, with such a strong bloodline power, the Yanhua Empire would have been famous. Feng Wuchen thought. After a while, a hole opened in the barrier. A strong and violent ancient power rushed out from the hole in the barrier. It was like a strong and powerful airflow, endless. What a strong ancient power! Feng Wuchen could not help but exclaim. His face was full of shock. Feng Wuchen could not imagine that in a small empire, there would be such a strong ancient power. It could be seen that the emperor could break through to the heavenly Yuan realm because of this ancient power. Looking at the shocked Feng Wuchen, Duan Tianhun laughed. Feng Wuchen, this ancient power is very scary. Normal people would not be able to withstand it. If not for your strong body, I would not dare to let you go in to cultivate. Without the blood of the emperor, normal people would not be able to withstand it. This is also why only emperors can go in to cultivate. Otherwise, I would have let Wu Qing and Hen Shi go in to cultivate. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, this power is indeed scary. The spiritual qi inside does not exist. No wonder the emperor said that it is not comparable to the spiritual qi of the gods. It is all ancient power inside. That's right. Since your body is strong, do not underestimate this power. Even I have to be careful when I go in. Also, do not go near that treasure. You are not the emperor. Your life might be in danger. Duan Tianhun warned. Emperor, don't worry. If it is not mine, I will not touch it. Feng Wuchen laughed. Then, he jumped under the barrier and entered the Wuji abyss. Just as he entered the Wuji abyss, the terrifying ancient power attacked him. Feng Wuchen felt a very scary pressure. If not for his strong body, he would have exploded and died. What terrifying power! Feng Wuchen sucked in a breath of cold air. His face revealed a pained expression. The crazy pressure of the ancient power could also temper Feng Wuchen's body. This was a good thing. It was just that he had to endure the pain. The Wuji Abyss was an independent space created by the previous emperor. In the center of the space, there was a cone-shaped mountain peak. The top was a flat land, and the surrounding was a dark space. Nothing could be seen. Feng Wuchen landed steadily and looked around. Other than this mountain peak and the huge ancient power, there was nothing else in the Wuji Abyss. The ancient power is coming from below. That treasure is below. Feng Wuchen said to himself. Although he was curious, he did not dare to take a look in case his life was in danger. Feng Wuchen did not waste any more time. His body was under the pressure of the huge power. If he did not cultivate, he would not be able to hold on for long. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he took out the earth core divine puppet, blood-red demon fruit, and other treasures. His eyes flashed fiercely. Then, he ate them all. The Supreme Dragon God technique circulated rapidly and began to absorb and refine the ancient power of the Wuji Abyss. The ancient power gathered from all directions and condensed into a fiery red energy halo. The scene was extremely spectacular. A large amount of fiery red energy halo flowed into Feng Wuchen's body. After a while, as Feng Wuchen ate the treasures, an incomparably huge power began to erupt from his body. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's body swelled like a ball. Ah! All the meridians in his body were swollen and painful. Coupled with the strong pressure of the ancient power, even though Feng Wuchen had a strong physical body, he could not help but scream. His face was twisted. That kind of intense pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, this also made Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed very terrifying. The tyrannical Supreme Dragon God technique absorbed and refined at an astonishing speed. The true Yuan absorbed and refined was like a river that flowed into Feng Wuchen's Qi Sea. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and endured. No matter how painful it was, he forced himself to endure it. This kind of painful cultivation had enormous gains. Feng Wuchen was able to feel his cultivation advancing swiftly. That sort of speed was something that would shock anyone who saw it. The pure and enormous energy of the treasures of heaven and earth could be directly provided to Feng Wuchen to absorb, and there was no need to refine it. Thus, his cultivation possessed a terrifying speed of advancement. Feng Wuchen endured the intense pain as he spoke with wild joy. A smile appeared on his twisted face, and it was simply uglier than crying. Breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage is just around the corner. Presently, Feng Wuchen was at the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and was already half a step into the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. With his current terrifying speed, Feng Wuchen believed that he would absolutely be able to step into the 8th level of the Origin Core stage within 7 days. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't notice was that the energy within his body was extremely enormous. Feng Wuchen completely didn't notice that traces of heat had already started to suffuse out from within his body. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and today was precisely the moment that Feng Wuchen broke through. After cultivating for 7 days, Feng Wuchen already possessed sufficient enormous energy to break through the barrier. Break! Bang! Bang! Feng Wuchen pressed his palms together and abruptly shouted out loudly. The surging and violent energy within his body madly charged at the barrier, wave after wave. Crack! After madly charging at it for 6 or 7 times, the strong barrier shattered with a crack, and an even more formidable aura started to suffuse out from Feng Wuchen's body. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body as his meridians and qi swiftly expanded. Feng Wuchen was able to feel this enormous energy madly gushing out from the center of his qi. Feng Wuchen's eyes abruptly opened, 2 bright lights flashed out, and he was extremely overjoyed in his heart. I've broken through. Feng Wuchen possessed the evil dragon god's memories and abundant experience, so breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was utterly effortless to him. The aura of the 8th level of the origin core stage suffused out from Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had broken through, and his fleshly body had become even stronger as well. After stepping into the 8th level of the origin core stage, Feng Wuchen's strength had absolutely leaped up. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. With my current strength, dealing with Baishan should be as easy as flipping my hand. He clenched his fists tightly as he felt the vast and overbearing energy within his body. The remaining time should be sufficient to assist me in breaking through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Feng Wuchen smiled, but when he finished speaking, he unintentionally noticed traces of heat flowing through his limbs and bones. Feng Wuchen carefully sensed it and noticed that it was actually the heat of his bloodline energy. Why would the heat appear out of nowhere? Could it be a sign of the bloodline energy awakening? The heat isn't extremely strong, looks like it ought to be related to the ancient energy. Feng Wuchen slightly frowned. Although he wasn't sure if it was related to the ancient energy, but Feng Wuchen knew that the appearance of this heat meant that his bloodline energy would truly awaken not long after. Within this heat, Feng Wuchen was able to sense an energy that was completely different from his bloodline energy. This feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he deeply kissed Ling Xiaoxiao the last time, but he didn't know what energy it was. I wonder how strong my bloodline energy will become after completely awakening, and what energy is this mysterious energy hidden within the heat, Feng Wuchen thought in his heart and was extremely looking forward to it. But Feng Wuchen didn't have the time to consider this now, as the ancient energy was madly squeezing Feng Wuchen's fleshly body. Moreover, the enormous energy of the treasures within his body hadn't been absorbed yet. Even if Feng Wuchen broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he still didn't dare look down upon this ancient energy. At the same time, Feng Wuchen noticed a problem. The ancient energy of the infinite abyss seemed to be inexhaustible, and after madly cultivating for 7 days, Feng Wuchen didn't notice the ancient energy weakening in the slightest. Feng Wuchen wasn't sure if the ancient energy was inexhaustible, or if the ancient energy was too enormous and difficult to distinguish. After his cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, Feng Wuchen's speed of absorption and refinement became even faster, and his meridians were able to expand, causing the true essence that poured into his qi to become even more enormous. Feng Wuchen, who continued to cultivate, his cultivation speed was still extremely terrifying. The ancient energy of the infinite abyss was completely different from pure energy, because the aura was different. The ancient energy was too violent and terrifying, and needed to be refined to make it docile before it could be fused into the true essence. Feng Wuchen spent 3 days of time to consolidate his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage. Along with starting to adapt to the madly squeezing of the ancient energy of the infinite abyss, Feng Wuchen felt his fleshly body had already become stronger and stronger, at least he didn't feel the pain of being squeezed anymore. The contortion on his face also vanished along with the pain of not feeling the squeezing. His madly cultivating still continued. Not long after Feng Wuchen left for the imperial capital, the Feng family welcomed some special guests. Moreover, these guests also brought many gifts, such as medicinal pills, magic treasures, medicinal herbs, cultivation methods, martial skills, and many other treasures. Because the upper echelons of the Feng clan were all in closed-door cultivation, there was no one to entertain them. Bai Yunqi had no choice but to take on the role of the temporary clan master. These special guests requested to see Feng Wuchen and Feng Xianxiong, but Feng Wuchen had gone to the capital. Feng Xianxiong's whereabouts were still unknown. No one knew if he was dead or alive. However, these special guests said that they would wait for Feng Wuchen's return. Because of this, Bai Yunqi felt extremely helpless. Seniors, I see that you all have profound cultivation bases. May I know why you are looking for my third young master? Bai Yunqi could tell that these guests were very anxious. To tell you the truth, I am Zhang Tianran, the sect master of the Water Moon Empire's Thunder Breeze sect. These three are the three great elders of the Thunder Breeze sect, the leading old man said awkwardly. What? You are from the Thunder Breeze sect? Bai Yunqi heard this and his expression changed. He became angry and gloomy. Seeing Bai Yunqi's anger, Zhang Tianran and the rest smiled bitterly. They had already expected such a strong reaction from the Feng clan. Hearing the three words Thunder Breeze sect, the Feng clan's guards rushed out and surrounded Zhang Tianran and the other three. How dare you? How dare you come to the Feng clan? The Polaris sect was just destroyed by our third young master and you dare to come to our door. You are courting death. Bai Yunqi roared at the four of them. Even though he knew that the four of them had profound cultivation bases, Bai Yunqi was not afraid at all because the Feng clan still had Ling Xiaoxiao. General Ling, they are the sect master and the three great elders of the Water Moon Empire's Thunder Breeze sect. Should we take them down? A soldier in the Feng clan said in a low voice. Ling Zhantian's expression was solemn as he said, immediately send someone back to report to the general. The rest of the soldiers are on standby. The arrival of the sect master and the three great elders of the Thunder Breeze sect made Ling Zhantian very worried. The four of them had tyrannical cultivation bases and they would not be able to defeat them alone. However, just as Ling Zhantian finished speaking, Zhang Tianran's words came from the Feng clan's courtyard and stunned him. One of the elders quickly explained, you have misunderstood. How would we dare to offend the great leader? We are too afraid to do so. To be honest, the two great elders and the great protector came with no evil intentions. We are here to apologize to the great leader. The Thunder Breeze sect should not have coveted the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and offended the great leader. Zhang Tianran said regretfully. Bai Yunqi and the Feng clan's guards were also stunned. The sect master and the three great elders of the Thunder Breeze sect came to apologize? Beg Feng Wuchen for forgiveness? Wait, let's wait and see. Ling Zhantian quickly stopped the soldier and said with a cold smile, this is really surprising. The Thunder Breeze sect actually came to apologize. This is really rare. General Ling, do you think they have other intentions? The great elder of the Thunder Breeze sect was killed by the great leader. One of the soldiers frowned and asked worriedly. Ling Zhantian sneered with disdain, the great leader destroyed the Polaris sect and killed a Heaven's Origin cultivator. He has already intimidated the four empires. How would the Thunder Breeze sect dare to have other intentions? They are afraid of the great leader's strength and are worried that the Thunder Breeze sect will end up like the Polaris sect. Seeing Bai Yunqi's stunned expression, Zhang Tianran's face turned green and white. He was extremely embarrassed. After coming back to his senses, Bai Yunqi frowned and said coldly, "Humph. You offended the great leader and you think you can just come and apologize? I can't make the decision on this matter. Everything depends on our third young master." Feng Wuchen had killed Bai Shan and led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to destroy the Polaris sect. Such ruthless methods had scared the Thunder Breeze sect out of their wits. Bai Yunqi and the guards of the Feng family could naturally guess that Zhang Tianran and the others were afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come personally to apologize and bring so many treasures. This old man naturally understands. Since the great leader has gone to the imperial capital, the four of us will wait in the Feng family and wait for the great leader to return. I hope the great leader can forgive us for our mistakes. Zhang Tianran hurriedly said. As the sect leader of the Thunder Breeze sect, he didn't dare to speak harshly. Wait in the Feng family? My Feng family doesn't welcome you. Those who can't come are guests. If you want to wait, then wait in the courtyard. No one is allowed to take half a step into the Feng family. Look after them. Bai Yunqi said unhappily and turned to leave. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was lower than the four of them, he would have already attacked. The three elders' faces were gloomy, but they didn't dare to say anything. If they wanted to live, they had to be obedient. Zhang Tianran felt even worse. As the sect leader of the Thunder Breeze sect, when had he been humiliated by a small guard? When had he been so humble? However, in order to live, for the Thunder Breeze sect, they could only endure. Bai Yunqi entered the backyard and arrived outside Ling Xiaoxiao's room. Inside the room, Ling Xiaoxiao was sitting cross-legged beside the pagoda, cultivating. Miss Xiaoxiao. Bai Yunqi gently knocked on the door and called out. Ling Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and stood up to open the door. Uncle Bai, what's the matter? Ling Xiaoxiao asked politely with a smile. She wasn't unhappy at all because of Bai Yunqi's interruption. Bai Yunqi told Ling Xiaoxiao about what had happened earlier. At the same time, he also asked Ling Xiaoxiao to make a decision. Ling Xiaoxiao was the person that Feng Wuchen liked. She was the future young mistress. Bai Yunqi naturally had to respect her. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao had helped the Feng family before. No one in the Feng family dared to disrespect Ling Xiaoxiao. Uncle Bai, let's do as you say. Let them wait in the courtyard. I don't think they would dare to do anything. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed. Although the Thunder Breeze sect was powerful, they weren't powerful enough to make Ling Xiaoxiao afraid. All right. Then I won't disturb your cultivation. Bai Yunqi nodded. In the courtyard, Zhang Tianran and the other three didn't know whether to leave or stay. There was no one in the Feng family to entertain them. They could only wait in the courtyard. That kind of humiliation made them feel worse than death. But what could they do? After offending Feng Wuchen, they could only wait for death or admit their mistakes and beg for mercy. They had no other choice. The Polaris sect was destroyed because they had angered Feng Wuchen. After the news of the Polaris sect being destroyed by Feng Wuchen spread, it shook the four nations. Now, no one dared to covet Feng Wuchen's ninefold cosmos pagoda anymore. After the Polaris sect was destroyed, the Feng family had been peaceful. Other than the Thunder Breeze sect who came to admit their mistakes and beg for mercy, no other powerful forces appeared. Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods and terrifying strength had deeply shocked them. If they still dared to come, then they were tired of living. Time passed day by day. Zhang Tianran and the others had already stood in the Feng family courtyard for 10 days. Bai Yunqi and the others completely acted as if they didn't see them. Time passed as Zhang Tianran and the others continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. After waiting for almost a month, Zhang Tianran's group of 4 still didn't move. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been unable to take it. At the back mountain of the imperial capital's imperial palace. On this day, Duan Tianhun, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Tutor had already arrived at the infinite abyss once again. The time limit of a month was up. Today was the day Feng Wuchen came out of the infinite abyss. Looking at the abyss below, Duan Tianhun smiled in anticipation. This kid should be coming out soon. With Master's natural talent, breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage is absolutely not a problem. Situ Zhentian smiled confidently. Duan Wuqing was slightly in disbelief. No matter how great leader's natural talent is, can he really break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in a month's time? Others might not be able to, but Feng Wuchen definitely can. Duan Tianhun said with certainty. Whoosh, as soon as Duan Tianhun finished speaking, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the abyss. Its speed was extremely terrifying. The golden light became more and more dazzling, and an extremely majestic aura exploded out. He's out. Duan Tianhun and the others revealed joy. Master really broke through. Even if he concealed his aura, I can still feel an aura that's even more terrifying than before. Yang Tianxian said excitedly. A dazzling golden light soared into the sky with a majestic and intimidating aura. That golden light was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen descended, the dazzling golden light dispersed, and the supreme dragon god sword returned to his body. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian hurriedly congratulated him respectfully. Congratulations, Master. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Duan Tianhun laughed happily. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. As expected of the #1 genius of the Pyrefire Empire. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. The Wuji Abyss is really a cultivation treasure land with an endless stream of ancient energy. Such a treasure land, it can be seen that the Pyrefire Empire's late emperor's cultivation is unfathomable. Of course. Duan Tianhun laughed proudly. With your current cultivation, Your strength is probably sufficient to contend with me, right? Feng Wuchen joked, does Emperor want to try? Forget it. I've already experienced the suppressive force of ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and I don't want to experience it again. Duan Tianhun laughed. To be honest, even if Feng Wuchen hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, just based on the fact that Feng Wuchen could kill Bai Shan, Duan Tianhun didn't dare say that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Now that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, Duan Tianhun was even less confident. Master, General Ling sent news that the Wind Lightning sect Master, Zhang Tianran, along with 2 elders and protectors have been waiting for Master in the Feng clan for many days. It's already been 23 days, Yang Tianxian said respectfully. Wind Lightning sect? Hearing Yang Tianxian's words, Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised, and he asked, why did they come to the Feng clan? Of course they came to apologize to you. Duan Tianhun laughed loudly. Apologize? Feng Wuchen sneered, they're quite smart. Feng Wuchen, I have a request that I hope you can agree to, Duan Tianhun hurriedly said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, I knew that the Emperor would not let me off so easily. Let me cultivate in the Wuji Abyss for a month. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Awesome. Duan Tianhun was overjoyed and immediately said solemnly, this king's request is not high. I only hope that you can nurture Wu Qing. This king has already decided to pass the throne to Wu Qing. Wu Qing is above Hen Shi in all aspects. He is the future emperor, but his strength is too weak. This king is worried. Your Majesty, do you really believe that I can nurture the first prince? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. I don't dare to speak for others, but I believe in you, Duan Tianhun said with certainty. Feng Wuchen smiled as he looked at Duan Wuqing. Eldest prince, your natural talent is extremely high, and you're already at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage now. Have you thought it through clearly? Duan Wuqing hurriedly knelt down on one knee. I implore Great Commander to nurture me. Wuqing has no regrets. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a strong force blocked Duan Wuqing's knee. He smiled and said, I am indebted to the Emperor, and the Empire is indebted to the Feng clan. I am not a heartless person. I am also a citizen of the Inferno Empire. It is my duty to contribute to the Empire. Thank you, great leader. Duan Wuqing said gratefully. You have to be mentally prepared. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell is not a good feeling, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Duan Wuqing had already made up his mind. He said, Wuqing will not go back on his words. From today onwards, you are no longer the first prince of the empire. You are the same as Huanyang and the others. You are my subordinate. Can you accept this? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Wuqing nodded. Very good. Follow me back to Peerless City in the Sky Province. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After bidding farewell to Duan Tianhun and the other 2, Feng Wuchen brought Duan Wuqing and flew on his sword, returning to the Sky Province at top speed. Wu Qing, the future of the empire depends on you, Duan Tianhun said in his heart as he watched Duan Wuqing leaving. He had high hopes for Duan Wuqing. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. Without alerting the imperial capital's experts, he had already flown out of the imperial palace in the blink of an eye. The terrifying speed caused Duan Wuqing to be extremely shocked. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. In less than an hour, Feng Wuchen brought Duan Wuqing back to Peerless City in the Sky Province. The great commander is back. Zhang Tianran, who sensed something, was shocked as he suddenly looked up into the sky. Zhang Tianran and the other 3 were shocked and terrified. Their expressions became flustered. They had already waited in the Feng clan for almost a month, but they did not dare to guarantee that Feng Wuchen would let them go. Big brother Feng. In the room, Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly rushed out of the room. Third young master is back. Bai Yunqi and the Feng clan's guards also rushed out with faces full of excitement. Feng Wuchen and Duan Wuqing descended and landed in the Feng clan's courtyard. Wind Thunder Sect's Zhang Tianran greets the great commander. Zhang Tianran quickly knelt down and said respectfully. The elders and protectors also knelt down. Feng Wuchen's aura became even more terrifying, causing them to tremble with fear. They were extremely flustered and their bodies trembled non-stop. Third young master. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was filled with joy as she pounced on Feng Wuchen. After not seeing him for a month, her heart missed him very much. 8th level of the Origin Core stage? Xiaoxiao is really amazing. It's been hard on you this month. Feng Wuchen smiled as he praised. He completely ignored Zhang Tianran and the other 3 and treated them as air. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and smiled. It's not hard at all. Zhang Tianran and the other 3 were extremely embarrassed. They could only kneel and did not dare to get up. They did not even dare to raise their heads. Eh? Eldest prince? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Duan Wuqing in surprise. Miss Xiaoxiao. Duan Wuqing smiled politely. Greetings, eldest prince. Bai Yunqi and the guards bowed respectfully. Let's go to the backyard. Feng Wuchen smiled as he pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand and headed to the backyard, completely ignoring Zhang Tianran and the other 3. The spacious backyard was empty. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the 9-fold cosmos pagoda flew out from Ling Xiaoxiao's room. After that, it flew into the air and instantly expanded to over 30 meters. It laughed loudly as a resplendent golden light enveloped the Feng clan. Feeling the terrifying aura of the 9-fold cosmos pagoda, Zhang Tianran and the other 3 in the front yard thought that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them. They were scared out of their wits and their faces were filled with despair. In the backyard, as the 9-fold cosmos pagoda expanded to over 30 meters, a large number of figures came out from the pagoda. Xiao Qingqing, Feng Qianyang, and the other higher-ups of the Feng clan, as well as hundreds of people from the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Waves of tyrannical aura spread out from the Feng clan's backyard. Especially that iron-blooded aura that made one's heart tremble, it was filled with awe. In an instant, the Feng clan's backyard was filled with people. Seeing this scene, Duan Wuqing was dumbfounded and extremely shocked. The 9-fold cosmos pagoda could actually fit so many people. Duan Wuqing had never seen such a thing before. Greetings, great leader. Greetings, eldest prince. Huan Yang, Luan Shen, and the other elite soldiers shouted respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. The sudden shout and the tyrannical iron-blooded aura scared Zhang Tianran and the other 3 to the point of despair. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Could it be that Feng Wuchen wants to annihilate our Thunder Breeze sect? An elder said in fear. His old face was as pale as paper. Zhang Tianran said dejectedly, "It's over." In the backyard, Huan Yang, Luan Shen, and the other elite soldiers shouted again, "Thank you, Miss Xiaoxiao, for protecting us." In order to ensure that they could cultivate in peace, Ling Xiaoxiao protected them in the room for a month. It could be said that this made the soldiers feel extremely touched and grateful. The strength of the Feng clan's higher-ups advanced by leaps and bounds again. Feng Qianyang stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Xiao Qingqing even broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Her cultivation had already caught up to Feng Jingxiong. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were already at the peak of the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. They obtained the inheritance of the celestial couple. Coupled with the treasures of heaven and earth, their cultivation was like a rocket. The Crimson Emperor was even more terrifying. He stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The former Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry had now caught up to the Empire's eldest prince. Huan Yang and Luanshan broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Lung Muqing's talent was extremely high. After cultivating for a month, he was already at the peak of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Half a foot into the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. All of you broke through. Truly formidable. Feng Wuchen smiled brilliantly. The advancement of everyone's cultivation caused Feng Wuchen to be extremely satisfied. The Feng clan higher-ups were extremely delighted. Grand Elder, your soul force seems to be about to break through to a grade 4 alchemist. Feng Wuchen looked at Feng Qianyang and smiled. Feng Qianyang stroked his beard and smiled. If he didn't spend most of his time on alchemy, old man would absolutely be able to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Big brother Feng, Can't you see that Qingqing and I are about to break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage? Lu Qingyang rolled his eyes. Great leader, I don't know what this kid Lu Qingyang ate, but his cultivation speed is even faster than mine. Leng Mucheng was unconvinced. It's all thanks to great leader's nurturing that we're able to possess our current cultivation, Huan Yang said respectfully. The Crimson Emperor's cultivation has actually already caught up to mine. After being shocked for a long time, Duan Wuqing finally recovered from his shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. Duan Wuqing was once the #1 genius of the empire, and he only possessed his current cultivation because of the enormous empire's nurturing. The Crimson Emperor's natural talent was only a grade 5 martial soul, but now he's already caught up to Duan Wuqing. How terrifying was his cultivation speed! Under Feng Wuchen's nurturing, the cultivation of the two elite troops advanced by leaps and bounds, and the speed of their strength increasing exceeded Duan Wuqing's imagination. Chen, why did the Crown Prince come back with you? Xiao Qingqing asked. Without waiting for Feng Wuchen to speak, Duan Wuqing hurriedly smiled and said, Aunt Xiao, I'm no longer the Crown Prince, and I'm currently cultivating with Great Leader. In the future I'll be together with the soldiers, so everyone can just call me Wu Qing. Duan Wuqing was extremely polite and didn't have the slightest arrogance of a prince. It could be seen that after being in the military for so many years, his childishness had long been worn away, and he was extremely steady. No wonder Duan Tianhun decided to pass the throne to him. The Crown Prince wants to cultivate with us? The soldiers looked at Duan Wuqing with incomparable shock. That's right, call me Wu Qing in the future. Duan Wuqing smiled. Crown Prince, you have to be mentally prepared. Great Leader's method is very terrifying. Chaos God was truly worried for Duan Wuqing. Duan Wuqing's face was fearless as he smiled and said, I've long heard of Great Leader's method. To be honest, I also want to temper my physical body and cultivate the sovereign body. Crown Prince, if you really want to cultivate with us, you'll be in trouble. Crown Prince, although you've heard of it, you don't know that if you really cultivate with us, you'll be beaten up for at least a few hundred days. You're much worse than us. We have more than 400 people, and you'll be beaten up for more than 400 days. Over 400 days? Duan Wuqing revealed an astonished expression after he heard this. Even if Duan Wuqing's cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, no matter how resistant he was, he didn't dare imagine what he would be like after 400 days. The soldiers couldn't help but snicker when they saw Duan Wuqing's dumbstruck expression. Eldest Prince, don't listen to their nonsense. It's not so cruel. If you want to cultivate the sovereign body, then your fleshly body can cultivate it after attaining a certain level, the Crimson Emperor said with a smile. That's good. If I'm really beaten by all of you for 400 days, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Duan Wuqing heaved a sigh of relief. Haha. The soldiers instantly roared with laughter. Eldest Prince, with your natural talent, you'll absolutely be able to break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage after cultivating for a few months, the Crimson Emperor said with absolute certainty. Break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage? Duan Wuqing's eyes were instantly filled with burning desire. If Duan Wuqing cultivated by himself, he absolutely wouldn't have such confidence. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to advance. This was something Duan Wuqing was extremely clear about. But the Crimson Emperor said with certainty that Duan Wuqing would be able to break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage in a few months. This caused Duan Wuqing to firmly believe and look forward to it at the same time. What caused Duan Wuqing to look forward to even more was how formidable the sovereign body was, and what was terrifying about the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The sudden increase in the cultivation of the Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army was absolutely a coincidence. There was surely something else behind it. Crimson Emperor, I'll leave Wuqing to you, Feng Wuchen said as he looked at the Crimson Emperor. Don't worry, Great Commander. I'll surely properly entertain the eldest prince. The Crimson Emperor laughed happily, and he looked at Duan Wuqing with a gaze that took pleasure in his misfortune. It's over. This kid, the Crimson Emperor, is too ruthless. The eldest prince is going to suffer. Huan Yang and the others revealed expressions of sympathy. Thank you, I'll be troubling you. Duan Wuqing cupped his fists. Eldest prince, don't thank him first. you'll suffer. Lu Qingyang laughed. Wanchen shook his head and said, this fellow is famous. Let's go see the Wind Lightning sect. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and led her to the front yard. Everyone followed closely behind. The leader of the Wind Thunder sect? That old thing is in the Feng clan? What is he doing here? Humph. Just in time. Next, we'll destroy the Wind Lightning sect. The soldiers were shocked and furious. They all declared that they would destroy the Wind Thunder sect. Noticing Feng Wuchen and the others coming out from the backyard, Zhang Tianran and the other three became even more terrified. Zhang Tianran and the other three couldn't figure it out. Previously, the Feng clan was very deserted, but now, there were so many people. What was even more frightening was that the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Banner armies, more than 400 officers, were all in the Feng clan. With the cultivation of Zhang Tianran and the others, why couldn't they sense Tai Shui's aura? Zhang Tianran, how dare you? You actually have the face to come to the Feng clan. Huan Yongsan shouted coldly, a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. Pavilion Master, let me kill them. The Crimson Emperor shouted. Coldly, and his strength at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage was urged out as he intended to attack. When they saw Feng Wuchen walking over, Zhang Tianran and the other three begged for mercy in terror, and they kept kneeling and didn't dare get up. Lord Commander, spare us. Zhang Tianran, you sent the Wind Lightning sect's Grand Elder to seize the Lord Commander's pagoda, and you even want to kill the Lord Commander. You actually have the face to beg for mercy? Wanchen spoke with disdain, and his gaze was extremely fierce. Zhang Tianran said with terror, Lord Commander, it's all my fault for having eyes but failing to see. I shouldn't have coveted Lord Commander's pagoda. I hope Lord Commander is magnanimous and spare us. Spare you? Simply daydreaming. The Crimson Emperor sneered with disdain, and he intended to blast his palm towards Zhang Tianran. Just when the Crimson Emperor was about to attack, Feng Wuchen instantly stopped him. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhang Tianran with a cold and indifferent gaze, and he said, I heard that all of you waited for me in the Feng clan for almost a month. Looks like all of you are very sincere. Zhang Tianran cowed out and begged, Lord Commander, we sincerely repent and admit our mistakes. I hope Lord Commander can spare the Wind Lightning sect. The Guardian said with terror, Yes, Lord Commander, we sincerely repent and absolutely dare not deceive Lord Commander. Sincerely repent? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I believe that all of you sincerely repent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. Thank you, Lord Commander. Zhang Tianran and the other three cowed out repeatedly. When facing Feng Wuchen, even if they were the Wind Lightning sect's upper echelons, they couldn't care less about their faces. Preserving their lives was more important. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I only said that I believe that all of you sincerely repent. I didn't say that I would spare you. You should know the consequences of offending me, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Tianran and the other three's expressions changed drastically. They were filled with terror and despair. Lord Commander, please spare us. Zhang Tianran and the other three begged in terror. Their foreheads were bleeding from kowtowing. Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and an incomparably cold murderous aura spread out. Zhang Tianran and the other three fell to the ground in fear and despair. Do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Lord Commander, please spare us. As long as Lord Commander lets us go, no matter what Lord Commander wants us to do, the Wind Lightning sect is willing to submit to Lord Commander. Zhang Tianran couldn't bear the fear in his heart and cowed out repeatedly. Submit? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He slowly withdrew the Supreme Dragon God Sword and asked, How do you want us to submit? Seeing Feng Wuchen withdraw the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Zhang Tianran heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He saw a trace of hope. Only now did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Tianran said fearfully, Lord Commander, everyone in the Wind Lightning sect is at Lord Commander's disposal. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will not refuse. If there is the slightest disobedience, Lord Commander can destroy our Wind Lightning sect at any time. At Lord Commander's disposal? No matter what it is? Feng Wuchen sneered. As long as it is Lord Commander's order, we will not disobey. Zhang Tianran didn't dare to hesitate at all. He was afraid that if he hesitated, Feng Wuchen would kill him. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen put the Supreme Dragon God sword back into his body and smiled. You said it. Get up. Many thanks, Lord Commander. Zhang Tianran and the other three were extremely grateful. They were completely relieved. It was definitely the first time Zhang Tianran and the other three felt so terrified. That kind of helplessness was the scariest. This trip was not in vain. The nearly a month of waiting was not in vain. At least Feng Wuchen wouldn't kill them. The Wind Lightning sect was saved. Although it was embarrassing to kowtow and beg for mercy, it was better than being killed. Living was better than anything. I have something for you to do. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Lord Commander, please give us your orders. Zhang Tianran was respectful. He didn't dare to be disrespectful. Zhang Tianran and the other three were completely scared out of their wits by Feng Wuchen's terrifying murderous aura. They didn't dare to act rashly. The Wind Lightning sect is a force of the Water Moon Empire. Send someone to secretly watch the Water Moon Empire and the Taishu sect. If they do anything, report to me immediately. As for what to do, you will have to figure it out yourself. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing this, the four's faces changed slightly. Watch the Water Moon Empire and the Taishu sect. Wasn't that courting death? However, Zhang Tianran didn't dare to disobey. He quickly said, Yes, Lord Commander. You'd better not play any tricks. I've already sent someone to find out the strength of the major forces of the various countries. Zhang Tianran, if you dare to betray me, I will destroy the Wind Lightning sect in front of you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were full of deterrence. We wouldn't dare. Zhang Tianran and the other three said in fear. They didn't dare to look into Feng Wuchen's eyes. Their souls were scared out of their wits. How could they dare to play any tricks? You're smart. I was planning to destroy the Wind Lightning sect after I came out of seclusion. I didn't expect to hear that the Feng family had been waiting for me for almost a month. Seeing that the Wind Lightning sect has submitted to me, I will spare your lives for now. Get lost. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Thank you for sparing our lives. Zhang Tianran and the other three said in fear. They didn't want to stop for a moment and quickly ran out of the Feng family. After leaving the Feng family, Zhang Tianran and the other three could be said to have endured the humiliation. The leader of the Wind Lightning sect had been frightened by a 17-year-old boy. If this spread, the world would laugh at them. Of course, it wasn't that they were afraid of death. It was just that Feng Wuchen's power was too scary. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them, it would be easy. Commander, are you just going to let them go like this? What if they join forces with the Taishu sect? Luan Shen asked. He didn't want to give up. They don't have the guts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so scared to come and beg for mercy, Lu Qingyang said with disdain. I don't think they would dare. Feng Wuchen didn't believe Zhang Tianran had the guts. He then said, the Water Moon Empire and the Taishu sect haven't done anything for a month. They are not weak. We have to be careful. Feng Qianyang agreed and said, the Water Moon Empire and the Taishu sect can't be underestimated. Although they are strong, they don't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. All in all, they are afraid of Big Brother Feng's strength, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. Xiaoxiao is right. Big Brother Feng can even kill a heavenly origin stage martial artist. Now that he has broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, it would be strange if they weren't afraid. Lu Qingyang said with a complacent sneer. Feng Wuchen sighed and said, it's a pity that there hasn't been any news of my father. Until now, I can't guess who did it. I don't know if my father is dead or alive. Hearing this, the entire Feng family was worried. The person who captured Feng Xianxia still hadn't appeared. The people sent to investigate didn't have the slightest clue. Because of this, Feng Wuchen was quite worried. The more there were no clues, the more worried Feng Wuchen was. I hope your father is safe, Xiao Qingqing said sadly. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of Feng Xianxia. Feng Qianyang said, Patriarch will definitely be safe. Wu Chen, you don't have to worry too much. Since Feng Jingxiong was captured, there was no clue at all. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how they investigated, they couldn't find out who did it. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, there was nothing he could do. Great leader, the Taishu sect is strong. We might not have the strength to fight them, but the Fantasy Cloud sect's strength is similar to the Polaris sect. When should we attack? Huanyang asked. That's right. There's also the Fantasy Cloud sect. We can't let them go. Luanshan said coldly. Only a month had passed since the destruction of the Polar sect. After the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army came out of seclusion, they followed Feng Wuchen on their journey once more. This time, their target was the Fantasy Cloud sect. In order to seize the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Fantasy Cloud sect had sent experts to kill Feng Wuchen many times. However, they had all failed. But in the end, he still made his move. Since they had the guts to seize the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, it meant that they were prepared to die. Feng Wuchen's methods were ruthless. He was cold-blooded and merciless to his enemies. On this trip to the Tianwu Empire, Xiaochen had to destroy the Fantasy Cloud sect. The galloping sound of iron hooves started from Wushuang City and traveled all the way to the Tianwu Empire. Everywhere they passed, the heroic bearing of the Empire's most elite soldiers won the admiration and respect of countless people. Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, the Great Commander has already led the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army towards the Tianwu Kingdom. The first prince also followed. In the main hall, Ling Zhantian respectfully reported. Duan Tianhun nodded and sneered, Fantasy Cloud sect, you never expected that I would let Feng Wuchen enter the Wuji Abyss to cultivate, right? Assist Feng Wuchen in breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Tianhun walked down and continued, with Feng Wuchen's current strength, even this king is not confident in defeating him. The Fantasy Cloud sect will definitely be destroyed. Emperor Zhang Tianran and the Great Commander have submitted. Ling Zhantian reported. Oh? Duan Tianhun looked at Ling Zhantian in surprise and asked uncertainly, Zhang Tianran submitted to Feng Wuchen? Ling Zhantian replied respectfully, yes, the entire Wind Lightning sect has already submitted to Great Commander. Otherwise, Great Commander would have already killed them. The Wind Thunder sect has submitted. This is a surprise to me. Duan Tianhun laughed happily. The submission of the Wind Thunder sect had indeed surprised Duan Tianhun. The Wind Thunder sect was not weak. No one would have thought that they would willingly submit to Feng Wuchen. To be able to make the great powers of the other empires submit to him, just how terrifying was his strength? Great Commander, up ahead is the border of the Tianwu Empire. Once we enter the Tianwu Empire, we will not be far from the Fantasy Cloud sect, Huanyang said as he pointed to the front. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, you all head to the Fantasy Cloud sect first. I will be there soon. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword and soared into the sky. He turned into a streak of golden light and shot towards the Tianwu Kingdom, disappearing in the sky in the blink of an eye. Great Commander, where are you going? The soldiers were all puzzled. Huanyang and Chaos God did not know where Feng Wuchen had gone, but they did not ask. They led the soldiers into the Sky Martial Kingdom. They went to the Fantasy Cloud sect. The warhorses of the soldiers were guarded by the generals guarding the borders. Swish! Swish! Hundreds of soldiers shuttled through the mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their speed was astonishing, like a large group of spiritual monkeys. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived in the sky above the Tianwu Kingdom's imperial palace. His powerful aura spread out and alerted many of the imperial palace's experts. What a powerful aura! Flying on a sword? That is Feng Wuchen. That's right. It is Feng Wuchen. Many of the imperial palace's experts came out. When they looked at the source of the powerful aura, their faces changed drastically. They became frightened as they recognized Feng Wuchen. The great general of the Sky Martial Kingdom and many other generals rushed to the main palace. Feng Wuchen's appearance made them feel very uneasy. In the palace, Emperor Tianwu, the imperial advisor, and the other big shots of the Sky Martial Kingdom also felt this powerful aura. They guessed who it was. However, Emperor Tianwu and the others did not know why Feng Wuchen was there. Feng Wuchen slowly descended. The moment he landed, the Supreme Dragon God sword turned into a streak of light and entered his body. The powerful aura also disappeared. He was like an ordinary person. Many of the Sky Martial Kingdom's experts had gathered in the palace's huge plaza. Emperor Tianwu, the imperial advisor, and the other big shots also came out of the palace. They all looked serious. Emperor Tianwu, we meet again. Feng Wuchen looked calmly at Emperor Tianwu and smiled faintly. Even when facing so many experts of the imperial palace, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. Emperor Tianwu frowned slightly. He had not seen Feng Wuchen for a month, but he felt that Feng Wuchen had become much stronger. Feng Wuchen, why have you come to my Sky Martial Kingdom? Emperor Tianwu asked. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, nothing much. I just came to greet Emperor Tianwu. Greet? Emperor Tianwu's expression changed. Then, he said in a deep voice, you want to destroy the Fantasy Cloud sect? When Emperor Tianwu said this, the expressions of many experts in the plaza changed drastically. Wasn't Feng Wuchen too arrogant? He had just destroyed the Polar Star sect, and now he wanted to destroy the Fantasy Cloud sect? That's right. No matter what, the Fantasy Cloud sect is a faction of the Sky Martial Kingdom. I have to give Emperor Tianwu some face, so I specially came to greet you. Feng Wuchen did not hide anything. Feng Wuchen. Don't be too arrogant. The state preceptor immediately shouted angrily. The Fantasy Cloud sect is a major faction of my Sky Martial Kingdom. How can you destroy it just because you say so? Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, I'm also the great general of the Inferno Empire. Doesn't the Fantasy Cloud sect still want to kill me? Doesn't it still want to steal my ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Since the Fantasy Cloud sect went to the Inferno Empire to kill me, why wouldn't I dare to come to the Sky Martial Kingdom to destroy the Fantasy Cloud sect? Emperor Tianwu's face turned gloomy. Feng Wuchen's actions were simply looking down on the Sky Martial Kingdom. How was this a greeting? This was a show of strength. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, he was not afraid of Emperor Tianwu. If Feng Wuchen could kill Bai Shan, he was confident that he could kill Emperor Tianwu. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are already on their way to the Fantasy Cloud sect. Let's not waste any more words. I hope that Emperor Tianwu will not interfere. I'm only here to take revenge. Feng Wuchen sneered and was about to use sword kinesis flight to leave. Feng Wuchen was so arrogant and looked down on the dignity of the Sky Martial Kingdom. Emperor Tianwu was already furious. Since Feng Wuchen had barged into the Sky Martial Kingdom's royal palace alone, he still wanted to escape unscathed? It's not that easy to leave. Emperor! Tianwu shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, do you really think that I'm as useless as the Luoyun Emperor? Is the Sky Martial Kingdom a place where you can come and go as you please? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ferocity. He asked coldly, Emperor Tianwu, are you saying that you want to be enemies with me? Not only do I want to be enemies with you, but I also want to kill you. Since you have the guts to come to my Sky Martial Kingdom today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Attack! Emperor Tianwu shouted angrily. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen's existence had already threatened the Sky Martial Kingdom. Now that Feng Wuchen had barged into the royal palace alone, how could Emperor Tianwu let the tiger return to the mountain? The Grand General immediately shouted, kill Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. A large amount of tyrannical true essence energy erupted. There were many experts in the Sky Martial Kingdom's royal palace. Waves of energy erupted, causing the royal palace to shake. The huge square exploded and large cracks appeared. On the square, just the royal palace alone had over 1,000 Origin Core experts. There were over 100 5th-level Origin Core experts and above. The lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. Emperor Tianwu could be said to be extremely confident. No wonder he dared to say that he would kill Feng Wuchen. Besides the over 1,000 experts, the most elite soldiers of the Sky Martial Kingdom had already gathered outside the royal palace. There were over 10,000 of them. This army of 10,000 was the most elite soldier of the Sky Martial Kingdom. They were named the Sky Martial Army. The Sky Martial Army was the strongest army of the Sky Martial Kingdom. They were well equipped, the soldiers were well trained, and every one of them was brave and skilled in battle. They even possessed the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbow. The army of 10,000 was enough to go against an enemy army of tens of thousands. Their combat strength could be said to be extremely powerful. The 100 battle armor-piercing crossbow possessed extremely terrifying combat strength. It was the most powerful mechanical weapon of the Sky Martial Kingdom. A single crossbow could instantly kill a cultivator below the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. And with such terrifying mechanical weapons, the Sky Martial Army possessed 5,000 sets. With 5,000 crossbows attacking at the same time, it could be imagined how terrifying it would be. Even the Watermoon Empire was extremely fearful of the Sky Martial Army. An extremely powerful lineup represented the strongest strength of the Sky Martial Kingdom, over 1,000 Origin Core experts, coupled with the Sky Origin Stage Emperor Tianwu, and the Sky Martial Army. Killing Feng Wuchen would be a piece of cake. Emperor Tianwu, you have to think clearly. What consequences will there be if you go against me? Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a piercingly cold killing intent suffused out along with it. The Emperor Tianwu slightly narrowed his fierce eyes and shouted angrily, "Kill! Kill!" Over 1,000 experts with tyrannical cultivation roared and swarmed forward. Their imposing manner was majestic as if it could shake the heavens and earth. The Grand General shouted, "Prepare the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbows." Outside the Imperial Palace, the Sky Martial Army placed the long crossbows that were as thick as an arm onto the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbows at the fastest speed. There were more than 5,000 of them. Once they launched an attack, it would definitely possess a terrifying strength. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted and quickly summoned the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. An extremely tyrannical aura swept out madly. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky and instantly expanded to over 100 feet in size. Golden light flashed explosively as an enormous golden array enveloped the entire Imperial Palace. An extremely tyrannical suppressive force poured down, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Only when facing the suppressive force head-on did everyone truly realize the terror of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. "Shoot the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda down for me!" The Grand General shouted angrily. Swish, 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 as the great general's angry roar fell, 5,000 huge crossbows were suddenly fired and soared into the sky. With an incomparably ear-piercing sonic boom, they rushed towards the 9-layered Qianquan Pagoda, densely packed together. Boom, 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 the 5,000 crossbows almost simultaneously bombarded the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A transparent energy layer appeared on the surface of the pagoda like a golden bell, blocking all the crossbows outside. The explosion shook the entire Imperial Palace. However, even with the extremely powerful 100 battle armor-piercing crossbows, the attack of 5,000 crossbows could not shake the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda at all. Humph. You want to compete with my inferior celestial artifact with scrap metal? How ridiculous. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. Buzz, buzz, Feng Wuchen activated his ice element true core strength, and an extremely terrifying force burst out. Golden light flashed explosively, and a bone-chilling cold spread out. The ground of the Imperial Palace was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand. With Feng Wuchen as the center, dense icicles condensed within a radius of several feet. Each icicle contained a terrifying force. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. How could this be possible? Breaking through 2 levels in a month. The faces of the Imperial Preceptor and the other big shots of the Imperial Kingdom went grim, and their faces were covered in terror. The numerous experts that charged out were even more terrified at this moment, and their eyes started to emit expressions of despair. The suppressive force of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was sufficient to cause them to be terrified. Now that they found out that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, it even caused their souls to fly away from their bodies. Exactly. Feng Wuchen had already stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. And not just the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, Feng Wuchen breaking through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage meant that Feng Wuchen's strength had become even more terrifying, and the might of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda would be even more terrifying. At this moment, Emperor Tianwu started trembling slightly. How could this be possible? No matter how terrifying Feng Wuchen's natural talent is, it's impossible for him to break through 2 levels in a month's time. Emperor Tianwu was extremely terrified, as he was utterly unable to imagine how exactly Feng Wuchen cultivated. Emperor Tianwu was a heavenly origin stage expert, and he was an experienced person. He knew extremely clearly in his heart how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation. Emperor Tianwu had never seen such an abnormal cultivation genius like Feng Wuchen. Since Feng Wuchen dared trespass into the imperial family of the Tianwu Empire, Emperor Tianwu ought to have thought that Feng Wuchen surely possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger? 7th level origin core stage Feng Wuchen had killed the heavenly origin stage expert, Bai Shan, and deterred the 4 great empires. Now that he'd stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage, wouldn't killing a 1st level heavenly origin stage expert be as easy as flipping his hand? No one had expected that in a month's time, Feng Wuchen had broken through from the peak of the 7th level of the origin core stage to the 9th level of the origin core stage. At this moment, when he felt Feng Wuchen's even more terrifying strength, Emperor Tianwu started to regret in his heart. But it was already too late for regret. How could Feng Wuchen stop when he made a move? Swish. Swish, chi. 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 Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a large number of ice spikes condensed around him instantly shot out in all directions. They were as fast as lightning. Everywhere they passed, the ice spikes pierced through the bodies of the experts. Furthermore, they pierced through several of them consecutively, scaring the cultivators behind into retreating in horror. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbow. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Yuan Dan practitioners had been killed by Feng Wuchen. Who wouldn't be afraid of such methods, killing over 100 Yuan Dan experts with a single move? His methods were ruthless and cold-blooded. Summon all the Empire's experts immediately. All officials and ministers immediately send experts to kill Feng Wuchen. The terrified Imperial Preceptor gave the order in a panic. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered coldly. Did the Tianwu Kingdom send out all the experts from the royal family? Imperial Preceptor, you really think too highly of me. Do you want me to summon all the experts from the various forces in the Empire? Actually, the Imperial Preceptor didn't need to give the order at all. Within the enormous imperial city, the experts under the command of the various officials and ministers had already rushed over at the first possible moment after they felt the enormous aura emitted from the imperial palace. The Grand General shouted furiously, "Execute martial skills." Many experts once again urged their true essence with all their strength and executed their strongest martial skills one after another. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Windfire palm. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Flame spear. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Armageddon. A large number of experts shouted out explosively in succession as formidable martial skills were executed. Wave after wave of formidable forces charged towards Feng Wuchen, and a large number of sonic booms resounded throughout the imperial palace. The scene was incomparably magnificent and extremely visually impacting. Even the Imperial Preceptor had personally made a move, and the strength of an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist absolutely couldn't be underestimated. On the square, Feng Wuchen didn't move in the slightest. When faced with an enormous amount of martial skill energy, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid in the slightest and turned a blind eye to it. Bang! 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 OM! OM! A large expanse of formidable martial skill energy blasted onto Feng Wuchen in succession, and a string of explosions once again resounded throughout the enormous imperial city, causing the imperial palace to buzz and shake. The enormous energy ripples were like a storm as they swept out. Humph! He actually didn't dodge. Simply courting death. The Grand General shouted furiously. Arrogant kid. Actually daring to look down on us. Simply courting death. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen's strength is, even if he doesn't die, he'll be heavily injured. This stinking kid has gone mad. Complacent sneers appeared on the faces of many experts. Almost 1,000 people executed martial skills to attack, yet Feng Wuchen actually didn't dodge. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? After the terrifying energy ripples gradually weakened, an extremely terrifying aura suffused out from the center of the square, and it slowly covered the aura of the explosive energy from before. Feeling this aura that was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirst, the faces of everyone present went pale and they all revealed expressions of terror. That's Feng Wuchen's battle armor. The emperor's expression was filled with shock. A light breeze blew past, and the smoke and dust dispersed. A large pit appeared in the center of the square, and at the center of the pit stood a person. The limestone beneath his feet wasn't damaged at all. This person was precisely Feng Wuchen. A pair of black wings appeared on Feng Wuchen's back, and it was precisely the Qilin battle armor. After activating the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen's aura had already become even stronger. Following Feng Wuchen's cultivation stepping into the 9th level of the origin core stage, the defensive strength of the Qilin battle armor had already become even stronger. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the 2nd stage of the sovereign body, and the strength of his fleshly body exceeded everyone's imagination. A tyrannical fleshly body coupled with the Qilin battle armor was unable to harm Feng Wuchen when facing the attacks of almost 1,000 people. Everyone stared blankly at Feng Wuchen with horrified and disbelieving gazes, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. For a moment, the entire scene fell into a short silence, and after a short moment, it burst into an uproar. Feng Wuchen actually isn't injured in the slightest. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's strength is, how could he possibly block the attacks of all of us? I've really seen a ghost. Is this kid still human? The experts were filled with terror, and the Emperor and Imperial Preceptor were terrified to the point they couldn't speak. If it was the heavenly origin stage, they could still believe it, but Feng Wuchen was only at the 9th level of the origin core stage and hadn't stepped into the heavenly origin stage. Almost 1,000 people, including the Imperial Preceptor and numerous 6th and 7th level origin core stage experts, even the Emperor didn't dare say he was able to block the joint attacks of so many people without being injured in the slightest. The black wings shook, and Feng Wuchen's figure floated up 3 meters above the ground. Feng Wuchen sneered. It's my turn. The instant he heard this, the Imperial Preceptor roared in terror. Quickly attack. At the same time, the experts under the various officials had already surged into the Imperial Palace, and another few hundred experts had arrived. The strength of the imperial family of the Tianwu Empire was absolutely not something that the great powers of the empire could compare to. You've all come at the right time. Quickly attack. Kill Feng Wuchen. The high-ranking officials shouted in panic. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already withdrawn the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and violent true essence was urged out and poured into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. A golden light flashed explosively, and a destructive sword light energy suffused out. Quickly attack. Quickly attack. Feeling the extremely terrifying sword light energy, the few big shots of the Empire roared in terror and rage. Illusion Annihilation Sword Technique. Illusion Annihilation Shatter Universe. Feng Wuchen floated in midair and shouted in a low voice, and the Supreme Dragon God Sword swung elegantly. Whoosh! OMOM! An enormous golden sword light that was over 100 feet long shot out with a monstrous aura, and an extremely overbearing strength that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Imperial Palace violently shook, and large cracks appeared on the large square and the surrounding palaces. Looking at the enormous and terrifying sword light, all the experts were extremely terrified. The sword light was cold-blooded and merciless, and under the terror of the experts, it madly slaughtered. Everywhere the sword light passed, a large number of experts were blasted to death, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere as shrill cries sounded out without end. Whoosh! OMOM! Feng Wuchen turned around and swept out with his sword, and the enormous sword light that was over 100 feet long madly slaughtered the experts of the Tianwu Empire's imperial family. Feng Wuchen's attack scared off many experts, and in just a short moment, blood flowed into a river in the square. The experts with comparatively stronger cultivations all dodged in an extremely thrilling manner, but when it brushed past them at such a close distance, they were able to deeply feel the terror of the sword light. Imperial Preceptor. Grand General. Let's attack together. A 7th level origin core stage expert shouted loudly. 6th level origin core stage, 7th level origin core stage, and 8th level origin core stage experts all revealed their identities and swiftly flashed towards Feng Wuchen, and there were over 100 of them. The strength of these 100+ people was absolutely terrifying. Bring it on! Feng Wuchen shouted out loudly, and his left hand condensed a formidable force. 3rd level Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted out explosively as his palm blasted out. The enormous palm print that was over 100 feet long was like the Buddha's palm that pressed down, and it was extremely oppressive. Medium-grade profound rank martial skill. Luohun Palm. High-grade profound rank martial skill. 7-star Gale Claw. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Saint Spear. The 100+ top experts all circulated their martial skills with their full strength, and strands of formidable force shot into the sky and charged towards Feng Wuchen's enormous golden palm print. Bang bang bang. Poo poo poo. OM. At the instant of collision, the 100+ top experts successively spat out mouthfuls of blood, as they were utterly unable to withstand the overbearing force of Feng Wuchen's palm print. Terrifying energy ripples condensed into a gale that swept out, and the entire enormous imperial city started to shake. Countless people in the imperial city were in a state of panic and chaos. Even the 8th level origin core stage imperial preceptor was unable to withstand it. The imperial preceptor was terrified and furious. Outrageous. How could this stinking kid possibly possess such terrifying strength? Everyone, hold on. The Grand General gnashed his teeth as he roared furiously. His face was filled with pain, and he'd obviously reached his limit. Over 100 top experts were unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's palm print. How terrifying was his strength? Rumble. Poo poo poo. The overbearing palm print mercilessly smashed down, and with a rumble, the 100+ top experts once again spat out mouthfuls of blood. Those with weaker cultivations died on the spot, and the others were heavily injured. Gulp. When they saw this scene, the numerous experts and high-ranking officials of the imperial city that were frightened into retreating swallowed a mouthful of saliva in terror. The Sky Marshal soldiers that were on standby outside the palace also revealed terrified expressions. Feng Wuchen went against the entire Sky Marshal Kingdom's imperial family's experts by himself, and even heavily injured numerous experts of the Sky Marshal Kingdom with overwhelming strength. Such terrifying strength, even the Emperor of the Sky Marshal Kingdom's entire Sky Origin region was probably unable to achieve it. Feng Wuchen had single-handedly suppressed the Tianwu Kingdom. His strength was ferocious. More than 100 peak experts had been heavily injured, and several hundred had died. His ruthless methods had frightened the experts of the Tianwu Kingdom. Feng Wuchen, who was floating in the air, looked like an invincible god of war. None of the experts of the Tianwu Kingdom dared to attack. Release the crossbows. The frightened general suddenly roared angrily. The Tianwu divine soldiers and 5,000 100 battle armor-piercing crossbows fired at the same time. Swish. Swish, swish. 5,000 giant crossbows shot into the sky with ear-piercing sonic booms as they flew toward Feng Wuchen. Since attacking the pagoda was ineffective, they began to attack Feng Wuchen. The dense barrage of giant crossbows shot toward Feng Wuchen. The scene was terrifying. If Feng Wuchen was really hit, he would definitely be turned into a hornet's nest. You want to deal with me with these pieces of scrap metal? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He didn't care about the 5,000 giant crossbows at all. Just as everyone was waiting for Feng Wuchen to be turned into a hornet's nest, a shocking scene occurred. The 5,000 giant crossbows were about to hit Feng Wuchen. A meter away, it suddenly stopped in mid-air, as if it had been fixed in place, floating motionlessly in mid-air. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. The Tianwu divine soldiers were terrified. All of them stopped. 5,000 giant crossbows are shockingly powerful, but he blocked them effortlessly. How is this possible? The soldiers were terrified. No one could believe that the Tianwu Kingdom's pride and joy, the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbows, were so useless in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 5,000 giant crossbows turned and aimed at the celestial martial soldiers below as if they were obeying his orders. Feng Wuchen, stop. Emperor Tianwu's face drained of color and he shouted in panic. Humph. Feng Wuchen sneered. The 5,000 giant crossbows shot down at an even more terrifying speed. The sonic boom that tore through the void was ear-piercing. Get out of the way! The general roared in panic. The soldiers of the Celestial Martial Army were terrified, and they fled in chaos. The Tianwu soldiers were the most elite soldiers of the Tianwu kingdom. If they were severely injured by Feng Wuchen, it would be a huge blow to the Tianwu kingdom. How much effort and resources would it take to nurture a 10,000 celestial martial soldiers? The 5,000 battle armor-piercing crossbows were even more costly to build. If they were destroyed, who knew how much time and money it would take to build them again? Bastard! Feng Wuchen did not hesitate at all. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was furious and had no choice but to attack. The Tianwu emperor placed great importance on the existence of the Tianwu divine weapon. How could he allow Feng Wuchen to kill as he pleased? Swish. Buzz. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty appeared in a flash and circulated his true yuan. A terrifying force burst out, causing the royal palace to shake violently. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty roared and struck out with his palm. A terrifying force spread out. Under the control of Feng Wuchen, the 5,000 giant crossbows were even more terrifying. They instantly clashed with the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's terrifying force. Buzz. The 5,000 giant crossbows clashed with the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's terrifying force. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, and in the next second, the giant crossbows dissipated. The attack of a Sky Origin Realm expert was indeed extraordinary. Even under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was able to withstand it. The celestial martial soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, they would have suffered heavy casualties. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty is indeed powerful. You are even stronger than Baishan. Feng Wuchen sneered. However, he did not show any fear. Not only was he not afraid, but he also kept the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda into his body. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty had a solemn expression. This emperor wants to see how strong you are now. Feng Wuchen sneered and did not reply. Buzz. The moment he said that, the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's terrifying force exploded once again. His body was covered in a bright blue light as he flew up. The terrifying force shook the entire palace. Boom. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty charged out without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, and his aura was ferocious to the extreme. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty arrived in an instant and threw a punch at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change as he countered with a punch. Boom. Buzz. The two fists collided fiercely. With a loud boom, the terrifying force spread out like a hurricane. It was as though the air was being dispelled as the void vibrated. Even with the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's all-out punch, he was unable to force Feng Wuchen back by half a step. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty frowned and thought to himself, this brat's strength is indeed not below this emperor's. He did not even use his full strength. Seeing Feng Wuchen's casual punch, the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty guessed that Feng Wuchen's strength was already above his. Boom. 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 Buzz. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty unleashed a ferocious attack. His attacks were ruthless, and every move was fatal. The entire imperial city looked up in horror. The intense hand-to-hand combat lasted for half a minute. Feng Wuchen gave up on counterattacking and allowed the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty to attack. However, Feng Wuchen smoothly avoided all of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's ferocious attacks. Facing a heavenly origin realm expert, Feng Wuchen was actually so confident. The more the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty fought, the angrier he became. Not to mention hitting Feng Wuchen, he could not even touch Feng Wuchen's sleeves. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's face was flushed red. Feng Wuchen did not take him seriously at all. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen humiliated him in front of so many people. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Preposterous. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty gritted his teeth as his killing intent became even more terrifying. The experts of the Tianwu dynasty were all dumbfounded. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, even the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty could not do anything to him without the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. If he had the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty would not be a match for Feng Wuchen. Bang! The enraged emperor of the Tianwu dynasty attacked ferociously. However, his fist was suddenly caught by Feng Wuchen, and his terrifying strength was instantly neutralized. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty wanted to withdraw his fist, but he realized that he could not break free. He was even more shocked. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's strength? Could it be that he could fight against a Sky Origin Realm cultivator at the second level? The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty could not imagine it, and he did not dare to imagine it. Emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, it is impossible for you to kill me with your current strength, Feng Wuchen said coldly. He then slowly let go of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's fist. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty immediately retreated and wisely put some distance between him and Feng Wuchen. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's face was extremely ferocious as he said in a gloomy voice, "How dare you look down on me? Didn't you want to see my strength?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. The viciousness in his eyes intensified. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly disappeared as he charged towards the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty at a terrifying speed. So fast. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's expression changed drastically. There was no time for him to think as he quickly raised his hands to block. Boom! Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash and punched out. With a loud boom, the tyrannical strength actually sent the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty flying. What kind of strength is this? The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was shocked. A sharp pain came from his hands as if the bones in his hands had exploded. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty could not believe that he could not block a single punch from Feng Wuchen with his Sky Origin Realm cultivation level. SSS, seeing this scene, the people of the empire below all gasped in horror. The emperor actually could not block a single punch from Feng Wuchen? It's over. Even the emperor is no match for him. He can't even block a single punch. The imperial advisor and the great general were terrified. Many of the experts were trembling in fear. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty had just stabilized himself. Before he could even look at Feng Wuchen, he realized that Feng Wuchen was already behind him. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was shocked again. What kind of terrifying speed was this? The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty actually did not realize it at first. Boom! PFFF. When the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty realized it, Feng Wuchen's fist had already landed on his back. With a loud boom, the terrifying strength caused the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying again. Emperor! The imperial advisor, the great general, and many other officials were shocked. They could not help but shout. One punch could make a Sky Origin Realm cultivator spit out blood. How terrifying was this strength? Bastard! The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was in pain and anger. He activated his terrifying true essence and ignored the flying figure. His hands quickly formed a seal. Mystic Soul Jade Pendant. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty shouted and took out a mid-grade spiritual weapon. It was a jade pendant that was emitting blue light. As the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty poured his energy into the pendant, the blue light became extremely bright. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's qi rose rapidly and his strength became even stronger. High-grade mystic martial technique. Tianwu Divine Fist. Emperor Tianwu roared and punched out in the air. An extremely terrifying power burst forth, and a huge blue energy fist broke through the air. The sky trembled, and the impact was extremely strong. It was unstoppable. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Staring coldly at the terrifying fist mark, Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. He pointed at the sky and a golden ray of light as thick as an arm shot out like a shooting star with a piercing sound. TSK Tisk. Boom. Puff. The long golden ray of light pierced through the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's fist mark without any resistance. Immediately after, it pierced through the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's shoulder. The latter spat out another mouthful of blood. The energy fist mark that was pierced through exploded. How is this possible? The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was extremely shocked. The terrifying power of the golden ray of light terrified him. Emperor! The imperial advisor and the great general were even more terrified. Everyone was scared out of their wits. If the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was killed by Feng Wuchen, the Tianwu kingdom would be finished. It would definitely decline in the future and might even be annexed. Everyone knew how terrifying a Sky Origin Realm cultivator was. However, such a terrifying cultivator was defeated by Feng Wuchen in one strike and was severely injured. Feng Wuchen flashed and arrived in front of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. His right hand grabbed the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty's neck and lifted him up. The latter could not even resist. Feng Wuchen, stop. Feng Wuchen, how dare you kill the emperor of the Tianwu kingdom? The Tianwu kingdom will not let you go. The imperial advisor and the great general shouted. However, Feng Wuchen ignored them. Feng Wuchen was so powerful now. Why would he be afraid of the Tianwu kingdom? Feng Wuchen was not afraid of the Tianwu kingdom. Even if it was the Shuiyue kingdom, Feng Wuchen would not be afraid of them. Feng Wuchen, you. What do you want? The emperor of the Tianwu kingdom struggled to ask. He was terrified to the extreme. As a Sky Origin stage cultivator, he was helpless in front of Feng Wuchen. The emperor of the Tianwu kingdom did not dare to resist. Feng Wuchen was much scarier than when he fought with Bai Shan. Even if he was facing a Sky Origin stage cultivator with the help of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen could still defeat a Sky Origin stage cultivator. He could even defeat a Sky Origin stage cultivator. Emperor of the Tianwu kingdom, it is easy for me to kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered, however, I do not want to be the enemy of all the kingdoms. If a war breaks out, it will not be good for anyone. Otherwise, I can kill you now. A mere Tianwu kingdom can't do anything to me. Feng Wuchen then let go of his hand and sneered, however, I hope that you will not be my enemy and will not interfere with my affairs. Today, I will give you a reminder. If there is a next time, you know the consequences. The emperor of the Tianwu kingdom was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. There was no one in the kingdom who could fight against Feng Wuchen. All right. I promise you. The emperor of the Tianwu kingdom said in a deep voice. He had no choice but to agree. The emperor of the Tianwu kingdom did not want to anger Feng Wuchen at this moment. If Feng Wuchen started killing, the emperor of the Tianwu kingdom would suffer a great loss. Very well. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His wings flapped slightly, and Feng Wuchen slowly flew away. Then, there was a strong rumbling sound, and he disappeared in the sky in an instant, leaving behind a long white halo. His terrifying speed once again shocked the experts of the Tianwu kingdom. Even after Feng Wuchen had left the Tianwu kingdom's imperial family for a long time, the crowd still hadn't recovered from their shock. Even Emperor Tianwu's face was still filled with terror. Emperor! The humiliation that Feng Wuchen has brought to our empire cannot be forgiven. The state preceptor was furious. The more terrifying Feng Wuchen was, the more determined the state preceptor was to get rid of Feng Wuchen. The imperial advisor's words are reasonable. Feng Wuchen is becoming more and more arrogant. He doesn't put the emperor in his eyes at all. We can't let him go. The high officials echoed one after another. None of them could tolerate the empire being trampled on. The great general said angrily, Emperor, if we join hands with the Water Moon Empire, we can definitely get rid of Feng Wuchen. As long as the emperor gives the order, I will immediately head to the Water Moon Empire. Emperor Tianwu didn't seem to hear it. He didn't say anything, and his shocked expression was replaced by seriousness. Of all the people present, only Emperor Tianwu knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. It was not that Emperor Tianwu did not want to get rid of Feng Wuchen, nor was it that he did not want to ally with the Shuiyue Empire. It was just that Feng Wuchen was so terrifying that Emperor Tianwu was extremely fearful. He was so fearful that he did not dare to become enemies with Feng Wuchen. Don't interfere with Feng Wuchen's matters anymore. Emperor Tianwu threw down this sentence and disappeared. Emperor. The state preceptor, great general, and many other officials were at a loss. Emperor Tianwu didn't give the order, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. Even if they were unwilling, they could only suppress it in their hearts. Emperor Tianwu had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle with Feng Wuchen and was deeply affected. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had already arrived at the mountain where the Fantasy Cloud sect was and were waiting for Feng Wuchen at the foot of the mountain. Without Feng Wuchen's order, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Where did the great commander go? Why hasn't he returned after so long? Luanshan was puzzled. He couldn't wait to charge into the Fantasy Cloud sect. Crimson Emperor was also puzzled and asked worriedly, did something happen? With the great commander's current strength, no one in the Tianwu kingdom can deal with the great commander, Huanyang said firmly. Xuefeng spread his hands and smiled. The great commander might have been delayed by other matters. Don't worry. The great commander is here. Duan Wuqing suddenly said while everyone was puzzled. He had already sensed a powerful aura flying over at a terrifying speed. As expected of the first prince. His perception is really strong. Crimson Emperor exclaimed in his heart. They were both at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, but Duan Wuqing's perception was above Crimson Emperor's. Whoosh, a golden light flashed by and charged towards the Fantasy Cloud sect's palace. Let's go. Huanyang shouted as he led the army into the Fantasy Cloud sect. A large number of disciples came out of the Fantasy Cloud sect's magnificent palace. Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura had already alarmed the Fantasy Cloud sect. The Fantasy Cloud sect's sect master, Wu Kuan, and the 3 elders had already appeared in a flash. Many of the Fantasy Cloud sect's upper echelons also arrived. The Fantasy Cloud sect was very strong. It had more than 10,000 disciples and hundreds of Primal Core Realm disciples and martial uncles. Compared to the Tianyun sect, the Fantasy Cloud sect was no weaker. A golden light flashed, and a terrifying might descended from the sky. The majestic aura made the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen really dared to come. Does he really want to destroy our Fantasy Cloud sect? The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are here as well. They are just outside the mountain range. A fierce battle is unavoidable. Since Feng Wuchen has the guts to come, we'll make sure they don't return. Many disciples shouted angrily, but most of them were terrified. The person who arrived was precisely Feng Wuchen. His figure floated in the sky above the Fantasy Cloud sect, and he was majestic and domineering. Sect Master, Feng Wuchen's cultivation has improved greatly again. An elder frowned and said solemnly as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Looks like he has already broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Another elder said gloomily with an extremely unsightly expression. Wu Kuan's expression was extremely unsightly. As the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage, he had guessed that Feng Wuchen's cultivation had broken through to the Heavenly Origin stage, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. If Feng Wuchen didn't have the ability, he wouldn't dare to enter the Fantasy Cloud sect. Feng Wuchen slowly descended and sized up Wu Kuan and the other upper echelons of the Fantasy Cloud sect. A wisp of a dangerous sneer appeared on his face. Feng Wuchen floated in midair. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army's elite soldiers entered one after another, and an iron-blooded killing intent filled the Fantasy Cloud sect square. Many disciples were frightened by this iron-blooded heavy killing intent to the point their faces turned pale. Wu Kuan glared angrily at Feng Wuchen and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, you really have guts. I didn't expect you to really dare to enter my Fantasy Cloud sect. Why wouldn't I dare to enter a mere Fantasy Cloud sect? Feng Wuchen sneered. A mere Fantasy Cloud sect? Wu Kuan's face sank, and he said angrily, shameless boasting. Don't think that just because you killed Bai Shan and annihilated the Polaris sect, you have the ability to annihilate my Fantasy Cloud sect. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then let me see how great your ability is. Let me see exactly how the Fantasy Cloud sect is stronger than the Polaris sect. OM. In midair, Feng Wuchen circulated his true origin, and a surging and vast energy erupted out endlessly like a flood, causing the Fantasy Cloud sect's enormous palace to shake. This is the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. General is actually at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The Crimson Emperor, Huanyang, and the other officers were instantly dumbstruck. They thought that Feng Wuchen had only broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and never knew that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The terrifying increase scared them badly. Each and every one of their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Wu Kuan's face went pale, and he was shocked to the point he was dumbstruck. Feng Wuchen has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The elders instantly broke out in cold sweat from their fright. What sort of terrifying cultivation speed was this? The entire fantasy cloud sect was astounded, and they were shocked to the point of disbelief. Who would dare believe that Feng Wuchen had broken through from the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage within a month? Even a monstrous genius didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? Wu Kuan started to worry in his heart. The strength of the 9th level of the Origin Core stage Feng Wuchen was naturally even more terrifying than a month ago. The peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage was sufficient to kill a Heavenly Origin stage expert. Now that he had broken through by 2 levels, with Feng Wuchen's abnormal combat strength, killing a Heavenly Origin stage expert would probably be as easy as flipping his hand. "Where's your ninefold Cosmos Pagoda?" The astounded Wu Kuan's figure slowly rose into the sky as he asked in a furious voice, and the terrifying true essence of the Heavenly Origin stage was fully urged out. Wu Kuan didn't dare underestimate Feng Wuchen when he broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. He had to go all out and absolutely couldn't give Feng Wuchen the slightest chance. Feng Wuchen sneered. "I don't need the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to deal with you." Wu Kuan's face sank once more when he heard this. Feng Wuchen's words obviously didn't take Wu Kuan seriously, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense and terrifying. Swish! Wu Kuan took the lead to launch an attack, and his figure suddenly flashed and vanished with an extremely shocking speed. In the next second, Wu Kuan was already above Feng Wuchen and smashed his fist down with an extremely terrifying strength, causing the wind from his fist to transform into wind blades that swept out. Bang! OM. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all and very casually smashed his fist towards Wu Kuan's head. Bang! An explosion sounded out as he easily blocked Wu Kuan's full force attack. The seemingly simple punch shook the sky. Wu Kuan's brows knit tightly when he wasn't able to move Feng Wuchen even half a step, then he once again launched a ferocious attack. Bang bang bang! OM. Wu Kuan relied on his formidable movement technique to transform into numerous black lines that attacked Feng Wuchen from all directions, whereas Feng Wuchen just stood on the spot and blocked with a single hand, and a terrifying strength madly ravaged the sky. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all and merely relied on his right hand to block all of Wu Kuan's attacks. His terrifying strength had long since shocked the Fantasy Cloud sect and Huanyang. One had to know that Feng Wuchen was facing the Heavenly Yuan realm, not the Yuan Dan realm. Even Huanyang and the rest didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have such terrifying strength. After a series of attacks, Wu Kuan was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's defense was simply flawless, and Feng Wuchen only relied on his right hand to block all of his ferocious attacks. The feeling that Feng Wuchen gave Wu Kuan was that he was extremely strong. Ridiculously strong. Can Feng Wuchen really become so terrifying in a month's time? Wu Kuan refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. The Fantasy Cloud sect was deathly silent, and the atmosphere was strange. The scene seemed as if it had been frozen, and everyone didn't move as they looked at Feng Wuchen with terrified gazes. Could the 9th level of the Origin Core stage really reach a terrifying level that could crush someone at the Heavenly Origin stage? Feng Wuchen was able to go against Wu Kuan by merely relying on his right hand. Who below the Heavenly Origin stage could accomplish this? He didn't even utilize the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and he's already able to crush someone at the Heavenly Origin stage. Great Leader's current combat strength has truly attained the Heavenly Origin stage. Moreover, Great Leader has broken through to the 2nd stage of the Exalted Body, and his body is extremely terrifying. No wonder he's able to suppress Wu Kuan like this. The Crimson Emperor, Huanyang, and the others were both shocked and excited, and they felt an indescribable feeling. Xiao, you know that Big Brother Feng has already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage? Lu Qingyang was stunned as he asked, and his body was stiff. Yes. Ling Xiao lightly smiled as she nodded. However, what everyone didn't know was that Feng Wuchen had actually already exerted his full strength, and he just didn't utilize the strength of the 2nd stage of the Exalted Body. The strength of the Heavenly Origin stage was extremely terrifying, and if Feng Wuchen only relied on the strength of his bloodline, he was already unable to go against Wu Kuan. Under the circumstances that he didn't utilize the strength of the 2nd stage of the Exalted Body, the reason Feng Wuchen was able to go against Wu Kuan was entirely because of his formidable body, Qilin armor, and bloodline. Under the combination of these three types of strength, Feng Wuchen possessed the strength of the heavenly origin stage. Moreover, this terrifying strength was even slightly stronger than Wu Kuan. If it was the strength of the second stage of the exalted body, then killing Wu Kuan would absolutely not be a problem. Feng Wuchen blocking all of Wu Kuan's ferocious attacks with a single hand was already an extremely extreme existence. Whereas Feng Wuchen's objective was to shock Wu Kuan and the Fantasy Cloud sect, and exert pressure on them to make them feel despair and helplessness. Humph. Feng Wuchen's icy cold gaze swept towards the astonished Wu Kuan, and he lightly sneered. Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude as if he was looking at an ant. In the next second, Feng Wuchen silently appeared in front of Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan was so scared that he took a few steps back. Is that all the Fantasy Cloud sect master is capable of? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. The terrified Wu Kuan's face instantly turned ferocious and red. Stinking brat. Wu Kuan's old face twitched violently. Buzz. The furious Wu Kuan suddenly circulated his quintessence and formed a seal with his hands. A terrifying energy surged out with a majestic aura. A high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Desolate Sky Ice Slash. Wu Kuan roared and fiercely waved his hand. A huge energy slash shot out. The ear-piercing sound made everyone cover their ears. It was like a hot knife through butter. The power of a martial skill is not enough to hurt me. Feng Wuchen sneered, are there any more powerful martial skills? World-destroying heavenly punishment slash. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen coldly shouted and waved his right hand. A huge golden energy slash flew out with a destructive momentum, as if he was going to destroy everything. Rumble. Pfft. In an instant, before the horrified gazes of the Fantasy Cloud sect members, the two forces collided in the sky. The collision caused an explosion that resounded throughout the surrounding mountain range. Then, Wu Kuan vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. An earth-ranked martial skill. Wu Kuan roared through clenched teeth. He finally experienced the terror of an earth-ranked martial skill's might. Buzz buzz. Buzz. Destructive energy ripples swept out unstoppably. It seemed like the surrounding mountain range trembled as well, shaking the earth and mountains. In the first clash, Wu Kuan got injured. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Sect Master. The entire Fantasy Cloud sect panicked and worried. Like the Tianwu Emperor, they had not expected Feng Wuchen to become so horrifying in 1 month. Whoosh. Boom. Pfft. After Wu Kuan went flying back, Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. Then, he threw another punch at Wu Kuan's chest, causing Wu Kuan to vomit blood again. Then, Wu Kuan crashed into the Fantasy Cloud sect plaza like a cannonball. The Fantasy Cloud sect disciples all retreated in horror. If they were struck, who knew how many would die? Rumble. Buzz buzz. Buzz. An explosion came from the plaza, creating a large pit. The ground trembled slightly, and cracks spread from the edge of the pit to the plaza. Wu Kuan's body sank into the deep pit. Sect Master. Everyone in the Fantasy Cloud sect panicked. Unexpectedly, Wu Kuan could not resist Feng Wuchen with his strength. At this moment, everyone felt that Heavenly Essence stage experts were pitifully weak. Of course, this was not because Heavenly Essence stage experts were weak. Instead, it was because Feng Wuchen's strength was too horrifying. Hence, everyone felt like they were hallucinating. Boom, Wu Kuan suddenly soared out of the deep pit. Countless rocks shot out as he instantly arrived high in the sky. Your defensive armor won't last much longer. Feng Wuchen said ferociously as his lips curled up in a dangerous smile. Wu Kuan's injuries were not severe, as he had already brought out his defensive armor and made preparations. He glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Wu Kuan put his palms together, and a majestic aura spread out. As he opened his palms, an exquisite longsword appeared out of thin air. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the longsword. High-grade spirit artifact. Wu Kuan actually took out a high-grade spirit artifact. After taking out a high-grade spirit artifact, Wu Kuan's aura surged, and his combat strength became even more terrifying. High-grade spirit artifact. Feng Wuchen looked at the longsword in Wu Kuan's hand in surprise. It was hard to believe that a high-grade spirit artifact could appear in a small empire. Where did that old thing get a high-grade spirit artifact? Am I seeing things? It's actually a high-grade spirit artifact. Its aura is enough to contend with the great leader's sword. As expected of a high-grade spirit artifact. The Crimson Emperor and the others turned pale with fright. They were extremely shocked and surprised. Feng Wuchen. Don't underestimate me. Wu Kuan said gloomily and angrily. His appearance became very frightening. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen still had no fear on his face. He sneered and said, Crimson Emperor just happens to be lacking a divine weapon. I still have to thank you for sending me a high-grade spirit artifact. Your mid-grade spirit artifact armor can also be given to Crimson Emperor. Preposterous. Wu Kuan was furious when he saw how arrogant Feng Wuchen was and how he didn't take him seriously. Wind Shadow Sword Art. 1000 Shadow Kill. Wu Kuan roared and suddenly used his sword art. Together with his movement technique, he charged at Feng Wuchen at top speed. His sword intent was extremely violent and filled with deterrence. Wu Kuan used a wind attribute sword art. Together with his movement technique, his speed had increased by more than 2 times. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen waved his hand across the air. He took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword and charged forward without hesitation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Ding ding ding. Wu Kuan's figure was like a bolt of lightning, flashing and disappearing in a flash. It was extremely terrifying. The intense battle created a large number of sparks. Sword light flashed and waves of terrifying sword light spread out. The speed of the two was extremely terrifying. Other than the experts with high cultivation, no one below could see their figures. The tyrannical sword art, all of its essence was displayed. Its realm was profound and it had reached perfection. Wu Kuan's strength was indeed much stronger than by Shan and Emperor Qianwu. At the very least, he could contend with Feng Wuchen. However, as the battle went on, Wu Kuan, who had used his true ability, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Even though Wu Kuan had a high-grade spirit artifact, Feng Wuchen's Supreme Dragon God Sword was not weak either. Furthermore, his sword art was even stronger. Whether it was strength or speed, it suppressed Wu Kuan. Although the speed of the 1000 Shadow Kill was terrifying, could it be more terrifying than teleportation? Feng Wuchen's attacks were silent. Wu Kuan could not guard against them. His mind was in a mess. He did not know where Feng Wuchen's attacks were coming from. After a few minutes of intense battle, there were already dozens of sword wounds on his body. The more Wu Kuan fought, the more furious he became. Even though he used all his strength, it was useless. That kind of sullenness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Impatient and full of openings, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chi chi chi. Wu Kuan executed teleportation consecutively. Every time Feng Wuchen dodged, another sword wound would appear on Wu Kuan's body. Wu Kuan's clothes were dyed red with blood. He looked extremely miserable. Feng Wuchen, what kind of movement technique is this? Wu Kuan asked with a sinister face. If it wasn't for that strange movement technique that caught him off guard, Wu Kuan wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Why ask so many questions when you are about to die? Feng Wuchen said coldly. A dying man? Humph. You are the one who is going to die. Wu Kuan angrily shouted. He stimulated all the remaining Jin Yuan in his body, and fiercely shouted, Wind Shadow Sword Arts. Wind God Sword. The long sword flashed with a dazzling green light. It was filled with a majestic sword intent. The terrifying sword light was suffocating. PFFF. Wu Kuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the long sword. It was as if the long sword had taken a stimulant. Its strength instantly increased and became even more terrifying. Blood essence. The elders were even more terrified. Wu Kuan had actually used his own blood essence to deal with Feng Wuchen. Whoosh. Wu Kuan waved the long sword. A huge sword light that was dozens of feet long shot out like lightning. It was unstoppable. So what if you have the power of blood essence? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. The second stage of the sovereign physique was activated. The golden light on Feng Wuchen's body dissipated and was replaced by a blood-red light. His entire body was filled with a strange blood aura. An extremely terrifying power erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. The void shook violently like raging waves. Illusion Destruction Sword Mantra. Illusion Destruction 9 Heavens. The Supreme Dragon God Sword floated in the air. A blood-red formation appeared on the ground beneath Feng Wuchen's feet. The floating runes were also suffused with blood-red light. A dazzling blood-red light shot out from the formation and into the sky. Whoosh! Buzz, buzz. A huge blood-red sword light that was dozens of feet long shot out with an unstoppable momentum. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to split the void into two. Boom! PFFF. In an instant, the two sword lights collided. Destructive energy spread out. Wu Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The green sword light was instantly split into two. It could not resist at all. The blood-red sword light continued to charge toward Wu Kuan at a terrifying speed. Wu Kuan was so frightened that he could not move. His face was filled with despair and fear. Hiss! The fantasy cloud sect gasped in horror. Everyone was so frightened that they fell to the ground. This is impossible, Wu Kuan said with a trembling voice. Rumble! Buzz, buzz! The blood-red sword light flashed and collided mercilessly with Wu Kuan. The explosion was deafening. The extremely terrifying sword light ripples swallowed Wu Kuan. The energy ripples that spread out in the sky covered the fantasy cloud sect's palace. However, within the terrifying energy ripples, Wu Kuan's aura vanished. He had completely vanished. Wu Kuan had already turned into ashes. Sect Master. The Grand Elder started trembling. He could no longer sense Wu Kuan's aura, and grief surged in his heart. The battle ended, and the fantasy cloud sect became calm. The energy ripples in the sky had already dispersed, and everyone's gazes were looking at the sky. Besides Feng Wuchen, there was no one else high up in the sky. Sect. Where's the sect master? The sect master is dead. I can't sense the sect master's aura. The expressions of the fantasy cloud sect's higher-ups changed greatly. They had all guessed the outcome, and the disciples were even more terrified. Clang, a sword fell on the square, and a crisp clang sounded out as it stabbed into the ground. This sword was Wu Kuan's high-grade spirit weapon. Feng Wuchen activated the second stage of the Supreme Body's strength. At that instant, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had already surpassed the first level of the Sky Origin stage, and killing Wu Kuan was as easy as flipping his hand. Feng Wuchen slowly descended, and with a wave of his hand, Wu Kuan's sword flew to Crimson Emperor, and he said, "This sword is yours from now on." "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Crimson Emperor thanked, and he was extremely overjoyed in his heart. He wanted such a divine weapon even in his dreams. Luanshan let out a deep breath and said, "Great leader, that sword strike earlier was truly terrifying. Wu Kuan has already turned into ashes. That sword strike is sufficient to rival a second level of the Sky Origin stage, right? The explosive strength of the second stage of the Supreme Body is too terrifying." Lu Qingyang frowned, and he wished for nothing more than to immediately break through to the second stage of the Supreme Body. Feng Wuchen annihilated a Sky Origin stage powerhouse with a single sword strike. Such formidable strength was truly unbelievable. Killing a Sky Origin stage powerhouse with a single sword strike, how terrifying was this strength? Everyone in the Fantasy Cloud sect was already scared out of their wits, and their faces were filled with terror. Their bodies were motionless as if they were petrified. A Sky Origin stage powerhouse was undefeatable to them. But before Feng Wuchen, they were existences that couldn't withstand a single blow. No one was willing to believe that the 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist, Feng Wuchen, possessed the strength to crush Wu Kuan. "Sect Master is really dead, Great Elder, what should we do? Even the Sect Master is no match for him. With the Sect Master dead, the Fantasy Cloud sect is finished. Who else can deal with Feng Wuchen?" The Fantasy Cloud sect disciples looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their minds went blank. They did not know what to do. The sword already indicated that Feng Wuchen had killed Wu Kuan. Furthermore, Wu Kuan had been reduced to ashes. The Fantasy Cloud sect elder's face was extremely unsightly. None of them had expected that Feng Wuchen would be able to increase his combat prowess at the last moment and kill Wu Kuan with one strike. First Elder, give the order. The Fantasy Cloud sect will fight it out with them. Even if we die, we have to make them pay the price, an upper echelon shouted furiously. That's right. Let's fight it out with them. The other higher-ups roared, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Huanyang sneered disdainfully, fight? Humph. We may not win with more people. These Fantasy Cloud sect disciples want to fight it out with us? They overestimate themselves. Luanshan sneered mockingly. He really did not take the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples seriously. Although the Fantasy Cloud sect had over 10,000 disciples, most of them were at the energy refinement stage or origin transformation stage. Their strength was pitifully weak. The Fantasy Cloud sect's Grand Elder's face became even more unsightly as he glared at Feng Wuchen. In the end, his body twitched violently as he shouted furiously, kill. OM. The Grand Elder could no longer endure the 9th level Origin Core stage's terrifying strength being fully activated. The Fantasy Cloud sect had no other choice. Feng Wuchen's decision to annihilate the Fantasy Cloud sect would not change. The Fantasy Cloud sect's Grand Elder would rather die in battle than stand there and be killed. Today, either Feng Wuchen died or the Fantasy Cloud sect was destroyed. Huanyang and the others were waiting for Feng Wuchen's order. Once the order was given, the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army would attack without hesitation. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. The Grand Elder roared furiously as he joined forces with the other 2 elders and the 6 higher-ups of the Fantasy Cloud sect and charged towards Feng Wuchen at the same time. Annihilate the Fantasy Cloud sect. Feng Wuchen coldly ordered as he stared coldly at the Grand Elder and the other 8 higher-ups charging over. Even if he killed Wu Kuan, Feng Wuchen would still not let the Fantasy Cloud sect go. Annihilate the Fantasy Cloud sect. Huanyang and Luanshan roared furiously. As the leaders, the 2 of them took the lead and charged forward. The soldiers swarmed forward and roared furiously as they annihilated the Fantasy Cloud sect. Their momentum shook the heavens. A terrifying murderous aura madly spread out and filled every corner of the square. The disciples with weaker cultivations were scared out of their wits. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to breathe. Let's attack as well. The Crimson Emperor shouted coldly as he charged forward with a high-grade spirit weapon in his hand. Duan Wuqing said, leave the Fantasy Cloud sect's Grand Elder to me. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Feng Zhan, and Feng Yuan also joined the battle. Whoosh! Whoosh, boom! Boom! Boom, boom. Boom, boom. With Huanyang and Luanshan in the lead, hundreds of elite soldiers started a merciless and cold-blooded massacre. With their terrifying instant shift movement techniques, they were like grim reapers, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Fantasy Cloud sect's disciples. The battle had just started, and a large number of the Fantasy Cloud sect's disciples died. As Ling Xiaoxiao circulated her quintessence and flew out, she smiled at Feng Wuchen and said, Big brother Feng, I'll leave the Grand Elder and the others to you. Leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen had annihilated a heavenly origin stage expert with a single sword strike. How could the Grand Elder and the other 8 deal with such tyrannical and terrifying strength? If the 9 of them worked together, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own deaths. Of course, even if they did not make a move, they would still die. Seeking your own deaths. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up in a cold smile. He held the Supreme Dragon God sword and flew out, his figure turning into a beam of golden light. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sword lights flashed as blood spurted out. Several of the higher-ups died instantly. They did not even know how they died. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flashed again, and the Supreme Dragon God sword mercilessly attacked. The Fantasy Cloud sect's 2nd Elder and 3rd Elder instantly died. Seeing the Fantasy Cloud sect's higher-ups being killed one by one, the disciples despaired. They started to flee in fear, without any direction. They only hoped to escape from the Fantasy Cloud sect. Cries for help, and cries of fear filled the entire Fantasy Cloud sect. Unfortunately, no one could escape. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were killing machines. They would not let any enemy escape. Feng Wuchen's methods were vicious and merciless. In less than 10 seconds, the fantasy cloud sect's higher-ups, aside from the Grand Elder, were all killed. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. They could not detect him at all. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's Supreme Dragon God Sword was already pressed against the Grand Elder's chest. The Grand Elder's face was filled with fear, and beads of sweat covered his face. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the Grand Elder pleaded, "Feng Wuchen, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Old man, please spare the fantasy cloud sect's disciples." "You have no right to negotiate with me," Feng Wuchen replied coldly. The Supreme Dragon God Sword mercilessly pierced the Grand Elder's chest. "You." The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Feng Wuchen in horror. "Grand Elder." The final pillar of support fell. The stronger disciples of the fantasy cloud sect could no longer hold on. Feng Wuchen pulled out the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and the Grand Elder fell forever. The final pillar of the fantasy cloud sect fell. At the moment of their deaths, no one knew if they felt any regret in their hearts. Everything originated from human greed. Greed could never be satisfied. Because of greed, the Polar Star sect was destroyed, and the fantasy cloud sect was about to be destroyed as well. Feng Wuchen shook off the blood on his sword and said coldly, "Leave no one alive." "Yes," the soldiers shouted respectfully. They killed to their heart's content and were so stupid that they were covered in blood. The fantasy cloud sect disciples were filled with fear and despair. They were already so frightened by the terrifying strength of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army that they no longer had the heart to resist. Aside from the disciples who fought to the death, the other disciples either fled for their lives or knelt and begged for mercy. In a short 10-odd minutes, thousands of fantasy cloud sect disciples were killed. The death toll increased at a terrifying speed. With Wukuan and the fantasy cloud sect's upper echelon dead, the remaining people could not resist at all. After an hour, no one in the sect survived. The fantasy cloud sect was destroyed. Corpses littered the fantasy cloud sect. Blood flowed like rivers. The thick stench of blood enveloped the entire palace. The scene was extremely tragic. No one dared to look at it directly. It was simply a ghastly sight. If someone was watching near the fantasy cloud sect, they would be scared out of their wits. Reporting to Great Commander, everyone in the fantasy cloud sect is dead. No one survived, Huan Yang reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Well done. The Polar Star sect and the fantasy cloud sect are both destroyed." Once the news of the fantasy cloud sect's destruction spreads, no one in the four empires will dare to target the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda anymore. "Big brother Feng, there is still the Taishu sect," Lu Qingyang said. The Taishu sect was the first to make a move. "Of course, we cannot let them off," the Crimson Emperor shouted coldly. Duan Wuqing said solemnly, "The Taishu sect is very strong. With our current strength, it will be very difficult to fight against them. Most importantly, the Taishu sect is in the Watermoon Empire. The Watermoon Emperor will not just watch as we deal with the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect's strength is indeed terrifying. Big brother Feng, you cannot underestimate them," Ling Xiaoxiao said. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "The Taishu sect's strength is indeed terrifying. Moreover, the Emperor has always asked me to be wary of the Watermoon Emperor, but he has never made a move. My father has disappeared for so long, and there is still no news or clues. It seems that it is either the Watermoon Empire or the Taishu sect," Feng Wuchen guessed coldly, and a frightening chill flashed in his eyes. The destruction of the Polar Star sect and the Fantasy Cloud sect meant that Feng Jingxiong was not captured by them. Otherwise, they would have used him to threaten them. The Emperor and the Falling Cloud Empire were definitely not involved. Otherwise, they would not be afraid of Feng Wuchen. It was even more impossible for the Wind Thunder sect to be involved. The only ones left were the Watermoon Empire and the Taishu sect. "Great Commander, you suspect that it is them?" Duan Wuqing frowned and asked. If it was as Feng Wuchen said, then things would be troublesome. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "I am not sure. It is just a guess. Let's go." Before the soldiers left, they collected many treasures and even destroyed dozens of the Fantasy Cloud sect's magnificent palaces, razing them to the ground. No one in the Tianwu Empire knew that the Fantasy Cloud sect had been destroyed. After Feng Wuchen led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army back to the Inferno Empire, someone discovered that the Fantasy Cloud sect had been destroyed. After the news spread, all the factions in the Tianwu Empire were shocked. The strongest sect in the Tianwu Empire had been silently destroyed. However, all the factions in the Tianwu Empire immediately guessed that it was Feng Wuchen's doing. In order to obtain the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Fantasy Cloud sect had sent people to deal with Feng Wuchen. They had already formed a feud with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had just destroyed the Polaris sect, and the Fantasy Cloud sect had been destroyed as well. Naturally, this was done by Feng Wuchen. Have you heard? The Fantasy Cloud sect was destroyed. It was Feng Wuchen who did it. It was only discovered a few days after the Fantasy Cloud sect was destroyed. Feng Wuchen's strength is terrifying. Even the Emperor doesn't dare to interfere. The Fantasy Cloud sect defended Feng Wuchen. It would be strange if they didn't die. Countless cultivators in the Tianwu Empire were discussing Feng Wuchen's destruction of the Fantasy Cloud sect. However, what they did not know was that Feng Wuchen had also fought against the many experts and soldiers of the Tianwu Empire alone. He had suppressed the royal family with overwhelming strength. If the people of the Tianwu Empire knew that Feng Wuchen had defeated an entire empire alone, they would probably be scared to death. Of course, how could the royal family reveal such an embarrassing matter? A few days later, the news of the Fantasy Cloud sect's destruction had spread from the Tianwu Empire to the various empires. This shocking news bombarded the other three empires. The various factions and top experts of the three empires were all shocked. First, it was the Polaris sect. Then, it was the Fantasy Cloud sect. Next, it might be the Thunder Breeze sect or the Taishu sect. After the Fantasy Cloud sect was destroyed by Feng Wuchen, everyone was guessing which faction would be destroyed next. Many people even placed bets. The Thunder Breeze sect had already submitted to Feng Wuchen, so the next target was the Taishu sect. At present, Feng Wuchen did not have enough forces to stand against the Taishu sect. Even so, a war with the Taishu sect was unavoidable, and it was only a matter of time before the war broke out. After learning that the Fantasy Cloud sect had been destroyed, the Tianwu monarch was extremely horrified. Even Wu Kuan had died at Feng Wuchen's hands. He secretly rejoiced that Feng Wuchen had not made a move on the Tianwu Empire's royal family. Otherwise, the imperial family would definitely perish. If Feng Wuchen really wanted to make a move, the Tianwu Emperor and the other imperial family experts would definitely die. If Feng Wuchen destroyed the royal family and the Fantasy Cloud sect, wouldn't the Tianwu Empire become Feng Wuchen's empire? The more Emperor Tianwu thought about it, the more frightened he became. The Grand Hall of the Taishu sect. After Feng Wuchen destroyed the Fantasy Cloud sect, the next target will probably be us, the Taishu sect. This kid will definitely take revenge, an elder said in a deep voice in the main hall, frowning. Another elder said angrily, Feng Wuchen destroyed the Polaris sect first, and then the Fantasy Cloud sect. This is undoubtedly a show of strength to the Taishu sect. Does he really think that the Taishu sect will be afraid of him? I have to say that Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed terrifying. He was able to kill Bai Shan and Wu Kuan, which means that his strength is not weaker than the first level of Sky Origin stage. Or perhaps, he already has the strength to fight against the second level of Sky Origin stage. Otherwise, why would Feng Wuchen be so arrogant? The first elder frowned and said seriously. Hearing the first elder's words, everyone's expression changed slightly in the main hall. The strength to fight against the second level of Sky Origin stage, didn't that mean that Feng Wuchen was already strong enough to fight against the Taishu sect leader? The Taishu sect leader also frowned and said, Feng Wuchen's strength might have improved a lot. This kid is indeed impressive. If it was a coincidence that Feng Wuchen killed Bai Shan, then it was not a coincidence that he killed Wu Kuan as well. 2 Sky Origin stage cultivators had died in Feng Wuchen's hands, so the Taishu sect leader did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Sect leader, instead of waiting for Feng Wuchen to come to us, why don't we take the initiative to attack? We don't want to give the kid enough time to cultivate. The empire has been quiet for a long time. If we let the kid become stronger, it will be difficult to kill him. The third elder suggested, his eyes filled with viciousness. The Taishu sect leader frowned. The third elder's words were reasonable. Feng Wuchen was the number one genius of the Yanhua Empire. His cultivation speed was shocking. If they did not act now, once Feng Wuchen became stronger, no one would be able to do anything to him. If Feng Wuchen broke through to Sky Origin stage, no one in the four empires would be able to defeat him. The Taishu sect leader could not help but worry. After a pause, the third elder continued, "Sect leader, don't forget Feng Wuchen's identity. He is a 5th grade craftsman who can make a weapon with a thought. He can make a spiritual weapon at any time. He is also the ruler of the Yunzhou. The sooner we get rid of him, the better it will be for us." Feng Wuchen. The Taishu sect leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Sect leader, the first elder and I will test out Feng Wuchen's strength. If there is a chance, we will kill him." The sentinel took the initiative to speak. From the sentinel's words, one could tell that he was very confident. Feng Wuchen had the terrifying strength to kill a first-level Sky Origin stage cultivator. If the sentinel of the Taishu sect was so confident, could it be that he also had the strength of a Sky Origin stage cultivator? Do not underestimate him. The Taishu sect leader nodded and said darkly, "Lei Zhenfeng has not made a move yet. He is probably waiting for the best opportunity. The battle between the Taishu sect and Feng Wuchen will be his best chance." The Watermoon Emperor had been worried that Feng Wuchen's growth would threaten the Watermoon Empire. He had always wanted to kill Feng Wuchen and take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda for himself. However, after returning from the Yanhua Empire, the Watermoon Emperor had ordered his men to kill Feng Wuchen immediately. However, he had not made a move until now. It was unknown whether he was afraid of Feng Wuchen or some other reason. The sentinel said in a deep voice, "No matter what, Feng Wuchen must die." In the imperial palace of the Watermoon Empire, the news of Feng Wuchen destroying the Fantasy Cloud sect had reached Lei Zhenfeng's ears. Lei Zhenfeng was shocked. Inside the palace, many officials and ministers were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with horror. Feng Wuchen killed another Sky Origin stage cultivator? In the main hall, Lei Ju's face was blank. He was so frightened that he was dumbfounded. Lei Ju shook his head and said, "What level has Feng Wuchen reached?" "I'm afraid he has broken through the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. The Fantasy Cloud sect and the Polaris sect are on par. If Feng Wuchen can destroy the Polaris sect, he can naturally destroy the Fantasy Cloud sect," the Grand Tutor said solemnly. "He destroyed the Polaris sect first, then the Fantasy Cloud sect. The last one will be our empire's Taishu sect. I wonder when that brat Feng Wuchen plans to deal with the Taishu sect," Lei Zhenfeng said angrily. "The Taishu sect is the most powerful sect in our empire. How can we let Feng Wuchen destroy it just like that?" The Grand General said angrily. Lei Zhenfeng ordered, "Grand General, go to the Taishu sect immediately and pass on my order. Ask the Taishu sect's sect master to enter the palace. Tell him that I have something important to discuss with him." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Grand General accepted the order respectfully. While the various countries were shocked, another earth-shattering news swept through the four great empires. The news said that the next force that Feng Wuchen wanted to destroy was the Taishu sect. The news was absolutely true. It came from the Feng clan in Peerless City. It was said that Feng Wuchen said it himself. After the news spread, the various countries were shocked. All the major and minor forces were shocked. Feng Wuchen had just destroyed the Fantasy Cloud sect, and he arrogantly declared that the next force to be destroyed was the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect was the most powerful sect in the Shuiyue Empire. Their sect master had reached Sky Origin Tier 2, and his strength was quite terrifying. The Taishu sect was also the most powerful sect in the four great empires, and no other force could stand against them. Therefore, all the major forces and powerhouses of the various countries thought that Feng Wuchen was too arrogant and too condescending. He did not even care about the Taishu sect. When the Taishu sect heard the news, the upper echelons were furious. The disciples of the sect were even more furious, and all of them were shouting that they wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. The conflict between Feng Wuchen and the Taishu sect was undoubtedly worsening. All of a sudden, all the major and minor forces of the four great empires were guessing when Feng Wuchen would attack the Taishu sect. Would it be a month later? Feng Wuchen had destroyed a major force in a month, and many people were guessing if Feng Wuchen would attack the Taishu sect a month later. A single piece of news swept through the four great empires and almost overturned them. The imperial palace of the Pyrofire Empire. After hearing the news, Duan Tianhuan's face was full of shock. Is Feng Wuchen out of his mind? Duan Tianhun suddenly stood up and said, the Taishu sect's strength is so terrifying. Is he really confident that he can destroy them? I don't know if Master is confident, but the Shueiyue Emperor will definitely take the opportunity to interfere. The Shueiyue Emperor and the Taishu sect Master are working together, and that is what old man is worried about. Yang Tianxian frowned. Situ Zhentian said solemnly, you are right, Imperial Advisor. Moreover, Master is not a reckless man. If he is not confident in something, he would not say it. Moreover, Master did not say when he would attack the Taishu sect, so there is no need to worry, Emperor. Duan Tianhun said worriedly, that is not what I am worried about. All of you, go to Wushuang City immediately. I am worried that Feng Wuchen is in danger. Danger? Yang Tianxian and the others' faces changed. Duan Tianhun said gloomily, knowing that the enemy is powerful, will you give the enemy time to prepare? Feng Wuchen has spread the news that he will destroy the Taishu sect. Will the Taishu sect give Feng Wuchen time to cultivate? Other than the Taishu sect master, who else can compete with the great commander? A senior official asked doubtfully. Duan Tianhun said seriously, what if the Shueiyue Empire and the Taishu sect work together? Hearing this, Yang Tianxian and the others' faces changed again. If the Shueiyue Empire and the Taishu sect worked together, their strength would be absolutely terrifying. Yang Tianxian, Situ Zhentian, and Yi Zhangqiong immediately rushed to Wushuang City, not daring to delay. Although the imperial family of the Shueiyue Empire and the Taishu sect were not on good terms, when faced with a crisis, who knew if they would work together, Duan Tianhun had his reasons for being so worried. Feng Wuchen was so powerful that he could kill a cultivator at the first level of the Sky Origin stage. He also had a terrifying inferior celestial artifact. Duan Tianhun should not be worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Why was that? What did Duan Tianhun know? Feng Wuchen knew nothing about all this. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was cultivating. He wanted to break through to the Sky Origin stage as soon as possible. End of chapter 211. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.